Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to learn about Azure Data Engineer. So as a Azure Data Engineer, what are the common skill which is generally required to crack any Azure Data Engineer role? Each and every skill we are going to learn from a basic to the advanced level. So if you are preparing for the Azure Data Engineer role, this video is for you. Each and everything we are going to cover with practically and from a basic to the advanced level we are going to cover. Before coming to that, what are the skills generally required for the Azure Data Engineer? What actually I will do? I will try to show you few job description for the Azure Data Engineer role, and then we will try to analyze what are the common skill which is generally required and what are the skill we are going to cover in this particular video. So let me open naukri.com. So I open a naukri.com. I have searched for the Azure Data Engineer role here. In this Azure Data Engineer role, couple of the job descriptions are mentioned. So I have opened couple of that. So if you'll see, they are looking for the Azure Data Engineer role, and what are the skill they are looking for? They are looking for the Azure, they are looking for the Databricks, they are looking for the Spark, and they are looking for the SQL. Mean they are looking for the Azure, they are looking for the Databricks, they are looking for the Spark, and they are looking for the SQL. That is the first job description. In the second job description also, if you'll see, this also is about the Azure Data Engineer role, and what actually they are looking. They are looking for the all the Azure data services. They are looking for the Python. They are looking for the SQL. They are looking for the object oriented programming, that is nothing but the Python only, and they are looking for the ETL, that is nothing but a Azure Data Factory. As well as they are just asking about experience with the Azure DevOps and the CI/CD, but most of the time it is a good to have like Azure DevOps and the CI/CD, but this Azure Data Service, Python, SQL, ETL, these are the mandatory. Now if I'll show you another, so you can see this also a Azure Data Engineer role in a Wipro, and what are the skill they are asking? Azure Databricks, ETL, and the SQL. These are the skill they are looking for. Similarly, another job description also, if you will see here also, they are what actually they are asking. They are asking about the PySpark, Azure Databricks, SQL, and the Azure Data Factory. So in most of the scenario, if you will see, if I'll tell you what are the common skill generally they are looking for, the most important skill is a SQL. SQL is a mandatory to have. This generally you should prepare first. SQL is a mandatory skill because whatever the activity, whatever the work you will do, right, that will be around the SQL only. Means you will handle the multiple tables, you will handle the multiple DBs. So you should know about the in and out about the SQL. That is a mandatory skill that you have to prepare first. And after that, if you'll see, they are also asking about the PySpark. They are asking about the Spark, right? So for the processing. So this is also a mandatory skill. Now the third most important skill is ETL. So from a Azure perspective, what is ETL? ETL, we have a Azure Data Factory. So from Azure perspective, Azure Data Factory is a must skill. Now the fourth one is the Python. Mostly they ask about the Python because this PySpark, right? So for the PySpark and for the any scripting perspective, Python is important. So you should know about the Python. So these are the mandatory skill which you should prepare for the Azure Data Engineer. So what actually we are going to do in this particular video, we are going to cover SQL first, in and out about the SQL with practically we are going to understand. Now the second is the ETL tool. So for ETL tool, what actually we are going to do, we are going to learn in and out about the Azure Data Factory with practically, and with project we are going to learn about the Azure Data Factory. That is the second skill. So first we'll learn about the SQL, then we will learn about the Azure Data Factory, and in SQL also couple of the interview question which is generally asked, that also we will cover. Similarly in Azure Data Factory we will do couple of project which is important, and in and out about the Azure Data Factory also we'll understand from a basic to the advanced. And after that, what actually we'll do a project that I already told. Now after that we'll start with the Databricks and the PySpark. So we are going to learn about the PySpark, and we are going to use a Databricks environment for that, because these two skills are also important. So what we'll do, we'll learn about the basic, from a basic to advanced level about the PySpark, and we are going to also learn about the Databricks. In a Databricks only we are going to learn about the PySpark, and this also is an important skill which you should have. And also we are going to cover about the Python. So if you don't know Python, this from particular video Python also you can understand. And interview question generally you will see in a, for Python you will also see, for the PySpark we have also covered for the SQL, so, and the Databricks. So generally you will see a interview question for each and everything also. So what is prerequisite? Prerequisite is like the most important thing is practice. Means you should do a practice. So whatever the topics, whatever the project we are doing, right? You should do a practice. Then only you are going to learn about the Azure Data Engineer, because you should know how to create a data pipeline. How you should know how to create a ETL pipeline. So whatever the practical we will do, whatever the project we will do in Azure Data Factory, you should do a practice. Similarly, for the SQL also you should do a practice. Python also you should do a practice, and each and every interview question also you should try to solve. Then only you are going to learn it. So let's try to start. So this is the agenda, and one by one each and every topic we are going to cover. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about SQL. As we all know, SQL is one of the most important skill. Either you are preparing for the data analyst, or you are preparing for the data engineer role, or you are preparing for the data science role, or you are preparing for the backend engineering role. In every place, SQL is one of the most important skill, and this is the most common skill which is generally asked in interview also. So what actually we are going to do in this particular video, we have covered each and every topic regarding SQL from a basic to the advanced level. So how actually we have created this tutorial? We have first started with the basic of the SQL, like what is a SQL and the database, and then we have started with the practically how actually you can create a database, how actually you can create a table, how actually you can insert a values in the table, what are the different SQL constraints we have. We are going to learn about the different constraints like check constraint, default constraint. We will learn about the primary key, foreign key, each and everything we are going to learn. And then we will learn about how actually you can delete a data, how actually you can drop a table, how actually you can truncate a table, what are the difference between them. We'll learn about the update, we will learn about aggregate, having, trim, all the basic of the SQL we will try to cover in the first step. And after that, we are also covering the advanced SQL. So advanced SQL is one of the most important topic which is asked in a interview also. So what we have done, we have covered the advanced SQL topic like Windows function, like how to use a rank, dance rank, row number, what are the different use case. We are also covered the lead and the lag function. We are going to cover about the CTE. We are going to cover about the views, store procedure, how to write a subquery, how to write how trigger works in a SQL. So everything we have covered in this particular video, and the most important thing is the interview. So after covering the basic and advanced SQL, we are also doing the interview questions, which is generally asked in interview. So once you will completely watch this particular video, you will be comfortable in a SQL, and definitely you are going to crack any interview regarding SQL. So let's begin. Before starting, one more point which I want to highlight. What actually you had to do, you had to install SQL Server Management Studio. So we are going to do a practical on each topic. So what actually we have to do, we have to first install the SQL Server Management Studio. I'll tell you how actually you can install the SQL Server Management Studio, and after that you can do a practice with me. Now what actually we'll do, I will try to share the table structure and all the SQL query with you, and you can do a practice with me. So that is the plan. So do install SQL Server Management Studio and do try to practice. Now let's start. So let's see how actually we can download the SQL Server. So what we have to do, we have to go into the Google. We have to search for the SQL Server download. SQL Server download. First we will install the server, SQL Server, and after that we will also install the SQL Server Management Studio. So click on the SQL Server download. After that, what you have to do, go down. You can see we have a developer and the Express edition. These are the two edition we have. We will go with this Express, and here only we will try to do all the development things. So click on the download now. Once you will click on the download, this download will start. You can see it is downloading. After that, we have to do a setup here. So how to do a setup? You can see it is downloaded. Click on this. You can see this SQL Server edition started downloading. What we have to do, either you can go with the basic one or you can go with the custom. I will suggest to go with the basic one. Click on the accept. You have to accept the license, and where you want to install this, that you have to select, and you have to click on the install. Once you will install this, after this you can see we are getting one option to install SSMS. So this is the SQL Server Management Studio. This we have to install it. So click on the install SSMS. Once you will click on this, you can see this particular window is opening, and from here we can download it. You can see download SQL Server Management Studio. We have to click here. You can see started downloading, and that we have to install in the similar space. We have to double click and we have to install like how we do. After that, what you have to do, once you will install the SQL Server Management Studio, you will see this option. You have to click here. Once you will click that, we get this option and we have to click on the connect. So here only we will try to do all the practice. So try to install it. Try to install SQL Server first and SQL Server Management Studio, and then from we'll try to do a practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about database. So we will understand what is a database, what are the different types of database we have, what is a SQL, how actually we can create a database in a SQL Server Management Studio. This all the things we are going to learn in this particular video. So let us start with what is a database. Database is a collection of related information that is organized and stored electronically in a computer system. Let's take an example and let's understand. Let's take an example of any bank, and we are taking an example of any transaction data. We are taking an example of a transaction data. When I am saying a transaction data, it means suppose you are doing a debit card transaction, you are doing a credit card transaction, you are withdrawing the money, you are sending a money. This all are transaction data, right? And generally people do so many transactions in a one day itself. So the amount of data is very large. So amount of data is very large. I am taking example of bank, but you take an example of customer or you take an example of order. So the amount of data in this all the case, the amount of data is very large. Now if the amount of data is very large and if you want to store large amount of data in one place, then we need a database for that. We need a database for that. If you want to store large amount of data in one place, we need a database for that, and it is very essential for storing large amount of data in one place so that organization can quickly retrieve it, modify it and update it. So database we use to store large amount of data in one place for quickly access, retrieve, manage and update operation. Now what is a DBMS? So DBMS is a software or technology which is used to manage the data from a database. So in a database we have a data, right? In a database we have a data. Now if you want to manage this data, we need a DBMS for that. We need a DBMS for that. DBMS is one of the software. With the help of DBMS only we can manage the data which is available in a database. Some popular database are, we have an example of MySQL, we have an example of SQL Server, we have an example of Oracle database, and we have example of a MongoDB. So these are the example of a DBMS. So DBMS is a software which is used to manage the data from a database. Now let's understand what are the different types of database we have. So mainly we have two types of database. One is the relational database, second is the non-relational database. When I am saying a relational database, in this case data store in the form of table. Data generally store in the form of table, or you can say in a structured way. In a structured way. So in the case of a relational database, we store the data in the form of table and in a structured way. Let's take example of Excel. So in Excel also we try to store the data in a structured way in the form of tabular way, right? When I am saying structure way, it means rows and the column. You can see this ID, date, sales and city. These are the columns and these are the rows we have. So in a structure way we store the data. So in Excel also we try to store our data in a structure way. In a database also, in a relational database also we try to store the data in a structure way, in a tabular way. Now second thing you have to remember, in a relational database generally you will see relation between the table. Generally you will be seeing relation between the table. For taking example, suppose you have an employee table and you have a department table. So you will see in the case of relational database, the generally there will be a relation between the table. So that is the two things you have to remember. What is a relational database? Whenever you have to store any structured data, in a tabular format, then we go for the relational database, and generally you will see relation between the table. Now, what are the example of the relational database? So, example of the relational database, we have a MySQL, we have a SQL Server, we have a SQLite, like that the multiple relational database we have. What we are learning? We are learning a SQL Server. Now, coming to the non-relational database, whenever you have a unstructured data or whenever you have a semi-structured data, means non-tabular data, if you want to store, we use a non-relational database. The example is like JSON, we see JSON file, right? We see XML file. These all are unstructured data. So in this case, we use a non-relational database. The example is we have a MongoDB, we have a Cassandra. These are the example of a Cassandra. These are the example of a non-relational database. Now let's understand about the SQL. What is the full form of a SQL? Structure Query Language. What is the full form of a SQL? Structure Query Language. Now with the help of the SQL, we can write and we can interact with our relational database. We can interact with a relational database. With the help of a SQL only, we can interact with the relational database. For taking example, suppose we have a two person. This is the person 1. This is the person 2. Now if they want to communicate each other, we need a language for that. Suppose English is one of the language. So in this case, English is a communication language, right? So that we can communicate with each other. Similarly, if you want to interact with a relational database, we have a structure query language. With the help of that, we interact with a relational database. Now, what actually we are going to learn first? First, we are going to learn about a database, how to create a database. So how actually we can create a database in a SQL Server Management Studio? The syntax is very simple. Create database, and the suppose you want to create a order database, so you have to write a order. So this is a structure query language. So this is a structure query language. With the help of this only we are interacting with our databases. So we are learning how to create a database. So create database and order, if I will do, I will be able to create a order database. Let me open my SQL Server Management Studio, and I will click on the database, and you can see we have a new query. Just right here, click on the new query. You can see it opened. Now here we can write any kind of the SQL, means any structure query language. With the help of that we will try to interact. Now suppose I had to create a database. So what I will write? Create database, and suppose I want to create a database name as a order new. This is the database I want to create. So create database, and whatever the database you have to create, that name you have to provide. Suppose Manish database you want to create, then what you will write? Create database and the Manish. In this case, Manish database will get created. Now if I'll click here and if I'll execute, order new one database will be created. Now in the left side in the database option, what you have to do? You have to click here, right click, refresh. You will see one database will get created. In the database you will see we have created order new, right? So one order new will be created. You can see this is the order new. This is the one database we have created. So like that actually we can create a database. Hello everyone. So in last video we have understand about database. In this video with practically, let's see how actually we can create a database in SQL Server, how actually we can delete a database, how actually we can switch from one database to another database, how actually we can create a table under that particular database. So these are the things we are going to see. So let's see how actually we can create a new database. To creating a new database, the query is very simple. We have to write create database, and suppose I want to create a employee database, so I have to write a employee. Create database and employee. If you write, the employee database will be created. Syntax is very simple, right? We have to create a database. So what we are writing? Create database, or which particular database I want to create? Employee database. So I'm just writing employee. If I select this, if I'll execute this, you can see commands completed successfully. In this database, right click, refresh. You can see employee database got created. I'll click here. Now you can see we have created an employee database, and in this drop down, if you'll see, as of now we are in master database. If I'll click on this drop down, from this drop down you will get to know what are the databases available in your SQL server. So you can see we have a employee database, we have a Manish database, we have a master database. These are the database which is available. So we have created an employee database, but still we are in master database. So suppose you have to switch from master database to the employee database. So what actually you can do? One way is like directly you can click here, and now you will switch from one database to another database. But with query, how actually we can switch from one database to another database? Let's see. So as of now I am in master database. Now if I had to switch into any other database, so what you have to write? You have to use command, use, and suppose I want to go into the employee database, so I'll write use and the employee database. If I'll select and if I'll execute, you can see now it got converted into the employee. So if you have to switch from one database to another database, you have to use. Suppose I want to go into the Manish database, so I'll write use Manish. Now I select execute. Now you can see this got converted into the Manish database. Now I want to move into the employee database because employee database newly I have created, so I will use that and I will click on the execute. So you have to always make sure you are using a proper database. So you have to use command and the particular database, then only you will be in proper database. Now let's see how actually we can delete any database. So deleting a database is also very simple. Drop database and the database name. Suppose I want to delete Manish database, so I'll use a Manish. If I select this, if I'll execute this, you can see command completed successfully. Now if I'll refresh this, you can see Manish database got deleted. Now if I write drop database and the employee, now if I'll execute, it should delete the employee database, right? But it is not deleting. You can see error we are getting, cannot drop database employee because it is in currently in use. Because as of now we are in employee database and we are deleting a employee database. So for what you have to do, first you have to go into any other database first. So I will go into the master database. Now if I will try to execute this command, now you can see it is successfully. So whenever you are deleting any database, first you have to go into any other database and then you have to execute this command, then only that will be deleted. So if I will show you, if I refresh this, you can see database got deleted. Now let's create one more time. So creating a database, create database and the database name. If you have to use that particular database, you have to use command, use and the database name. And if you have to delete, we have to execute drop database and the database name. Now let's see how actually we can create a table. So as of now I am in employee database. So as of now I am in employee database, right? So in this employee database, I want to create a table. Let me refresh this. So in this employee database, I want to create a table. If I click on the plus, if I click on the table, as of now no table is available here. Let's see how actually we can create a table. So creating a table is very simple. Create table and the table name. So suppose I want to create EMP table. So we have to write create table EMP, open a bracket and then close bracket, and after that you have to specify what are the column you want. So I want ID, I want a name, I want a address. These are the things actually I want a salary. These are the column actually I want, so you have to specify that. Create table, table name, open a bracket, close a bracket, what are the column you want, you have to specify that, and you have to specify the type also. So generally this ID will contain value like integer value, right? So we have to specify that the ID should contain only the integer value. The name should contain only the string value, so we have to specify varchar, and you can give any 30 or means till 30 character actually it can contain. Like that we have to specify. Address will also be a string, right? So we have to define varchar and we can make 30. The salary will be integer value, right? So we have to define integer. So creating a table is very simple, right? Create table, table name, and after that we have to whatever the table column you want, you have to specify that, and what are their types. Now if I select this, if I'll execute this, you can see command completed successfully. Now in this employee database, if I click on the refresh, if I'll go into the table, you can see one employee table got created. If I show you the column, you can see ID, name, address, and the salary. These are the things actually we have defined, right? So I hope you got the idea how actually we can create a database and how actually we can create a table. Now let's see how actually we can create a table and how actually we can insert a values in the table, how to read any table, and how actually we can insert only few column values in the table. These are all the things we are going to discuss. So let's create one table. We want to create one table name as an employee. So how actually we can create a table? We have to write create table. We want to create employee, right? So we have to mention employee, open bracket, close bracket, and after that we have to mention about all the columns. So I want one ID column. The value should contain integer value. I want a name column. It should be a string type. So I will mention varchar 28 character it can contain. I want one more column address, and it should also be a string type. So I will mention varchar 28. And I want one salary column. Salary should be an integer. So I will mention integer. I want one bonus. So the bonus will tell the increment in percentage. Means it will be in a decimal value. So what I will write? A float. Now what we have to do? We have to select this and we have to execute. Now we have created one employee table. Now let's see how actually we can read any table. If you have to read any table, then what you have to write? Select star from table name. If you have to read any table, then what you have to write? Select star from what is the table name. This employee table we have created, right? Let's select and let execute. You can see ID, name, address, salary, and bonus which we have created, right? We are able to read this table. Now as of now there is no values in this table. So let's see how actually we can insert the values in the table. So we have seen how to create a table. Now let's see how to insert the values in the table. So for inserting a value, we have a insert statement. We have a insert statement. How actually it works? So let's see. It's very simple. Insert into table name. What is the table? We have a table name as an employee, right? So what I am writing, insert into table. This is the table name we have to mention. Insert into table name, and after that we have to mention values, and you have to pass all the values. So all the column values. So we have ID, name, address, salary, and the bonus, right? So all the value you pass. So I am mentioning ID as a 1, name as a Manish, and I want address as a, let's give India, and we want salary as a 10,000. Let's see, and bonus let's put 3.5. So what we have to write? Insert into table name and values, and all the values you have to pass. All the column values you have to pass. Now let's try to execute this. Select this and execute. You can see one row affected, one row got inserted. Now let's read the table. How to read a table? Select star from the table name. If I'll execute this, you can see we have a 1 values which we have inserted. 1 Manish India 10,000 3.5. Now let's insert more values. So let me copy this and let me give this ID as a 2, name as a Rani, any name India 20,000, and let's give 3.5 and let's execute this. Now one more row affected, and if I'll do select star from employee, I should be able to read that. You can see the second row also got inserted. So this is how actually we can insert a values in the table. Now our requirement is like how to insert only few column values in the table. Now suppose I only know ID should be 3. I only know name is Rahul, but I don't know about the address and I don't know about their salary. The Rahul salary, I only know the bonus is of 40%, 4.5%. So how to insert the values, and if you don't know about the address and salary, how actually you can insert? So let's see. So what we will do? Insert into, we have understand, right? Insert into and the table name, and after that we have to write values, and we were passing, right? Suppose I know only the ID is 3. I know name is Rahul, so I will mention the Rahul, and I don't know about the address and the salary. So address and the salary I don't know, I only know the bonus. So bonus is 4.5. So if I will, if I know only this much, and if I'll execute this, it should work, right? But I am getting a error. Column name or number of supplied values doesn't match. You can see in our table we have a 5 columns, 1 2 3 4 5, but we are passing only the 3 values, because we know only the 3 values. We don't know about the address and we don't know about the salary. So how actually we can tackle this? So in this case, what we have to write, if we have this kind of the scenario, so you have to write insert into, and the table name is employee, right? So we have to write employee, and after that, what are the column you know that you have to mention? I know ID, I know name, and I know bonus. I know bonus. So this column value I know. After that, we have to write values, and you have to pass the values. 3 Rahu, and the increment is 4.5. You have to close the bracket. Now previously I was getting error, right? Now what we are doing, we are also mentioning the column name, insert into table, and the column name you have to mention, and then values, and all the values you have to pass. Now if you will execute, you can see it is working. One row affected. Now if I'll show you the table, select star from employee, you can see it got inserted and this value is null. So like that actually we can create a table. Creating a table is very simple, right? Create table name, and all the column we have to pass. Inserting is also is simple. Insert into table and values we have to pass. How to read the table? Select star from table name. If you will do, we will be able to read that. And if you have to insert only the few columns which you know, then we have to mention the column name also after table name. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to discuss about the SQL constraints. So till now we have seen like how to create a database and how to create a basic table. So how to create a basic table, this already we have seen. Now we are going to understand about the SQL constraints. With the help of the SQL constraints, we will create a proper table which will ensure the accuracy and the reliability of the data. Let's take one example. With that example, let's try to understand about the SQL constraints. Suppose I had to create one table for the sign up page. So what are the column I will define? Suppose I am defining one column ID, I am defining one column name, I am defining one column email ID, I am defining one column like phone number, I am defining one column age, I am defining one column password. So these are the column actually I have defined for the sign up page. Suppose this is the Facebook sign up page. For that I have created one table. So this is the one table which I have created. Now in this table, how actually you will make sure that in this column we should have a proper value? How you will make sure? So with the help of the SQL constraint, it's possible. Let's take one example. Suppose I am a user. I'm coming to the sign up page. I have entered the first name, last name, and the password, but I haven't entered any email. But this email is mandatory field. So suppose I am only entering the first name, last name, password and all, but I am not entering the email, then in that case I should get one error. Email cannot be a blank. And this kind of the error we see in a real time also. Suppose you are going to any Facebook, and if you are doing a sign up and you are not entering the email or phone number, then we get one error. The email cannot be blank. So how this all the things are possible? With the help of the SQL constraints only. So SQL constraints, with the help of that, we actually make sure that in our column it should have a proper value. Now let's take another example. Suppose I am a user. I am coming to this sign up page. I have entered my phone number as a 123, and these are the phone number I have entered. Now suppose any other user, he is also coming and he is also entering the same phone number, but ideally the phone number should be unique. It shouldn't be a duplicate value, right? So how you will make sure like this phone number, whatever the column you have defined, in this column there shouldn't be any duplicate value. So with the help of the SQL constraint, it's possible. We can define like the phone number should be a unique. It shouldn't contain the same values. Now suppose you have to give one condition in this age column. Means suppose this is sign up page is only for the user whose age is greater than 18. So how you will make sure that? So suppose I am a user, I am entering the age as a 17. In this case, I should get error and it shouldn't do a sign up. So how you will make sure the age is greater than 18? With the help of the check constant, we define that kind of the condition. So we have a sets of the constraints which is available, which will make sure like in your table, whatever the column you have defined, in that column you have a proper value. So let's discuss one by one what are the constraints we have. First is the not null constraints. So with the help of not null constraint, it will ensure that column cannot have a null value. Suppose this email is mandatory field, and if anyone is not entering anything, in that case we should get error, means we should have a proper email, it shouldn't be a null. So with the help of not null constraint, we define like in that column the proper value should be there, it shouldn't be a null. The second is the unique. By the name itself we can understand like if we are defining any unique constraint in the column, that will make sure like in that particular column we have a proper unique values, means it shouldn't contain any duplicate value. So with the help of unique, we will make sure like in that column we will have a only unique values, not a duplicate values. The third is the primary key constraints. The primary key constraints is a combination of a not null and the unique, means that particular column shouldn't be a null and it should be a unique. So that is the combination of a not null and a unique. We have a fourth constraint, that is a foreign key. Foreign key, it is establish a relation between the two table by ensuring that a value in one table matches a value in another table. It will maintain the referential integrity. This we will discuss more in the depth what is a primary key and foreign key, because it's important to understand this. But as of now, for the referential integrity, we define the foreign key constraints. We have another constraint, that is the check constraints. So with the help of the check constraint, we define certain conditions, like suppose this age should be a greater than 18, right? How you will make sure that? So with the help of the check constraint, we define a certain condition, and based on that condition only the value it should contain. Now we have another constraint, that is the default constraint. Suppose this sign up is you have launched only for the India location. You have only launched for the India location. Now in this case, it's not mandatory like everyone has to enter this country as a India, right? So in this case, what we will use? We will use one default constraint. This default constraint will make sure like if anyone is not entering any value, then by default this value will be a India. Suppose I am defining default value as a India for the country. So suppose if any user who is not entering any country, then by default it should have a India. So with the help of the default constraint, we can define any default value. So if anyone is not entering any value, then by default that value it will insert. So these are the different constraints which is available, which will ensure the accuracy and the reliability of the data. In next video, we will try to do a practical and we will understand one by one. Now we are going to see with practically not null and the unique constraints. So we are going to create one table. In that table, we will be having one email column, and that email column cannot be blank. So that is the one condition we have to satisfy. Our second requirement is like in our table we will have one phone number column. In this phone number column, the duplicate entry shouldn't be allowed. So that is the requirement. So we have to create one table. In that table we will be having a email and the phone number column, and email cannot be blank. That is the one condition we have to satisfy. In the second phone number column, the phone number column should be unique, it shouldn't contain the duplicate value. So let's try to create a table. So creating a table, very simple, right? Create table. I'm going to create one table name employee1. After that, what you have to write? Open a bracket, close a bracket. We are going to define the first thing as a id integer. We want a one id integer column. We want a email column. The email, it is a varchar, right? So we are defining varchar 128, varchar 128, and we want to define one more column, that is a phone number. So we'll write phone, and this also be a varchar, and we will mention the 28 something. So this is how actually we create a table. Now we have to satisfy condition like this email column cannot be null. So we have to use a not null constraint. So what you have to write? After this email varchar, right, we have to use a not null. This phone number should be unique, right? So for that we have a one unique constraint. So what you have to write? Unique. So creating a table is very simple, right? Now you have to use any constraint. Then what you have to write? After email, whatever the type you are defining, right, it should contain the varchar type. After that you have to mention the constraint also. Now let's create a table. We have created a table employee 1. Now if I'll show you, select star from employee 1, if I'll do select star from employee 1 and let me execute this, I am able to see we have a ID, email and the phone. Now let's try to insert a value. So what actually I am trying to insert a value? I will write insert into employee 1 and what actually I want? Values. I am putting values 1. Email I am mentioning abc@gmail.com. This is the value I am giving, and after that phone number I am giving 123 randomly. Now if I will try to execute this, I am able to do that. If I will execute this, you can see we have a one email and the phone number. Now suppose if anyone is trying to skip the email ID, so suppose let me try to give the same. I am inserting into this table and I want to insert only the ID as well as phone. So if I'll define this like I want to insert only ID and the phone. So let me give the ID as a 2 and the phone number. Let me give phone number as a 234 something. 234. Now if I'll try to insert this, you will see we are getting one error. Cannot insert the value null into a column email, because this email column, right, what we have defined not null condition. So in this case we cannot skip any the email. Okay, so that is the thing we have to remain. So whenever you are defining a not null constraint, means this email cannot be a blank. Now let me insert this email also. Now what I will do, I'll use a just a random email. Let me define as a def something. This is the email. Let's try to consider this. Now if I'll try to insert this, I'm able to do that. Now let me show you one more thing. Now what we have defined, this phone number should be unique. Now let me try to give the same phone number. So I will just copy this 234. This phone number already exists, right? Now let me try to insert one more time. 234. In this case what will happen? We'll get error unique key constraints, means this phone number cannot have a duplicate value, it should always be unique. So like that actually we define a constraint. So defining a constraint is very simple, right? We had to first create a table. While creating a table, whatever the column and after that type we are passing, we have to use the constraint. So not null means it cannot be a null, unique means it will be having it cannot contain a duplicate value. So that is the thing. I hope you got the idea. Now let's see about the check and the default constraint. How actually we can use a check constraint, how actually we can use a default constraint. So we have one of the requirement. Our requirement is like we had to create one table, employee table, where we have one column, age column, and that age column should contain only value greater than 18. So for that what we will use? We will use a check constraint and we will define one condition like the age should be greater than 18. So that is our first requirement. Second requirement is like we have to create table employee where country value should automatically take India. Means that if anyone is not entering any value in country column, then by default it should take the India. So our requirement is clear, right? We have to create an employee table where one column is age column. That age column will contain only value greater than 18. And we have one more column that is a country column. And if anyone is not entering any value, by default it should enter the India. So that is the requirement. So let's do that. So now let's create a table. So for creating a table, it's simple, right? So I will write create table emp2. This is the table we want to create. Open a bracket and a close a bracket. What are the column we want? We want a ID column. It should contain the integer value. We want one age column. Age will also be integer value. Now we want one more column, that is a country column. country will contain the varchar value. So I will define varchar 28. So this is how we create a table, right? Now let's see, our requirement is like saying like the age column should contain the value greater than 18. So that is the requirement we have. So for that, what we can use a check constraint. So age integer check, and we have to write age should be greater than 18. So this is how actually we can use a check constraint. So check, and after that whatever the condition you have to pass, right, that you have to pass in the bracket. So that is a check constraint. Our second requirement is like the default value should be India. So country, after that what you have to write varchar 28 and the default. So we will define default value, what will value it should be default value India. So we are defining India. So this is how actually we can create that table. Now let me execute. So we have created an employee 2 table. Now what we will do, we will insert a value. So inserting a value, insert into emp2, and the values we want to insert, let me first insert one. Age is, let me enter 17, and the country, let me enter India only. Now if I'll try to execute, because we are passing age as a 70, in this case we should get error. So let me execute this. You can see conflict with the check constraint. The value should be greater than 18, right? So if I will pass here 19, and if I will execute this, it should work. You can see it is working. If I show you, select star from employee 2, and if I will select and if I will execute, one row got affected. Now let me try to insert one more value. Now I will insert only the 2 column, like I want to insert only the ID and the age. I don't want to insert the country column. So in this case by default it should take India, right? So I will insert ID, age, values 2, and the age, let me put 20. Now in this case I am not passing any India. Now let me execute this. You can see one row affected, and if I'll execute this, you can see by default the India got inserted because we had defined the default constraints as a India. So like that, if you had to give any condition, you can use a check constraint. If you had to pass any default value, we can use a default constraint. So I hope you got the idea. Now let's discuss about the primary key and unique key. Unique key we have already defined, but it is similar to the primary key, and it is a very much important interview question also. What is the difference between the primary key and unique key? That's why we are discussing. So let's understand what is a primary key. A primary key is a column or set of column that unique identify each rows in a table. No two rows can have a same primary key value, and it cannot be a null value. In high level, if I'll say the primary key, in a primary key column, if you are defining any column as a primary key, it doesn't contain any duplicate value, means it should always be unique. That is the first thing. It cannot be null. That is the second thing you have to remember about the primary key. In a primary key column, we cannot have any null value, and we can't have any duplicate value. The third thing is like we can have only one primary key in the table. So that is the thing. Now let's discuss about the difference between the unique key and the primary key. So unique key also we use so that the column can contain only the unique value, not the duplicate value, and primary key also we are using so that we cannot have any duplicate value. So what is the difference between the unique key and the primary key? This is a very common question. So let's try to discuss that. Suppose I have this table. This is the table I have. I have a ID column, name, email, and the phone number. Now I have to define one column as a primary key column. So what is a primary key column? In a primary key column which cannot contain any duplicate value. So you can see this is the suppose student column we have. So we have a student ID, we have a student name, we have a email, and we have a phone. So in this case, which particular column cannot contain any duplicate value? So every student will have a different student ID, right? So it will always be unique, and it cannot be null because every student will be having a student ID, so it can never be null. So what we have defined, we have defined this as a primary key. Now you can see we also have an email and the phone number. So two person cannot have a same email, and two person cannot have a phone, same phone number, right? So in this case what we can do, we can define as a unique, so that it will contain only the unique value. It can contain only the unique value. So now you can see, right? So in a table we can have only the one primary key, but we can have a multiple unique key. So that is the thing you have to remember. What is a primary key? A primary key is a column which cannot contain any duplicate value, and it cannot have any null value. But in a case of a unique, we can have a null value, but it can contain any duplicate value. So that is the thing you have to remember. Now let's create a table and let's see how actually we can define a primary key. So creating a table is very simple. So what you have to write, create table. Suppose I am defining employee 3 and I have a ID integer column. I have a email and I have a phone number. Or let's take only the email. So I have this particular column. Now I want to define ID column as a primary key. So what I can use, ID integer, after that we have to use a primary key. So like that actually we can define. Now if I try to execute this, you can see it is completed. Now let's try to insert a value. Insert into employee 3 and the values ID 1 and the email ABC. Let's take ABC. Now if I'll execute this, that will get inserted. Now let me try to insert one more value. Now here also I am passing the same ID. This ID we have defined as a primary key, means, right? Suppose I am entering the same ID here. So in this case what will happen? I'll get one error. This is a primary key constraint. So always remember, the primary key cannot contain a duplicate value. Now let me try to insert a null here. Now let me try to insert null here. So if I'll execute this, you can see primary key column cannot contain any null value. So that is the second thing we have to remember. So always remember, primary key cannot contain duplicate value, it cannot contain a null value, and we can have only one column as a primary key in the table. So that is the thing we have to remember. So I hope you got the idea about the primary key. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to discuss about the foreign key. So foreign key generally we use to link one table to another table by referencing the primary key of the related table. So suppose you have a two table, one is the table 1 and the table 2, and this two table you want to link. You want to take a reference from one table to another table. In this case what we will use? We will use a foreign key concept. Now let's take one example, and with that example let's understand. Suppose I have one department table. This is my department table, and in this department table I have a department ID and the department name. Means what are the department is available in my college, all the details I am capturing into this department table. So as of now only the three department is available: 101, 102, 103, computer science, mechanical and electrical. So all the details I am capturing here. So suppose in future 104 is coming, so I will first enter into this department table. Now I have another table, that is a student table. So in student table I have a student ID, student name, and I have a department ID. Now what actually I want to link these two table. Means whatever the student who are enrolling for the course, they should take a reference from this department table only. Means they can enroll only this, whatever the department ID is present into this department table, there only they can enroll. So how actually I can link these two table? For that what I will use? I will use a foreign key concept. So whenever you have to link this two table, then we use a foreign key concept. So whatever the department ID they are selecting, that department ID should present into this department table, then only they can enroll. In this case I am taking a reference between the two table, right? So in this case what we will use? We will use a foreign key concept. So this is only, it is saying a foreign key link one table to another table by referencing the primary key of the related table. Now second thing, so in this student table, this department ID, we want to take a reference from this department table, right? So in this case we are using a foreign key concept. Now always remember, while taking a reference, you should always take a reference from the primary key of the related table. Means this column should contain the primary key, then only you can take a reference. So that is the thing only you have to remember. So whenever you have to link one table to another table by referencing the primary key of the related table, we use a foreign key concept. Now let's take one example. With that example, let's understand. Now suppose we have a new user. His username, his ID is 4, his name is ABC, and he is suppose enrolling for the 104 department ID, but this department ID is not present into this department table, right? So in this case, what we will get? We will get a error like this 104 itself is not available, and the foreign key error we will get it. So whenever you have to link two table by referencing the primary key of the related table, we use a foreign key concept. Let's take one example. With that example, let's understand how to create a foreign key and the link between the two table. So I'm creating one department one table. This is a department one table, and this is the student one table. In this department table, I have a department ID that is a primary key. I have a department name that is a varchar. Now I am creating a student table. Now in this student table, I have a student ID as a primary key, name as a varchar, department ID is a integer. Now what actually I want to this department ID, right? This I want to take a reference from this department one table. So in this case, what I will use? I will use a foreign key concept. So what you have to write? Foreign. At last you have to write foreign key. Which particular column? Department column, right? So I will write department ID. We have to take a reference, right? We will take a references from the department table. Department table only we are taking a reference, right? Which particular column? Department ID. Department ID. Department ID. So how actually we have to link to table? We have to use a foreign key. So what actually I am doing? This department ID, right? This department ID, I am just referencing the from the department 1 to the department ID, and this department ID is a primary key. Now if I'll execute, it's working. So like that actually we can create a foreign key. So I hope you got the idea how to create a foreign key. Hello everyone, so in this video we are going to see about the filtering and sorting operation in a SQL. So till now we have seen like how to create a table, how to insert the values in the table. Now we are moving towards the analysis parts. So generally you will see you will be having a table. In that table you have to perform some analysis work. So in that case the filtering and sorting is one of the most important operation. Suppose you have given one table and it's very large table, and suppose you are getting a requirement like you had to get those employee details where salary is greater than the 70,000. So in this case what actually you have to do, from a table you will try to filter a data where the employee salary is greater than 70,000. So here we are doing a filtering, right? So this is a one kind of the requirement. Suppose if anyone is saying like suppose in your table few null values is coming in a location, and you have to find out all the employee details where the location is null. So how actually you can filter a data? So this is also one kind of the filtering operation. So how actually we can filter a data? Let's see. So filtering a data in a SQL, writing a query is very simple. What you have to write? Select star from table name. So I have a employee table, EMPL table. This is the table I have. So from this table we have to do a filtering. So filtering we have a where clause. What you have to write? Where. And our requirement is like salary greater than 70,000. So you can see we have a salary column here, right? So what we will write? Salary greater than 70,000. So it's very simple, right? So if you had to filter any data, we will use a where clause. So what we are writing? Select star from employee table where salary is greater than 70,000. If I select, if I'll execute, I will only get those employee details where the salary is 70,000. You can see here we have all the employee where salary is greater than 70,000. Let me add one more zero and let me try to execute this. Now you can see only these two employee where salary is greater than the 7 lakh. We have a Manish and the Rani, their salary is greater than the 7 lakhs. So like that actually we can perform a filter. Now if I show you my table again, now suppose you have to filter a data where employee location is coming null. How actually you can write a query for that? It's also very simple. Select star from employee, because from there only you want to filter, right? Select star from table name, and after that you have to do a filtering. So you will use a where clause, and we have to find out where location is null. So what you have to write? Location is null, is null. So if you write select star from employee where location is null, so if you will execute this, you will get only those employee details where the location is null. So like that actually we can perform a filtering operation. So filtering, we use a where clause. After where clause, whatever the condition we had to write, that actually we apply. For filtering, we use a where clause in a SQL. So it's very clear, right? Now let's see about the sorting part. So for sorting, how actually you can sort a data in a SQL, that actually we are going to see. So suppose your requirement is like you have to sort the data based on the highest to the lowest salary. So you can see we have a salary column, right? Now you want to filter a data, you want to see which employee is earning more. So you just sort a data based on their highest salary to the lowest salary. Based on that actually you want to do analysis. So that is one of the requirement. Suppose your requirement is like you have to sort the data based on their lowest salary to the highest salary. That is another requirement. So how actually we can perform a sort operation, that actually we are going to see. So sorting is also very simple. What you have to write? Select star from table name EMPL. Now you have to perform a sorting, right? So what you have to write? Order by. Order by. We have to sort based on the salary, right? So what I will write? Salary and then the descending. If I'll write this, so for sorting we use order by clause. So select star from this table, order by salary and the descending. If you write, if you select this, if you will execute this, you can see all the salary got sorted based on the highest to the lowest salary. So you can see ID to Rani earning salary is more than the other employee. So highest earning salary is ID2, and then we have ID1, then ID3, then the ID4. So we sorted the data based on the their salary. Now suppose you had to sort the data based on the lowest salary, lowest to the highest. So in that case, what you will use? We will use we want to sort the data based on the ascending, right? Lowest to highest means ascending, and highest to lowest means descending. So how actually we can write? Select star from employee table, order by. We want to sort this salary column based on the lowest to the highest means ascending order. So what we will write? ASC. Now if I'll execute this, you can see the data got sorted based on the lowest to the highest. DESC means descending order, means highest to the lowest. ASC means lowest to the highest, ascending order. So like that actually we can perform a sorting. So for sorting we have a order by clause. So for filtering we use a where clause, for sorting we use a order by clause. So I hope you got the idea. This is how actually we can filter and sort. Hello everyone, so in this video we are going to discuss about delete versus drop versus truncate command in a SQL. It is a very much important interview question also. So you should know the difference between the delete versus drop versus truncate, because this all the three operations we use for the deletion purpose. So when to use a delete, when to use a drop, when to use a truncate, this actually you should know. So we are starting with the delete operation. So when we use a delete operation, when you want to delete any specific row, specific row or complete data from a table, then we use a delete command. So when actually we use a delete, suppose this is the table. In this table, suppose you want to delete this null rows. This particular row you want to delete where the location is coming null. So in this case, what actually we use a delete operation. Or suppose this is the complete table is given, and from this complete table all the data you want to delete, then also we use a delete operation. So whenever your requirement is like to delete any specific row based on the certain condition, then we use a delete operation. So I hope you got the idea. For taking example, suppose I want to delete where the ID equal to the 4. How actually I can perform a delete operation? It's very simple. Delete from table name. My table name is EMPL. What I will write? Where ID equal to the 4. So if I write where ID equal to the 4, so what actually it will do? This ID 4 row actually it will delete. If I'll execute this, you can see one row affected. Now if I'll show you the table, so my table is select star from EMPL. If I show you my table now, you can see ID for whatever it was available, it got deleted. So whenever your requirement is like to delete a specific row based on certain condition, we use a delete command in a SQL. Or suppose if you are writing like this, delete from EMPL, and you are not passing any condition. So if you are writing only delete from employee, you are not passing any condition. In this case, what will happen? It will delete all the row which is present in the table. So you should be very cautious to perform this operation. If you have to delete only the specific row, then always pass a specific condition which you, based on that you want to delete that. So delete is clear, right? Now let's discuss about the truncate. So truncate we use whenever we have to delete complete data from table. So if your requirement is like you want to delete complete data from this table, then what actually we use a truncate operation. So truncate, when we use, suppose this is the table you have created, when you will perform a truncate operation, whatever the rows will be there, right, all the rows will be deleted. So that is the use of the truncate. So if I perform truncate, what you have to write? Truncate table and the table name. So truncate table, and which table you want to truncate? EMPL. So if I'll use truncate table and EMPL, and if I'll execute this, you can see command completed successfully. Now if I show you this table, you can see all the rows got deleted. Only we have ID, name, salary, location and department. Means only the structure of the table is available, but all the data got deleted. So when we use a delete operation, whenever based on the specific condition you want to delete a data, you go for the delete operation. Truncate operation, whenever you want to delete complete data from the table, then you go for the truncate operation. And when to use a drop command, whenever you will use a drop command, in this case your all the data as well as the table will be deleted. You can see as of now this table is still available, right? If I'll use this select star from employee, still data is not available because we have performed a truncate operation, but still the structure is available like ID, name, salary, location and department. But when you will use a drop operation, the data as well as the this table also will be deleted. So that is the drop. So what actually I will use, I will insert some rows and then I'll perform a drop operation. So I inserted some rows. Now if I'll show you select from employee table, as of now all the data as well as the table is all the data is available in the table. Now I am performing a drop operation. So what you have to write? Drop table and the EMPL. If I will write this, if I will execute this, you can see command completed successfully. Now if I will show you select star from EMPL, you can see invalid object name EMPL because this whole table got deleted. Now we don't have any data as well as the table also. That table itself got deleted. So when to use a delete operation? Whenever you have to delete a specific row based on the certain condition, you go for the delete operation. When to use a truncate? Whenever you want to delete all the data from a table, then you go for the truncate operation. When to use a drop operation? Whenever you will perform a drop operation, your schema, means table structure, and the data both will be deleted, means your table itself will get deleted. So in that case we use a drop operation. So I hope you got the idea. Now we will see about the update in a SQL. So in a SQL, how actually we can perform a update operation, that we are going to see in this particular video. So you can see I have one of the table, this EMPL table. In this EMPL table, I have ID, name, salary, location and department. So my requirement is like I had to update employee location as India, where location is null. So in this case, you can see we in a location column we have a few null value. So wherever it is coming null, I have to update that location as a India. So that is my first requirement. Second requirement is like I had to update salary as a 1 lakh for the SAM. So you can see this is the SAM, right? So for this SAM, I have to update salary as a 1 lakh. So for the SAM, salary is null, right? So this I have to update as a 1 lakh. Update salary as a 1 lakh if it is coming null. So that is the third requirement. So let's see how actually we can perform update operation. Update operation is very simple. What you have to write? You have to write update and after that the table name. What is my table name? EMPL. Update table. After that you have to write set. what actually you want to update. I want to update wherever location is coming null, that actually I want to update. So what I will write, update table name set location equal to the India, location equal to the India. What I am writing, update employee table, and we are setting location as a India, location as India, where location is coming null. So where we have to perform a update, where location is null. So this is how actually we perform a update operation. So what you have to write, so first thing is like the update, and after that you have to write a table name. So update this table, where we have to update where location is coming null. So this is my condition, wherever location is coming null, what actually I am writing, set location equal to the India. Update table set location equal to the India where location is coming null. So it will update wherever location is coming null, it will set as a India. So let me select and let me execute. You can see 4 row effective. Now if I'll show you, select star from EMPL, you can see all the location previously it was null, right? It got updated as a India. So like that, it's very simple. Now the second thing is like update salary as a 1 lakh for Syam. So you can see this is Syam, right? So what I will write, update EMPL, update, this is my table, right? What I have to update, set salary equal to the, I have to update salary as a 1 lakh. So I will write 1 lakh, for which I have to update for Syam. So what I will write, where name equal to the Syam, name equal to the Syam. I have to update for Syam, right? So update employee set salary equal to the 1 lakh, where name equal to the Syam. So set salary equal to the, now if I'll select and if I'll execute, you can see 1 row affected. Previously Syam salary was null, right? Now if I'll execute, you can see it got updated as a 1 lakh. Now the third question is like update salary as a 1 lakh if it is null. So you can see in a salary column we have a null value, right? So that we have to update as a 1 lakh. So how actually we can perform? Update table name EMPL. What we have to do? Set salary equal to the 1 lakh, where we have to do update where salary is null, where salary is null. If I write this, where salary is null, we have to update as a 1 lakh. If I'll execute this, now if I'll show you select star from EMPL table, you can see that got updated as a 1 lakh. So whenever you have to perform update operation, we can use a update command in a SQL. It's very simple. First you have to write update and then table name. Then where you want to do a update, that you have to write with the set statement. And after that, you have to apply the condition, means on which place you want to do update. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to see about the few conditional statement, like we have a and, we have a or, we have a in, we have a not in. So when we have to use a and, when we have to use or, when we have to use in, when we have to use not in, this all the things we are going to see. So I have one of the table. This is a EMPL table. I have ID, name, salary, location and department. So I have first question is like, give me the employee details who are from HR department and also their salary is 10,000 or 1 lakh. So how actually I can write a query for this? So what actually I will write? Select star from EMPL, because I want to get all those employee details, right? So select star from table name first I will write, and after that we have to filter a data, right? So I will use a where condition, where department equal to the HR. So I have a department column, where department equal to the HR I will write, and also it is asking like we have, and salary is also 10 lakhs. So what I will use? I will use a and condition, and salary equal to the 1 lakh. So whenever we use a and condition, in this case these two conditions should satisfy. That if the two conditions are getting satisfied, then only you will get the result. So if you will see in this table, I have a this HR and the India, but salary is a 6 lakh. So this is not satisfying this condition, right? So this result we will not get. You can see I have a HR department and the salary is 1 lakh, means this detail I should get. I have a salary 1 lakh and the department is HR, so this result also I should get. But here it is a 6 lakh, right? But we are looking only for the 1 lakh. So whenever you will use a AND condition, in this case you have to remember whatever the condition is you are writing, all the condition it should satisfy, then only you will get the result. So select star from employee where department equal to HR and also salary equal to the 1 lakh. If I'll execute this, you can see only these two employee I am getting, because these two employees they are from HR department as well as their salary is a 1 lakh. So I hope you got the idea about the AND. Now I have another thing. So this is my table, right? Select star from EMPL. Now second question is like, you have to give me the details who are from HR department or he is from location US. So suppose it is saying like, give me the employee details, either they are from HR department or they are from the location US. So how actually I can write the query? So I will write query like select star from employee, select star from EMPL. What I will write, where department equal to the HR. So it is saying like either they are from HR department or either they are from a US location. So in this case I will write, where department equal to the HR or location equal to the USA. Location equal to the USA. So in this case what will happen? In this case whenever you will use OR condition, right? So either one of the condition, if it is satisfying, then we will get the result. You can see location, we don't have any location USA, right? But we have a department equal to the HR. So I am saying like either the department is HR or either the location is USA, give me all those employee details. So if I will select this and if I will execute this, you can see all the HR result we are getting, but the location is not USA. So OR means either this condition will satisfy or this condition will satisfy, but in AND condition both the conditions should satisfy, that you have to remember. Now let's discuss about the next question. My next question is like, give me the employee details who are from HR department or from location USA. So this we already done, right? Now the next thing is like, give me the employee details of employee where ID is 2346. Now suppose I have to get all the employee details where their ID is 2346. So what I will write? Select star from EMPL where ID equal to the 1 or ID equal to the 3 or ID equal to the 4 or ID equal to the 6. So I want this, right? Where ID equal to the 2 or ID equal to the 3 or ID equal to 4 or ID equal to the 6. So this is what actually we want. So here we are using a OR condition. If I'll execute this, so I will get only those employee details where ID either 2, 3, 4, 6. But you can see we can have a multiple, suppose if they have given 100 of column, then what actually you will do? You have to write 100 time OR condition, right? So instead of doing that, we can use a in. So how actually I can write? Select star from EMPL where ID in 2, 4, 3, 3, 6. If you write this, or if you are writing this or you are writing this, both are same. So we have a in operator that you have to remember. So you can see we are getting the same. So either you can use or either you can use a in, both are same. Now let's see about the next thing. Give the employee details where ID not in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had to get all the employee details where ID is not equal to the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So how actually I can write this? Select star from EMPL where ID not in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what I am writing? All the employee detail where ID not in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In this case, I will get all those employee detail where ID is not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can see ID 1. This is the detail I am getting. So these are the conditional statement that you have to remember. Whenever you will use AND condition, then both the conditions should satisfy, or all the condition whatever you have mentioned in a AND, all the AND condition if satisfied, then only you will get the result. Whenever you will use or either of the condition is getting satisfied, you will get the result. Suppose you are writing a select star from employee where ID 436. So either 4, either 3 or either 6 is present, you will get the result. Suppose this I am maintaining 66. 66 is not present, right? So but 4 or 3 is present, so I will get the 4 3. So either of the conditions satisfy, you will get the result in a or condition. Not in is just opposite of the in condition. Now let's see about the aggregate function in a SQL. So we have a few aggregate function like sum, average, count, mean, max. So how actually we can use a aggregate function in SQL that we are going to see. So we have a few question. Based on the question, let's try to use a aggregate function. So I have one this table, this select star from EMPL. If I show you, I have this table. I have ID, name, salary, location and department. My first question is like, from this table, suppose if you had to find out the maximum salary of employee from this table, how actually you can find out. So you can see what is the maximum salary of employee from this table. You can see this is the maximum salary, right? So how actually we can find out. Suppose in this case I have 4 records, so I am directly able to get that, right? This is the highest salary. But suppose you have a millions of record, and from there if you have to find out what is the maximum salary of employees, so how actually you can do that. For that we can write a query. So it's very simple. What we have to write, select max. We are using a highest, means we will use a max function. Column is salary, maximum salary from EMPL table. It's very simple, right? Select maximum salary from EMPL table. If you will execute this, you can see this is the highest salary, maximum salary, right? This is the highest salary which we are getting with this query. And suppose if you had to find out the minimum salary, lowest salary of employee, what actually you can write, min. Select minimum salary from EMPL table. If you will write this, you will get the minimum salary of employee. What is the minimum salary? 6 lakhs. This is the minimum salary, right? If I show you in the table, you can see this is the minimum which we are getting. What is the total salary of employee? Means you had to sum up this all salary. What is the total salary? How actually we can find out? Select sum of salary from EMPL. If I'll do this, I'll get the total salary of employee. You can see this is the total salary of employee. If you will sum up all this, you will get this many record. Now we have to find out what is the find the total number of employee we have. How many employee we have, that you have to find out. So to find out how many employee you have, we have a count. With the help of the count we can find out. So what I will use, count ID from EMPL. So what actually I am doing, I am just counting the ID of employee from the EMPL table. If I will show you, you can see we have a 4 employee. So we have a 4 employee in this particular table. You can see this is the 4 that we are getting. Now if you have to find out the average salary of employee, how actually you can find out? Select average salary of from EMPL table. From EMPL table. If I'll select and if I'll execute this, I'll get the average salary. You can see this is the average salary we have from this table. From this table, this is the average salary. So like that actually we can use aggregate function. This aggregate function is very much useful for the data analysis or for the analysis perspective. I hope you got the idea. Now let's understand about the group by in a SQL. So we use a group by clause to group rows based on the value of a column. For taking example, suppose this is the table I have. In this table, suppose I have to find out how many employees are there in each location. So in this case, what I will do, in each location I will try to group this location column. I will try to group. When I will group this location, how many unique values I will get? One India, one USA. Because when I will group it, I will try to group these two as a one, USA as a one. And based on that I have to find out how many employees are there. Means I have to find out in India how many employees are there. You can see 1 and 2. These two are from India. So what result I will get? India and the 2 employee. In USA I have a 2 employees, so USA and the 2 employees. So whenever you have to group this all the rows based on the column value, then we use a group by. Now let's try to solve this. Now I had to find out the number of employee present in each location. If you had to find a number of employee, how actually we write? We write select count of ID. If I will do, I will get how many employees are there. How many employees are there. But in each location, if I have to group, then what I will write? Count of ID, comma location from EMPL table. I had to group based on the location, group by location, group by location. So this is how I had to write. Now if I will execute this, you can see it grouped based on the location. So in India we have a 2 employee, in USA we have a 2 employee. So like that, if you had to group any column values, then we use a group by function. Now my second requirement is like I had to find the highest salary employee from each location. In each location means I had to group based on the location. So in India, who is the highest earning salary? This is the highest earning salary, right? From USA, what is the highest earning salary? This one is the highest earning. So how actually I can find out? For highest earning, what I will use? Max of the salary. Max of salary will give me the highest. Based on each location, I have to find out. So I will comma location from EMPL, and I will use group by location. Now if I will execute this, this will give me, you can see from India, this is the highest earning employee. From USA, this is the highest earning employees. Now I have to find out the similarly for the lowest. Find the lowest earning salary from each location. From each location. Find the lowest earning salary from each location. Then in this case, what actually I can do? Select minimum salary, comma, location from EMPL, and I have to use group by EMPL. Means what? Group by location. Group by location. Based on each location we are grouping, right? So I will write group by location. So from India, what is the minimum salary of employee? 99 lakhs. You can say from India 9 lakhs, from USA 6 lakh. Now you have to find out the total salary. What is the total salary in each location? So in this case, what will happen? These two I have to sum, and this will be the India total salary. These two I have to sum. This will be the USA total salary. So what I will write? Select sum of salary each location, right, comma location from EMPL group by location. Now if I'll execute this, you can see from India this is the total salary, from USA this is the total salary. So like that actually we can use a group by. So now suppose you are getting a requirement, you have to find out the total salary from each department. So in this case, what you will use? From each department I have to find out the total salary. So what I will use? Instead of location, I will use a department. So what I will use? Instead of location, I will use a department. If I have to find out total salary from each department, so I will use DPT. So what I will write? Group by department. So from each department, what is the total salary? This I will get. So you can see if I will group it, you can see from HR this is the total salary, from the sales this is the total salary, from SD this is the total salary, from SD2 this is the total salary. As of now only one record is there, but if you have a multiple record, then it will group it and it will give you the sum of the salary. So like that actually we use. So we use a group by function always with the aggregate function, that you have to remember, and that is the important point also. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the like operator, and this is one of the important for the query perspective. For taking example, suppose you have a data set. You can see I have one retail data set. It contain all the retail information. I have a certain columns, and I have one of the column that is a description about the product. Now you can see in description contains so many words. My requirement is like, suppose you want to get all the records where description start with the white. My first query is like, search all the records where description will start with the white. My second query is like, search all the record where description ends with a holder. My third query is like, search all the record where description contain the playhouse. You can see some of the description also contain the playhouse, so I only want to fetch those record. How actually we can do? So to handle this all the kind of the thing, we have a like operator. Let me show you how actually we can use. So suppose we are going to solve the first query, search all the record where description start with the white. Okay, how actually I can write? Select star from retail data set, right? Retail data set. To filter a record, what actually I can write? Where description equal to the, previously we were giving a where description equal to the this whole description. Okay, but I only want to fetch the where description start with the white. How actually I can write? For that we can use a like operator. Where description like, and in a quote you have to write, it is starting with white, right? So first you have to write white and then the percentage. Now if you will execute, you will get only those record whose description is starting with a white. You can see in all the description that is starting with a white. I hope you got it. So if you have to search like this where certain thing is starting with a certain character, so first you have to write that character and then you have to put the percentage, then you will be able to fetch. Now let us see the second query. I want to search all the record where description ends with a holder. Show you my records. You can see I have a description, I have a different kind of the description, and so many records are there. Okay, now I want all the record where description ends with a holder. How actually I can write a query for that? Select star from my data set, that is a retail data set, where description like, so it should end with a holder, right? So first I will write percentage means before holder it can contain anything. Okay, if I write like this, holder and before that percentage means before holder it can contain anything. If I write white and percentage means after white it can contain anything. Now if I will execute this, you can see I am only getting all the record where description ends with a holder. Okay, so this is how actually we search in our data set. So if anything is starting from certain character, first you have to write that and then you have to write a percentage. If certain thing is ending with a certain character, first you have to write percentage and then that character. Now let us see my third query is like search all the record where description is a playhouse. Now if I will show you my data set. Okay, now in my data set certain description contain the playhouse. Okay, so I only want to, and you can see it is not starting and it is not in a ending, it is in between, anywhere it can be. So how actually I can search those record? So first what actually I can write? Select star from retail data set where description like, first you have to write like this, means before that also it can contain anything and after that also it can contain anything. What we are searching for the playhouse, so I will write playhouse. Now if I will execute, we will get only those record which contain the playhouse in any places. You can see I am able to fetch those record. Okay, you can see Poppy's playhouse bedroom, Poppy's playhouse kitchen and all is present. So if you want to do a query and where you have to do a filtration and where you want to search a specific word or a specific character, so we have a like operator, and this is very powerful also, and most of the time we use this also. Where actually we can use, suppose you have a scenario where certain column contain the irrelevant character like at the rate and all. Now you want to get all those record where it contain the at the rate. How actually you can search all those record? You can search with the like operator. I hope you got it. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to see about the having clause in a SQL. It is similar to the where clause and it is a very much important interview question also. What is the difference between the where clause and the having clause? So these are all the things we are going to discuss in this video. So let us start. So the SQL having clause is similar to the where clause. So when actually we use a where clause, whenever we have to perform any filter operation, we use a where clause. For taking example, suppose this is my table. In this table I have to filter a data where address equal to the Delhi. So in this case what actually I will do, I'll write a query select star from table where address equal to the Delhi, then I will only get the Delhi data, means I am filtering a data from whole table only the Delhi data. So for that I am applying a where clause. So where we use to filter a data. Now having clause is also similar to the where clause. This also we use for the filtering a rows in a table based on the criteria. Now both we are using for the filtering. Then what is the difference between the having versus where, that we are going to understand. So having clause was added to the SQL because the where keyword cannot be used with aggregate function. So whenever you have to apply any filter on top of the aggregate, then we use a having. So whenever any aggregate on top of aggregate, if you have to apply some filter, then we use a having clause. If you will apply on top of aggregate where clause, that will not work. So that is the thing. For taking example, select, suppose you have written one query, select sum of salary, sum of salary from customer table, customer table, customers table. Now on top of this, suppose you have to apply a filter like sum of salary should be greater than the 10,000. Then what we use? We will use a having clause. Having sum of salary should be greater than the 10,000. It will work. Let me show you. You can see 3,500. But if I will use where here, if I will use a where clause here, then if I will execute this, you can see we are getting error. An aggregate may not be appear in where clause. So whenever you had to apply any filter on top of this aggregate, we use a having clause, that we have to remember. I hope you got the idea. Now let's try to solve this question. So we have one of the table, customer table. If I'll show you, I have one customer table, select star from customers. This is the table I have. I have a few questions that we are going to solve, and we are going to understand how actually we can use a having clause. Our first question is like, find the address of the customer where total salary is greater than 5,000. So what we have to find out? We have to find out the sum of salary of this all the address, and we have to group based on the address. Means in each address what is the total salary we have to find out. How actually I can write a query for this? Select sum of salary comma address from customers. This will give me what is the total salary based on each address, what is the total salary of the customer. I had to apply a group by because I am grouping based on the address, right? Group by address. So this will give me what is the total salary in each address. What is the total salary in each address? If I'll execute this, you can see in each address this is the total salary. Now suppose I have to only filter those address where total salary is greater than 5,000. Now in this case what actually I have to apply? I have to apply a filter, right? So if I'll apply filter having sum of salary, because sum of salary why I am writing, because on top of total salary we have to apply this filter, sum of salary greater than 5,000. If I write this, then I will get only those record where total salary is greater than 5,000. You can see this address, Bhopal, Indore and Mumbai, their total salary is greater than the 5,000. So what actually we have done? From this customer table, first we have find out what is the total salary based on each address. So we have applied sum of salary and we have grouped based on the address, right? So this will give me what is the total salary in each address. Now we have to filter where the total salary is greater than 5,000. So we have applied a having clause. Having clause. Here if I'll use a where, then it will not work. Having will work whenever you are using a aggregate, that you have to remember. Now the second question, find the address of the customer where average salary is greater than the 5,000. So if we have to find out the average salary in each address, what we will write? Select average salary and we will group based on the address from customers table, group by address. Now this will give me what is the average salary each address. So if I'll execute this, this will give me average salary each address. Now if I had to filter, if the average salary should be greater than the 5,000. So in this case what I will apply? I will apply one filter, having filter average salary greater than the 5,000. 5,000. If I'll write this, then I'll get the result. So whenever you have to apply on top of aggregate any filter, then we use a having clause instead of the where clause. That is the thing we have to remember. Hello everyone, so in this video we are going to understand about the top or limit in a SQL. So where actually we use a top or limit. Suppose you have one table, in that table you have a 1 millions of the records. Now you want to check the data, how actually your data looks like. So instead of querying the whole 1 million records, what actually you will do first, you will only query the first 10 records or the first 5 records to see all your data. So in that kind of the scenario, generally we use a top or limit. So for taking example, suppose you want to get only the first 3 records, or you want to check the last 3 records, you want to check the top 3 highest salary of the employee, if you want to see top 3 employee from the India region. So this kind of the scenario, generally whenever you have to solve, you will go for the top or limit in a SQL. For taking example, we have a certain query. Let us try to understand this from this particular example. I have one employee table. In that table I have a 8 record. Okay, my first query is saying like how to get only the first 3 records from a table. If you have to write this kind of the query, if you want to get only the first 3 records, if you want to see only the top 10 records, if you want to see top 1000 records, in that kind of the case we use a top command in a SQL server. How actually we can write? Select top. If you want to see 3 record, right, top 3 star from employee. If I will execute this, you will only be able to see the top 3 records. Only the 3 records, first 3 records only you will get to see, which is available in the table. So this is for the SQL server. But when you are using a MySQL, right, where actually you have to write select star from employee and the limit 3. If you will write like this in a MySQL, this will work the same like this only. But SQL server we use a top, but in a MySQL we use a limit. That you have to remember. Now let us see another query. If you want to get the 50% record from a table, so I have one table, employee table. If I will show you, this is my employee table. I have 8 records. Now my requirement is like how to get 50% records from the table. So in that kind of case also we can use a top. So what I will write, top 50% star from employee, top 50% star from a employee. If if you will execute this, I will get the 4 records. I have a total 8 records. If I will write top 50%, I will get the 4 records. If I write the 25, means I will get only the 2 records. 2 records. So like this actually we can use it. Now my third query is like write a query to get the top 2 highest salary of employee. So I have this tree of employee. You can see we have a salary column. What actually we want to do, I want to fetch those record the top 2 highest salary of an employee. Okay, how actually I can get that? First I want to sort this data, right? How actually we can sort this data? I will use order by salary and the descending. If I will write like this, so the whole table will get sorted based on the descending order, right, from highest to the lowest. Now I want to get only the top 2. If I will write the top 2 here, I will get the top 2 highest salary of employee, right, who are earning more. So that is how actually we can solve this question. You can see the highest salary of the record is like ID 5 and the 2, Ani and the 3. So if you have a requirement where you want to get the top 3 highest salary of employee, if you want to get the top 3 employee whose earning is more, okay, in that kind of the case we generally use like this. And the same kind of the query, if you want to get the bottom 2 salary, bottom 2 people whose salary is very less, so how actually you can write a query for that? So I have this table, I want to get the bottom 2 salary of employee. How actually I can that? So what I will do, first I will try to sort the data based on the ascending order by salary ascending. If I will write, my whole table will get sorted based on the lowest salary to the highest. Okay, I want to get the top 2 records whose earning is less. If I will write top 2 star, so it will show only the top 2 records where the salary is very less. You can see 10,000 and 20,000 and the name is A and the Rahul. So whenever you have a requirement where actually you want to get the top 2 highest salary of employee, top 2 records you want to fetch, top 5 records you want to fetch, top 10 records you want to fetch, in this kind of the case we generally use a top command. And one more query, query to get the top 2 records from India based on the salary. So I have this table. If I will show you, This is my employee table. What is my requirement? To get the top two records from my India based on their salary. So if I want to get the records from India, what I will write? I will write the where condition, where location is equal to the India. If I write like this, where location equal to India, if I will execute this, you will be able to see only the India records based on their salary. Top two highest salary only records I want to fetch. So what I will do, I will try to sort this data. Order by salary descending. Okay, if I will write like this, the whole table will get sorted based on the salary. You can see highest salary is Sri, then Manish, then the Rahul. Okay, I want to get only the top two highest salary from India, so I will write the top two. Now after that, if I will execute, I will get the requirement what actually being asked. Hello everyone, so in this video we are going to see about how actually we can find out unique records from a table. So I have on this table, this is an employee table I have. In this employee table, if you will see, I have a few duplicate records. You can see ID1 and ID2. This ID1 and ID2, this particular record got inserted two times, and this is a very common scenario. In a table you will see a duplicate records. So how actually you can find out the distinct or the unique records in a table, that we are going to see. So whenever you have to find out the unique records, so we use a distinct. So distinct actually help us to find out the unique records from a table. So how actually I can write select, and after that you have to write distinct. Suppose ID and the name we want to find out, select distinct ID name from EMPL table. So as of now you can see 1 2 3 4 and again 1 2 is coming, but if I will use distinct ID name from employee table, you can see only the unique record is 1 2 3 4 is coming. So if I'll execute both the table together, you can see in first table I have 1 2 3 4. Now again the 1 2 is coming, that is not coming into the second table because we have removed the duplicate records and we are only finding the unique records. So whenever you have to find out only the unique records, we use a distinct command that we have to remember. So suppose if I write select distinct name, ID, salary, means all the column we can pass here, location and the department, from employee. If I'll do this, I will get only the unique records in a table. You can see these are the unique record I have, ID 1 2 3 4. These are the unique records I have. So I hope you got the idea about the distinct. Hello everyone, so in this video we are going to discuss about the colis function in a SQL, and this is a very much important interview question also. So you should know about the colis function. So always remember, whenever you have to deal with any null values in a table, we use a colis function. What is the definition? Whenever you have to deal with any null values in the table, we use a colis function. Let's take one example and let's try to discuss about the few scenarios. So you can see I have this table. This is the employee table. In this employee table, I have employee ID, name, phone, email, alternate email, salary and the bonus. So my first question is like replace null phone number with unknown. So you can see in this phone number column we have a few null values. Now my requirement is like wherever it is coming null, I have to replace with the unknown. So how actually I can write a query for that? I have to write select. Suppose I am taking one name column and after that phone number column. So what I will use, because few null is there and I have to handle the null with unknown. So how actually I can write? I will use a colis function. I will use a phone number column. This is the phone number column. I want to replace whatever the null is coming in this phone number column with the unknown from table name employees. So if I'll do this, what I am writing, select name is one of the column. Now after that, this phone number, in the phone number column few values is coming null. So wherever it is coming null, I want to replace with the unknown. So what I am using, I am using a colis function. First is the column name. After that I am using an unknown from the employee table. Now if I will execute this, now if I will show you, you can see wherever it was coming null, right, it got replaced with the unknown. If I will show you in the table, this is my original table. In this original table for Alice, it was coming as a null. We have replaced with the unknown with the help of the colis. So whenever you have to replace any null value with the any default values, we use a colis function. That is the one use case. Now second use case is like select the first available email, and this is an important interview question also. Now let's understand the scenario. Now in this table you can see I have one email column. I have a one another alternate email column. So my requirement is like, if email column is null, then I have to take the data from a alternate email. You can see for ID2, right? ID2 email column is coming null. So in this case I should take a value from the alternate email. For ID1 email value is there, then I will take it from the email column itself. For ID2 it is null, then I will take it from this alternate email. For ID3 both are null, then we want only the null. So I want to take first not null value from this email and alternate email columns. How actually I can use that? So I will use select name. I will use a colis function, colis. First I will take email. So whatever the first column you will define, that will be your first preference. So email. If the email is coming null, then I will take it from the alternate email, alternate email column, alternate email from employees. So what I am using, if the first email column is coming null, then I will take it from the alternate email. If email is null, then I will take it from this alternate email. Now if I'll show you and if I'll execute this, you can see the L is now we are getting a proper value. Let me show you the table also. Now if you will see, this is my table. Now in this table for employee ID1 Alice example is there, so I have taken for Alice example.com is coming. For ID2 blob email column was null, so what actually it has done, it has taken from this alternate email. So you can see bob dot example is coming. For ID3 for Charlie both the column is null, that's why null is coming. But suppose what actually you want to replace this with unknown, so what actually you can write, comma colis unknown from employees. Now what I have written, I have to take it from the email column. If the email column is null, then I will take it from the alternate email column. If the both the column is null, then I will replace with the unknown. Now if I show you, if I'll execute this table, you can see for Alice, this is the example. For blob first email column was null, but I am getting this. For Charlie it is coming unknown. If I show you the original table also, for ID1 email is coming, so email we are getting. For ID2 blob, this email is null, so we have taken it from the Bob. For ID3 for Charlie both are null, so we have replaced with the unknown. So like that actually we can use that. Now my third question is like, calculate the total compensation salary. So if I show you in this table, this is the table. Now what I have to find out, total compensation means salary plus bonus I have to do. But you can see in the bonus column few values are coming null, and I have to do a sum this salary and the bonus. So 45,000 I don't want to plus with the null. So what actually I can use, this null value first I can replace with the 0, and then I can do a plus. So how actually I can use this, select salary plus police and a bonus. So wherever it is coming null, I want to replace with the 0 from employees. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see all the value we have done the sum up, because whatever the null it was coming, we have replaced with the 0 and we are doing a sum. So that is another use case. So whenever you have to deal with null values, always remember we use a colis function. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about joining in a SQL. Joining is a very much important interview question, and also it is a very much important from a work perspective, so you should know the joining concept. So in this video we will first understand what is joining, and after that we will discuss about what are the types of joining we have, and then we will move for the practical parts. So what is joining? So joining generally we use to combine two or more table based on a common column. For taking example, suppose you have a two table, or you can take an example of a multiple table. Suppose this is my table 2 and this is my table 3. This is the two table I have. Now my requirement is like I want to get few columns from this table, and I need few column from this table. I need few column from this table. So in this case, what I had to do, I had to combine these two table, then only I can get few column from this table, few column from this table. So in this case, what actually we use a joining concept. We use a joining concept. Now, if you have to combine these two table, there should be a common identifier. There should be a common identifier or common column in this two table. If suppose here we have a department ID, and here also we have a department ID, in this table also we have a department ID, means there should be a some common identifier or common column should be there, then only we can perform a joining. So that is the thing we have to remember. So what is joining? Joining generally we use to combine two or more table based on a common column. Now we have a different types of a joining. One is the inner join, second is the left join, third is the right join, fourth is the full outer join. Let's discuss one by one. Now let's discuss about the inner join. So whenever we will perform a inner join, it will return only the matching rows from both the table. Let's take one example. Suppose I have two table. This is a employee table and this is a department table. Now what actually I want, few column I want from this table. You can see the name, employee ID, department ID and the salary. This I want from this table, and also I need the department name detail that is available in a second table. So if we had to get the few column from this table and few column from another table, we use a joining concept. Now the second thing, we should have a common identifier. So you can see here also we have a department ID. Here also we have a department ID. Means based on the department ID, based on the common column, we can do a joining concept. Now joining is clear, right? Now we are performing a inner join. So what actually you have to remember, whenever you will perform a inner join, in this case what will happen? You will get only the common rows which is present in the both the table. So we are performing joining based on the department ID, right? So you have to see these two department ID. So whatever will be the common in between the two table, that records only you will get. So you can see the first department ID is 1. It is present here, department ID, means this record we will get. We will get this record. And what is the department and human resource? So this record we will get. Now this blob, this department ID2 is present into this table also, right? This is also present, means I will get the this record also. Now in this table you can see for Charlie we have a department ID 5, but department ID 5 is not present into this table. So in this case what will happen? We will not get any record. For David, department ID 4, it is present into this table or not? It is not present into this table. So whenever you will perform a inner join, in this case what will happen? Whatever will be the matching rows between the two table, that records only you will get. So you can see 1 2 is present here, 1 2 is present here. So only these two records I will get. So whenever you will perform a inner join, only the common records between the two table you will get. That is the thing you have to remember. Now let's move to the left join. In the case of the left join, what will happen? It will return all rows from the left table and the matching rows from the right table. By the name itself, the left join means it will give you the all the rows from a left table and the matching rows from the right table. What does it mean? Let's take with example. So suppose I have this two table. Now I have to perform a left join. I have these two table. One is the employee table, one is the department table, and this is the output I want. Based on the department ID, I will join. Now when I will perform a left join, in this case what will happen? I will get all those record from the left table. So this is my first table, right? First table means left table. This is my second table, right? Second table means right table. Now when I will perform a left join, I will get all those record from a left table. Means these are the records we have in the this table, right? So I'll get all those record. Now only the matching records I will get from this table. So what I want from the second table, I want only the department name. So you can see department ID 1. What is the department name? Human resource. What is department ID? It is also present in the second table, that is a finance. Department ID 5. Department ID 5 is present only here. It is not present here. So in this case, department name will be the null. Department ID 4, it is not present here. In this case, what will happen? In this case also I will get the null value. So what generally happens in the case of the left join, you will get all those records from the left table, but whatever the matching records is available in the right table, that records only you will get, other values will become a null. So that is the thing you have to remember. So that is a left join. Now third is the right join. So by the name itself, right join, you can see it will return all the rows from a right table and the matching rows from a left table. Now let's do a right join and let's understand in the case of the right join what will happen. So this is the output I want. So in the case of the right join, what will happen? You will get all those records from the right table. So this is the department name, right? So I will get all those records from this table. Now only the matching records you will get from the left table. So ID1, this is present here, means this record I will get. You can see ID Bob ID2, this is present here and this is present here, these records I will get. Now for ID3, this department name is IT, right? When we will perform a right join, this is not present into the left table. So in this case, what will happen? This value will become a null. This will become a null. So always remember, whenever you will perform a right join, all the records you will get from the right table and only the matching records which is common between the two tables that you will get from the left table. Now let's understand about the full join. In the case of the full join, what will happen? Full join, it will return all the row where there is a match in either table with null or non-matching rows. So in the case of the full join, what will happen? In the case of the full join, whenever you will perform full join, what will happen? In the case of the full join, we will get all the records from both the table. For taking example, this is my left table. So this record, all the records I will get. This is my right table, right? So these records also we will get. Let's see how. So whenever we'll perform a full join, first it will check whether a department ID1, this department ID1 is present here or not. Yeah, it is present. So this records I will get, human resource. Now the second is like department ID2, whether it is present here or not. Yes, it is present. So this records also I will get, finance. This department ID 5, it is present here or not. It is not present. So in this case, what will happen? I will get the null records. This department ID 4 is present both the table. No, it's not present. So I will get the null. And also this department name IT, right? This is only present in the right table. So this also will get, and this value will become a null. Null. This also will become null. Null. So in this case, what is happening? We are getting all the records from both the table and only the matching records, whatever we have, for that we will get the value, otherwise other value will become a null. So you can say this all the value was present in the first table and only the matching rows is this two. So for this we got a value and this become a null. This department name IT was present only in the second table, but it was not there into the left table. So this all the value became null. Now let's see about how actually we can write a query. So writing a query is a very much simple. So I have these two tables. One is the employee table, another is the department table. So first table is my employee table, second is the department table. What is the common column between the two tables? This department ID is common between the two tables. Based on that, we will do a joining. So let's see how actually we can perform a inner join query. So it's very simple. What you have to write? You have to write select star from first table name. What is my first table name? This employees is my first table name. Now after that, which particular join you have to perform? I have to perform a inner join. So I will write inner join. What is second table name? Department. Department is the second table name. So I will write departments. Now after that, you have to join based on the common column, right? So what you have to write? First you have to write on, and after that, what is the column based on that you want to join? In employees table, I have a department ID. So what I will mention? Employees table, employees dot department ID equal to the, from a department table we have a department ID. So I will write departments dot department ID. So what I am writing? Select star from the table 1. I want to join with the second table, that is a department table. Now after that I have to write on based on which particular column I want to join. So in a employees table I have a department ID, and the departments table I have a department ID. Based on that I want to join. Now when I am performing a inner join, in this case what will happen? Only the common records, common rows which will present in the both the table, that only will get. So you can see department ID is present here. Here also we have. So in this case this record will get. Department ID 2 is here. Department ID 2 is here. So that record also will get. Department ID 4 is here but it is not here. So this record we will not get. Department ID 5, it is here but it is not here. So that record also will not get. Now if I'll execute this, so only department ID, spelling mistake, departments. Now if I'll execute, so you can see now only these two record, this was present, 1 and 2 is present into the left table and 1 2 is present in the right table also. So only the common records only I am getting, and for their department ID and the department name. So whenever you will perform a inner join, only the common records only you will get. Now let's see how actually we can perform a left join. Whenever you will perform a left join, in this case what will happen? All the records you will get from the left table and only the matching records you will get from the right table. So writing a query is very simple. Select star from employees. You have to perform left join, so you have to write left join. What is the second table name? Departments. That is my second table name. Based on which particular column you want to join. In employees table I have a department ID column, and also in a department table I have a department ID column. Department ID. So it is similar to the inner join. Instead of the inner I am just writing a left join. So it should be a left join. Now if you'll execute, so in this case what will happen, you see. We will get all those records from the left table and only the matching records we will get from the right table. Other values will become a null. So that is a left join. Now if you have to perform a right join, in this case what will happen? The similar query, instead of the left, what you have to write? Right join. In the case of the right join, what will happen? All the records you will get from the right table, only the matching records from the left table you will get. If I'll execute, you can see all the records I am getting from the right table, only the matching records from the left table I am getting. If you have to perform a full join, so what you have to write? Instead of the left join, you have to just write the full join. Now if I'll execute this, in this case what will happen? I'll get all those records. Whatever is matching will get the value, other values will become a null. So you can see 3 and IT, this was present in the right table but it was not present into the left table, so that value will become a null. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the union and the union all. This is an important interview question also. So let us understand. So union and union all generally we use to combine two or multiple table. For taking example, suppose I have a two table. This is my table 1, employee 2023. I have a second table, employee 2024. Now I have to combine these two table on a row basis. Then I will use a union and a union all. When I'm saying row basis means like this is the first table, right? So I want final output like this. I want all the rows from the first table, and after that I want all the rows from the second table. Means on a row basis, if I am doing a combining, then I will use for the union and the union all operation. So whenever you have to combine two or multiple table on a row basis, we use a union and the union all. Now what is the difference between the union all and the union? Let's try to understand. So whenever you will perform a union, so always remember, whenever you will perform a union, it will remove the duplicates value. For taking example, suppose this is the two table. Here if I will perform a union operation, then what will be the output I will get? I will get all the record from the first table, all the record from first table, and after that here you can see if I'll perform a union operation, 3 is already present. 3 is already present here, right? So this records, it will not come again. We will get only this output. Means only the unique values you will get in the final output. So whenever you will perform a union operation, it will remove the duplicate while combining the table. In the case of union all, it will show you all the records from the table. So you can see this is my records from the first table. This is all the record from the second table. Means all the records you will get. So this is the output we will get in a union all operation. So whenever you will perform a union operation, it will remove the duplicate. Whenever you will perform a union all operation, it will show you the all the records and it will combine that. Now few things we had to remember in a union all and the union. Suppose this we have a same kind of the structure in the both the table. So we are able to combine this all the thing, right? Means schema is same. So whenever you will be having a same schema, then only you will be able to perform this union all and the union operation. For taking example, suppose you are doing a ID name only, this ID name from the first table and this from ID name from the second table you want to combine, then it will work because in the both the table ID name is present. Then you are able to combine. Now for taking example, suppose ID name you are taking from the first table and this ID and the name and the department you are taking from the second table. Now in this case, when you will perform a union operation, right? Because the schema is not same, in this case it will not work. So always you have to remember whenever you will perform a union and the union all operation, the schema should be same. Now let's take one example. Suppose I have this first table, employee 2023. This is my second table, employee 2024. Now let's see how actually we can perform a union operation. So what I will write? I will write first select star from table name 1. Select star from employees 2023. After that I will write union second table select star from employees, whatever the my second table name is, employee 2024. So this is the syntax. Select star from table 1 union select star from table 2. If I'll perform union operation means it will remove the duplicate. You can see it removed the all the duplicate. If I'll show you the exact table also, this is my first table, this is my second table. You can see the 3 is present in the both the table, but in final output we are getting only one time, means it remove the duplicate. Now let's see how actually we can use the union all operation. So the syntax is very simple. What we have to write, select star from table 1 and after that union all select star from table 2. Now if you select and if you execute, you will get all those records. Even though duplicate is present 2 times, you will get all those records. So that is the difference between the union and the union all. Now you have to remember whenever you are doing a combining in a union operation, whenever you are performing, the schema should be same. For taking example, this is my two table I have, right? This is my first table, this is my second table. Now if I am doing a union like this, so if I am doing a union like this, select ID name from employees 2023 and I am doing a union, select ID name from employees 2024. In this case, this it should be employee ID, right? So I will mention employee ID. Employee ID. In this case, you can see employee ID is present in the first table, employee ID is present in second table, name is also present in first table, name is present in the second table, and the schema is also same. In this case, when I will perform a union, it will work. It will work. But suppose you are doing like this. Suppose you have an employee ID and the name in the first column, and in the second table you are taking only the name and the department ID. Department ID. Now in this case, if you will perform a union operation, it will not work because this department ID is an integer type and this name is a string type. Means the schema is also not same in the both the table. In this case, it will not work. So always you have to remember whenever you will perform a union and union all operation, the schema should be same in the both the table while combining. So that is the thing we have to remember. Yeah, that's it in this way. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the alter command in a SQL. So alter command generally we use in a SQL to change the structure of a table. For taking example, suppose I have already created one table. This is the table I have already created. Now after some time my requirement is like I want to add one more column into this particular table. Like I want a salary column also in this particular table. but I don't want to recreate the table. In the existing table only I want to add a new column, salary column. So in this case what we have to do, we have to modify, we have to change the structure of a table, right? So in this case we use the alter command. Now let's take another example. Now suppose you have created this table. Now suppose you have defined the employee ID as a varchar, but ideally it should be integer, right? Now how actually you can change the schema like from varchar to the integer or from integer to decimal? So in this case also we use a alter, because in this case also we are changing the structure of a table. Now let's take another example. Suppose this is the table you have created. Now in this table, suppose this department ID, suppose this department ID you don't need. Now you want to delete this column from the particular table. Now in this case also we will use a alter command, because here also we are changing the structure of a table, right? So whenever you have to change the structure of a table, whenever you have to modify any table column, we use alter command, that we have to remember. Now let's see how actually we can use. So suppose this is the table I have, select star from employee 2023, and these are the column we have. My first question is like, add a new column salary integer into the existing table without dropping it. So that is my first requirement. So how actually I can add a salary column? Let's see. So what we have to write? First we have to write alter. After that we have to write table and the table name. Which particular table? My table name is employees 2023. So I will write 2023. What I am writing? Alter table, table name. Now I have to add a new column. So what I will write? Add. Which column I want to add? Salary. So I will write salary, and the data type also we have to define salary integer. So whenever you have to add a new column into the existing table, what you have to write? Alter table, table name. After that we have to use the add command, add salary and the integer. Means what we are saying? We are altering this employee table and we are adding a salary column. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see command completed successfully. Now if I'll show you the table, you can see salary column got added. Now suppose this is the table you have created. Now suppose now your requirement is like, whatever the salary integer you have defined, now you want to change into the varchar. Means you want to change the schema. I'm just taking an example. Suppose you want to change the schema of this particular column from integer to the varchar. So how actually we can do that? So for that what we have to write? Alter, alter table and the table name. What is my table name? Employees 2023. Now after that we have to write alter column. We have to alter column salary, right? Salary varchar 128. So what I am writing? I am altering the table, employee table. I am altering this column. Whatever the salary it was defined previously integer, right? I am converting into the varchar. So for adding a column, it was easy, right? Alter table, table name, add column and the salary integer. But suppose existing table column schema you have to change, then you have to use this syntax, alter table, table name. After that alter column, which particular column? Salary column. We want to change into the varchar, from an integer to the varchar. Now if I'll do this, if I'll execute this, you can see command completed successfully. How actually we can see whether it got converted from integer to the varchar or not? So I will refresh this database. I'll go to the my database. I have created this in the master database. This table is available in a master database. This employee 2023, and this is the column. You can see salaries, it is showing the varchar. Now suppose I want to change into the integer. So what I will write? Alter table, table name, alter column, salary integer. If I do this, again it will get converted into the integer. So that's how actually we can convert this from a integer to the varchar, or varchar to the integer. Means we can change the schema. Now let's take another example. This is the table I have. Now my requirement is like, I want to delete this salary column from this particular table which I already have. So how actually I can do that? Alter table, employees 2023, drop salary, drop column, sal drop column salary. What we are doing? We are dropping a column salary, right? So what I am writing? Alter table, table name, drop column and the salary. If I'll execute this, you can see command completed successfully. If I show you the table, you can see salary column got deleted. So like this, actually, if we had to modify any structure, we can use the alter command. So do practice this. Hello everyone, so we have already covered the SQL basic part. Now we will learn about the SQL advanced part. So we are starting with the Windows function. Windows function is one of the most important topic, and it is one of the most important interview question also. So we should know about the Windows function, how to use a Windows function in a SQL. So let's understand that. So Windows function, it's very simple. It is similar to the group by only. So in a group by, what actually we were getting a result based on the grouping rows, we were getting a result, right? But in the Windows function, what actually we get on a row to row basis, we get the result. Only the difference is like in a group by we were using a group by, here we use a partition by, and also we use a over clause. Now if I'll show you the definition of the Windows function. Windows function perform calculation across a specific range of rows that are related to the current row without collapsing them in a single row as a aggregate function do. Let's take one example. With that example, let's understand, then we'll get a better idea. Suppose I have this table, select star from sales. If I'll do, this is the table. I have sales ID, salesperson, region, and the amount. Now if I have to find out the total amount based on each region, what is the total amount based on the each region, means I had to find out the sum of amount and I had to group based on the region, right? So that's how we do in a group by function. So if I had to find out this with the help of group by, what actually I will write, select sum of sales, select sum of amount based on each region. So what I will do, I will group based on the region from sales, group by region. This is how we had to find out the total amount based on each region, right, with the help of the group by. If I'll do this, in this case what we'll get, you can see for north we are getting a 1500, for the south we are getting a 1400. So what actually it did, it grouped all the north region and it is giving me what is the total amount sales, that is a 1500. It grouped all the south and it is giving me a result, it is a 1400. So in the case of the group by, what actually happening, based on the aggregate, it is grouping the region and it is giving me the result based on the grouping rows. So you can see in a region we have it grouped the two only, right, the north and the south, and then it is giving me the result. You can see I have a total rows, that is the 6. But what actually it did, it grouped all the north together and it is giving me the total amount. And for the south, it grouped all the south and it is giving me the total amount. Now let's try to find out the same result with the help of the Windows function. So in the Windows function, what we have to write, select sum of amount, and after that we have to use over, we have to find a base on each region, right? So what I will use, partition by region from sales table, and if I want to see all the rows, select star comma if I'll do. Now here if I'll execute this, now you see, you can see I am getting all the rows information, and what actually it did, it grouped all the north, and for all the north, what is the total amount, you can see 500 plus 200 plus 800, right? For all the north, what is the total amount we have, that is a 1500. So wherever the north is coming, it is giving me the 1500. For all the south, it grouped and it is giving me the total amount, like 700 plus 400 plus 300, that is a 1400, right? So for each south I am getting the 1400 result. So if I'll show you in a group by, what actually was happening, it grouped all the north and it was giving me the result based on the grouping rows, we were getting a result, right? But in the case of Windows function, what actually happening, we are getting a result on a row to row basis. So for all the north, what is the total amount, that is a 1500. So wherever the north is coming, 1500 result it is coming. Wherever south is coming, the 1400 result it is coming. So that's kind of the advantage we get. Now suppose from this total amount, if we are to minus this amount, we can do. and we can get the result. So like that the calculation also we can do. So this Windows function we use for the SQL analytical. So this Windows function allows for the advanced analytical queries because of this kind of the advantage you get. Now types of the Windows function. So we have three types of the Windows function. One is the aggregate function, second is the ranking, third is the value. So in aggregate function we have a sum, average, mean, max and the count. For the ranking function we have a row number, rank, dense rank, entile. For the value function we have a lead, lag, first value, last value. Now let's start with the aggregate function. So we will learn how to use a aggregate function. So suppose you had to find out the, now our next question is like find out the find out the minimum amount based on each region. Minimum amount based on the each region. This is my first question. My second question is like find out the maximum amount based on each region. And my third question is like find out the average amount based on the each region. So how actually I can write this query with the help of the Windows function? I will write select star comma minimum amount. After that over clause over partition by region from sales. So what actually it will give me? Partition. So it will give me what is the minimum amount based on each region I should get, right? So you can see for north what is the minimum amount? 500, 200, 800. 200 is the minimum, right? So for all the north 200 I am getting. For the south what is the minimum amount? 300, right? So for all the south I am getting the 300. So like that we can use. Now suppose a similar result if you have to get it for the maximum amount based on the each region. So what I will use? Instead of max mean I will use a max. If I will execute this, you can see for the north what is the maximum amount? 800. So 800 result I am getting. For the south what is the maximum? 700. 700 I am getting. Similarly, if you have to find out the what is the average amount, so what you will use? Instead of max you will use the average. Now for north what is the total average? 500, 200 plus 800 by 3, that is a 1500, right? That is 500. So you can see for north what is the average amount sales, that is a 500. For the south what is the average amount sales, that is a 466.66. So like that actually we can use the aggregate function with a Windows function. Now if you want to find out the count, that also you can do. Now suppose this all the thing you have to write it together. So how actually you can write, let's understand. So if you have to write it together, what you will write? Select star average amount over partition by region, comma. Suppose I had to also get the minimum. So I will write minimum partition by region, comma. And suppose I also want to find out the maximum amount over partition by region. Here we can give alias like average sales, and here we can give the minimum sales, and here we can give the maximum sales, max sales. Now if I will execute this all together, you can see for each region what is the average sales, that is a 500 on north, on south 466. For each region, north region, what is the minimum sales, that is a 200. For each north region, what is the maximum sale, that is a 800. For the south 466, 300 and the 700. So like that actually we can club together and we can get the results. So I hope you got the idea about how to use a Windows function, how to use a aggregate Windows function. Now in next video we'll learn about the ranking function. Hello everyone, so we will continue our Windows function, and in this particular video we are going to learn about few of the ranking Windows function like row number, rank and dense rank, and this is a very much important interview question also. So let's understand this. So whenever we have to assign a rank or number to rows based on the certain condition, we use the row number, rank and the dense rank. Let's take one example. With that example, let's understand. So I have a employee table. This is my employee table. I have a employee name, I have a employee ID, I have a employee department, I have a employee salary. Now suppose my requirement is like based on the employee salary, based on their highest to the lowest salary, I have to define a rank. So in this case, what I have to do, based on their salary descending order, I will define one rank. So you can see who is the highest earning employee, Alice. You can see the 5,000, his salary is the highest, right? So I will assign a rank 1. And after that, Bob, his salary is 2,000, and the Charlie, his salary is also same. Then I will give a rank 3. Then we have a David, then we'll give rank 4. Then AV, his salary is also same, but we'll give the rank 5. So whenever you get a scenario like this, whenever you have to assign a rank or number based on the certain condition, we use a row number, rank and dense rank. Now few of the use case, based on that we can differentiate the row number, rank and dense rank. So whenever I will use a row number, in this case what will happen, it will assign a unique number for each rows. Now here you can see the highest earning employee is 5,000, so he got rank 1. After that you can see Bob and Charlie, his salary is 3,000. But what actually I am doing, randomly I am assigning a rank 2 for this Bob and rank 3 for this Charlie. This is the randomly, but both salary is same, right? But then also I am assigning a rank 2 and 3. And for David and Evie, you can see his salary is 2,000 same only, but I am assigning a rank 4 and the rank 5. So whenever you will use a row number, in this case what will happen, sequential number you will get based on the your condition. Even though you have a duplicate record, the sequential number only it will generate. So that is the row number use case. Now when you will use a dense rank, in this case what will happen, who is the highest earning employee, Alice, so he will get rank 1. After that, who is the second one, you can see Bob, right? His salary is 3,000, but you can see this Charlie's salary is also 3,000, so he will also get the rank 2. And after that, David 2,000, so he will get the rank 3. And after that you can see for the employee ID 5, his salary is also 2,000, he will also get rank 3 because this 2,000 same salary, right? So he'll get the rank 3. His salary is 3,000, so he will get the rank 2. So when you will use a dense rank, in this case what will happen, if any duplicate value is there, then it will assign the same rank for that. So that is the thing we have to remember for the dense rank. Now when you will use a rank, right, in this case what will happen, who is the highest earning employee, Alice, right? So he will get rank 1. Now after that you can see who is the second highest earning employee, employee ID 2 and 3, right? So both salaries 3,000. So in this case also what will happen, same salary, same rank it will get assigned, 2 and 2. And after that you can see the third is the David, right? His salary is 2,000. So in this case ideally it should come 3, right? Because we have assigned two employee the same rank, 2 and it should be 3, right? But we are assigning the same rank. So in this case what will happen, the next will be a 4. It will not come 3 because 2 employees are getting a same. So we are assigning 2. Then because 2 are getting a same rank, then after that we'll assign a rank 4. And 5 also is the same salary, right? So we'll assign a same rank 4. So suppose I'll take another example. Suppose I have a salary like this, 5,000, 3,000, 3,000. Let's consider this also a 3,000. Now in this case when I will use a rank, right, this rank when I will use, so what will happen, who is the highest earning, this. After this this is the second, this is the second, this is the second. So 2, 3, 4 and after that the fifth will come. So like that the rank will work. So based on the, if 3 employees are getting a same rank, so based on that it will try to create a graph and it will give me the number. So whenever you have to generate a sequence number, based on their ranking or something, then we use a row number. Whenever you have a duplicate records and based on the duplicate records, you want to assign a same rank for the duplicate number, we use a dense rank. Here without gap it will generate a number, but in the case of the rank, what will happen? It will generate a same number for the duplicate record, and after that it will give gap and it will generate the number. So that is the thing we have to remember for the row number, rank, and the dense rank. Now let's see with the practical how actually we can use. So you can see I have this tables, employee table. This is the table I have. In this table I have a name, employee ID, department, and salary. Now I want to assign a rank based on their highest salary to the lowest salary. So what actually I will use? How actually I can use a row number? Select star, comma, a row number. So what you have to use? A row number. After that you have to use over clause. We'll use order by, because based on the highest to the lowest salary we want, right? Order by salary descending. I will give the column name as RN from employees one table. So if I'll do this, so what will happen? Because I am using a row number, right? So in this case, what will happen? This RN, this I have created a new column, right, with the help of the row number. So what actually it is doing, based on their salary, it is assigning a rank. So 5,000 is the highest salary, right? So it is assigned the rank 1. Then for 3,000 it assigned rank 2. For 3,000 it assigned the 3, then 4 and the 5. Now, same thing, suppose if I am using a dense rank here. So in this case, what will happen? Select star, dense rank, over clause, and we have to use order by salary descending as RN from employees one table. Now in this case I am using a dense rank, so our output will be, you can see these two are getting a same salary, right? So it's assigned the rank 2, and after that these two are same salary, so it's assigned the rank 3 for both, so without any gap. Now if I use a rank here, the same query, if we had to use a rank, so in this case what will happen? It will also generate a unique number, but if any duplicate is present, so it will assign the same rank, and after that with gap it will start and it will generate the number. So in the case of the rank, with a gap it will generate a number. In dense rank it will not generate with a gap. So that is the only difference you have to remember, and that is important interview question also. Now suppose these three together you have to write, so how actually you can write? So what I will use? Select star, comma, row number. This thing I will use row number, order by salary descending. I'll give as a RN, comma, I will use a dense rank. So this I will give as a RN1. After that I will use a rank. This I will assign a rank 3 from employees table. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see this RN is for the row number, so it assigned a unique number for each rows. RN1, if duplicate is there, then it is assigning the same rank, and after that it assigning the next one. In the case of the rank, what is happening? With gap actually it will assign the number. So this is the thing we have to remember. So whenever you have to generate a sequence of number, we use a row number, rank, and the dense rank. So where actually it will be useful. Now suppose you have to find out who is the fifth highest earning employee, who is the second highest earning employee, who is the third highest earning employee. So we will try to generate a row number like this or rank like this, and based on that I can find out who is the second highest earning employee. When I will do where RN1 equal to the 2, right? So I will get the who is the second highest earning employee, Bob and the Charlie. So like that actually I will get. Here if I will use a row number, it will not work because two people are getting the same salary, right? So who is the second highest? So if I'll use a dense rank here, I'll get the correct number because Bob and Charlie both are earning the same employee. So based on the use case, actually we use a row number, dense rank and the rank. So I hope you got the idea. Yeah, that's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So we are going to continue our Windows function topic, and in this particular video we are going to learn about the lead and lag. So let's learn how actually we can use a lead and lag function in a SQL. So lead and lag are Windows function that allow you to access data from next row or previous row. For taking example, suppose this is the table I have. This is my one of the table. Here I have a transaction ID, salesperson, transaction date and the amount. Now suppose your requirement is like, first you will sort the data based on the transaction date. So once I will sort the data, this will look like this. So I have a transaction ID, and based on this particular date, 1st of January, total amount sales happen on the 500. On the second, total amount sales happen on the 200. On third, 300. On fifth, 450. On the sixth, 700. On eighth, 300. This many transaction happened. Now suppose your requirement is like, what is the previous amount before to the 1st of January, its total amount of sales happened. So before, because it's starting from 1st of January, right? So previous will be 0. Now what is the previous salary, previous amount before to the 2nd January? So before to 2nd January, how much total amount sales happened? This 500, right? So this is the 500. What is the total amount sales happened before the 3rd of January? So before 3rd of January, we have a 2nd of January, right? So the total amount is 200. So we will mention 200. What is the before 5th of January, 3rd of January? 300. So whenever you have to find the previous salary, whenever you have to find the previous rows value, whenever your requirement is like where you want to get the previous rows value, we use a lag. We use a lag. Whenever you have to calculate what is the previous value of this 500, what is the previous value of this 200, right? What is the previous value of this 200? So we are written 200. What is the previous value of 200? 500. So we are written 500. So whenever you will have a requirement like this, then we use a lag function. Now what is lead? So whenever you have to calculate the next rows value, then we use a lead function. So what is the next value of this 500? The 500 next value is 200, right? So here I will get the 200. What is the next value of this 200? 300, right? So here I will get the 300. Here I will get the 300. So like this lead and lag works. For 300 next value is 450, so it will give me the 450. So whenever you have a requirement where you want to find out the next rows value or the previous rows value, we use a lead and lag function. Now let's see with the practical how actually we can use that. So I have this sales table. In this sales table I have a transaction date. So what actually I want to first sort the data based on the transaction date, based on the ascending to the descending. I want to find out the what is the previous amount, and I want to find out the next amount. So how actually I can write? So first let's see how actually we can use a lag. So first let's see about how to find out the previous amount value. So for that we will use a lag. So what I will write, select star comma lag, based on which particular column we want to find out the previous value based on the amount. So I will mention the amount, and after that I will use over, and we want to order based on the transaction date, order by transaction date, and from sales one, from sales one. So if I'll write this and if I'll execute this, now you will see one column got added. This is the new column. If I'll give the name as a previous sell something, now if I'll execute this, you can see this is the new column we have created. Now what actually it is doing, it is finding out the previous amount. So what is the previous amount of the 200? 500. So I am getting result 500. What is the previous amount of this 300? 200. So I am getting amount of 200. What is the previous amount of this 450? 300. So I am getting the 300. Now like this actually we can calculate the previous amount. Now you can see it is finding out the previous amount. Now suppose you have to find out the previous to the previous. Like what is the previous amount of this 300? That is a 500, right? Now you want to step by 2. Then what actually you can mention? If you mention 2 here, then what will happen? You can see what is the previous to the previous of this 300, 500. So I'm getting the 500. What is this 450? What is the previous to previous? That is a 200. So I'm getting a 200. So step also we can mention. You only want the previous row, then you will use a 1, or you want if you will mention 2, then previous to the previous, the 2 steps it will give you the result. Now you can see the first row. Let me mention 1 only. Now in the lag, suppose this first value, right, the before this one we don't have any value, that's why it is coming null. Now suppose this you want to handle and you want to make it 0, then you can mention 0. Then if you will execute this, now you can see, and because here previous value is not there, that's why it is coming as a 0. So like that actually we can find out the previous value. Now if you have to find out the next value, then what you will use? We'll use a lead. So what we will use? Select star comma lead. Based on the amount we want to find out, so I'll use amount. Here also the same concept, 10. We'll use over order by transaction date, descending or ascending based on your requirement. We'll make it as a next salary from sales 1. Sales 1. Now if I'll execute this, what it will give me? It will give me the next salary. This is the next salary, right? So what is the next salary of this 500? 200, right? So I'm getting a 200 result. What is the next salary of 200? 300, right? So I'm getting a result of the 300. What is the next salary of 300? 450. So I'm getting a 450. Whenever you have to find out the next salary, you will go for the lead. Whenever you have to find out the previous amount of previous row, then you will go for the lag. So that's how actually we use a lag and a lead. And here if you will mention the 2, so it will be happen based on the 2 steps. So you can see what is the next to next value 300, right? So I'm getting a 300. What is the next to next value 450? So I'm getting a 450. Means based on the 2 steps it is giving me the result. So that's how actually we can use a lead and lag. And now suppose you have to use it together, then how actually you will use? So I will use a select star from previous salary comma a lead next salary from sales 1. So if I'll write this and if I'll execute this, you can see we are getting amount, previous salary and the next salary. Now let's understand where actually we use this lead and lag. So you can see we have calculated the previous salary, we have calculated the next salary, and we have also the current salary, the current amount is given. Now what actually, suppose your requirement is like based on the previous date you want to compare and you want to compare your total sales, like how actually it was happening on the previous month or how actually it was happening on the previous day, comparing to the previous day how many sales happen, whether the sales is improving or not. So in that kind of the scenario, generally we use a lag and the lead. Whenever you have to compare with the previous date or the next date, or so in that kind of scenario we use a lag and lead. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about the CT. The full form of CT is a common table expression. So now let's understand what is a CT when actually we use. So CT generally we use whenever you have a complex query or whenever you have a requirement where you want to store your result on a temporary basis, then what actually we can use? We can use a CT for that. Let's take one example. Let's understand first syntax and then we'll come here. So I have one table. If I show you, select star from employees table. This table I have. Now if I'll execute this, in this table if you'll see, if I'll execute this, I have employee ID, name, department ID and the salary. Now as of now you can see this is a very simple table, right? Now let's take an example. Suppose this is a very complex query, like the multiple joinings are there, 10 to 15 lines of the query is there. Now what actually you want? That result actually you want to store somewhere so that you can recall multiple times. So what actually we can do with the help of the CT, we can store this result. So what we have to write with CTS, and after that you have to write your query, whatever the complex query and whatever the query you have, and that result actually we can store directly in the CT. So what we have to write, select star from CT. So syntax is very simple. What we have to write, with and the CT and then S. You can give any name. I have given the name as a CT, but you can give any name, that also will work. With CT S, open a bracket, and after that whatever the query you have, the complex query, that actually you can write here, and you have to close your bracket, and directly you can call select star from CT. Now whatever the result set will be here, right, whatever the query result set will be here, now it got stored into this CT, and that CT actually we can call. Now if I will execute this together, you can see it's working. So whenever you have a requirement where you have a, we want to store your result, query result somewhere, we can use a CT function. Now let's come to the definition part. A common table expression is SQL is a temporary result set that you can reference within a select, insert, update or the delete statement. CT are often used to simplify complex query, make queries more readable and allow for the recursive query. CT are powerful for organizing the SQL code, especially in a multi-step analysis or when calculating the intermediate result. Reusable logic. Once defined, you can refer to CT multiple times within the main query. So whenever you have a complex query, whenever and that result actually you want to store somewhere at high level, you can say we can use a CT for that. Now we have a few question, and based on that question actually we want to see, like we will see like how actually we can use a CT in a proper way. Suppose this is the table. I have employee ID, name, department ID and the salary. Now my question is like, find the third highest salary from the employee table. So from this table I have to find out who is the third highest salary employees details. So you can see who is the third highest employee salary. This is the highest salary, right? Then 50,000. This is the 48,000. That actually we have to find out. So what actually I will do? First, based on their salary descending from highest to the lowest, I will first try to give one rank. So we have learned about the Windows function, right? So what I will do? I'll use a Windows function. I'll assign a rank based on their highest to the lowest salary. So I will use a row number because we don't have any duplicate as of now. So row number, what I will use over, I'll use order by salary. So based on the highest to the lowest salary, I will assign one rank. I will give the name as RN from employees table. Employees table. Now if I'll execute this, you will see with this query what we have done, we have created a new column RN, and based on their highest to the lowest salary we have assigned a rank. So 52,000 is the highest salary, so he got rank 1, then the 50,000, so rank 2, then 48,000, so rank 3, 45,000, so rank 4. Now with the help of this query we have generated this result. Now on top of this we want to apply a filter, like if I'll do a filter like where RN equal to the 3, then I will get the third highest earning employee. If I'll do RN equal to the 4, then I will get the fourth highest salary employee. So this kind of the use case where you want to store your result somewhere, and that actually on top of this you want to perform some more operation, we can use a CT. So how actually I can write with CT S and this result set, right? Now if I'll do select star from CT, I'll get the same result. Now whatever the result set here we have, that got stored into the CT. Now if I'll call this select star from CT, it will work. Now one thing you have to remember, if you will directly call select star from CT, it will not work. You have to call the whole thing together, then only it will work. Now you can see we are able to do. Now on top of this we can apply a filter. So if I write where Rn equal to the 3, then I will get the third highest salary, right? So if I execute this, you can see Charlie, his earning is 48,000, he is the third highest salary. Now if I do Rn equal to the 4, then I will get the fourth highest earning employee. You can see Bob, his salary is 45,000, he is the fourth highest salary. So like that, whenever you get a requirement where you want to store your result somewhere, and on top of that you want to perform some action, we can use a CT. Now my next question is like, I have to find out the second lowest salary of employee. These are the very important interview question also. So let's understand how actually we can write. So we have to find out the second lowest. So based on the lowest to highest, what I will do, first I will try to generate a ranking. So how actually I can write a code for that? Select star comma row number over order by salary. I will sort based on the ascending order. Salary ascending rn from employees table. Now if I'll execute this, so what I have done, I'm generating one number, a rank column. Based on the lowest to the highest salary, I'm generating a rank. So 45,000 is the lowest salary, then the 48,000, so he got the rank 2. 50,000 is the third, so we got the rank 3. So from lowest to the highest, I have generated a number. On top of this, we can write a city. So city is just a name. We can give any name. So if I'll give the name as a with Manish S. So, and I will close here. Now whatever the result set, right, whatever the result set, that will get stored here. So city is just a name, whatever the name, right, but the syntax is same. So if I'll do select star from Manish, what I will get, the all the result actually will get stored into the Manish. On top of this, actually we can apply a filter. So if I will do where we have to find out the second lowest, so what I will write, where rn equal to the 2, right, where rn equal to the 2, then I will get the second lowest salary of employee. You can say second lowest salary employee is a Charlie. So these are the very important interview question also, to find out the third highest salary, second lowest salary. So in that kind of the calculation, we can use a CTE also to filter on top of the Windows function. So I hope you got the idea about the CTE. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the views in a SQL. So view in a SQL, it is a virtual table which is created by a query. Views do not store the data physically, but it store a query that generates the data on a demand. So whenever we create a table, right? So whenever we create a table, what actually this table does, it store our data physically. It store the data physically. But whenever we create a view, right? We create a view based on the query. We create a view based on the query. This view is nothing but it is kind of the virtual table. It is a virtual table. When I am saying virtual table, it means it will not store any data, but whenever you will call this view, right, whenever you will call this view during the runtime only, it will generate the data and it will give you the results. So that is the advantage we get in a view. Now let's understand why we use a view. So whenever you have a complex query, suppose you have written one complex query. Now this complex query you have to reuse multiple times. So what actually you will do, whatever the intermediate result of this complex query, what actually you will do, you will try to convert into the view. So instead of calling this complex query multiple times, what actually you will do, you will try to convert this into a view. Now whenever we require the result of this complex query, right, we will directly call it from the view. Like we will do select star from view and we will get the results. So instead of writing multiple times this complex query, we try to convert into a view. Whenever we require, we directly call the view and we'll get the result. So that is the advantage we get in a view. Now few of the advantage we have using a view. First is it is simplify the complex query. So whatever the complex query you have, right, it will making it easier to retrieve the data without repeating lengthy query. So instead of writing the query multiple times, what actually we do, we try to convert into a view and directly we call it this view and we get the result. So that is it simplifies the complex query. The second is the enhanced security. Views can limit access to specific column or rows, protecting sensitive data in the underlying tables. For taking example, suppose you have this table. In this table, you have a one sensitive information. Like few columns are very sensitive, like the customer name, customer email, customer contact number. These are very sensitive information. Now suppose you have to share this table with suppose your stakeholder or suppose any other your partner. Now instead of sharing this whole table, because this whole table contain the sensitive information also, right? So what actually we can do, with the help of the view, we can only share those column which is not sensitive and which we can share. Means instead of sharing the whole table, what actually we can do is specific column we can select, we can convert into a view and we can share with our partner, so that we can protect it by sharing a sensitive information with the other people. So that means the enhance the security. It maintains the data consistency. If underlying data changes, the view reflect the changes without the need of the modification. So suppose you have created this view based on this table. Now whenever you are changing anything on this table, in the views also it will get reflected. So that is the meaning of the maintain the data consistency. Now what is the limitation of view? Performance. View do not store the data, so every query on a view execute the underlying query, which can be slow for complex view because it doesn't store the data. So whenever you will call the view, right, on during the runtime only it will generate the data, so it may be a slow. So that is the limitation of a view. Now let's see with practical how actually we can create a view. So I have this employees table. Based on this employees table, I want to create a view. So in that view, I want a employee ID, department ID, and the salary information. I don't want to have a name information. So how actually I can create a view? So I will write create view emp info as what I will write select. We have to write a query. Select employee ID, department ID, department ID, and also we want a salary from employees table. From employees. So what is the syntax for converting into a view? Create view and the view name, whatever the view name you want to give, you can give that. And after that you have to write AS, and whatever the query you have, that you have to write. Now if I will execute this, you can see it completed successfully. Now next time I do not have to write this whole code. Now directly what we can do, I directly can call this select star from employee info. Select star from employee info. If I'll do this, I'll get the result. I'll get the result. You can see employee ID, department ID, salary, whatever we have stored into this view, I'm getting those. So whenever next time I need this information directly, I can use this instead of writing the whole query. So that is the advantage we get. Now let's see how actually we can delete this view, whatever we have created. So we have for that view drop command, drop view, and the employee info. If you will write, that view will be deleted. That view will be deleted. If you will do this, that view will be deleted. Now if you will execute this, that will not available. So I hope you got the idea about the views. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the store procedure. So first we will understand what is a store procedure, and then with practically we will see how actually we can use a store procedure in a SQL. So what is a store procedure? A store procedure is a prepared SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused over and over again. For taking example, suppose I have a SQL code. I have a group of the SQL codes. So this many SQL code which I have written. Now this SQL code I want to reuse multiple times. So what actually you can do? This whatever the code you have written SQL code, that actually you can save as a store procedure, and whenever is required you can call directly the store procedure. Means if you had to reuse the same code again and again, the SQL query, what actually you can do, you can store as a store procedure, and whenever is required you can call directly the store procedure. That is the use case of the store procedure. Now you will see similarly we have discussed about the view. In the view also, what actually we were doing, we have a group of the SQL code. What actually we were doing, this group of the SQL code actually we were storing as a view, and whenever we needed, we were directly calling the view. Then what is the difference between the store procedure and the view? So in a store procedure we get a more advantage. Like in a store procedure you can pass the parameter. In a SQL, in store procedure you can pass the parameter also. Like whenever we create a function, right, in a function we create a parameters, right? That kind of the advantage we get in a store procedure, but that advantage we don't get in a view. So that is the difference you have to remember. So what is a store procedure? It is a prepared SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused over and over again. If you have a SQL query that you write over and over again, save it as a store procedure and then just call it to execute it. You can also pass a parameter to a store procedure so that the store procedure can act based on the parameter value that is the pass. So that is all about the store procedure. Now let's see with practically. So let's understand about the syntax part. So how actually we create a store procedure. So syntax is very simple. Create procedure and then you have to write the procedure name. So any name you can give. First you have to write create procedure and the procedure name. After that as and whatever the SQL code you have, that you have to pass here and go, and this is how actually you will create the store procedure. And now once you create the store procedure, you have to call. So how actually you can call? Execute and the procedure name. So whatever the procedure name you have created, you have to call with the execute command. So that is how actually we create a store procedure. Now let's take one example. Suppose I have this SQL code. So if I'll show you, select star from employees. Let me take this example only. Suppose this is my one SQL code. Now what actually I will do, I will create one store procedure with this SQL code. So how actually I can create? So I will write create procedure. I will give the name as a employee SP. Employee SP. This name I am giving. So I am creating one store procedure name as a employee S. Now what is the code I have to write? And this is the my SQL code. This I will write. And after that go, you have to write and you have to execute this. Once you will execute, you can see commands completed successfully. Now whenever you have to call the store procedure, how actually you can call? You have to write exec and the store procedure name. So execute and the store procedure name, if you will execute that, the store procedure will be called. So whenever you have complex query, that query actually you can store as in a store procedure, and you can call whenever is needed. So that is the example of the store procedure. Now let's see how actually we can pass a parameter in a store procedure. Now suppose I want to pass one parameter as a department ID. So how actually I can pass a parameter? Let's see. So what I will do, create procedure. I am going to create a new store procedure. Create procedure and the procedure name. So I will give the name as a employee SP1. This is the parameter I am giving, and I will create one store procedure name as a DEPT, department ID, something name I am giving, and the parameter also we have to pass. This is the integer type, so that we have to pass. And after that I will write a code. So what is the code I will write? Select star from employees where department ID equal to the this department ID, which is the parameter I have created, where department ID equal to the department ID. And after that go, you have to write. So what actually I am doing, I am creating one store procedure name as a employee SP1. I am passing one parameter as a department ID. I am passing as a integer type. And after that I am writing one query, select star from employees where department ID is a column, right? Department ID equal to the @ department ID, means it is a one parameter we are passing. Go, you can write or you cannot write, that is fine. If I'll execute this, you can see store procedure is created. Now if I will call it, how actually I can call? We have to write execute command and the what is the store procedure name? Employee SP1. This is the store procedure name, right? Now we are creating with a parameter, right? So this parameter also I had to pass. So let me pass the parameter as a 1. So what actually it will give? Select star from employee where department ID equal to the 1, because we are passing the department ID as 1, right? So it will give me the result of from employee table where department ID equal to the 1. So if I'll execute this, this will give me the result of the department ID 1. If I'll do 2, it will give me the result of the department ID 2. So here we are passing department ID equal to the department ID. So suppose I had to do analysis for the specific department. So what actually I have done, I have created this store procedure, and suppose I had to do analysis for this department ID 2. So what I will do, I will directly call and I will get all the result of the department ID 2. As of now it's very small data, that's why it doesn't make sense. But suppose you have a very large data, in that case it is very useful for the analysis. So this is how actually we can create a parameter with one parameter. Now let's see how actually we can create with multiple parameter. So what actually I will do, first I will show you the table. Select star from employees. This is my table. Now in this table what I will do, I will create one store procedure with multiple parameter. So how actually I can create a store procedure with multiple parameter? Create procedure and the procedure name. So I will give the employee sp2. This is the store procedure I am giving. I will pass the parameter dept id. This is the parameter I want. Type is integer. I also want one more parameter, that is a salary. This is the parameter I want. I will give the name as an integer. Now after that s, and you have to write the query. So what I will write? Select star from employees where department id equal to the @department id. This is the parameter, right? This I will pass so that I can call it in during runtime. @department id, and also and salary equal to the @salary, or I will write select salary greater than the @salaries. So this is the store procedure I am creating. So this store procedure, what actually it will do, whatever the department id you will pass, that department id result it will give, and the salary analysis, right? In that salary should be greater than the whatever the past salary whatever you will pass. So that kind of the result you will get. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it got created. Now how actually I can call execute command and give the store procedure name, and first pass the department id. So I want a department id 1 and the salary. So salary should be greater than the 10,000. This is the result I am passing. So what actually it will do, this one is for the @department id, this 10,000 is for the @salary. If I'll execute this, you can see I'll getting the result. Means what is the result I am getting? From employee table where department id equal to the 1 and salary is greater than the 10,000. So I'm getting all the employee salary. So like that actually we can pass the multiple parameter, and also you can write like this. We can also write like this: @department id equal to the 1 and the @salary equal to the 10,000. So if you will write this, it will make more sense. Now you can see I am getting all those results where department id 1 and the salary is greater than the 10,000. So this is the employee information. So whenever you have to reuse the code again and again, what actually you can do, you can create a store procedure, you can save your code, and whenever is required you can call that code. And the thing you have to remember, we can also pass the parameter in the store procedure, that so that kind of the advantage we get. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about the subquery in a SQL. So till now we have seen like how actually we can write a simple query. Now we are going to learn about the subquery in a SQL. What is a subquery? It is also known as a nested query or inner query. A query within another SQL statement known as a subquery. What actually it does? It allows you to use the result of one query as an input in another query. So suppose you have written one query, whatever the output of that query you want to use in another query, then you can use a subquery. So let's take one example. With that example we'll get a better idea. So I have this two example. The first example is like I had to find out the employees who earn more than the average salary of all the employees. So you can see I have these two tables. One is the employee table and the department table. My first question is like find out the employee who earn more than the average salary of all the employees. So how actually you will find out the average salary of all the employees? So in this case what actually it will be happen? I have to write the two query. The first inner query will be to find out what is the average salary of all employees. Then I have to find out the employee who earn more than the average salary of all the employees. How actually I can find out? So let me first find out what is the average salary of all employees. So how actually I can write a query for that? Select average salary from employees. So what actually it will do? It will give me what is the average salary from this employee table. Now what actually I have to find out? I have to find out the employee who earn more than the average salary of all the employees. So how actually I can write a query? My final query will be select star from employees where salary greater than the average salary of all the employees. So what is the average salary? This is the average salary, right? So what I will do, I will open a bracket and this will be, so this will be my inner query. this query result actually I am using in my query to find out the all the employee who earn more than the average salary of all the employees. So if I will do this, I'll get the results. So you can see these two employee who earn more average salary of all the employee. What is the average salary of all the employee? If I'll show you, the average salary of the all the employees is 6,000. Now if I'll show you my table, who all are greater than 6,000, you can see 7,000 and 6,500, right? So if I'm executing this, I'm getting the same result. So whenever you get a requirement where you have to use the result of one query into another query, then we use a subquery. So I hope you got the idea how actually we write a subquery in a SQL. Now let's solve the second question. List of employee who work in a department located in a Chicago. So if I'll show you the table, I have an employee in the department. Now you can see what actually it is asking. I had to list the employee who work in a departments located in a Chicago. I had to find the employee details who work in the department located in a Chicago. So how actually you will get to know the location is Chicago? From department table we will get to know the location is Chicago, right? So what actually I will find out? First I will write a query which will give me the department which is from the Chicago. So how actually I can write? Select department ID from departments table, departments where location equal to the Chicago. So what actually it will do me? It will give me the all the departments which is located in a Chicago, right? So if I'll execute this, I'll get the result. You can see 102, this department is located in a Chicago. Now my question is like, I had to find out the employee. Now how I will get the result of the employee? As of now, I am only using a department table, right? Here we don't have any employee details. So what actually I will use? I will use a subquery. So in this subquery, how actually I can find out? In a employee table also you can see we have a department ID, right? So how actually I can write? Select star from employees. From employees table I am selecting where department ID. Where department ID in. So what actually I am doing? I am selecting all the employee where department ID in from this particular query. So this query is telling me so all the department ID result who are from the Chicago location. So list employee who work in a department located in a Chicago. So this will give me the department which is located in a Chicago, and I am getting all the employee details from the employee table, and I am giving where department ID in the particular location. So if I'll execute this, I'll get the all the employee details. You can see these two employee, they are from the Chicago location. So query within another query, if you have to use, you can use a subquery. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can write a subquery. So whenever you get this kind of the requirement where you have to write a multiple or nested query, you can use a subquery. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, you will get better idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the triggers in a SQL. So first we'll understand what is a trigger. Then we have a very good example. With that example we'll get complete idea about what is a trigger, and then we'll do a practical. So what is a trigger in a SQL? A trigger in a SQL is a set of instruction that automatically execute in response to the specific event on a particular table or view. Let's take that example. Suppose I have one employee table. This is my employee table. Here I have a employee ID and I have a name and I have a salary details. So this is my employee table I have. Here I have a record like employee ID 1, name Manish, and the salary is also given. So this is my employee table which is already available. Now what actually happening? I am giving one instruction. So I am writing one instruction here. If anyone is deleting any data from this employee table, so this is my employee table. So if anyone is deleting any data from this table, then that data is very important, right? So then I want to take that backup and I want to insert into my backup table. what actually I'm giving one instruction. I have this employee table, and this employee data is very much important for me. So if anyone is deleting any data from this employee table, then what trigger will do? It will automatically uh, get this data, and it will first insert into this backup table, so that my data will not be lost. So if anyone will delete any data from this employee table, the trigger will execute. What trigger will do? It will take this data, whatever data is getting deleted, it will insert into this backup table, so that I will be having a backup of my data. So in that kind of the scenario, we use a trigger. So what actually do we do in a trigger? We give set of instruction. We give set of instruction with the help of the trigger, and what actually it will do? It will automatically trigger if any events will happen. So in this case, if we'll see, if any delete event is happening into this table, then the trigger is getting executed, and it is inserting the data into the backup table. So that kind of the scenario we have in a real time, where we use a trigger. So I hope you got the idea what is trigger in a SQL. Now what are the different type of the trigger? We have a before trigger. It will execute before an operation like insert, update or delete. We have after trigger. It will execute after an operation is complete. And we have a instead of trigger, which will execute on a particular view. Now what is the syntax? Let's see. Now let's see how actually we can write a query. Now let's take a same example what we were discussing. Suppose I have one employee table. This is my employee table I have. In this employee table, if anyone is performing any delete operation, then I want to do. I want to insert whatever the value is getting deleted into my backup table. So in this case, what will happen? If anyone is deleting any values from employee table, I will take a backup and I will insert into the backup table. So for that, I want to create one trigger that will execute automatically. So how actually you can write a query? So first you have to write create trigger and the trigger name. You can give any trigger name. So what you have to write? Create trigger name on, and what is your table name. Create trigger name on your table name, like on main table, like suppose you have employee table, right? So you will write employee table. After delete, so what we will use after delete as begin. After delete, if anything is happening, that actually we are saying after delete, what we will do, we want to insert into this backup table. After delete as begin, insert into the backup table. And what are the values we want to insert? We want to insert the employee ID, department name, salary, whatever the column that you have to specify from a deleted. That is the thing. That's how you have to write. This deleted is referring to the main table. So how actually we have to create trigger, and the trigger name you have to write on which table? Your main table. After delete, if anything is happening, we want to insert into the backup table, and what are the column you want to insert, that you have to mention, and that's it. So I hope you got the idea how to create. Let's do practical, and with that example we'll get better. So what actually we'll do, we will create one table. This is the employee table. This is one table I have created, employee table. Here I have a employee ID, employee name, department ID, and the salary information. Now I'm also creating one more table, that is my backup table. Here also we have a same kind of the column, but also I have included few more column, like at what time it is getting deleted. So that get date, with the help of the get date, current date, time actually I'm getting, what is the backup ID, this also I'm capturing. So this also I have created. Now what actually we'll do, let's see how actually we can create a trigger. Creating a trigger, what you have to write, create trigger and the trigger name. On which particular table you want to create a trigger? I want to create a trigger on an employee table. Now for which action? After delete. So what actually I am doing, I am creating one trigger. Trigger name is this, on employee table, and what is the trigger? After delete. Like after delete, what it will happen? It will start the inserting into the backup employee. So we have created a trigger on an employee table. After delete operation, what will do? It will insert into this backup employee table, and this all the column it will insert. So you can see select employee ID, employee name, department ID, salary, and get it. This information it will do, and it will insert. So let me execute this. Employee delete. This is the trigger got created. So it's simple, right? Now let's see how actually we can test it. So testing it, what actually I am doing, I am first inserting some values into this employee table. So let me insert into the employee table. So few values got inserted. If I'll show you the table, I have a employee table. Here we have a data and I have a backup employee. As of now, we don't have any data. Now what I will do, I will try to delete something, because as of now we have only created a trigger, but trigger will execute whenever anyone will delete from this particular table. So what actually we'll do, we'll try to delete the values from this employee table where employee ID equal to the 2. So I am deleting a table from employee table. In this case, what should happen? It should trigger should start automatically and it should insert the values into the backup table. So let me execute the delete table. You can see one row affected, one row affected. Now if I'll show you the table, both the table again, now you can see this data got deleted from the first table and it got inserted into the my backup table. So that's how actually we can create a trigger based on the certain scenario. So if anyone is deleting any data from employee table, I am taking a backup as a backup employee table, and there actually it's getting inserted. So this kind of the scenario generally we use in a real time. So I hope you got the idea why we use a trigger. Now let me again what actually I will do. I will try to delete this employee ID 3. Suppose I am deleting this employee ID 3. So what will happen? You can see it got executed. One row affected, one row affected. Two operation happened automatically. Now if I will show you the employee table. In this employee table, this is the employee table, the first one. From here the employee ID 3 got deleted and it got inserted into the second table. The second table you can see we have employee ID 2, 3, employee name, department ID and their salary, right? At what time we are deleting, that kind of the information also we are capturing. So this actually will help to know like who is deleting, at what time we are deleting. So I hope you got the idea like why we use a trigger, and this kind of the scenario is a very common scenario. Hello everyone, so now we are starting our data engineer preparation part. So what are the common questions which is generally asked in interview from a data engineering perspective? We will try to cover in this particular series. So as this is a lecture one, so we are starting with the SQL question. SQL is a very much important skills. If you'll go for any interview, the first question they will ask related to the SQL. So what actually we are doing, we are also starting with the SQL. Similarly, we will follow for the Python, PySpark, Azure, AWS, everything we'll try to cover. So in this particular video, I have a few SQL question. So for that we have to write a query. We are starting from a basic, and slowly we will improve our the difficulty level also. So let me show you. So I have one table is given. So let me open. So I have one table. This is the employee table. So what I have done, I have created this employee table. This is the employee table I have created. I have inserted few values. This query I will give to you so that you can also practice with me. Now I have a couple of questions. This question we have to solve, and these are the question which is generally asked in interview. Now this is the employee table. If I show you, in this employee table I have a employee ID, employee name, department ID, position and the salary. So if you'll go for interview, there also they will give you some table, and based on table they will say to write a query. So my first query is like remove a duplicate values from my employee table. So if you'll see, I have this employee table. In this employee table, if you'll see, I have a few duplicate values. Like you can see employee ID 3, employee ID 4. These two row actually got inserted two times. Means this is the duplicate records. My question is like I had to remove a duplicate values from my employee table. This means I had to find out the unique values from employee table. Now I want output like I don't want any duplicate records in my table. I only want to see what are the unique records which is available in the table. So how actually we can write a query for this. So if I'll write the distinct, so with the help of the distinct, we'll get to know what is the unique value which is present in the table, right? So if I'll do distinct star from employee, if I'll do this, then what is the result we'll get? As of now, you can see we have a 8 rows, right? Total. Now if I'll execute this, I'm getting only the unique records. So with the help of the distinct, we will only get the unique records and it will remove the duplicate value which was present in the table. So distinct is the keyword which we use to remove the duplicate values to find out the unique values which is present in the table. Now with the help of distinct, we are able to find out the unique records. Now my second query is like write a query to find out the duplicate values from employee table. Now if you will see, this is my employee table. Now I am able to find out what are the unique values there. Now my question is like to find out what are the duplicate value which is present. So you can see this 3 and 4, these are the duplicate values, right? So I should get from query result, I should get a information what are the duplicate value which is actually present in the table. So you can see 3 and 4, this is the duplicate value, right? So I want output for that. So how actually we will write a query for that? First question was to find out the duplicate values. The second question was what are the duplicate value present that output actually we want. So how actually I can write a query for that? So in this case what I will do, I will use a row number. I will try to use a Windows function. So how actually we can write a query? So what I will use, select star comma row number. So I am going to use a Windows function row number. We use a row number with over clause, right? So what I will use, I will use a partition by employee ID column. So based on the employee ID, I will try to partition it. I will use order by employee ID, and this I will give as a RN from employee table, from employee table. Now what I am doing, this is the employee ID we have, right? This is the particular column. So based on that actually I am trying to group it, and I am trying to find out the row number. So if I'll execute this, let's see what will be the result we will get. Now wherever will be the duplicate values will be there, right? That actually assigned as a 2. So what actually I am doing, I am grouping based on the employee ID. Partition by employee ID means I am grouping. So for one employee ID 1, only one record is present, so RN is 1. For 2, only one record is present, so RN is 1. For 3, what was the first value? So for first value it assigned the rank 1. The 3 again repeated, so it assigned the rank 2. Similarly for 4, for the first 4 it assigned the rank 1. For the second 4 it repeated again, so that's why it assigned the rank 2. So with the help of row number, what actually I am trying to find out, I am trying to find out what are the duplicate values present. If any duplicate is value is present, then we are getting a RN column as a 2. Now from here actually I can filter it out, right? So if I will do with CTS, what we have to find out, we have to find out the what are the duplicate values present. So if I will use select star from CTE, where Rn equal to the 2, what I will get, I will get only those record where duplicate value is present. So if you can see, this is the duplicate records, employee ID 3 and employee ID 4, this present 2 times. So this is the output actually I wanted. So first question was to remove the duplicate values or to find out the only the unique values, or distinct was working. Now suppose you have a requirement, what are the duplicate value which is present in the table to get me those results. With the help of this actually we can find out. Now next question is like to find out, write a query to find out the highest earning employee based on each location. So this is very simple, right? So how actually we can write, select maximum salary, because we want to find out the maximum salary, and based on each position. So what we will use, we will use a group by position from employee table and the group by position. Based on each position, what is the highest salary that we had to find out. So if I execute this, what is the maximum salary based on each location? For data scientist the highest salary is 80,000. For project manager it is 75,000. Then we have software engineer 70,000. Then quality. So based on each position, what is the highest salary we are able to find out. So this it was very simple question, right? And now let's move to the next question. Write a query to get top 3 highest earning employee. I had to find out the top 3 highest earning employee from this particular table. So how actually I can write a query for this? So what we will is select top 3 star from employee order by, because based on the highest salary we had to find out, right? Order by salary descending. If I'll use this and if I'll execute this, you can see who are the top 3 earning employee. You can see employee ID 2, employee ID 3, and employee ID 3 because it's present 2 times, right? So that's how actually we are able to find out. Now if anyone is saying like based on the unique value you have to find out the top 3 highest earning employee, so how actually you can write a query for that? So in this case what you have to write, you have to first remove the duplicate value. So what I will use, with CTES select distinct star from employee. Now if I will do select star from CTE, so what I will use, select top 3 star from city order by salary descending. If I will write this, in this case what will happen, I will get top 3 earning employee based on the unique values. Now you can see whatever the duplicate record was present, right, that we have removed with the help of this query, and on top of this we are applying a VCT clause and we are trying to find out the top 3 based on the highest to the lowest salary. So this you can see employee 2 3 1 from highest to the lowest salary. This is the information we have. Now similarly I had to write a query to get the top 3 lowest earning employee. So how actually you can find out the top 3 lowest earning employee, and you have to remove the duplicate also. So for that also we will use a VCT first. What I will use, select distinct star, so that I will get only the unique value from employee. Now what I will use, select top 3 star from employee and from CTE where, not where, order by salary ascending. When I am writing ascending means from lowest to the highest, it will give me top 3 employee. So you can see employee ID 5, his salary is 55, then 60,000, then 70,000. So like that actually we can write a query. So do practice this question. We have a more question. This was a basic question which is commonly asked in an interview, but we have a more question. I hope you will really enjoy this. Hello everyone, so we will continue our interview preparation part. So I have a couple of questions which was generally asked in interview. That question we are going to solve today. So let me open my SQL server. So I have one of the employee table. This is the employee table I have, which I have created. I will share query with you so that you can also create the employee table and you can practice this all the question. If I show you, this is the table I have. In this table I have a employee ID, employee name, department, salary and the location. And I have a couple of questions which we are going to see today. My first question is like, write a query to find out second highest salary employee. So this is the common question, like either they can say like to find out the second highest salary, or they can say like to find out the third highest salary, fourth highest salary, or second lowest salary, third lowest salary. Like that question generally asked in interview. How actually you can solve this all the question? So what we will do, we will try to solve this question with the help of the Windows function. So what I will use, I will try to use a Windows function row number. So how actually I can solve, select star, with the help of row number I will try to give a rank based on their salary order. So what I will use, select star comma row number, we will use over clause and we will use order by salary descending. So based on their salary we will try to assign a rank. We will try to assign a rank. If I have written order by salary descending order means based on their salary highest to the lowest, we will try to assign a rank from EMP. Now if I'll execute this, you can see based on their salary we have assigned a rank. You can see highest salary employee got rank 1, then second highest salary got rank 2, third highest salary got rank 3. Like that we have assigned a rank. So now what we have to find out, we have to find out the second highest salary employee. So in this case what actually I can use, from this query whatever the rank I have assigned I can filter the data. So if I will use, how actually we can filter the data, so for that we will use a CTE function, and from this CTE what we will do, we will filter a data, select star from CTE where rn equal to 2. If you have to find out the second highest salary, then you will write 2. If you have to find out the third highest salary, then you will write a 3. Now if I'll execute this, you can see who is the second highest salary employee. This is the second highest salary employee and the salary is 88,000. If you write the who is the third highest salary employee, then you will make RN3, then you will get the third highest salary employee. So like that we can get a result. If anyone is asking to find out second highest salary, third highest salary, so we can solve like this. Now my next question is like, write a query to get second lowest earning employee. Who is the second lowest earning employee? So what we'll use? We'll use a Windows function here. I'll use a row number. We have to find out the lowest. So what we will use? Over order by salary ascending. You can mention ascending, or if you will not mention, by default it is ascending only. From employee. Now if I'll execute this, what will happen? Based on their lowest to the highest salary. So this is the lowest salary, right? It assign rank 1, then rank 2, then rank 3, like that. Now what we'll do? We'll try to filter our data. With CTES, we have to find out the second lowest salary. So what we'll use? Select star from city, where Rn equal to 2. We have to find out second lowest salary, right? So who is the second lowest salary? This is the second lowest salary employee, right? Employee ID 9. So if I'll execute this, I should get that result. You can see I'm getting that result. Employee ID 9 is the second lowest earning employee. So like that actually we can solve the second highest, second lowest, third highest, third lowest, like that. So this is the table I have. Now in this table, if anyone is saying write a query to get second highest salary based on each department. Now what actually it is asking? So we have seen like how to find out the second highest salary, right? Now what actually it is saying, based on each department, who is the second highest salary we have to find out. So you can see in engineering department who is the second highest earning employee, from data science department who is the second highest earning employee. So that information we want. So how actually I can write a query for that? So I will use the same concept, row number over, because we have to find out based on each department. So we'll try to group based on the department, right? So I'll use a partition by department and order by salary. So based on the highest to the highest, second highest we have to find out. So I will use a descending. We'll assign a rank 1 from EMP table. Now if I'll show you what actually this will give me result. So if you I'll show you, so you can see it grouped all the departments. So we are doing a partition by department, right? So based on each department, it is assigning a rank based on their salary. So in the data science department, 85,000 is the highest salary employee, right? So it assigned the rank 1. 84,000 from data science department, he is the second highest salary, right? So I'm getting a rank 2. Similarly, from the engineering department, who is the highest salary, he got rank 1, then rank 2. Similarly for the HR, similarly for the marketing and all. Now what I can do, from here actually I can filter a data. How actually I can filter a data? With CTES, select star from city, select star from city, where Rn equal to the 2. So if I'll do where Rn equal to the 2, I'll get the who is the second highest salary employee from each department. You can see from data science department, he is the second earning employee. From engineering department, he is the second earning employee. From finance, this is the second earning highest salary employee. From HR, this is the second highest earning employee. So I got that result. Now one thing you have to remember, so if you have a duplicate record, like any duplicate record is present in the salary column, so in this case what actually you can do, instead of the row number you can go for the dense rank or the rank. So that is the only thing you have to remember. If the duplicate is not there, then this will work perfectly. Otherwise, based on the requirement, you can use a rank or the dense rank. Now my next question is like, write a query to get third lowest salary based on each department. Based on each location, we have to find out who is the third lowest salary based on each location. So how actually I can find out? I'll use the same concept, select star, row number, we'll use over partition by location, because based on each location we have to find out. Partition by location, order by salary, ascending SRN from EMP. If I'll do this, so based on their each location, so if you will see, this is the location, right? So in Chicago, who is the lowest salary, 65,000 is the lowest salary, so it got assigned rank 1. Similarly, this is the second lowest salary, so it assigned rank 2. So based on their salary lowest to the highest, we are assigning a rank based on the location. So we have grouped the location, right? So all the Austin is coming, then Chicago, then New York, like that. Now what we have to find out, third lowest salary each location. So what we'll do, we'll filter a data with CTES, and here we will write select star from CTE where Rn equal to the 3. Now if I'll do this, we'll execute this. Based on each location who is the third lowest salary, that information we are getting here. I hope you got the idea. Now my next question is like, write a query to get bottom 2 salary based on each location. So what we have seen till now, so in previous question we have seen like if you have to find out the third lowest salary based on each location or department, we were able to solve. Now what actually it is saying, write a query to get bottom 2 salary. So based on each location. So suppose in New York, who is the top 2 bottom salary based on each location, that we have to find out. How actually we can write a query for that? So what I will use, select star row number, I'll use over partition by location, right? Location, order by salary, bottom means ascending order, will give as a Rn from EMP. Now what actually it will give me, if I'll show you. So you can see in Chicago, who is the lowest salary, 65,000 is lowest salary, then the 72,000, right? Now what we have to find out, I have to find out who is the bottom 2 salary based on each location. So in Austin, who is the 2 bottom salary, 67,000 and 70,000, these two are bottom salary, right? So I want this detail. In Chicago, this is the 2 bottom salary, right? So I want that result. Similarly for the New York, I want that result. Similarly for the Seattle, I want this is the 2 salaries, so I want that result. So what actually I will do, with CTES, select star from city, select star from city where Rn in 1 and 2, Rn in 1 and 2. So if I'll execute this, I'll get the who is the second you can see based on each location who is the top 2 lowest salary, I am getting those results. Now if you have any duplicate record here, if you will see this 78,000 and the 78,000, this both salary is same, but we assigned a rank 2 and the rank 3 randomly because we are using a row number, right? Now if you had to solve this, then we can use a dense rank based on the duplicate scenario. So if you will assign a dense rank, then this if any similar salary is there, then it will assign the same rank. So that's how we can solve that. So try that. Now my next question is like, write a query to get the top 2 salary based on each department. So it is the similar query. What you have to do, instead of ascending, you have to write just a descending. Now if I'll execute this, I'll get who is the top 2 highest salary based on the each location. If you have to find out based on each department, then what you will write, instead of partition by location, you will do a partition by the department and you will get the result. So I hope you got the idea. Yeah, that's it in this video. Hello everyone, so we will continue our interview preparation part. So in this particular video, we are going to see few joining related question which is commonly asked in interview. So let me show you the question. So I have a 2 table, so like that they will give you the requirement. So I have this table 1. In this table 1, you can see I have a ID column. In this ID column, if you will see, I have a 5 records and all the 5 records are same 1 1 1 1 1. I have another table 2. Here also I have ID column, and here also I have a 6 record 11111, and the null value also is there. Now what generally they will ask, the requirement is like, if I will perform a inner join operation, then how many records I will get? If I will perform a left join operation, then how many records we will get? If we perform a right join operation, then how many records we will get? If we perform a full join operation, then how many records we will get? So this kind of the question generally they will ask. Generally it will make you confused, because here we have a same kind of the records available in the both the table, and they will directly ask you, if you perform this all the operation, then how many records you will get. Here you can see mostly duplicate record is present, and there actually if you will perform this all the operation, then how many records you will get. They will try to check whether you are aware about the joining operation properly or not. So the first question is like, how many rows we will get when we will perform a inner join operation. So in inner join operation, what will happen, whatever the common records will be present in the both the table, that records only we will get. So that is the definition generally people know about the inner join operation. Now you can see, so what generally people say, here also we have 5 records, and here also we have a 5 records. These 5 records are common in both the table, then how many records we will get? 5 records. This is the common answer we generally get in an interview. Like if the 5 rows which is common in both the table, then I will get only the 5 records. But this is a wrong answer. What generally happen? First it will check the ID1. Is ID1 is matching with all the rows or not? Yeah, it is matching with all the rows, means 5. Now it will check the next one. So first is check the whether this one is present here or not. Yeah, here it is present how many times? 5 times. So I got the 5 record. Now it will check for this one. Here also you can see, here this one is also matching with this 5 records. Then here also I will get the 5. Similarly for the this one, here this one is also matching with the 5 records. Then I will get the 5. Means total you can see, this 5 records is matching with the 5 records, means I will get the total 25 rows. I will get the total 25 rows. So you always have to remember, whenever duplicate record is present, so that duplicate record generally work like a self join. So in a self join we try to um, suppose here 5 records is matching with here 5 record, then 5 into 5, total 25 rows we will get. So like that actually it works. In the case of duplicate records, you have to always remember. Suppose here we have only 2 1, and here we have a 5 1. So how many records we will get? This 2 into multiply by 5 means total 10 records. So like that you have to remember. Now let me show you how many records will you get when you will perform an inner join operation. So let me write a query and let me show you. Select star from table 1, join table 2 on table 1 dot id equal to the table2 dot id, table2 dot id. So this is how I will write the inner join operation, right? Select star from table 1 joining with the table 2 on a id basis, table1 dot id equal to the table2 dot id. So if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting total 25 rows. I'm getting 25 rows. Whenever you have a duplicate record, then you have to remember this trick. Like that actually it will work. Now similarly, how many records you will get when you will perform a left join operation. So in left join operation also you can see, this is my left table, right? So here I have a 5 records, and this is matching with the right table 5 records. So here also I will get the 25 records, correct? Because in a left join what happens, all the records you will get from the left table, and only the matching records you will get from the right table. So what I will write, how actually I can write a query, select star from table 1, left join table 2 on table1 dot id equal to the table2 dot id. If I'll perform this operation, how many records I will get? I'll get total 25 records. You can see this is the 25 records I'm getting. Now next is the important one. You can see how many records will you get when you will perform a right join. So in this case the right table, this one is the right table, right? In this right table I have a total 5 records and one null value is also there. Now in this case what will happen? all the records you will get from the left table and only the matching records you will get from the left table. So how many records are matching in both the table? This 5 is matching with this 5, means total 25 records plus null value, means total 26 records we will get. Let me show you. Select star from table 1, right join table 2 on table 1 dot id equal to the table 2 dot id. If I'll perform this operation, if I'll execute this, now you will see total 26 record, because null is also there in right table, right? So that records also we will get. Now next one is like how many records you will get when you will perform the full join operation. If I'll show you the table, first table I have a 5 records, second table 5 records and the null value. So in this case also what will happen, total 26 records, because null is also present, right? We'll get. So what I will write, I'll perform the full join operation, right? I'll perform a full join operation. So what I will write, select star from table 1, full join table 2 on table 1 dot id equal to the table 2 dot id. Now you can see here also we are getting a 26 records, means all the records you will get from the both the table, either it is matching or not matching. So this is a very common question which is generally asked in interview. So this you have to remember how actually you can solve this question. So now what we will do, we will also try to insert one null values in the left table, the first table. Then we will see whether this null will match with this null value or not. So this kind of question also generally they ask. So what we will do, insert into table 1 values, we are going to insert null value. Now if I will perform this operation, if I will insert this, now in this case what will happen, now I have a total, you can see this is the table 1, this is the table 2. Here also I have a 5 records, one is null. Here also I have a 5 record, one is null. Now if I will perform a inner join operation, then how many records you will get? If I will perform a left join, how many records you will get? Let's see that. So if I will do this, now you can see I am getting only the 25 records. So whatever the null means nothing, right? So this one is present here, and what actually we were doing, we were trying, here we have a 5 records, here also we have a 5 record, then we were doing 5 into 5, 25, because 1 is a valid value, right? This will not happen with the null case. So null is not going to match with this null. So that you have to remember when you will perform this kind of the operation. Only when you will perform a left join operation, there you will get the total 26 record, because the 5 is, this 5 is into this 5 and this one null. So total 26. So if I execute this, you can see total 26. So that is also one thing you have to remember. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So in this particular video, we are going to see few of the SQL related question which is generally asked in interview. So these are the query question which I have in this particular video which we are going to solve. So if you can see, my first question is like, write a query to create a new table with the same schema as an employee table. So what actually it is asking, suppose you have an employee table. Now you want to create a new table. This is the table 1 which you want to create. Now what you have to do, whatever the schema which we are using in this table, I want the same schema in this particular table, and I have to create only the schema. So that is my first question. Second question is like, create a new table same like a employee table, data plus schema. What it does it mean? I have to create a new table. So suppose I have this employee table. Now I have to create a new table name as a table 2. So what actually I want, whatever the employee table schema and the data we have, we want to copy into this particular table. So how actually we can create a new table with the same schema and the same data? So that is my second question. Third question is like, write a query where employee name starts with a letter A. This is a simple question, like. Now next question is like, write a query where department ID starts with same letter and ends with the same letter. How actually you can find out? Suppose I have a department ID 1001. So you can see this is starting with the same letter and it's ending with the same letter, right? So that is what actually we have to find out. How actually we can write a query for that. How to query to get records in XML formats. So what we have to find out, suppose you have a query and in that query what actually you have to find out, you have to find out in a XML format. Whatever the result we are getting, that result we want in a XML format, how actually we can write a query for that. My next question is like how to get a current date, current month and the current year. So these are all the things we are going to see. So let's start. So my first question is like write a query to create a new table with the same schema as an employee table. So I have this employee table. Now in this employee table you can see we have a employee ID, employee name, department ID, position and the salary. I want to create a new table name as a table 3, and I want the same schema like a employee table, like I want the same employee ID, employee name, department ID, position and the salary. I want which table I want to create? I want to create a table 3. So if I show you, this is the table 3, this one actually I want to create. And one thing we have to remember, it is saying like only schema, means only schema actually I had to create a same like a employee table. How actually I can write a query for that? So what we have to write, select star into table 3. This is the table we are creating, right, from employee table, like same like employee table we had to create, where 1 equal to the 2. If I'll do 1 equal to 2, now if I'll execute this, what actually it is going to do, it is going to create a new table name as a table 3, same like a employee, where 1 equal to 2 means only the schema it will match. Let me execute. You can see 0 rows affected. Now if I'll execute this table 3, you can see same schema like employee ID, employee name, department ID, position, salary. It got created same like a employee table. So that's how actually we can create a new table with the same schema if we have any reference table. Next query is like create a new table same like employee table, data plus schema. I want to create a new table, table 4, same like a employee table, and in that table data as well as the schema should match like a employee table. How actually I can write a query for that? Select star into employee table, select star into table 4. This is the new table I want to create, table 4, similar to the employee, where 1 equal to the 1. If I'll execute this, so what will happen? It will create a new table, table 4, similar to the employee, where schema as well as the data will match. 1 equal to 1 means. Now if I show you, select star from table 4, this is the table we have created, right? And you can see the schema as well as the data actually got created similar to the employee table. I hope you got the idea. Now my next query is like write a query where employee name starts with a letter A. So you can see we have an employee name column, right? I have to find out the employee detail where name start with the A. So it's very simple, right? So how actually we can write, select star from employee table where employee name like A percentage. A percentage means it should start with the letter A, and after that it can contain any letter. So if I'll execute this, you can see this employee name only starts with the letter A. Now my next question is like, if I show you my employee table, this is the employee table I have. Write a query where department ID starts with the same letter and ends with the same letter. So you can see in department ID we have a 101. So 101 is starting with the 1 and ending also with 1. Similarly this also 101. So that result actually I want, which is starting with the same and also ending with the same. How actually I can write a query for that? Select star from employee where left department ID 1 equal to the right department ID 1. So if I'll do this, so it will give me that result where it is starting letter and the ending letter is matching. Left department ID first letter and the right department ID first letter, ending letter, both are matching, means 101. 1 is also starting with 1 and ending also with a 1. So like that we can calculate that. Now I had to find out, write a query to get record in a XML formats. So suppose I have this table, select star from employee. Now what actually I want? I want to get a result in a XML format. So what actually I have to write, select star from employee for XML auto. if I'll do this, if I'll execute this, you can see the result I'm getting in a XML format. So like that actually we can do that. Now my next query is like how to get current date. So how to get a current date? So if I write select get date, so get date will give me the what is the current date. You can see this is the 17th of November, right? And current date and the timestamp also it is giving. Now the second way is doing is current timestamp. Current timestamp. If you will write current timestamp, this also will give me the same result. Current date and the current timestamp both are matching, right? So like that we can calculate the current date. How to find out current month? So what you have to write, select month and get date, and if I'll execute this, this will give me the what is the current month. So you can see 11th this November, right? Now how actually we can get the current year? So what you have to write, select year and the get date. So if I'll do this, this will give me the year. What is the current year? You can see 2024. So I hope you got the idea. Yeah, that's in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So I have a couple of the SQL question which is generally asked in interview that we are going to discuss in this particular video. My first question is like what is the difference between the union and union all? So this is the very common question which is generally asked in interview. Second question is like what is the difference between the primary key and the union? So we had to know about what is primary key, what is the union and what is the difference between them. Third question is like what is the difference between the dense rank and the rank? So that is a common question. The fourth question is like what is the difference between the delete versus drop versus truncate? This is the fourth question. Fifth question is like what are the different Windows function we have? Sixth question is like what is the difference between the where and the having clause? And the seventh question is like how to handle null values in the SQL. So these are all the things we are going to discuss today. So let me open. So let's discuss one by one. The first question is like what is the difference between the union and the union all? So union and union all we use whenever we have to combine a row. For taking example, suppose I have this one table, this is my table 1, this is my table 2. Now row by row, if you have to combine these two table, then what we will use? We will use union all and the union. Now what is the difference between the union and union all? Whenever you will perform a union operation, it will remove the duplicate rows. Whenever you will perform a union operation, it will remove the duplicates. So if you'll see in this table, we have a ID 3 and in this table also we have id 3, means this is the duplicate records, right? So it will remove the duplicate when you will perform a union operation. But when you will perform a union all operation, whatever the records will be available, whether it is a duplicate or not, it will combine all the rows. So that is the difference we had to remember, union and the union all. I hope you got the idea. Now let's discuss about the second question, primary key and the union difference. So primary key and union both we use to uniquely identify the rows in a table. Let's take one example. Suppose you have a table. In that table you have an employee ID. So employee ID means two employee cannot have a same ID, right? So what we'll do? We'll try to define this employee ID as a primary key. Now suppose you have another column that is a mobile number. Mobile number. This mobile number also cannot be a duplicate, right? Means two employee cannot have a same mobile number. So if you have already defined a primary key, then you cannot again define another primary key. So that is the difference. In this case, we can define this as a unique. So whenever you want to uniquely identify rows in a table, in that case, we can use a primary key and the unique key constraint. Always remember, in a table we can have only one primary key, but in a table we can have a multiple unique key. And always remember, primary key cannot contain a null value, but unique key it can have a null value. So that is the difference. Primary key and unique key both we use for the uniquely identify rows in a table, but primary key cannot have a null value, but unique key can have a null value. In a table we can have only one primary key, but we can have a multiple unique key in a table. So that is the difference you have to remember. I hope you got the idea. Now let's discuss about the next question. What is the difference between the rank and the dense rank? So rank and dense rank we both use for the ranking purpose. For taking example, suppose I have this table. In this table I have a salary column. So based on their salary highest to the lowest, I have to assign a rank. Like highest salary will get a rank 1 and then the rank 2, rank 3 like that. So in that case what we'll do, I will use a rank and dense rank. Both we use for the ranking purpose. Then what is the difference between the rank and the dense rank? So based on their salary highest to the lowest, if you have to assign a rank, how actually it works, whenever you will use a dense rank, right? So in this case you can see the highest salary got a rank 1, then the 70,000. You can see two employees having a same salary. So in this case what it will do, dense rank, it will assign a same rank for both. Even if you use a rank also, it will assign a same rank for both. So whenever you have a duplicate records, in that case generally we use a rank and dense rank concept. So if you have a duplicate records, in this case what will happen, dense rank and rank, it will assign the same rank for both. Only the difference is like, so these two employee got a same rank 2 and 2. In the case of dense rank, the next employee will get the rank 3, but in the case of the rank, it will get the rank 4 because it will skip the rank because of the this duplicate scenario. So that is the difference we have to remember. Whenever you will use a rank, it will skip the rank if there are ties or a duplicate. But in the case of the dense rank, it will not skip the rank even if there are ties. So that is the thing we have to remember. So rank and dense rank we use for the duplicate and the ranking scenario. If we have a duplicate records, so if you use a rank, it will skip the rows. But in the case of the dense rank, it will not skip the row. That is the thing we have to remember. Next question is like, what is the difference between the delete versus drop versus truncate? So this all we use for the deleting purpose. So whenever you will use a truncate, right? So whenever you will use a truncate, it will remove all the data from your table. Whatever the schema, whatever the column is there, that will be available, but all the data will be deleted when you will perform a truncate operation. Now in the case of drop, whenever you will perform a drop operation, it will delete the data as well as the schema. Like, means it will delete the complete table. After that you will not be able to query in that table. In the case of truncate, it was only deleting the data, but in the case of the drop, it was deleting the data as well as the schema. So that is the difference. Now what is the delete? So whenever you will use a delete command, suppose you have to delete specific rows based on the certain condition, in that case we use a delete. So delete we use for the specific rows. If you have to delete, then we go for the delete. And truncate we use to delete all the data at one time, then we use a truncate. And drop we use to delete the data as well as the schema. The next question is like, what are the different Windows function is available? So Windows function perform calculation across a set of table rows related to the current rows. So we have a different Windows function like row number, rank, dense rank, average. So these are the different Windows function is available that you should know. Next question is like, what is the difference between the where and the having clause? So where and having both we use for the filter purpose. If you have to filter a data, we use a where and having. Only one thing you have to remember, where generally we use before the group by, but having generally we use after the group by if you have to perform a operation. So that is the thing you have to remember. Now next question is like, how to handle null values in a SQL. So how actually we can handle a null value? So we have a is null is not null command to filter a records. This is the one thing. The second is like, with the help of the calls we can handle a null values. So if you have a null values and you want to replace with the specific default value, then you can use a calls. So this is the two things you have to remember, how to handle null values in a SQL with the help of is null or a calls function. I hope you got the idea. That's it, Nidhi. Thanks. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So in this particular video we are going to solve few SQL related question which is generally asked in interview, and this is the most important interview question. So before going to interview you should definitely watch this. So let's understand the question. My first question is like, write a query to find out the employee manager details from a employee table. So you can see this is the employee table which is given. Here we have a employee ID, employee name, manager ID and the department information. And from this table only I have to find out what is their employee name and what is their manager name. So you can see this John can be a manager of Alice, Alice can be a manager of Blob, Blob can be a manager of Charlie, right? So there can be a multiple possibilities. So how actually we can find out the employee name as well as the manager name from this particular table? That is the first question. This is a little bit tricky that actually we are going to solve. The second question is like write a query to find out the cumulative sum of the salary or the rolling sum of the salary. So this kind of the question generally asked in interview. So let's understand the first question. So they will give you scenario like this. So they will give you this table. So this is the first table. In this table I have an employee ID, employee name, manager ID and the department. Only one table is given, employee ID, employee name, manager ID and the department. And what is the output we want? We want a employee name, we want a manager name and we want a department details. So if you will see here, we don't have any manager name information. So how actually we will find out the who is the what is the manager name? So if you will see, the scenario can be, you can see the employee. So John, he can be a manager of Alice, right? Alice can be a manager of Blob, Blob can be a manager of the Charlie, and this can be a manager of Charlie. So there can be a multiple position, right? So from this employee name only, I have to find out the employee name and what is the manager name. So how actually we can solve this? So what I will do, from this table I will perform a join. So what I will do, I will perform a join based on this employee ID and the manager ID. So I will use the same table. On the same table only I will perform a join based on the employee ID and the manager ID, and based on their employee name I will find out what is the employee name and the manager name. So let's see how actually we can write a query for that. So what I will use, select a dot employee name. I will tell you what is a means employee name, comma b dot employee name. So this alias I will give as a manager name, manager name. Third is the, and we'll find out a dot department from which table? Employee 4 table. From employee 4 a. So this table we are doing a left join, right? So employee 4 I am giving a, left join, same table employee 4 b, on what I will do, a dot manager ID equal to the b dot manager ID, So this is the query which I am writing. So what I am doing, I am using the same table, and in the same table only I am performing a left join. So based on their manager ID and the employee ID, this is the employee ID, based on their manager ID and the employee ID I am performing a left join. Now let's see what will the result we will get. Now if I'll execute this, you can see John manager is null, Alice manager is a John, Blob manager is a John, Charlie manager is Alice, AV manager is a Blob. So if I'll show you the actual table also. Now after that let me tell you. So if you'll see employee ID 1, and for John manager ID is null, so no manager for the John. That is the correct result. Now second ID Alice manager ID is 1. What is the manager ID 1? John, right? So I am getting the Alice manager is a John. For employee ID 3 Blob, his manager ID is 1. What is the manager ID 1 means? John. So John is the manager for the Blob also. For Charlie, what is the manager ID 2? Manager ID 2 is Alice, right? So for Charlie, manager name is Alice. For AV, it is a 3. What is the employee ID 3? It is a Blob. So Blob is the manager. So I am getting the result. So like that actually you had to perform the join. You had to perform something called a self join on the same table, and you had to get the result. It's little bit tricky, but do practice it, you will get a better idea. So that was the first question. Now my second question is like I had to find out the cumulative sum of the salary or the rolling sum of salary. So this kind of the question also generally asked in interview. So how actually we can write a query for that? So what you have to do, select star comma sum salary over, suppose order, I'm doing order by employee ID, employee ID as RN from employee table, from employee table. Now if I'll execute this and if I'll show you, you can see I created one cumulative sum column. So how actually it is working? Cumulative sum means you have to sum up from the below. So you can see 70,000, then 80,000. So 70,000 plus 80,000, 150,000, right? Then 150,000 plus 75,000. So you can see this came two times, right? So what actually it is doing? 150,000 plus 75 plus 75 means we are getting the 300k. Now what is the 300k plus this also is a duplicate record, 6 plus 6, so 42. Then what is the 42 plus 55? 475. What is the 475 plus 70,000? 545. So like that actually it works. So what actually cumulative sum is, you have to sum from a next salary and you have to get the result. Like suppose on January 1st you had a 70,000 sale. Now on 2nd of January you had a 80,000 sale. So what is the total sale? 70,000 plus 80,000, that is a 150,000, right? Now on the 3rd of January you had a two more sale. So till 3rd of January how many total sale? So this will be the total result, right? So that will become a 3 lakhs. Now on 4th of January you had a two more sales. So till 4th of January how many total sale? We have a this many total sales. Now 5th of January we have this many sales. What is the total sale? This many. On 6th January we had this many sale. What is the total sales? This many. So like that actually it helps. So cumulative sum and the rolling sum, this is an important interview question. So do practices. Yeah, that's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to solve one question which was recently asked in an interview, and it is a one of the most important interview question also. So please try to do a practice. So first let's understand what is the question. So I have this table. So they have given me a table and they were asking about to solve this. So let's try to understand the table first. So in our table we have a chocolate name and the brand name. So you can see all the chocolate name is coming, but in a brand name few brand name is coming as a null. So our requirement is like after Nestle, suppose if any null value is coming, so you have to replace with the Nestle. After Cadbury, if any null value is coming, then you have to replace with the Cadbury. So this is the output actually they want. So you can see after Nestle few null value was coming, right? So this Nestle was replaced with the all the null value was replaced with the Nestle. Similarly, after Cadbury few null values was coming, right? So after Cadbury it is coming, that's why we have replaced with the Cadbury. So that is the question we have, and there are multiple way to solve this. So I will show you my way of solving, but you can also solve this the same question in a different way. So try to do that. So what actually I will do, my approach is like, first let me generate a one row number, ranking number in a similar order, so it will be helpful for me. And what I will do, whatever the null is coming, right, I will try to convert into the zero, and whatever the value is there, that I will try to convert one first. So that is the first approach actually I am thinking. So what I will write, select star. So let me write, then I will explain you. Row number over, I have to generate a number in a sequence order. So you can see there is no ID column. Based on that, the sequence number I can generate in a similar pattern, right? So what actually I can write, order by select null. If you will write select null in the sequential order only, it will try to generate a number for you, Rn. So this is the first. And what I will do, I will use a case statement. Case when brand name is null, brand name is null, null. Then if it is null, then I will make 0, else it will be 1 only. I'll give the name as a rn1 from chocolate brown, our table name. Now if I'll execute this, rn1 end should come, right? And rn1. Now if I'll execute this, you can see what actually I have done. I have generated one row number column in a sequential order 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 in the similar way. After that, what I have done, whatever the null was coming, I have converted into the 0, and whatever the proper value was there, that I have converted into the 1. Now what I will do, on top of this I will apply a one rolling function. How rolling will be helpful, let me show you. With cts select star, how rolling function we can perform, select sum rn1. So I want to sum rn1 over order by rn from cte from cte. If I'll do this and if I'll show you the result, so what I have done, I have created a one rolling sum function. So let me give the name as a rolling function. Roll sum function name I will give. Now if I'll execute this, you can see roll sum, this is the one. So what actually I have done, I am trying to do the sum of all. So you can see 1 plus 0, so whatever the 1 plus 0 was there, right? So it made it 1. After 1 plus 1, it is 2. Because these all are same value, right? 2 plus 0 is 2, so it became a 2 only. So it is doing 1 plus 0 1, 1 plus 0 1, 1 plus 1 2, 2 plus 0 2, 2 plus 0 2. So this is the result I am getting with the help of the roll sum. Now what actually I will do, if I will try to partition based on this group column, if I will try to do a partition based on this column, and whatever the maximum value, whatever the proper value which is coming into, if I'll group this, and based on the whatever the proper value is coming in a brand name, if I'll replace this with that, I'll get the proper result. So what I will do, I'll partition this data, and if I'll partition this all the three data, in this three, whatever the proper value is coming, that I will replace with this value. So that is the approach. So what I will write, this also I will use CTE1 here. And now what I will use, so what I am saying, I'll use a select chocolate name. This is the column I want. I want a brand name, comma. I will use a maximum function, max of brand name, over partition by roll sum from as new brand name from CT1. So what actually I am doing, I am grouping based on this roll sum, and in this roll sum, whatever proper value we have in a brand name, that value actually I am trying to get it with the help of this function. Now if I'll try to execute this, you will see whatever the null was coming previously, right? It got replaced with the Nestle. Whatever the Cadbury, after Cadbury, whatever null was coming, right? That got replaced with the this. So what I have done, let me explain you one more time. So if I'll do select star from city, what is my first code? So if I'll execute only this, the first step is like, what I'm doing, I'm trying to generate a sequence number in a sequential order, whatever the sequential order I have. So if you don't have any order by column or ID column, then what actually you can use a select null. It will give you in the same order, it will try to generate a number. Now second thing what I have done, whatever the null was coming, right? So this null actually I am replacing with a 0, and whatever the proper value, that I am replacing with the 1. So that is the thing I have done into the first step. Now in the second step, what actually I have done, I am trying to do a rolling sum. So what is a rolling sum means, it will try to sum this number 1 plus 0 1, 1 plus 0 1. So like that the rolling sum actually I am doing. So I am using a sum rn1 over order by rn from cte. If I show you, select star from cte1, And if I show you the result, what actually I had done, I am using a rolling sum. So how rolling sum is working? So this is a 1, right? 1 plus 0, 1. 1 plus 0, 1. And 1 plus 1, 2. 2 plus 0, 2. 2 plus 0, 2. So what actually I had done, it has segregated this value separately with 1, and whatever this Cadbury, right, it separated all the Cadbury and null related value into the 2. So now I have a proper partition. Now based on this, actually I can take a decision. So based on this partition, whatever the proper value is coming, that I will try to replace with the proper brand name. Similarly, with this partition, whatever the proper value is there, I will replace with the proper Cadbury. So that is the approach I am following. So I have used the maximum brand name. So I am doing a partition by this column, and whatever the maximum brand name proper value is there, maximum brand name will give you the proper not null value. So if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the result. So that is the approach I am doing. So that is a one way of solving, but there are different way, there are different thinking of solving the same question. But do try to practice this, because once you will practice, then only you will get better idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to solve one of the SQL question which was recently asked in interview, and this is the most important interview question also. So they have given a scenario like this. So we have a customer order table, and we have to find out how many new customers are there and how many repeated customers are there on each date. So they have given a table like this. So let me show you. So they have given a table like this. In this table, we have all the customer information. So suppose I am a customer, so I will be having one ID. So suppose my customer ID is 100. Suppose new customer, suppose one more customer is there, so he will assign a new customer ID. So suppose his ID is 200. So each and every customer will be having a unique customer ID. So all the customer ID details are captured in the customer ID table. Now we have a order date. In this order date, suppose I am a customer, I have ordered something. So what, on which particular date I have ordered, so that information we are capturing on the order date. I have a third information, order amount. So how much amount I have spent, that information is coming into the order amount. Now what actually I have to find out, I have to find out on 1st of January how many new customers are there and how many repeated customers are there. Let's understand this. Suppose I am a customer, my customer ID is 100. I visited on the 1st of January. I visited on the 1st of January. So in this case, first time I am visiting on the 1st of January, so I will be a new customer, right? I will be a new customer. Now suppose I am a same customer, again I order on the 3rd of January. 3rd of January. So in this case, I will not be a new customer because I have ordered previously also. So this will be a repeated customer. So this is the question we have. So we have to find out on each date how many new customers are there and how many repeated customers are there. What is repeated customer means? Suppose you have ordered previously, then you are then you are not a new customer, you are a repeated customer. So that is the thing you have to remember. So this is the question. So based on this, we had to find out on each date on 1st of January how many new customers are there, how many repeated customers are there. This is a very much important question also from a real time perspective, because in a real time also we try to do this kind of the analysis, like to understand the customer behavior, like how many new customers are coming, how many repeated customers are coming, how actually your product is growing. So this kind of the calculation generally we do. So from a real time perspective also, this question is a very much important. Now let's try to solve. So how actually we will solve this? So what is my approach? So what actually I will do, I'll try to capture the first order date, first order date for each customer. What is first order date means? Suppose I am a customer, my customer ID is 100. On first time, on 1st of January I have done the order. So what will be my first order date? Because 1st of January, this is first time I am ordering, right? So my first order date will be the 1st of January. Now second time I am a same customer, customer ID is 100. 2nd of January again I have done the order. But what will be my first order date? My first order date will be a 1st of January only, right? Because first time I have ordered the order on the 1st of January only. So what actually I will do, I will try to create one column that will be a first order date, and I already have a order date, and based on this I will try to compare. So in this case you can see order date and the first order date both are same. So this will be a new customer. And in this case you can see 2nd of January and the 1st of January, this both are not same. It means this is a repeated customer. Repeated customer. So if your order date and the first order date both are same, means you are a new customer. If your order date and the first order date both are not same, it means you are a repeated customer. So that is the approach we are going to solve. So let me write a query. So what I will do, I will use a city. So I will give the name as a first visit date. I will give the name as a first visit date as, I'll write a query, select customer ID. How to find the first visit date? So I'll use a minimum of a order date. I'll use a minimum of order date. This will be a first visit, right? When actually he visited the first time, or you can see first order. First order. This is the name I will give, from customer orders, and I will try to group by customer ID. So what actually I am trying to find out, if I'll do select star from first visit date. Now if I'll try to execute this, what actually I am doing, first I am trying to find out for all the customer what was their first visit date. So you can see for customer ID what was their first visit date, first order, this is his first visit date. For 200, what is their first visit date, on 1st of January only. For 400, what is their first visit date, on 2nd of January. So what actually I will do, so I have calculated the first order. Now what will be the next step, I will try to compare the order date and the first order date. So for that I have to join. So from this particular view I am getting to know about the first order and what is their actual order date, that is available in the customer order. So I will try to do a joining. So what actually I am saying, so what I will write, select, suppose a dot star and b dot first order from customer orders a, join, I am doing a inner join, first visit date b on a dot customer id equal to the b dot customer id. So now I'll tell you what actually I am doing. So we have a customer order table, right? So in this table, that is my first table, and I am joining with the first visit date. What is this first visit date? This is the view I have created. There actually I am finding out the first order. So what actually I am doing, I am taking all the information from this customer order table, and b dot first order, that is a first order date. So I am trying to join this customer order and this first visit date based on their customer ID. So now if I will execute this, you can see now I am getting all the information. I have a order date information also. I have a first order date information also. Now what actually I will try to do, I will try to compare. If order date is equal to the first order, it means he is a new customer. If order date is not equal to the first order, means he is a repeated customer. I'll apply a condition, case when order date equal to the first order, then 1, else 0, and this name I will give new customer. I will write one more condition, case when order date is not equal to the first order, then 1, else 0, and this I will write else, and this will be a repeated customer. This is the thing actually I am calculating. So what actually I am writing one case statement. If order date is equal to the first order date, then 1, and this will be a new customer column. If order date is not equal to the first order, means it will be a repeated customer. So now if I'll execute this, you see, suppose customer ID 1, right? He is a new customer. So I am getting information like he is a new customer on the 1st of January. But you can see on 2nd of January, he is not a new customer. He is a repeated customer because 1st of January he visited the first time. On 3rd of January, the same customer, he is not a new customer because he already visited. So he is coming into the repeated customer. So like that, actually I am getting to know about the new customer and the repeated customer information. Now what actually we can do? Now finally we can group that a new customer and the repeated customer. So what actually I will write? I'll write comma final s. We'll write aggregate query. Now in this aggregate query, what actually we will write? Select sum of new customer. Select sum of new customer. Sum of repeated customer as repeated, and we'll group based on the order date from final group by order date. If I'll execute this query, you can see on 1st of January we have a 3 new customer. On 2nd of January we have only 2 new customer and 1 repeated customer. On 3rd of January we have a 1 new customer and the 2 repeated customer. So like that actually we can calculate this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about Azure Data Factory. We are going to learn about complete Azure Data Factory from a basic to the advanced level. If you are a beginner, if you want to learn about the ETL activity, how actually you can perform a ETL activity in Azure space, Azure cloud space, this video is for you. In this video, you will learn about the complete Azure Data Factory from a basic to the advanced level. Each and every topic we have covered with the practical example. We have started with the basic like what is Azure Data Factory, and after that with practically each and every topic we have covered. For example, how actually you can create a Azure Data Factory in Azure space, how actually you can create a Azure storage account in Azure space, how to create Azure SQL database in Azure account, what are the different Azure Data Factory activity we can perform. For example, we have a copy activity, we have a delete activity, how actually you can copy a data from a storage account to the SQL, what are the different types of the triggers we have, what are the different kinds of the transformation we can perform in Azure Data Factory. For example, we have a joining, union, select. There are multiple transformation. Each and every transformation we have covered in this particular video. And after that, we will learn about how actually we can parameterize it. And we will learn about the different activity like we have a get metadata activity, we have a if condition activity, we have a for each activity, append variable, set variable, filter, like that multiple activities are there. So each and every activity we have covered with practical example. So what we have done, we have taken, suppose we want to learn about the copy activity. So what we have done, we have taken one scenario, one business scenario, and based on the business scenario we are trying to learn about the copy activity. So like that each and every activity we have taken, and with that scenario we are doing a practical and we are trying to learn. So that is the approach we have followed in this particular video. So only one prerequisite for you, only one prerequisite. What you have to do, you have to create a Azure account. So we get the 30 days free Azure account. In this 30 days period, you can learn about the complete Azure Data Factory. So whatever the example we have covered in this particular video, right? So try to do a practice so you will get completely hands-on also. So do try to create Azure account and do try practice. Now let's start. So in this particular video, we will understand what is Azure Data Factory, how Azure Data Factory works, what is the use case, and also we will understand about the ETL activity. So let us start with Azure Data Factory definition. So Azure Data Factory, it is a cloud-based ETL and data integration service provided by a Microsoft Azure. So whenever you have to perform any ETL activity in Azure space, you can use Azure Data Factory. With the help of the Azure Data Factory, you can perform any ETL activity. Now first understand what is ETL means. So ETL is nothing but a extract, transform and load. Let's take an example. Let's understand why we perform a ETL activity and what is ETL activity means. And then we'll come to the Azure Data Factory definition part. Let me give you one example. So generally whenever you will work in any organization, you will see you have a data that is available in a multiple space, and that is a very common scenario. You will not find like all your data is available in a single storage. You will generally see you will be having a data that is available in a multiple space. Now let me give you one scenario. Suppose I have a data that is available in a SQL server. I have a data that is also available in a PostgreSQL. I have a data, all the device data is available in Azure Cloud, and I have a market related data is an SFTP server. Now in this case you can see I have a data that is available in a multiple space. Now what business wants? Business want to build one Tableau report or one Power BI report. In this Power BI report they wanted to have all the metrics, like they wanted to know all the user activity, subscription activity, device activity. In this case I need a data which is available in a multiple space, but to connect each server one by one, that is a very tedious task. To unify the data, what actually we do, we try to perform a ETL activity. So as part of the ETL, what actually we do, first we try to extract the data. So E means extract the data. So what we'll do, whatever the data is available in multiple space, right? SQL Server, PostgreSQL, Azure Cloud and SFTP server, we'll try to connect with this all the server, and we'll try to extract the data. So that means the extract. The second is the T. T means transformation. So as part of the transformation, what actually we do, we try to clean the data. So suppose all the data is not important, only the specific column is important for you. So what you will do, you will try to filter that data, you will try to handle the null value, you will try to clean the data. So all the kind of the step you will do in a transformation layer. And the third is L. L means load the data. Finally you will try to load into the common storage, common space. So that is the load the data. So what we have done, we have extracted the data which was available in a multiple sources, we have transformed that, and finally we have loaded into a final location, that is our target location. Now in this unified data we will be having a information of all the account, subscription device, market related data, and that we can use it for our reporting perspective. So that is the important, and that kind of the scenario generally you will see in an organization also. So whenever you have a data that is available in multiple space, and whenever you want to unify that, then generally you will go for the ETL activity, and that also we call it as a data integration service. Okay, so whenever you have to perform any ETL service or data integration service in Azure space, you will go for the Azure Data Factory. Let's come to the definition part. Azure Data Factory, it is a cloud-based ETL and data integration service provided by a Microsoft Azure. It enables you to create, schedule and manage data pipelines that move and transfer data from various source to destination. So it is nothing but it is a ETL activity. So we will try to move, we will try to transform the data from various sources to the destination, right? So that actually only it is saying. So whenever you have to perform ETL activity in Azure space, you will go for the Azure Data Factory. Let's discuss few use cases. So data migration, this is one of the important use case. We use Azure Data Factory for the data migration activity. So generally you will see you have a data that is available in on-prem server. So what actually we'll do, we want to migrate into the Azure space. So as part of the data migration, what we'll do, we'll try to create a pipeline. We'll try to move a data which is available in on-prem to the cloud space. So data migration is the common use case of the Azure Data Factory. Second, getting a data from a client server or online data to a Azure data storage. So suppose you had to build any report, but your data is available in a client server. So from client server, first you will try to get your data into Azure data log storage, and based on that you will try to build a report. So this kind of the scenario generally comes. In that kind of the case we use Azure Data Factory. And the third one is carrying out various data integration process. Data integration process is nothing but a unifying a data. So unifying a data which is available in a multiple sources. So I hope you got what is Azure Data Factory. So whenever you have to perform any ETL activity in a cloud space, you will go for the Azure Data Factory. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we will see how actually we can create a Azure Data Factory in a Azure space. So I hope you have already created a Azure account. If you haven't created a Azure account, please do create a Azure account so that you can do a practice along with me. Once you will create an account, you have to search for the portal.azure.com. Once you will log in the portal.azure.com, you will see this particular screen. Now suppose you have to create any services. So in a search bar, you can search any services. Suppose I had to create a storage account, I'll search for the storage account is coming. Suppose I had to create a SQL database, I will search for the SQL database is coming. So that is one option. Second option, in the left side you will see different services is there. So there, that also you can use. What actually we are going to do, we are going to see how actually we can create a data factory. So in a search bar, I will search for the data factory. Search for the data factory. The data factory is coming, right? This is the particular symbol. I'll click here. I already have created one data factory that is showing here, but now we are going to see how actually we can create a new data factory. So click on the create. First you have to select your subscription. So whatever the free subscription you have, you can select that. After that we have to create a resource group. So click on the create new, give any resource group name and click on the OK. I have already created one resource group, so I will use the same one. If you haven't created a resource group, click on the create new and create that. After that, we have to give the information about the data factory, what is the name. So make sure the name should be unique, so give the unique name. So I am going to give data factory practical test something. So unique name I am giving. After that, we have to select the region. So you can select near your region. After that version we have to select and click on the next. If you want to configure any git, you can configure. So uncheck this, and after that you have to pass the repo name, branch name and all the this kind of the details, but we are not going to do that. So I'll click on the configure git later. Click on the next. Networking, we will go with the public endpoint as of now. Click on the next. Tags, you can give any tags. So I will give the name as a POC ADF, POC ADF, just to recognize the data factory. And after that click on the next. After that you will see whatever the option you have selected, all the information you will be able to see here. We have to click on the create. Once you will click on the create, you can see deployment is initialized. You can see deployment is in progress. So once the deployment is complete, we will see how actually we can open a Azure Data Factory. So generally this kind of the activity is a one time only. Whenever you will join an organization, you will see already data factory is created or you have to create a data factory. So this is the simple step we have to follow. You can see your deployment is complete. So click on the go to resource. Now here you can see launch studio, Azure Data Factory Studio. I'll click here. Now in this Azure Data Factory Studio only, we will do all the kind of the data pipeline creation and all. So most of the time data engineer, they will try to spend their time into this particular screen only. So you can see in the left side we have a home option, we have a author option. In author option only we will try to create a pipeline, data set, data flow. We will see about this, like what is pipeline, data set, data flow in upcoming videos. In a monitor section you can monitor your pipeline if any pipeline is running. So for the monitoring perspective we will use a monitor, and we have a manage option. So we have a link service integration. This all also we'll try to understand. So I hope you got like how actually we can create a data factory. So in upcoming video we'll try to understand more about the data factory components, parts and all. Yeah, that's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand like how actually we can create a Azure Data Factory. In this video we are going to understand about the Azure Data Factory components, like what is activity, what is data set, what is link service, what is integration, runtime and all. Because if I'll show you in Azure Data Factory, you will see all the terminology like pipeline, data set, data flow, link service and all. So these are very much important. So let's discuss one by one. So let me take a simple example. With that example, let's try to understand. Suppose my requirement is like I had to create one pipeline which will copy a data from a blob storage to a SQL server. So that is the requirement I have. Now in this requirement, if you will see, my data that is already available in a blob storage in a CSV file, and I had to copy this data into the SQL server. So in this case, if you will see, blob storage where your data is already coming, which is already available, and from there you want to copy into the another space, so that will become a source for you. Now in this case, my source is the blob storage. Where you want to copy a data, we want to copy a data into the SQL server, so that will become a sink for me. So target one will become a sink, and the source one from where actually you are taking a data. Now next thing is like activity. So what actually we want to perform a task here? We want to perform a copy activity because we have to copy a data which is available in a blob storage to the SQL. So for that I will use a copy activity. Suppose my requirement is like I have to delete a data that is available in a blob storage. So for that I will use a delete activity. So similarly in Azure space we have a multiple activity already available. You can see for move and transform we have a copy activity. For the delete also we have another activity. For the failure we have another activity. Like that the multiple activity are already available for the task. So from a requirement perspective, my data was available in a blob storage and I had to copy a data into the SQL server. So for that, what actually I am using? I am using a copy activity here. So activity is nothing but a what task actually you want to perform. Now next is the data set. So data set is nothing but a it will represent the location and the schema of your file. So once you decided what task actually you want to perform, the next step is to create a data set for your source and the target. Now in this case, what is my source? My source is the blob storage. So for that I will create a data set. And what is my schema? Schema is CSV file. So for that I will select the CSV file schema and I'll create the CSV data set. For the target also I will perform the same. This will represent the location of my target. I'll create a data set here also. This will represent the location of my file and the schema. Schema is table, so I have created a table data set. So data set will represent the location and the schema of your file. So in this case, you can see I have created a CSV data set and the table data set. Now the next thing is the link service. So if you want to access this blob storage, so for that you should have a access. You should have a linking credential. So that actually we have to provide in a link service. So what we will do, we will create a link service. We will provide a user name and the password so that we will be able to access our source and the server, source and the target. If you want to access the source and the target, for that you should have a credential. That credential you have to provide in a link service. So link service actually help to connect with the source and the target. I hope you got it. So we discuss about the data set, we discuss about the link service, we discuss about the source and the sink. Now next thing is the triggers. So once you will create a pipeline, the next thing is the trigger. So trigger will help to run your pipeline. Suppose you want to run a manually. So for that we have a manual trigger. Manual trigger. Suppose you want to schedule your pipeline, like weekly basis it should run. So for that we have a schedule trigger. Suppose for a specific event base you want to run the pipeline, for that we have a event trigger. So these are the trigger will help to automate pipeline or to run the pipeline. Now next thing is the integration runtime. So we have a three type of the integration runtime. First one is the auto resolve. Auto resolve integration runtime. Now what is auto resolve integration? So whenever your data and whenever your source and the target that is available in a same space, like suppose my source is also available in a cloud, Azure cloud, and my target is also available in a Azure cloud. In this case I will go for the auto resolve integration runtime. But suppose my source is available in a on-prem, or you can say any private network, and I have to move this data into the cloud. In this case your auto resolve will not work. In this case you will go for the self-hosted integration runtime. Self-hosted integration runtime. Auto resolve will work where your source and the target that is available in the same space, like the same environment, Self-hosted will work whenever both the things are available into a multiple uh, network, like one is public, one is private, one private is another space, second private is another space, then you will go for the self-hosted. And the third we have is like SSIS. So SSIS related package, we generally go for the SSIS integration runtime. This we will discuss more when we'll do a practical, but as of now you should understand what is data set, what is link service. Do a practical in upcoming video and we'll understand more about this. Hello everyone. So from the theoretical perspective, we are going to learn what are the things which we should know. So whenever we create a Azure storage account, so we generally get a four type of the storage services. So let us try to understand one by one. The first one is the blob storage. The first one is the blob storage. Second one is the file storage. Third one is the table storage. And the fourth one is the queue storage. So based on the our requirement, we are going to use this all the storage. So suppose whenever you have a requirement where you have a data in a unstructured format, suppose you have a video file, suppose you have a audio file, txt file, any kind of the documents and all you are getting. So in that kind of the scenario, we generally use the blob storage. For all the kind of the unstructured data, we generally use the blob storage. I hope you got about the blob storage use case. Now let us try to understand the file storage. So let us take an example. Suppose you are working in company. Your one team is working in a Bangalore, your another team is working in Mumbai, another team is working in a US location, but you are working in a same project. So you want to have some share location so that everyone can access the same file. So what actually we do, we will create a share location and here we will put our all the files so that everyone can access and upload and do the changes. In that kind of the scenario, we generally use the file storage. For the share location, we can take an example. I hope you got it. So table storage, we generally use it for the structure kind of the data. So suppose you have a requirement where you want to store in a tabular form, so then we generally use the table storage. Fourth one is the queue storage. In a queue storage, suppose you have a requirement for taking example in a Paytm, right? In Paytm, where the lakhs of the transaction happening at a time, or any Google Pay or any kind of the transaction system we can take. So in that kind of scenario, what actually we try to do, we try to process the data in a queue, and so we want to process every file in a queue way. Okay, so in that kind of the scenario, we generally use it for the queue storage. So what actually we do, we try to put every file into a queue and we try to process one by one. In that kind of the scenario, we use a queue storage. Now let us try to understand more from the account type. So we will generally get a three type of the account. Either you can create a blob storage, either you can create a general purpose v1 account, v1, and the general purpose v2 account, and we call it as a general purpose v2 account. And blob we generally use for the unstructured data, and this is the latest version, and even Azure also recommend to use this because we have a multiple functionality over here. So we will use the general purpose v2 account only. Now from the access tier perspective, what actually we should know, let us try to understand. So we generally have a three type. We have a hot tier, second one is the cold tier, third one is the RQ. So whenever you have a requirement where actually you want to access the data frequently, if you want to access, so in that kind of the scenario, we try to store our file into a hot tier. Cold tier, where we have a requirement where we don't want to access data frequently, so we will try to store our data in a cold tier. RQ, where we have only rarely we are trying to access our data, so we actually try to store our file in a RQ. So how actually we can create a Azure storage account, that actually we are going to learn. Okay, once you will log into the portal.azure.com, we have to search for the storage. Search for the storage accounts will come. Click on that, click on the create button. We are going to create a storage account. Click on the create. So first we should have a subscription. Under the subscription we will create a resource group. If you haven't created a resource group, click on the create new and you can create a resource group. Under the resource group only we are going to create this storage account. So we selected the subscription, we selected the resource group. After that we have to give the storage account name. As of now I am giving the storage account name as a POC storage, like this. Make sure it should be unique. After that you have to select the region. After that we have to select the performance. We have a two type, standard and the premium. Standard means it will give the HDD kind of the storage. Premium is it will give SSD kind of the storage. So premium is much more costly as compared to the standard, and it is fast also. And we have a redundancy, that is for the backup. And see, as of now I am selecting the GRS only. Click on the next. Here we are not going to do any changes as of now. Click on the next, 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 and you can review whatever the option you have selected. And after that we have to click on the create. Now you can see the deployment is in progress. Here we have one option like the notification. If you click on the notification, you will be able to see all the notification about your account. So as of now the deployment is in progress for the storage account. That actually the notification we are getting. You can see the deployment is in progress. Once it will complete, our blob storage whatever we have created, that will be ready. So let's wait it to be completed. You can see the deployment is succeed, deployment is complete. Go click on the go to resource. This is the overview. As of now what we are going to click on this container. Click on this container, click on the plus container. We are going to create one container and we are going to upload a file. As of now I am creating one container, input container, and we can give a access level. You can give a privately if you want to access. You can give private, blob level access you can give, or you can give public access also. I have given the public access as of now, but make sure you give the private and all access. Just for the testing I am doing, that's why I selected that access. Click on the input, click on the upload, search for the file, select any file. I have selected this file. Click on the upload. This is how actually we can upload our file. Upload is now success. Now if you want to see this file, what you have to do, click on this upload, this particular file, click on the edit, click on the preview. Now you can see this is the particular file I have uploaded, and I can see this particular file also. So this is very simple. Now I have given the public access, right? So if I will click here, if I will select this particular URL, and if I will open this, I will be able to download that particular file. You can see this is the particular file which got downloaded because I have given the public access. Make sure you will give in the private access. So that is how actually we can create a storage account, we can upload a file. Hello everyone, so we are going to start our practical lab for the Azure Data Factory. We will see each and every activity one by one. In this particular video we are going to see how actually we can perform a copy activity in Azure Data Factory. So we have a business requirement. First step, we will try to understand the business requirement, and then we will think about the solutioning part, and then we will move for the practical part. So this is how actually we are going to follow. So let us understand the business requirement. So our business requirement is like we have a data that is available in Azure storage input container. So in Azure we have a blob storage. We have created one input container. In this input container we are getting a data from outsource. Now what we have to do, we have to copy this data to Azure storage output container. So what we have to do, we have to copy this data which is available in input container. We have to copy this data into the output container in a blob storage. So it is very simple, right? Whatever the data is coming into the blob storage input container, that data you have to copy into the blob storage output container. For that we have to create a pipeline in a Azure Data Factory. So that is the practical we have to do. So what we are doing, we are copying a data which is available in a blob storage input container to the blob storage output containers. That is the practical. Now whenever you will create Azure Data Factory pipeline, what are the steps generally we have to follow? Let's try to understand. So whenever we will create Azure Data Factory pipeline, these are the steps we have to follow. So what is the first step? In this scenario, if you will see, what we are going to do, we are going to perform a copy activity, because we have to just copy a data which is available in input container to the output container. So first step, what is the activity you are going to follow? So we are going to follow copy activity. So copy activity we have selected. Now after that, what is the next thing? Next thing is like, you have to understand what is your source and the destination. What is my source and the destination? Source and destination both are blob storage in this case. So we have understand what is my source. Source is also blob storage, and my target is also blob storage. So what I will do, first I will try to create a data set. Create a data set. In this data set, what actually I will try to do, I will try to point out to the my source location. Similarly, for the target also I will create a one data set. This target data set will point out to the target location. So first step is to create the activity, to decide the activity. Second step is to create a data set, and the next step is to create a link service. What link service will have? Link service will have to access the source location. So blob storage. So if you have to access a blob storage, so for that you should have a access. So this link service will help to access the blob storage. Similarly here also, to access the target location, we will create a link service so that we will be able to access the output container. So these are the steps generally we will follow whenever we create any Azure Data Factory pipeline. Now let me show you the data set. So this is the data set what we have. We have a employee ID, name, salary, address, location. So this is the CSV file we have. Let me open Azure storage. So this is, I have login with the portal.azure.com. I have created one storage account. The storage account is the POC storage, or you can search like storage account. Once you will search the storage account, you will see your storage. If you haven't created a storage account, please do create a storage account. We have already covered in the last video. So click on the POC storage. After that, go to the container. In this container, we will try to create a two container. I'll click on the container. Click on the plus container. You can see, right, we are going to create a new container. I will give the container name as a input. So make sure you give in a lowercase and the unique. You can see input container, I have name given. I'll click on the create. So I created one container, input container. I will create another container. That container name will be the output container. Output. So this is the container I will create for my target location. So I created two container, input and the output. I'll go to the input. I'll try to upload a file. How to upload? Click on the upload button. Browse for file and upload that particular file. I will upload this particular file. Upload. Now you can see apply1.csv we have copied into the input container. If you want to see this particular file, click here, go to the edit, and you can see preview. You will be able to see this is the file we have. Now what we want to do, we want to create one data pipeline which will copy a data from an input container to a output container. As of now, output container there is no data. So we'll create one Azure Data Factory pipeline which will copy a data from input to the output. So I will search for the data factory. I already created a data factory. We have already seen like how to create a data factory also. I'll click on the POC data factory here. Launch studio, open in a new studio. So this particular screen you will see once you will open a data factory. Now what we have to do, you have to go to the author. In this author only we will try to perform all the data pipeline creation and all. So you can see you have option pipelines, change data capture, data set, data flow. I'll click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. Once you will click on the new pipeline, you can see this all the activities there. So what is our first step? First step to decide the activity. What activity we want to perform? We want to perform a copy activity. So in a move and transform, you can see we have a copy activity. You have to select and you have to drag here. Once you will select and drag, you are going to perform a copy data activity. Okay, it's very simple, right? Now click on this copy data. Now you can see general name, you can give any name. So I can give name as a blob to blob, so that you can see here also it is coming like blob to blob copy. Description you want, you can give any description. Timeout, retry if any failure is happening. For that we give a retry and the timeout option. As of now we are not giving. Now what I will do, I'll go to the source. Now in the source what we will do, we'll try to create a data set. So you can see we have a source data set. So what is our first step? First step is to create a data set. So first we will create a data set for the source, and then we will create a data set for the target. So you can see source and the data set, right? Click on the new. Here you will see different option. Means your source can be anything. Your source can be blob storage, your source can be data lake, your source can be MongoDB, your source can be MySQL. Different, right? So what is our source? So our source is the blob. So I'll select the Azure blob storage. Continue. After that we have to select our file. My file is CSV file, so I'll select that. If your file is JSON, so you can select that schema also. Mine is CSV, so I'll select that. Continue. After that we have to create a link service. Link service will help to connect with the blob storage. So I'll click on the new. We are going to create a new link service. You can see we have given the name as Azure blob storage. After that the integration runtime, because our source and the target both are available into a Azure space only, so we are going to use the auto resolve integration runtime, that is the by default one. After that we have to select the subscription. We have to select our storage account, so this is the storage we have created. After that you just have to click on the test connection. You can see connection is successful, and then click on the create. So with this with the help of this link service we are able to connect with the blob storage. Now after that you have to select the file path. So I'll click on this browse, which particular file you want to have your source. So this is the our source, so I'll select this file as my source. You can see input container and the employee1.csv, this is my source. First row as header, so whether your file contain the first row as header, yes, so I'll select this, and after that you have to click on the OK. Now you can see we have created a data set. Now whether you are able to connect or everything looks good or not, how actually you will check, you have to click on the preview data. Once you will click on the preview data, and if you are able to see your file as it is, then you are good. Otherwise if any error occurs, you will not be able to see any data in a preview data itself. So that's how we have to debug also. Now our source is ready, we have created a data set. Now what actually we want to do, I will go to the sink. For the sink, where actually we want to store our data, we want to store in a blob storage. So for that also we have to create a data set. So in a diagram if you will see, right, we have created a data set for source. Now again we will create a data set for our target location. Where you want, so first I will click on the new. Where you want to store your data, we want to store in the blob storage, so I'll select that. But if you want to store in a MySQL, PostgreSQL, based on your requirement, you can select that. Blob storage I will select. Continue. I want to store in the form of a CSV only, so I'll select that. But if you want to save as a JSON, you can select that also. So CSV only I will select. Now after that we'll create a link service. You can use the same link service because that is the same blob storage, but let's see how actually we can create a link service. So I'll give the link service name. After that you have to select your subscription. After that you have to select the blob storage. After that click on the create. Now after that file path, where you want to store, I want to store into this output container because this is my target, right? So I'll select that, and after that I'll just click on the OK. Now my source and my sink is ready. For source I created a dataset and link service. For the target also I created a dataset and the link service. Now after that what we have to do, Now your data pipeline is now ready. Now what actually you will do, if you want to validate this, click on the validate all. You can see we have a validate all option, right? Click here. Once you will click here, and if you will see no error, then you are good. Click on the close. So validated all resources going on. In the notification window you will see. So what you have to do, validate all. Your data factory has been validated, close. After that you have to click on the publish all. So whatever the changes you are doing, right, so you have to first publish before running the pipeline. You can see publishing is going on, deployment is going on. Once it will complete, then we will try to run the pipeline. Now you can see publishing, deploying changes to the factory. So whatever the changes we are doing, first we have to validate all, and then we have to publish. You can see publish is completed. Now if you had to run this pipeline, how actually you will run? You can see we have option add trigger. So if you click on the add trigger, you have a two option, trigger now and the new edit. If you have to schedule, then you will go for the new edit. But if you have to test and if you have to run manually, then you can click on the trigger now. Then your pipeline will start running. That will copy a data from a input to the output. So let me click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Now if you have to monitor your pipelines, so you can see we have a monitor option. Come here, you can see this is the pipeline which is running and it is in progress state. Once it will complete, it should be able to copy a data from our blob storage input container to the output container. If it is doing, then we are good. You can see it is succeed now. Now what I will do, I'll go here in a Microsoft Azure. I'll go to my storage account. In the storage account, I'll go to the container. In the container, in output, I will see whether my data is copied or not. You can see my data is copied. So with the help of the data factory, we are able to copy. Let's see how data looks. You can see data looks as it is, what actually it was available there. So that is how actually we can create a pipeline using Azure Data Factory. That's how we can create a data set link service. So I hope you got it. In next video, we'll do a more practical and we'll try to understand more. Hello everyone. So in last video we have understand like how to perform a copy activity in Azure Data Factory. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually you can perform a delete activity if you have to delete a data from that particular container, how actually we can do. So we have one of the business requirement that actually we are going to understand, and based on that we will try to create a data pipeline. So let me explain what actually happening. So suppose you have one of the web application, from there actually you are receiving a continuously data into this particular source location. This source location is a input container. Input container you have in a Azure storage. So this is a Azure storage account. In Azure storage account you have a input container, and in this particular input container you are receiving a data from this web application. Now what actually happening, on a daily basis we are receiving a data in this particular container. So we are also running one of the pipeline which is actually copying this data on a daily basis to the other container. So let us suppose this is the output container. Here actually we are copying a data. Now whatever the data actually got copied into this output location, we want to remove from this source location, right? So we have to perform a delete activity for that in a Azure Data Factory. So in this particular video we will see how actually you can perform a delete activity. So whatever the scenario I have explained, this can be a one of the business use case. So let us try to see how actually we can perform a delete activity. I have this storage account. Let me open. This is my storage account. I will go to the container. So in this container, in this particular storage account I have created this input data container, and here I have a data available in employee1.csv. on a daily basis we are receiving. Okay, I have created Azure Data Factory Studio. Let me open Azure Data Factory Studio. I'll go to the author. I'll try to create a pipeline. Just click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. Now what actually we want to do, we want to perform a delete activity. How actually we can do? So for copy activity we have to click on the move and transform. So for delete activity we have to go to this general. You can see delete, right? Just select, drag and drop. Okay, so delete activity. So in delete activity, what actually we want to do first we have to specify the name delete source input data. That is the name I am giving. After that we have to do a setting for the source. So for the source, first we have to create a data set. So this data set will indicate where actually our data is. So our data is coming into a blob storage. I'll select that, continue. After that we have to create a link service connection. For that I'll click on the link service. I'll try to select the Azure subscription. I'll try to give the storage account, and then I will try to check test connection whether I am able to establish a connection or not. So let us see whether it is success or not. You can see the testing connection. Okay, connected successfully. Click on the create button. So now our link service is now ready. Now we have to give the path location. So in file path I'll select this particular folder, and I'll select this employee1.csv file. So as of now I have selected employee1.csv, but if you want to delete all the csv, then star.csv you can give the path location. Then click on the OK. Okay, now our source is ready, right? Now our source is ready. Now go to the logging account link service, where actually you want to log the data. So if you want to use the same blob storage, you can select that. Let me try to select the same blob storage whatever I have. All the login details will get saved over there only. So I'll select that. To see the connection established, folder path we have to select where actually you want to store the logging details. So that I have selected that, and let me do the validation. Let me click on the validate, no issue. After that we have to click on the publish all. Click on the publish, and after that we will try to run up our pipeline, and we'll try to see our employee1.csv file in input data, it got deleted or not. So as of now we have done the publishing. Whether once it will complete, then we will try to run our pipeline. Now publish is completed, no error found. Now what we will do, we will try to run. How to trigger a pipeline? Click on that trigger, click on the trigger now, click on the OK. Now if you want to monitor, go to the monitor section, click on the refresh. So this is a particular pipeline which is now running, and it is succeeded also. Now let me go to the input location. If I will try to refresh, you will see the employee1.csv file is now deleted, and we have also selected the logging details, right? So when we have done it, when we have selected the this path, okay, this is the delete file in a logging setting, right? So we have specified the log details path, right? So what actually we have done in a input data, this particular path only we have given. So here we have all the logs details. So we have a log details here, but we have the original file, whatever the file was there, that got deleted. Okay, so that is how actually we can perform a delete activity. I hope you got the idea. Mostly for the logging we create a separate container, and we try to save all the logs details. Okay, now here I have given the in the same folder only. So that is how actually we can perform a delete activity. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can do a setup of SQL database in Azure space. This is a very much important, because in a real time also you will see a multiple scenario where you will be having data is available in a SQL database, and that data you have to move into the blob storage or some other location, or you have a data that is available in a blob storage as a CSV or JSON file. That data you have to move into the SQL database. So this kind of the scenario generally you will see in a real time. So that's why in this particular video we will see how actually we can create a SQL database in Azure space, and in upcoming lecture we will use to create a multiple data pipeline. We will try to see multiple pipeline scenario where we will be having data available in a multiple space, and that data we have to move into the SQL database, or from SQL database if we have to move data into the blob storage, how actually we can do everything we will see. But in this video let's see how actually we can do a setup of the SQL database. So I have logged in into the portal.azure.com. Once you logging into the portal.azure.com, you will see this particular screen. What we are going to do, we are going to create a SQL database. So I will search for the Azure SQL database. You can see SQL database. Click on this. Now first time when you will set up, you will see this particular screen. click on the create SQL database, or you can click here create. Now after that, what we have to do? First thing, you have to select the subscription. Second, we have to create a resource group. So I already created a resource group, so that's why I'm selecting. But if you haven't created a resource group, you can click on the create new and you can give any name and you can create a resource group. Under this subscription, and we will be having a resource group, and that resource group we are going to create a SQL database. So that's how actually we have to read. First thing, we should have a subscription. Under this subscription, we will create a resource group. Under this resource group, we are going to create a SQL database. So that's how we have to read. Now after that, we have to give a database name. So I will give a database name as a POC database something. You can give and use, make sure it should be unique. So I will give POC database test. After that, we have to click on the server. We have to create a server so that we can logging into the SQL database and we can write a query. So first thing, create a server. So click on the create new, give the server name. I'll give server name as a POC server 728. After that, we have to give a location. After that, authentication method. This is important because once you will log in, it will ask for the login name and the password. So I selected the use SQL authentication. I'll try to set up my admin username and the password. And this thing we have to remember because with this only you will be able to log in. After that, click on the OK. So set up your admin password, and this you have to remember because with this only you will be able to log in. Click on the OK. After that, want to use SQL Elastic Pool? No. Workload environment, we will select the development because we are doing a testing. After that, compute and storage, here we have to select. You can see general purpose, so most of the things are there for the processing. We will go with the basic one because in basic you will get the 2 GB maximum and the cost also will be the 4.90. As we are using a free, so that is fine, but we will use a basic one only. Click on the apply. Click on the next. After that, we will select the public endpoint. Click on the yes. Client IP address yes. After that, click on the next. Security. Click on the start free trial here. Click on the next. Use existing data. So if you will select the sample, so you will get few database already and few table already. So I will select the sample. Click on the next. Click on the next, review create. Click on the create. Once you will click on the create, it will be initializing, and once it will complete, we will try to see how actually we can log in. So you can see initializing the deployment. So first the deployment will be submitted, and once the deployment is submitted, after that it will be completed, then only we'll be able to log in. So let's wait for that. You can see deployment is complete. Click on the go to resource. Now you can see this is the particular database we have created. Now if you want to log in, how actually you can log in, let's see that. So you can see query editor we have. Click on this query editor. Now we have given our login and the password, so that password we have to pass here. Click on the OK. Now you can see the query editor opened. Now left side you can see multiple tables already available because while setting up we have selected the sample tables, right? So if we want to write any query, so let me write sales lt.address, and if we'll run, you can see this all the data we already have. Means this all the table already available, and this all the things we can use it for our data pipeline creation and all. So that actually we'll see in the next. Now once you will open, suppose you are in a Azure, now you want to go into the SQL database. So now just you have to go into the SQL database, and this is the what you we already created. Now go to the query editor, and here you can log in and you can see your data. So that's how actually we have to do. So we'll meet in our next video and we'll see a practical. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to do a practical. We are going to see how actually we can copy a data from Azure Blob storage to Azure SQL database. So we have a business requirement. First we will try to understand the business requirement, then we will think about the solutioning part, and then we will do a practical. So let us understand. We have a data that is available in a Blob storage as a CSV format. So in a Blob storage, CSV data is available. That data you have to copy into the Azure SQL. So whatever the data is available in a blob storage CSV data, that data you have to copy into the Azure SQL in a tabular structure. So that is the requirement we have, and we have to create a data factory pipeline for that. In real time also you will get a scenario like this, where you have a data is available in one storage account as a CSV, JSON or any other format, and that data you have to copy into the SQL database in a tabular structure. So for that you have to create a pipeline. If you get this kind of the requirement, what kind of the step you have to follow, let's try to understand. Let's think about the solutioning part. So first thing you have to define, you have to understand what is your source. So my source is a blob storage as a CSV for. What is my target? My target is SQL database tabular format. So first you have to think about the what is your source, then you have to think about what is your sink or target. So that part is clear, right? Now next thing you have to think, because we are going to copy that data in a tabular structure. So for that you have to create a schema for that. First you have to look your file, what file is available into the blob storage. So let me show you the file first. So this is the file which is available in a blob storage. Employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, this kind of the file we are getting. Now if you had to copy this data into the SQL database, so for first thing you had to create a table for that. You had to create a schema for that, table schema for that. What is schema means? I will define a schema like this. So first I will check what is my source file. This is the source file. In this source file I am getting employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, right? So similar kind of the schema I will try to create a table in a Azure SQL database. I will try to define all the column like employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, so that the all the data I can store into this particular table in the all the columns. So we have created a schema, we have defined the schema also. Now next thing is like what activity we are doing a copy activity. After that we'll try to create a data set. One data set we will create for the blob storage, one data set we will create for the Azure SQL database, and to connect with the blob storage we will have one link service, and to connect with the Azure SQL database we will have one link service. So that are the stuff we are going to follow. Let's do a practical and let's understand more. So I open my Azure portal.azure.com. I'll go to the my blob storage account. So this is the storage account I have. I have already created a blob storage. If you haven't created blob storage, you can click on the create and you can create a blob storage. Once you will create a blob storage, click on this, go to the container. Here we will create one container, or we will try to store our file. So I will give a container name as a input. Click on the create. In this input container I will try to store my file. So that will become my source file. In a real time this kind of the thing will already be available, because we are doing a practical, right? So we are trying to do a setup for all. So I'll try to copy, I'll try to upload this file. Click on the upload. So this is the file which I uploaded into the blob storage. If I'll show you, I'll go to the click on the preview. Now you can see we are able to see our data. So our source is now ready. Now what is the next thing? Next thing is the SQL database. So I will search for the SQL, open in a new tab. So how to create a SQL database, that we have already covered in a last video. If you haven't created a SQL database, first thing is like you have to create a database. Please do watch the previous video where we have covered how to create a SQL database. Once you will create a SQL database, click on this. After that we have to go into the query editor. You have to pass username and the password. Click on the OK. Now you can see we have a Azure SQL database. Here we can create a table. So you can see in a table all the tables are available. But what actually we are going to do, we are going to first create a employee table. So I'll copy this, I'll try to paste here, and I'll try to run this. Once you will run, you can see query succeed 0. Run select star from employee. I shouldn't get any error. You can see we have a file, we have created a table, and that employee table should be available here. So let me refresh this. You can see this is the employee table we have created. So we have created an employee table that will become our target location. Now what we have to do, we have to create one data pipeline which will copy a data which is available into this CSV file into this particular table, employee table. As of now there is no data available into this particular table. So how that this data will come, we create a data pipeline that will copy a data from a CSV to this particular table. So for that we have to create a Azure Data Factory. So I'll first search for the data factory, open in a new tab. So you can see this is the data factory I have created. I'll click on this, click on the launch studio. Now we'll try to create a data pipeline for that. Now in data factory, once you'll open this particular screen, you will see you have to go into the author. Now come to the pipeline, we are going to create a pipeline. So click on this, click on the new pipeline. Now the first option, move and transform, you can see copy data, because we are performing a copy data from a blob storage to the SQL database, right? So I will select the copy data here. I will just click and the drag here. Now you can give any name. So I will give name as a blob to the SQL so that I can understand what actually this pipeline will do, blob to the SQL. After that we had to set up a source and the sink. You can see the source and the sink, right? What is our source? So source is the blob storage, source is the blob storage. So for that we have to create a data set. So what we will do, we will create a data set. Click on the new. My data is available in a blob storage, so I'll select a blob storage here. You can see we have a multiple option. So what you can do in a search, you can search blob storage. Click on this, continue. Which format your file is? CSV format. So I'll select that. Click on the continue. After that we have to create a link service so that we can connect with our source. Click on the new, give a name, blob a link service. After that you have to select your subscription, you have to select your storage account. After that test your connection whether you are able to establish a connection or not. If it is successful, then click on the create. After that you have to specify your file path. So I'll give the input and this particular file. If you have a multiple file, then you can give star.csv. So it will take all the CSV format data. That also we can do. Now I'll select first row as header, click on the OK. Now your source is ready, your data set for the source is ready. How actually you will verify it's working fine or not? Click on this preview data. Once you will click on the preview data, you shouldn't get any error. If you are getting error, means there is something fishy in your source creation. So click on the preview data, you should be able to see your data, because in a source we already have data, right? So we are able to see we have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email. Means our source is now ready. Now what we have to do, we have to do a setup for the sync. So for the sync also, what we had to do, we had to create a data set. So I will click on the new data set, sync data set. What is my data set? Data set is Azure SQL database. So I will search SQL database. You can see Azure SQL database. I select this, continue. For this also we have to create a link service so that we will be able to connect with our SQL database. Here we have to pass a subscription, you have to pass a server name, this is the server, and you have to pass the database name. So this is the database we have created. So I will pass the server name, database name, and the SQL authentication, your username and the password. So I will give my username and the password. and I will try to test a connection. Testing connection is important because if any error here only it is coming means you can debug like it is a link service issue. You can debug like in database or server, any kind of the issue is there. Now click on the create. Now link service is ready. Now you can see you have a table name. So here you will be able to see all your table. So what is your target table? Target table is employee. This is the table we have created. So I'll select this, click on the OK. Now my target is also ready because as of now in target there is no data, means our source is ready, our target is ready. Source we are able to preview our data, in sync there is no data, but once you will run a pipeline we will be able to see a data. Now after that what you have to do, click on the validate. If any error comes here it will come, click on the validate all, click on the publish all, click on the publish. Now we'll try to run a pipeline and we'll try to see whether our pipeline is running fine or not, whether it is copying our data from a blob to the SQL or not. First thing you have to publish it, and after that you can see publish is completed. After that you have to click on the add trigger, and we have a two option, trigger now and the new edit. We'll see about this also in depth. First we will click on the trigger now because we are running a pipeline. So if you have to run manually, so you can click on the trigger now. Now your pipeline is started. If you want to monitor, left side go to the monitor, and here you will be able to see your pipeline. So this is the pipeline which is running, and here it is giving a status as a in progress. Once it will complete, once it is succeed, then you should be able to see your data in a SQL database. If any kind of the error comes, then the failure message will come. So let's wait whether our pipeline is working fine or not. You can see the it is coming as a failed. Now let's try to debug. So how actually you can debug? Click on the error. Error is saying like operation on blob to the SQL failed. Failure happen on sync side. Means our target side there is problem. In invalid column name, the column LOC is not found in the target. The column name is not found, that actually it is saying. Now I will go to the my pipeline. I'll click on this copy data. What you have to do, click on the mapping, click on the import schema. Now you should be able to see all the mappings are fine or not. So you can see employee ID from the source is mapping with the destination, name is mapping with the name, salary is mapping with the salary, address is mapping with the address, but for location there is no mapping. So I'll click here, I select the LOC. LOC is mapping with the location, email is mapping with the location. So that's how we have to debug. We have to select the mapping properly. Now this means employee ID data should go into the employee ID, LOC data should go into the location column, email data should go into the email column. After that, once you do a changes, click on the publish all, click on the publish. Publish is completed. Now click on the add trigger, trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Now you can see it is in progress. So let's wait and let's see if any other error comes, then also we will debug. Debug is important because while debugging only we will learn more. So you can see now it is succeed, means our data should be available there. So I'll go to the database. Now if I'll try to run a select star from employee, I should see a data. Click on run. Now you can see in our employee table we have a data available, and that is exactly same what we have in a SQL CSV. That is exactly same what we have in a CSV file. All the data actually got copied. Location and email you can't see any data because in a source file also you will see location and email is blank. So that's how we had to create a pipeline and we had to debug. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand what is trigger in Azure Data Factory. Triggers are very much important from an interview perspective also. Whenever you will give a interview, you may get a question like what is schedule trigger, what is tumbling window trigger, what is event trigger. So that actually we are going to understand in this particular video. What is trigger? Triggers are objects that enable automatic execution of the pipeline based on the predefined condition or schedule. In last video also we have seen we were having one pipeline. This is the copy data activity. What this pipeline is doing, it is copying a data from a blob to the SQL. Now to run this pipeline, what actually we were doing in a last video, we were clicking on the add trigger button, add trigger. So whenever we are clicking on this add trigger button, then only this particular pipeline was running. So trigger is nothing but it helped to run the pipeline so that our pipeline will run and the task will be completed. So trigger generally help to execute the pipeline based on the condition or the schedule. Now suppose you have a scenario where you have to run this pipeline automatically, like on a daily basis, a weekly basis or monthly basis. You don't want to do manually. So in this case we also have some other trigger. So now let's understand what are the different types of the trigger we have. So we have a schedule trigger. So when actually we use a schedule trigger, execute a pipeline on a specific schedule like hourly, weekly and a daily. Suppose you have a scenario where you want to run this pipeline on a every day, on every week, or any every month, every hour. So in that kind of the scenario you can use a schedule trigger, and with the help of the schedule trigger this particular pipeline will run automatically based on whatever the criteria you will select. If you are selecting every hour, it should run, so then the pipeline will run every hour. If you will select every day, it should run, then every day it will run. If you will schedule every week, then every week it will schedule. So schedule trigger is one of the trigger. Now second is the tumbling window trigger. It executes a pipeline at regular interval defined by a window size and a offset. So it will look similar to the schedule trigger. Here also you can execute a pipeline based on the certain condition. Like here also you can give like hourly base. If you want to run the pipeline, you can run. If you want to run on the daily basis, that also you can run on a specific window size. What is the difference between the schedule trigger and the tumbling window trigger is like, in a tumbling window trigger, whenever you have a historical data, suppose for the historical data also you want to run this pipeline automatically, you want to schedule it for the backfill, in that kind of the case tumbling window will help, because in schedule trigger from the current date only you can run the pipeline, but in tumbling window trigger for the previous date, for the historical date, it actually help to run or automate the pipeline. This all will do a practical and will understand also. Now the third one is the event trigger. It execute the pipeline based on the certain event. Suppose you have a blob storage. In this blob storage, suppose any file is getting updated, any file is getting uploaded, any file is getting updated, that is nothing but a one of the event. Whenever his file is uploading, then that is a event. Whenever file is getting updated, that is a event. Whenever file is getting deleted, that is also a event. So if this kind of the any event is happening, uploading, deleting and updating, and based on that if you want to run the pipeline, then we can use a event trigger. So whenever anyone will upload any file, then the pipeline will run. So in that kind of the case, event trigger will help. Now the fourth one is the manual trigger. Manual trigger generally help to run the pipeline on a manual basis. Like whenever you will click, then only it should run. So that is nothing but a manual trigger. So I hope you got idea. In next video we'll try to understand with the practical one by one. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand schedule trigger in Azure Data Factory. With practical we'll try to understand how schedule trigger works in Azure Data Factory. So first let's understand what is schedule trigger. Schedule trigger is a type of trigger that allows you to automatically execute the pipeline on a predefined schedule. For taking example, suppose I have one of the pipeline, copy data pipeline. What this data pipeline is doing, it is copying a data from a storage account to the SQL table. Now what actually I want, this particular pipeline should run automatically, means every day it should run, every week it should run. This kind of the scenario I have. I want to automate this all the process. Every day this particular data pipeline should run, means I want to schedule it. So in that kind of the scenario we use a schedule trigger. Let me show you. Let me open Azure Data Factory. So you can see this is the one of the data pipeline I have. You can see now to run this pipeline, previously what we were doing, we were clicking on the add trigger button and we were clicking on the trigger now. When I will click on the trigger now, this pipeline will run. So that is a manual trigger. But now what actually we are seeing, we are discussing about the schedule trigger. So for that we have to click on the new edit. Click on the add trigger and click on the new edit. Once you will click on the new edit, you will get option like choose trigger. So as of now there is no trigger. So what you will do, will click on the new. Click on the new. We are going to create a trigger. So first we have to give the trigger name. So I am giving a trigger name as a trigger 1. After that we had to select the type. So we have 4 type, you can see. We have a schedule trigger, tumbling window trigger, storage event trigger, custom events trigger. So as of now we are going to discuss about the schedule trigger. So I'll select that. After that you have to select the start time. So I will select the current time. This is my start date. And after that you have to select the time zone. Based on your location you can select the time zone. And after that you can see we have a on which particular time schedule you want to run this pipeline. So I want to run every day. So for that day you can select every minute if you want to run. So minutes you can select, every hour you can select, every week you can select, every month you can select. Let me select the minute. I'll select as a 2. Every 2 minutes it should run. We specify an end date. So till what date it should run. So I am just selecting the 10th of April. It should run this particular time. Every 2 minutes this particular trigger should run. So what actually will happen, every 2 minutes the particular trigger will run and it will run this particular pipeline. So we don't have to manually run the pipeline. Every 2 minutes this particular pipeline will run with the help of this trigger. So that's kind of the scheduling we can do with the help of this. Now you can see start trigger on creation. Now after that we just have to click on the OK. Once you will click on the OK, click on the OK, click on the publish all, then only your all the changes will be saved. You can see it is publishing. I'll show you the monitor window. As of now there is no, even I will refresh, no pipeline is here. So we'll wait for the 2 minutes, because every 2 minutes my pipeline should run. So it should run automatically. First it is publishing. You can see publish is completed. Now we'll go to the monitor window and we'll try to monitor this. Every 2 minutes my pipeline should run automatically with the help of the trigger. So let's wait for that. Now you can see this particular pipeline ran and it got succeed. Means after 2 minutes automatically this particular pipeline got ran and it got succeeds. Now if you will see how actually you will verify it's run through a trigger, you can see trigger by a trigger. If you run manually, then it will show a manual trigger. So that's how actually we can schedule our pipeline. So in a trigger you can click on the new edit and you can select any new trigger. If you want to create a new trigger, you can click here and you can click on the plus, and after that you can schedule based on your requirement. I hope you got about the schedule trigger. In next video we'll discuss about the other triggers. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand event based trigger in Azure Data Factory. Triggers are very much important from an interview perspective. If you will go for any interview, one question definitely you will get asked regarding a trigger. So they will ask some scenario based on the trigger. So in this video we are going to understand how event based trigger works. So first we will understand what is event based trigger, how actually it works, and also we have one of the business requirements. So based on the business requirement we will try to do one project, how event based trigger works. So that is the agenda. So let us first understand what is event based trigger. In Azure Data Factory, event trigger is a type of trigger that allows you to automatically execute the pipeline in response of any specific event or condition. So in high level you can understand, based on certain event, if you want to run any pipeline, then you will use a event based trigger. So trigger we use to execute the pipeline or to automate the pipeline, and if you want to execute any pipeline based on certain event, then you will go for the event based trigger. Now let's understand what are the events. I'll give you one of the examples. Suppose I have one of the blob storage. In this blob storage I am getting a file from my external resources. So if any file is getting uploaded into this particular blob, then one events will be get generated. if anyone is deleting any file which is available into this blob storage, that is also nothing but a one event for me. Now, so based on this all the event, if you want to run any of the pipeline, that is nothing but a event based trigger. So if anyone uploaded any file into this blob storage, then you want to run one of the copy data pipeline which will transfer a data from a CSV to the JSON. So that kind of the business use case we can understand. So based on the certain event, if you want to run any of the pipeline, then we use a event based trigger. We'll come to this project requirement. First let us understand in Azure Data Factory how trigger we can set up. So first you have to go into the Azure Data Factory. You have to first create a pipeline. Now once you click on the pipeline, you can see add trigger. So once you click on the add trigger, we have a two option trigger now and the new edit. Once you will click on the new edit, here you will get one option to create a new trigger. Now if I'll click on the plus new button, now first you have to give the trigger name, and in type you can select the storage event, custom event. These are the event based trigger we have. So if I will select on the storage events, so it will ask you about the your storage related information. So you can select your storage related information, you can pass your container name, and now you can see here we have a event. Now if you will see, one is the blob created. It is nothing but any of the file is getting updated into that particular container, any of the file which is getting deleted from the blob. So these are the events we have. Now based on this event, if you want to run any of the pipeline, then we use this event based trigger. So I hope you got like how actually we can create a trigger for the event based trigger. Now let's do a practical and let's do this all the step one by one. So as of now, let me discard this. Now let us understand what is our business requirement. So we have one of the Azure storage. In this Azure storage, if anyone is uploading any file, then what actually I want to do, I want to trigger one pipeline. I want to trigger this copy data pipeline. What this copy data pipeline will do, it will read the data from this Azure storage, so the CSV file. So if anyone is uploading any CSV file into the Azure storage, based on that I want to trigger a pipeline. And in this copy data, what actually it will happen, it will read the data from my Azure storage, this CSV file, and it will convert into the JSON. Like CSV to the JSON conversion, this particular pipeline will do. So we will create one pipeline which will convert CSV to the JSON, whatever the CSV file to the JSON conversion it will do. And when actually this pipeline will run, whenever anyone will upload any file into the Azure storage, then automatically this particular pipeline should trigger. So that is the use case we are going to do now. Now let me open. First I will show you the storage account. So I have created one storage account. So first you have to search for the storage. How to create a storage account we have already covered. So this is the storage I have already created. Click on that. We are going to create a container. So I'll click on the container. I'll create a two container. One is the input container. So if anyone is uploading any CSV file into this input container, based on that I will try to run my pipeline, and I will create another output CSV, output JSON. This is another container I am creating. So if anyone is uploading any file into this input CSV container, then my Azure Data Factory pipeline will run. It will read the data from input CSV and it will convert into JSON and it will store into this output JSON. That is the practical we will do. I'll go to the Data Factory now. What is the first step we'll do? We will first create a pipeline. So click on this pipeline, click on the new pipeline. After that, you have to click on the move and transform. Click on the copy data. After that we will create a data set. So I'll select the source, click on the new, where actual our source is Azure Blob storage, so I will select that, continue. File is CSV file, so I'll select that. After that we will click on the link service. So we are going to create a link service for that. We will select the Azure subscription, we will select our Azure storage account, and we'll click on the create. After that we will select the file path. So I will select the input CSV, that is our source. I'll click on the OK and I'll just click on the OK. Means our source is ready. So we are given only the input container. So what actually I will do, I want to have a condition, if anyone is uploading any CSV file, then CSV file only should be converted into the JSON. So that is my requirement. So in that case, to read only the CSV file from the container, what I will use a wildcard file path. In this wildcard file path, you can see input CSV. This is the path, right? Here you can pass star.csv. Star means it will read all the file. Star.csv means it will read only the CSV file. So if anyone is uploading any CSV file, that CSV file will get converted into the JSON. So that is the work we will do. Now our source is now ready. Now go to the sync. For sync also we will create a data set. What is our target location is blob storage, so I will select that. I want to convert into the JSON, so I will select that. I'll use the same link service. So if you have a same blob storage account, then you can use the same link service, because we are connecting to the same storage account, right? So I can use the same for both. Only the file path you have to select different. What is target location? Target is output JSON, so I'll select that. Click on the OK and click on the OK. Now our source and the sync is ready. My copy data pipeline is ready. Now what we will do, we will create a trigger. So when actually this particular pipeline should run, whenever anyone will upload any file into the storage account. So for that I will click on the add trigger, click on the new edit. We are going to create a new trigger. So click on the choose trigger, click on the new, select the type as a storage event, subscription you have to select, storage account you have to select, and the container name you have to select. Drop down you will get the container name also. So input CSV, this is the container I will select. Blob created. So if anyone will upload any file into this particular bucket, then only I want to run the copy data pipeline. So that is why actually I am selecting the blob created. And after that just click on the continue. Okay. Once you do this all right, after that we have to click on the publish all. Click on the publish all. Click on the publish. You can see publishing. Once the publish is completed, then we will try to upload one file into the Azure storage, and based on that our data pipeline should run. You can see it's still publishing. Once the publish will complete, then only we will try to run the pipeline. So we have scheduled our trigger. Okay, you can see publish is now completed. Now what we will do, as of now I will show you the monitor. I'll try to refresh. You can see there is no pipeline, right? Now I will go to the storage account. Now input CSV, I will try to upload any CSV file. So if I will upload any CSV file into this particular bucket, then my pipeline should run. So that is the criteria. Employee, what I will do, I will try to upload any CSV file. So this is the one of the CSV file I am uploading. Click on the upload. Now once I have uploaded a file, now I will go to the data factory. If I will refresh, now our pipeline should run because we have uploaded, right? You can see our pipeline is running. And how actually we can verify? Trigger by trigger one. This is the trigger we have created, right? So I have uploaded any file and this particular pipeline started running. Now what this will do, it will copy a data from CSV to the JSON and it will store into the output container. Now let's wait. You can see it is succeed now. Now to verify whether it got converted into the JSON, this particular folder, you can see employee1.json. The CSV file got converted into the JSON. Means our pipeline is running. Now if you want to delete the trigger, what actually you can do, click on the manage. Here we have option trigger. From here also you can create a new, or if you want to delete, you can delete from here. Otherwise it will be keep on completing, and after that you have to click on the publish all. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can create a pipeline. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand tumbling window trigger in Azure Data Factory. Tumbling window trigger is one of the important topic from my interview perspective. You may get one question regarding tumbling window trigger in an interview. What is a tumbling window trigger? How tumbling window trigger works? What is the difference between the tumbling window trigger and the schedule trigger? This kind of the common scenario generally you will see in an interview. So in this particular video, we will understand tumbling window trigger in depth, and also we have one project. So based on the tumbling window trigger use case, we will do a one project also. Let's first understand how tumbling window trigger works. So tumbling window trigger is a type of trigger that used to schedule the execution of pipeline based on the predefined time interval. What does it mean is like, so suppose you have one pipeline. Now this particular pipeline you have to run for the specific time interval, like you have to run for every hour, every minute. Then with the help of the tumbling window trigger you can run this pipeline. Now you may have a question like, the same thing you can achieve with the help of the schedule trigger also, like every hour you can schedule and every hour the pipeline will run. Now the same thing we are saying for the tumbling window trigger also, based on each interval we can run the pipeline. Then what is the difference between the schedule trigger and the tumbling window trigger? The difference is like, whenever you have to run the data for the historical backfill data, if you have to run the pipeline, then tumbling window trigger will only help, because schedule trigger, in a schedule trigger only for the present data or future data you can run the pipeline, but for the historical data, if you have to run the pipeline you can use a tumbling window trigger. I hope you got the idea, like what is the difference between the schedule trigger and the tumbling window trigger. Now how tumbling window trigger works is like, suppose you have to run the pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March. On every 24 hour or every day you have to run this pipeline. Now what actually it will do, it will try to divide your execution into a window, like 1st of March to the 2nd of March one window, 2nd of March to the 3rd of March second window, 3rd of March to the 4th of March third window, 4th of March to the 5th of March 4 window, 5th of March to the 6th of March 5 window. So based on this particular window size, it will try to run your pipeline. So the pipeline will run for the 5 time, like 1st of March to the 2nd of March, 24 hours it will run the pipeline, and the second time it will run from the 24 hours interval 2nd of March to the 3rd of March, because we have given the 24 hours interval. So like that actually try to divide your run into kind of the window size. That's why we call it as a tumbling window trigger. Now let me show you how actually tumbling window trigger we can use in Azure Data Factory. So come to this Data Factory. You can see we have a trigger, right? Click on the trigger, go to the new edit, click on the new, and here you will get option schedule tumbling window. So this tumbling window you can use, and the start date and the end date you can select from here, and based on the every minute, hour or month you can schedule your pipeline. So that is how tumbling window trigger we can use. Now let's do one practical, and now let us understand the business requirement. So we have a data that is available in a SQL database. We have to copy the data into the blob storage as a CSV file. So we have a data in a SQL database and we have to copy data into the blob storage as a CSV file. So that is the requirement, and every 24-hour data should be available in a one CSV file in a blob storage. So that is the requirement. Now what happened, we had to first backfill the data for the previous day, like from 1st of March to the 6th of March data you had to backfill, because that data was not available. The historical data you had to backfill. So we need to run the pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March. That is nothing but a historical data for us. That data you had to backfill. So how actually we can do a backfill? That is the scenario here. So whenever you have to backfill the data for the specific time period, then we use a tumbling window trigger, right? So what in this video what we will do, we will create one pipeline which will copy a data from SQL database to the blob storage, correct? And we have to backfill the data from a 1st of March to the 6th of March. That is the requirement we will do. So in the tumbling window trigger, we will select the 24 hours time interval, and from 1st of March to the 6th of March, we will try to run the pipeline. Now first let me show you the data. So I created one SQL database. once you'll create a SQL database, you have to come to the query editor and you have to log in. What we will do, we will create one table, customer sales table I have created, and I have inserted the value. This command I will send you so that also you can create that. Now if I will show you my table, this is the customer sales table I have created. We have a product ID, product type, sales price, sales time. In real time also you will get to see this kind of the data is available in a table. Like the sales time is in a timestamp. Like on sales happen on which particular time, that sales time is telling me. Now what actually we are doing, we are copying our data every 24 hours in a CSV file in a blob storage. Now suppose if I will run this particular command, so it will give me only for the 1st of March data. So what I have selected, where sales time between the 1st of March is starting to the 2nd of March is starting, not ending. Okay, so if I'll run this, then I will get only the 1st of March how many sales happened. Correct. Now in our case we had to backfill the data from 1st of March to the 6th of March, right? And every window, so we will be having a start time and we will be having a end time. Correct. So what actually I have done, I have created one store procedures, select star from customer side where sales date between the start date and end date. So what I have done, I have created one store procedure. I have parameterized this start date and end date, and what I am doing, select star from table where sales date between the start date and end date. So if we will run this particular store procedure for the 2nd of March to the 3rd of March starting, you should get a 2nd March of data. You can see the 2nd of March of data you are getting. If I will change it to the 3rd, if I'll execute, the 3rd of March of data I should get. You can see 3rd of March data I am getting. So like this, if you had to pass start date end date, for that I have created a store procedure. So this is our source. Now what we had to do, we had to copy from 1st of March to the 6th of March each date data into the blob storage as a CSV file. So we will use this procedure and we will pass the start date and end date in Azure Data Factory itself for the each 24 hours interval with the help of the tumbling window. So that is the requirement we will do. I have also created a storage account. Here I have created one container. As of now in container no file is available. Okay. Now I'll go to the data factory. Now let's do a practical. Once you'll come to the data factory, we had to create a pipeline. So click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline, and what we are doing, we are going to create a copy data, right? So I'll click on the copy data. We will create a source. What is our source? For that we will create a data set. Source is the SQL database, right? So I will select the Azure SQL database. You can see Azure SQL database. Continue. Link service we will create. We will pass the subscription, we will pass the server name, we will pass the database name, and we will pass the username and the password. So these are all the things you will get when you will create a database, Azure SQL database. After that, click on the create, and as of now we will not select any table here, and we'll click on the OK. Now our source is ready because we are using a store procedure. Now you can see in a source option we have a table, query, and store procedure. So I will select the store procedure. In this store procedure, I select my store procedure which I have created. So this is the customer sales which store procedure I have created, right? Click on the import parameter. So we have passed the parameter also in a store procedure, like end date and the start date, right? So that we will select. Now once you will select the source, right? Now what you have to do, you have to click here, left side anywhere you just click on the parameter. So we will create two parameter. One is end date, one is start date. So this is the value we will pass there. So that's why in the left side anywhere you click on the parameter and click on the two parameter, click on the plus plus, give the p end date, p start date. This is the value we will pass into the store procedure. Now click on the copy data. This parameterization, this all we call it as a parameterization, that actually we will cover in depth in upcoming video. But as of now, just to understand how actually the things works, just try to cooperate. Okay. Now for this end date, what I will do, click here, add dynamic value. The value will be the end date. For the start date, what will be the value? Click here, click on the start date. That is the thing only we have to do. So what you have to do, left side you have to click on the parameter p end date, p start date, copy data, select your store procedure, import parameter, and pass your end date and the start date here. Now let's come to the sync. We will create a data set. We are going to store into the blob storage, so I'll select that as a CSV file. So I'll select that. Link service we will create. We'll pass the subscription, we'll pass the storage account, and then we'll click on the create. Now after that you have to pass the container. So this is the particular place where I want to save output CSV. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now my target location is also ready. Now what I will do, I will try to create one tumbling window trigger, because we had to run the pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March, right? And based on the each 24 hours. So for that I will create a tumbling window trigger. So I'll click on the add trigger, click on the new edit, give the name as a new, give the name as a tumbling window, any name you can give. Type we will select tumbling window. Now after that you have to specify the start date. So from which date you want to start your pipeline. So I want to run from the 1st of March, so I select the 1st of March, and here also timing you can select. So from 1st of March 0 0. So I selected the 1st of March 0 0. Now every 24 hours, every 24 hours the window size should create and it should run the pipeline. It means 1st of March to the 2nd of March, 24 hours, one pipeline will run. 2nd of March to the 3rd of March, one pipeline will run. 3rd of March to the 4th of March, one pipeline will run for that particular data. 4th of March to 5th of that particular data will run. So like that we have selected the 24 hours recurrence. Now end date. So till what date you want to run? So I want to run till 6th of March. So I select the 6th of March, click on the OK. Now in this particular time period, whatever the based on every 24 hour my pipeline will run. Once you will create that, and after that you just have to click on the OK. Now here end date and the start date we have to pass. So what we have to pass, so there is one parameter into the here. So this is the what we have to pass. We have to pass the output of the start time and the end time. Now we are running a pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March. So 1st of March to the 2nd of March, one pipeline will run. 2nd of March to the 3rd of March, one pipeline will run. 3rd March to the 4th of March, one window pipeline will run. 4th to the 5th, one will run, and 5th to the 6th, one will run. Now based on every 24 hours. Now this from 1st of 2nd, whenever it will run, this will be the start time, this will be the end time. Now for the 2nd to the 3rd, this 2nd will become the start time and 3rd will become the end time. Now here 3rd will become the start time and end time, 4th will become the end time. So to get this all the value in the Windows interval, we have this all the two function we have to pass. Trigger dot output dot Windows start time. The output of the start time and end time it will give. So start date you pass the Windows start time, and end date you pass here this also I will give you. You can also use the same. Output the window the end time. Click on the OK. Click on the publish all. Once you'll click on the publish, As of now I will show you my monitor. As of now only the 5 pipeline is already available, okay? But now once my publish will complete, my pipeline should start triggering the 6th to the 10th, okay? So let's wait. Now publish is completed. If I will refresh, my pipeline should start triggering. You can see this is start triggered. So it start triggering for this this particular time period. You can see the 5 window actually triggered, and it should copy each date data to our succeed. So let's go to our storage account. This is the storage account. Select that. You can see the file is start available. If I show you one of the file, each date data should be available here. So you can see this is available for the 5th of March data. Here it should be available 3rd March of data. The 1st of March of data. Similarly, each file contains the each date data only. It should contain only the 3rd March of data. Next, it should contain the 4th of March data. Means each file contains the each date data. That is what actually we wanted. One is still running. It's completed. Now next date data should be available. This is available. Even you can pass the particular specific time. You can give the date into the file name itself. That also we will see in a upcoming. Okay. So that is how actually we can backfill the data based on the tumbling window trigger. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the data flow transformation in Azure Data Factory. So till now we have seen like how actually we can copy a data from one location to another location using a copy data activity in Azure Data Factory. Now we are going to discuss about the transformation in Azure Data Factory. So in a data flow you will get a different kind of the transformation. So if you have to perform a ETL operation where you have to extract the data from a different sources, and then you have to apply a transformation, and then finally you have to load into the final location. So data flow actually helps. So data flow provide a different kind of the transformation. For example, it provide filter transformation, it provides sort transformation, it provide joining transformation, it provide union transformation. There are lots of the transformation data flow provides, and these are the transformation we can use in our data factory. So data, if you have to apply any transformation in Azure Data Factory, you can go for the data flow transformation. Now in this video what actually we are going to see about the filter transformation and the sort transformation in Azure Data Factory. So we have one of the business requirement. First we will try to understand the business requirements. So what actually it is saying, like we have a data that is available in a Azure SQL database. So I have created one of the Azure SQL database. In this SQL database I have a multiple table 1, table 2, table 3 and all. Now what we have to do, from a table 1 we need to copy a data into the blob storage. So if you had to copy data from SQL to the blob storage, so what actually we were also using a copy data activity, right? But now it is saying like we do not have to copy all the data, we only have to copy a limited data. Like you have to apply some kind of the filter criteria there. So in that case we will use a filter transformation. And after that it is also like saying like data should be sorted. So we will also see about the sort transformation. So from a data pipeline perspective, if you will see, previously here we were using a copy data, right? Now in the place of the copy data we are using a data flow, and we are applying a transformation like the filter transformation, sort transformation. That is only the difference. Similar thing like data set creation, link service, your source and the target will remain same. Like how actually we were creating, here also we will try to create in the same way. So let's do a practical and let's try to understand how this data flow works. This is my database. So let me log in once again. Let me try to show you what are the tables which I have. So this is my database in Azure Database. let me take a customer table. Let me try to execute what are the information we have. So we have a sales lt dot customer table, and these are the customer id, name, title, first name, middle name, last name, and their company name, salesperson, all the information we have. But we don't want to store all the data in a storage account, but we only want to filter. What is the filter condition we will apply? To apply a filter condition where the title, right, if you will see, we have a Mr. and Miss. We want to only save the data whose title is Mr. So that is the one filter condition we want to apply, and after that we will do a sorting based on the first name. Based on their first name we will try to do a sorting. So that actually how actually we can do in a Data Factory studio, that actually we will try to see. So what actually I will do, I will try to open my Data Factory studio. So this is the Data Factory studio. Previously we were creating a pipeline, right? Now what actually we have to do, we are going to see how actually we can use a data flow. So what actually I will do, I will click on the data flow, new data flow. Here we have to add a source. The rest of the procedure is same, like how to add a source. What we have to do, you have to give the source name. After that the data set we have to create. So what is the data set? So for that let us try to create a data set. I will click on the new. What is my source location? My source location is nothing but a SQL database, so I will select the SQL database here. This is the SQL database. Click on the continue. I am going to create a link service with that SQL database. For that I need a subscription, I need a server name, I need a database name also, I need a username and the password, and after that I will try to see the connection. So these are the steps we were also doing in a copy activity. Okay, the same process here also we have to follow. We have to create a data set, we have to create a link service. Now our link service is ready. What is our table name? Our table name is customer table. So I will select. Now my source is ready, and here if you want to debug and if you want to see your data, right, we have one flexibility. What you have to do, you have to click on the data flow debug option. Once this will be ready, you can go to the data preview. Once this will be ready, right, this is rotating. Once this will be ready, you will be able to see your result. If anywhere it is failing, you will get to know from here itself. We have opened the data flow debug option. We have click on the data preview. If you refresh, you will get to see all your data. Okay, our source is ready. We have created a data set. We have selected the customer table, and we have clicked on the data preview. Now our data will be shown here in a data preview option. In a data preview we are able to see our data. This is our source. Now if you click on this plus, right, you will be able to see, right, there are so many options which we have available. These are the transformation which we can perform. You can see joining, existing, union, lookup, flatten, filter, sorting. So there are different kind of transformation we have available that we will see in a later video also. As of now, what actually we want to do, we want to use a filter transformation. So I'll select that, click on the filter. In a filter, what we have to select, incoming stream. What is incoming stream? Incoming stream is nothing but our source. What actually we want to filter? So for that we have to open expression builder. Okay, mrn dot. So if the title equal to Mr., then only that we will pick it. Let me try to refresh the data. Let me click on the save and finish. You can see Mr. it is matching. It is, that's why it is giving a plus plus. If it is wrong, that it will not pick. Click on the save and finish. So this is the filter condition we have given. If you want to preview a data, if you will refresh it, you will be able to see only the data that is a Mr., where title is Mr. So from here let's see whether our condition is working fine or not. You can see title, it is coming a Mr. only, and you can see that got filter, like we are only seeing 1, 2 and then 5, 7 because miss whatever the ms was there, it was filter it out. Now let's click on the plus. Now we will see how actually we can apply a sorting. Click on the sort. Now here what we have to do, you can see incoming stream is nothing but a filter. From filter the data is coming. Now it is asking like the option sort only within a partition or case insensitive. So we'll select that if you want. Now let's try to give a sorting condition. So what I will do, I will select the column. So we want to sort based on the name, first name, and I want to sort based on the ascending order only. So this is the filter condition I am giving. Let me try to preview the data. So whatever it should start from A, B, C like that, okay, because we are giving a ascending order based on their first name. You can see first name, first A is coming, then B, then C, like that it will come. And finally what actually we will do, we will try to select the sink is nothing but our target location. In a sink, for that we have to create a data set here. Click on the new. We want to store in Azure Blob storage. I want to store into a delimited text. I will create a new blob storage. Select the subscription, select the storage account name and click on the create. After that we have to select our final path. I want to store here data flow output. Click on the OK. I want to save first row as header and click on the OK. So now our pipeline is ready. What we have to do, even here also if you want to preview the data, you can preview it. Before running the pipeline, you can do a debug and you can see each step what are the things which is happening during the transformation. Now you will be able to see the records here. You can see you are able to see the record. It is filtered out based on the first name and only the Mr. record is coming in a title. Now what we will do, we will try to click on the publish. Now we want to run, right? If you want to run, so for that we have to create a pipeline. So go to the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. Now here you have to option to select this data flow. Just click on this data flow whatever we have created here and drag it. Now this is now ready. Our data flow is already ready. We will click on the publish all. Click on the publish. It is publishing, and then we will try to trigger it once the publish is complete. Okay, so we have to wait it to be completed. Now publish is complete. Now I will click on the add trigger now. Click on the OK. Now our pipeline will start running. Go to the monitor window, click on the refresh. You will get to see like our pipeline 2 is running. It is in progress state. So let's wait it to be completed. Now if you will see, our pipeline is now succeed. Okay, it is succeed. Now what we will do, we will go to the storage account. In data flow output we should be able to see our data. So what actually it happened, it took all in a partition. I'll try to show you the data first. If I will select any one partition, I'll go to edit, and if I will do a preview, you will be able to see our data like all the Mr. is there, and it got filter out based on the Mr. and based on the first name. It got saved in a partition way. So how actually we can handle that? So there is one step. Go to the pipeline, go to the data flow, go to the sink. In a sink we have one option. So go to the optimize. There is one option like optimize use current partition. If you will select the single partition, it will get saved in a single partition. Otherwise you can set the partition also if you want to save in a single partition or the multiple partition. So that is how we can handle that also. I hope you got idea. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how joint transformation work in Azure Data Factory. So we have a business requirement. So let us understand first and then we will do a practical. So what actually it is saying, like we have a blob storage. In this blob storage I have a two container. One is the employee container, second is the department container. So in one storage I have a two container, employee container and the department container, and in this container we have a employee CSV file and here we have a department CSV file. Now what we have to do, we have to combine these two data together, and whatever the final output will be there, that we have to store into the final location. So that is our requirement. So means whatever the two file you have, employee and the CSV file, employee and the department file, that file you have to combine and then you have to store into the final location which will contain the employee and the department both the information. So that is the requirement we have. I'll show you the data first. So this is our employee file. We have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and this is our department in which the department and the designation is available. So if I will show you, so this is the employee file and this is a department file. So employee ID and the user ID is one-to-one mapping. So based on that we can do a joining and the final output should be like this. Like we should have a combination of employee ID, name, salary, address as well as the department and the designation. So based on the user and the employee ID we will try to join, and based on that we'll try to find out the department designation, all employee and the department information. So for that what we will use a join transformation. So let us understand and let's see how actually we can use a join transformation. So this is my storage account. I have a 3 container. One is the input department container, second is the input employee container, third is the employee department container. As of now no data is available. So what I will do, in input employee container I'll try to upload a employee file. So this is one of the CSV file which I will upload into the employee container. Now in a department container I'll upload a department file. This is also a CSV file. So in employee container we have a employee file, department container we have a department file. Employee department will be the final output. As of now no data is available. So in Azure Data Factory we will create a pipeline, we'll try to combine, and the combined data we'll try to store into the employee department. I'll open a data factory. I'll go to the author. What we have to do, we will create a data flow. So go, because we have to do a transformation, right? So we will create a data flow first. Click here, click on the new data flow. This particular screen you will get. So you can see add source. So we will add a source for the first file. So here we will give the name as a employee. You can give any name. So I have given the name as a employee. After that we will create a data set. So where our data is available, my data is available in a blob storage. So I will select that. Click on the continue. My file is CSV file. So I will select the delimited text. Next, after that we will create a link service so that we can connect to the blob storage. So I will select the subscription, I will select the storage account, and after that I will click on the create. Now here we have to select the file path. So where actually my file is available? My file is available in a input employee, right? So here my file is available. Select your file, click on OK, click on OK. Now your first employee source is ready and you can see column 6 column. If you want to preview data, you have to first click on the data flow debug, click on OK, and after that if you'll go into the data preview you should be able to see a data. As of now data flow debug is in rotating. Once it will complete you will be able to see a data. Now if I will refresh, so you can see I am able to read my employee file. We have a employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and email. This all the column I am able to read. So that file was available in our employee file. Employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email. Means our data set is working fine for this employee. Now what we will do, we have to create another source that for the department. So I'll click on this add source because we have a multiple source, right? So like that you can add a multiple source. So here what I will give the name as a department. We will create a data set where actually file is blob storage only. I'll select that. My file is CSV file, so I'll select that. And because we are using a same storage account, to connect the storage account we have already created one link service, so you can use the same link service here. I'll select that, but our file path is different, so we'll give the different file path. Now my department file is available into the department container. I'll select the department CSV, click on OK, click on OK. Now in the department you can see we have a 3 column. If you want to preview data, go here, refresh. I am able to see my department file also, user, department, and designation. Why I am doing a data preview? This is how we have to debug. first we are whatever the source we are creating, you should see in data preview, are you able to read the correct or not. That's how we have to debug. Now we have an employee and we have a department source. What we will do, we will try to combine this. So for that we will use a join transformation. So click on this, click on the join. Now in the join you can see it is asking what is the left stream. So left stream is employee. What is the right stream? The second is department. Employee and department we want to join, right? So now you can see employee and the department we have joined. Now in a joining we have a this kind of the joining available, like full outer join is there, inner join is there, left join is there, right join is there, custom cross join is there. So this all the joining option is available. As of now, which particular join we are using? We are using a left join. So I will select the left join based on my data. After that, based on which particular column I want to join. So if I'll show you, I want to join based on the employee ID column and the user column into the department. So I will select from the left table. It's not coming, so just click on this plus and go down, and after that you can remove. So which particular employee ID I will select here, and the department user. So based on the employee ID column and user I want to join, and this I can remove the bottom one. So what is the joining condition we are applying? Based on the employee ID column and the user column I want to join. Now if you will preview, I should be able to see my data, like the combination of all the data. So let's see whether it's working fine or not. Now you can see I am able to read all my file, employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, and also the department and the designation information. Like this join contain 9 column total. Employees having 6 column, department having 3 column. So I am able to combine my data. Now what I will do, I'll click on the plus and I will add my sync. Sync is a target location because here I want to save, right? Where actually you want to save? So for that we will create a data set, blob storage. As a CSV file only I want to store. Link service, we can use the same link service because we are using the same blob storage. And where actually you want to save? I want to save into the employee department container. Click on OK. Click on OK. Now here also you want to preview data, you should be able to see a data. Whenever you are getting stuck in any of the place, first try to use a data preview option to view your data. If you are able to view your data, then your pipeline is working fine. Otherwise you will get one error here itself. So that's how we have to debug. Now my pipeline is now ready. What I will do, I'll click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline, and I will drag this data flow whatever I have created here, and I will click on the publish all. Click on the publish. You can see publish is in progress. Once the publish will complete, we'll try to trigger. Once we will trigger, our final output should be stored into our final location, into the employee department container. So let's wait for that. You can see publish is completed. I'll click on the add trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Click on the refresh. You can see this is the pipeline which is running now. It is in progress. Now run is succeed. If I'll go to my storage account, if I'll go to the employee department, my file should be available. And you can see this is the file which is available. If I'll click here, go to the edit. If I'll click on the preview, you can see I have a combined file, employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, user, department, and the designation. Means our pipeline is working fine. I hope you got idea. And that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand union transformation in Azure Data Factory. So with practical we'll try to understand how union transformation work in Azure Data Factory. So we have a business requirement. So let us first understand. We have a two CSV file. One is the Mumbai CSV file, another is the Delhi CSV file that is available in a container. What we have to do, we have to combine these two CSV file, and finally we have to store into the final location. That is our requirement. means whatever the Mumbai CSV file, Delhi CSV file we have, right, we have to union it and we have to finally store into the output location. Now one question can come, like in joining transformation also we were doing the same activity, like we were combining up two CSV file and finally we were storing into the final location. Now what is the difference between the joining and the union transformation, and when we have to use a join transformation and when we have to use a union transformation? And it is a very much important interview question also, what is the difference between the union and the join transformation? So it will all depend when actually we had to use a join and union transformation based on your data. Now first you look your data. So this is my Mumbai file we have. So we have a month, we have a sales, we have a profit, we have a location. So this is my Mumbai file. Now another file we have is like Delhi file. In the Delhi, if you will see, we also have month, sales, profit, location, but the Delhi related data we have. Now when to use a join, when to use a union? Whenever you have to combine your data on row wise, you can see here after Mumbai all the data what I have done, I have combined the all the Delhi data. This is the final output we have, like all the Mumbai related data, and the after that we have a Delhi related data, means row by row actually I have combined the data. So union generally we use whenever you have to combine data based on your rows. Based on the rows, if you want to combine your data, you can use a union transformation. Now when actually we had to use a join transformation, in a join transformation we try to do a joining based on the columnar. You can see here we had a employee ID, right, here we have a user ID. So based on the employee ID and user ID we combine, and the new column we have added. So whenever we have to combine based on the column, then we will use a join transformation. Whenever you have to combine a row wise, then you can use a union transformation. Now there are some criteria which you should remember when to use a union transformation. So in union transformation, the number of columns should be same. So you have a two file, right, one is the Mumbai file, second is the Delhi file. So if you are combining these two file, then the number of columns should be same. So if in one CSV file if we have 4 column, then the Delhi also we should have a 4 column. That is the one thing. Second thing is like the data type should be same. So suppose here employee ID is integer, here employee ID is a string. Now in this case if you will try to union it, it will give error. So data type also should be the same. So these are the criteria you should remember. Now let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have a storage account. In this storage account I have created input container. In this input container I have a Delhi CSV and Mumbai CSV file. So if I show you, this is a Mumbai CSV file, this is a Delhi CSV file, and what we want to combine this data on row wise. So for that we are using a union transformation. Now what I will do, I'll go to the data factory, go to the author, will create a data flow. So click on the data flow, click on the new data flow. Here we will select a source, select that. So you can give the name as a Mumbai. Click on the new data set. Where your file is Blob stress, I'll select that. Click on continue. My file is CSV file, so I'll select that. Click on continue. And after that we have to create a link service. So I'll click on the link service. I select the subscription. I select the storage account. And after that I will click on the create. So this is how to create data set and link service we already covered in last video also. And after that we have to select the file paths. So my file is available into this input Mumbai CSV, so I'll select that. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now you can see in Mumbai we have a 4 column. So click on the data flow debug here first, and if you'll go to the data preview, if you'll refresh, you should be able to see your data. You can see I am able to read my Mumbai file. Now I'll click on the add source. I'll add the second. This is the Delhi CSV file, so I'll give the name as a Delhi. Data set we will create. My blob storage, my data is available. I'll select that. CSV file, I'll select that. And you can use the same link service because we are using a same blob storage account, but path is different. So in input container my file is the Delhi CSV, so I'll select that. Click on the OK. Now here in Delhi also we have a file. If you want to preview data, click here refresh, you should be able to see your data. Now the LE file I am able to read. Now what we will do, we will perform a union transformation. So select here plus select a union. Now what is the incoming? It is asking like incoming is the Mumbai and union with the Delhi. So these two source you want to combine, right? So incoming string and the union with, you have to select the two source. So here we have union by option. So based on the name, if you want to union, like in my data set, if you will see, right, we have a month, sales, profit and location. Based on the name, if you want to union, you can select that. So we are going with that. After that, go to the data preview, click on the refresh. Now let's see whether it's coming fine or not. Now you can see it is union based on the name, and you should be able to see Mumbai and the Delhi file both. What we will do, we'll add a sink. In the sink, we will create a data set. We want to store into the Blob storage as a CSV file. Link service, we can use the same link service, and the file path you have to select. So I'll give the file path as output. Click on the OK. OK. So this is our union transformation pipeline is ready. What I will do, I will go to the pipeline. I will create a new pipeline, and the data flow 2 I will try to drag here. Click on the publish all. Click on the publish. Once the publish will complete, we will try to run the pipeline. You can see publish is completed. What I will do, click on the add trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Now you can see my pipeline is running. Let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see it is succeed now. So I'll go to the my storage account. I'll go to the output. My file should be available. You can see this is the part file. Multiple part file is created. But to avoid this, what you can do, go to the data factory. Go to the author. Go to the data flow. Go to the sink. We have a mapping, right? Optimize. You can use a single partition. After that you can publish and you can run the pipeline. Then only in a one part file whole data will get saved. So like that we can do that. So I hope you got idea. That's it in this way. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the select transformation in Azure Data Factory. It is a very simple transformation. So let's understand the use case and then we will do a practical. When we use a select transformation, whenever your requirement is to rename your column, whenever your requirement is to drop any of the column, whenever your requirement is to reorder any of the column, then we use a select transformation. So these are the three use case. Whenever you have to rename, whenever you have to drop any column, whenever you have to reorder your columns, then we use a select transformation. Let's take an example. Suppose I have this particular data set. In this data set, suppose I have to rename this column name. I want to rename this column name as a employee ID to the ID in Azure Data Factory. Then we can use a select transformation, and with the help of that we can rename that. Suppose this LOC, this you want to rename into the location, that also we can do in Azure Data Factory using a select transformation. So rename is the one of the use case. Now second use case is like drop. So suppose in this is my data set, this is my source data set, but on target I want only this 4 column. I don't want location and email. So if you had to drop any column, then you can use a select transformation. You can select the specific column which you want and you can delete whatever the column you don't want. So that is the second use case. The first use case was to rename the column. Second use case was if you had to drop any of the column, you can use the select transformation. Third use case is to reorder. Suppose in target you want first name should come and then ID should come, then address should come, then salary should come. So you want to rename your column structure, then you can use a select transformation. So these are the simple use case we have. So let's do a practical. So in practical what we are going to do, so in storage account we have a input container, we have a data in a CSV file, and what we are going to do, we are going to perform select transformation, and finally we are going to store into the output. So drop, rename, reorder, these are the practical we are going to see. So let me open. So I will show you, this is my storage account. I have two container, input and the output container. In output container I don't have any data as of now. Input container I have a data, the employee1.csv file. If I will show you, and this is the file which I have. Now what I will do, we will use a select transformation in Azure Data Factory. So for that I will open a data factory, go to the author, click on the data flow. We are going to create a new data flow. Click on the new data flow, select the source. The same process we will follow. First we will create a data set, and our file is available in a blob storage, so I will select that. File is CSV file, so I will select that. After that we will create a link service. Select your subscription, select your storage account, and then click on the create. After that we have to specify the file path, input. This is the file path we have to select. Click on the OK. Now my source is ready. If you want to preview a data, this data preview, in the data preview also you can open, and you can see. For that you have to first data flow debug you have to on. Once you will on this data flow debug, you will be able to preview your data. So it's rotating. Once it will complete, you will be able to preview. I clicked on the refresh. Now you can see the fetching the data. Now after that we should be able to see our data. So that is how we have to debug also. So first thing is like, whatever the data set and whatever the source you are creating, after that click on the data preview and view your data, and everything looks good, then only you should go further. So that is how we do. I am able to preview my data, email ID, salary, address, LOC, email. Now we are going to use a select transformation. So for that click on the plus, and after that you will see a select. So this is the select, right? Select that, select transformation. Now here we get, first is like name. If you want to give any name you can give here. Incoming stream is the source one, that is fine. So whatever the duplicate input column, if you want to delete, you can tick mark that, and the duplicate output column also you can delete that. Now the first thing we are going to see how actually we can rename. You can see employee ID name as, so suppose I want to change employee ID as a only ID. I want to change LOC into the LOCA location. Email should I want to change as a email ID. So if you want to rename, that is the one use case. I mean we can rename any of the column with the help of the select transformation. Suppose you want to drop. Suppose I don't want this email column. So if I had to drop, I can click on this delete and I can drop that. So that is the second use case. Now the third one is like, if you want to reorder, suppose name should first come, so I can drag that and I can have that kind of the flexibility also. So that is the third use case. Now if I will show you in data preview, we can debug and we can see our data, like whatever we are doing, that is correct or not. So what I have done, I have reordered. So name is coming first, then the salary, and then employee ID I have changed into the ID. So ID only I can see the column name, right? And the email column we have deleted. So email column is not coming. So means with the help of the select transformation, if you had to rename, if you had to reorder, so this kind of the activity we can perform. And finally what we will do, we will try to load into our sync location. So for that we will create a data set. Blob storage only I will create as a CSV file. I'll use the same link service because the same blob storage account we are using. File path, output, click on the OK. OK. Click on the new pipeline. Data flow you can drag it, and after that you have to click on the publish all, and after that we will trigger it. Then our output should be available there. Once the publish is complete, then we will try to trigger it, and the pipeline should be able to perform the operation. Publish is completed. Click on that trigger now. Okay, go to the monitor, it is running. Click on the refresh, you can see it is running in progress. Now we can see it is succeed. So I'll go to the my CSV file, go to the storage, In output I should be able to see my data. This is a part file. Go to the edit. Now we can see we have only the limited column, and we have a rename like employee ID to the ID, LOC to the location, and also we have reorder the column. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the derived transformation in Azure Data Factory. It is a very useful transformation in Azure Data Factory. Let us first understand how derived transformation works, and then we will do a practical. So when actually we use a derived transformation, whenever you have to generate a new column from an existing column, or you have to update a existing column, then we use a derived transformation in Azure Data Factory. For taking example, suppose we have a one data set. In this data set I have certain column, like we have a ID, we have a name, we have a salary. Now in the salary column we are getting few null value. The value is not there, and if you want to replace this value as a unknown, or you want to replace with a 0, then with the help of the derived transformation it is possible. Suppose you have a name column where all the names are coming like Manish, Rahul and all. Now your requirement is like you have to convert this name into the uppercase. So how actually we can do? With the help of the derived transformation we can do. Suppose you have a two column, and this two column you want to concat, and the combination of that you want to store in a new column. So how actually we can do? With the help of the derived transformation we can do. So from an existing column if you want to change, so with the help of certain expression we can change that. So derived transformation actually help if you had to generate a new column from an existing column, and or if you had to update an existing column, then we can use a derived transformation. I will show you one data, and that will be the practical we will do also. So this is my source data which I have. I have ID, name, salary, address, location and email. And what is my requirement is like, if you will see in the name column, few value is coming as a blank. Now what actually I want in my target location in my output, whatever the blank value is coming, that I want to replace as a unknown. That is my first requirement. The second requirement, in a salary column also you can see we have a few value which is coming as a blank. So what I want, whatever the blank is coming, we have to replace with the 10,000, because that is a by default value. So what we are doing, in existing column we are changing the values with the help of the derived transformation. So derived transformation help if you have to do some changes in an existing column, or if you have to derive a new column. For the new, in this case what we are going to do, we are going to derive a new column country. In this country, whatever the address is there, right, everything we will try to store into the uppercase. So whatever the value is coming in an address, we will create a new column as a country, and the address value all we will convert into the uppercase and we'll try to store into the country. So that are the practical we are going to do in this particular video. So let's do a practical and let's understand that. So this is my storage account. I have a two container. First is the input container. I have a file employee.csv file. If I show you, this is my csv file is available. What we are going to do, whatever the blank value is coming, right, we want to replace this with unknown, and the salary we want to replace with the 10,000, and we are going to create a new column name as a country. So that is the practical. So I'll open my data factory. What we will do, we will create a data flow. So click on the data flow, click on the new data flow, click on the add source. The first step is like to create a data set, right? So go to the data set, click on the new, where our file is blob storage, so select that. File is csv, so we will select that. We will create a link service so that we can able to connect with the blob storage. So for that we have to select the subscription, we have to select the storage account, and after that click on the create. So link service and dataset is a very common process for all the data factory operation. After that you have to select the file path. So where my file is, so I will select that employee1.csv, click on the OK, click on the OK. Now if you want to preview your data, so for that what you have to do, first you have to go into the data flow debug, you have to on this, go to the data preview, refresh this. Now you should be able to preview your data. Once you will be able to preview your data, then we will go further. Now we can see I am able to read my data, employee ID, name, salary, address and all. Now you can see the name few value which was not there, it was coming as a null. So this null value we want to replace. So we want to replace with the unknown and the salary with the 10,000, right? So what I will do, I'll click here and you can see here we have a multiple option. What we are going to see, we are going to see a derived column. So select that. In this derived column, the first thing is like select the name, give the description. Incoming stream is the source one, so automatically it is coming. Now after that you can see here we have a columns option. Now in the column option you can see if you want to add a new column you can add from here, or from existing column you can select. So suppose here you will see I have a existing column. So in a name we have a few value which is coming as a blank, which is coming as a null, we want to replace as a unknown. So how actually we can do? For that we can write a expression. So click on the open expression, or you can do open expression builder here. Click here. So the column name we have selected name. So what we will write? We will write one if condition. So you have to write double if. We will check is null. So is null is one of the condition we have. So select that is null, and here we will write a condition. If is null, name is our column name. So what we are writing? If name is null, then what we will do? We will try to replace with unknown. Otherwise it should be whatever the value is available in a name, it should be. So what is the condition we are writing? If the name, we have a column name as a name, right? In the name column, if the value is coming as a null, then we will replace with the unknown. Otherwise whatever the name is coming, that value we want. Click on the save and finish. Now if you want to preview whether it's working fine or not, click on the data preview and refresh. That's how we have to debug. Okay, so first do a changes and come to the data preview and preview your data whether everything looks good or not. If it looks good, then only you go further. Now let's see, come to the name. You can see whatever the null was coming, right, it got replaced with the unknown. If I show you my data, the id 5 was coming null, id 5 was coming null. Now we have replaced with the unknown, means it's working fine. Now what is the next thing we are going to do? We are going to replace the salary whatever the null is coming with the 10,000. So how actually we can do? So click on the plus first, add a column, select your column. We will select the column name salary. We'll click on the open expression builder, select a salary here. For the name we have written this, right? For the salary we will write. So what is the condition we will write? If same condition is null, select that salary. If salary is coming null, then what we want? We want to replace with the 10,000 as the salary. So that is the condition we are going to write. So let's see whether it's working fine or not. You can see one type mismatch is coming. It is not coming properly. Why it is an error? So this salary, it is coming as a int string. So that's why it is coming error. So what I will do, I will replace this as a string only, and after that I will click on the save and finish. Now no error is coming. If you want to preview, go to the data preview. If you refresh, our value should be replaced. So you can see whatever the blank value, null value was there, that got replaced with the 10,000. Why it was coming as a, why we have written the 10,000 in a string, why not integer? Because whenever you read any CSV file, so if you go to the source, go to the projection, you can see this all are coming as a string. Now suppose if you have to convert the salaries into integer, you can convert from string to the integer from here itself. Now after that, if you go to the derived column, and you can edit this open expression builder, and this salary 10,000 you can replace with the integer 10,000 value. Click on the save finish, it will work fine. So that is the thing you have to remember. Whenever you will read a CSV file, by default it will read everything as a string value only. So you can change that in a source itself. Now you can see the salary and the name we have converted. Now let's see how actually we can add a new column. What I will do, I'll click on that add column. So you can give any name. So I will give name as a country, and we can write any expression. So click on the open expression builder, go to the country. Here what we will write, we want to change into the uppercase whatever the address is coming. That is what we want. Save and finish. So click on the open expression. This upper is not coming properly. So what we will do, again you write upper. So and this you can change it to address. So sometime what happens, whenever it is not coming properly, right? So first you try to write, suppose you have to use upper. So this upper is coming, right? Use that, and then you can change that into the your column name. Then it will work fine. Click on the save finish. Now go to the data preview. One new column should be added. Now you can see new column got added, country, and it converted all India, all address into the uppercase. So that is how we can use a derived column, and we can use that for the change the existing column, or you want to add a new column with the help of that. After that we just have to go to the sync, select your data set. We want to save into the blob storage as a CSV file. Continue, select the same link service because the same storage is there. Go to the open output folder, click on the OK. Now your data flow is ready. What we will do, click on the pipeline, new pipeline, and the data flow 2 we will try to drag. Click on the publish all, click on the publish. Once the publish is complete, we will try to run the pipeline with the help of the trigger. So you can see publish is completed now. Click on that trigger, click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor, refresh. You can see one pipeline is running, pipeline 2. Let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see it is succeed now. We'll go to our blob storage. In the output file should be available. This is the file. Go to the edit, preview. So new column we have added country. Salary we have changed it to the 10,000, and the unknown we have whatever the null was there. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the aggregate transformation in Azure Data Factory. It is a very simple transformation, but it is a very useful transformation. So let us discuss the aggregate transformation, and then we will do a practical. So with the help of the aggregate transformation, we can perform any kind of the aggregation like sum, mean, max, count. So it is similar to the SQL. So in a SQL, if you had to perform any aggregation, so what kind of the query we write? We write a query like select maximum salary from table, right? So like that we do. And also if we had to group, so we also try to mention the column name, and we try to group by a column we do, right? So here also if you have to perform any kind of the aggregation, we have a sum, mean, max and count function, and also we have a group by concept. So with the help of that we can find the aggregation. Let's take an example. So that practical we are going to do. So this is my data set, this is my source. In this source I have a employee ID, their name, their salary, their address, their location and their email. And what actually I want to find out, I want to find out in India how many employees are present, in USA how many employees are present. So for that what we will use a aggregate transformation. Suppose you have a scenario where you have to find out in India what is the total salary people are getting, in USA what is the total salary people are getting. So for that what we will use aggregate function like sum. Suppose you have to find out in India what is the maximum salary of the employee, and if you have to find out what is the minimum salary of employee getting in India. So for that what we can use a aggregate function. So these are the simple function. Like if you know SQL, it is a very simple. The similar Similar to the SQL, here also we are performing the same operation. So let me open. First I will show you the data. So this is my input container. In this input container I have an employee file. I'll show you the, so this is the file we have. What we are going to do, we are going to perform how many employees are there in India and how many, what is the total salary of people India is getting. What is the total salary people are getting in India and US. So let's do that. So I will open my Azure Data Factory. So I will come to this data flow. I'll click on the new data flow. We are going to create a new data flow. Click on the add source. First we will create a data set. So click on the new, where our data is in Blob storage. So I'll select that. Click on continue. My file is CSV file, so I will select that. Continue. Click on the new link service. So here we will select our subscription, our storage account. After that, click on the create link service we have created. So data set creation and link service is a similar process which we have already done in previous video. Click on the file path, select your file, employee CSV, click on the OK, click on OK. Now if you want to preview your data, click on the data preview. First you have to on the data flow debug and then you can click on the refresh. You should be able to preview your data. You can see I am able to preview my data. I am able to read my CSV file. Now what we will do, we will perform a aggregation. So for that, click on the plus. You can see we have option aggregate. So click on that. In aggregate, first you have to give the any name, aggregate 1 if you are giving, so it will show aggregate 1. After that you can write any description. What is incoming stream? It is a source one, so I'll select that. After that we have to group by. So based on which particular column you want to group. So this is my data set. In this data set I want to find out how many unique employees are present in India. So I want to group by based on the address column. So I will select the column name as a address. Name as address. After that, go to the aggregate. Now here we can write any aggregate operation. So add or select a column. So you can give any column name. So we want to find out employee count. So I am giving the name as a employee count. Now here we can write a expression. So for that, click on the open expression builder. And here you can write a any kind of the expression. Suppose if I have to find out the unique employee. So you can see if I type count, I am getting a different option. Count means it will count all the employee. We want to find out the distinct employee, right? So click on the count distinct. And after that, based on which particular column you want to count, I want to count based on the employee ID. Now save and finish. If you'll go to the data preview option, let's see it's working fine or not. It should group by a address column and it should give me a unique employee count. You can see it is giving a address and the employee count. It's working fine. Now I also want to find out the total salary. So what I will do, click on the add column. I'll give the name as a total salary. And here expression, we can write any expression. So I'll go to the total salary. I'll just write a sum of salary. Click on the save and finish. Now you can see I'm getting one error, type mismatch. So what actually happens whenever you read any CSV file, so it takes all the column as a string format. So go to the source, go to the projection. You can see all the column it is treating as a string. So first you have to convert the salary into the integer. So click on this, click on the integer. Employee ID also will convert into the integer. And now we'll go to the aggregate. You can see sum of salary, it's working fine. If you'll data preview, you should be able to preview your data. Sum of salary it is giving, right? Now let's find out the maximum salary. So click on the add column. Go to the bottom, give any column name. I'll give the column name as a maximum salary. And here also you can write a expression. maximum salary. So for maximum we have a max function. You can write maximum salary. Save and finish. It will work and you can preview your data. So like this, if you had to find out any aggregation, with the help of the aggregate we can do. If you have to find out the count, if you have to find out the sum, mean, average, everything you can do that. And after that you just have to click on the your sync, and in the sync you have to create a data set you want to store into the blob storage as a CSV file. Continue. You can use the same link service, and in output folder I want to save. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. My data flow is now ready. Click on the new pipeline. We just had to drag this. Click on the publish all. Click on the publish. Once the publish is completed, we will try to trigger it. So that is how actually we can perform my aggregate operation. I hope you got the idea. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss one of the important topic, that is a parameterization. So let's understand how parameterization work in Azure Data Factory. So what is parameterization? It is a process of dynamic pass the value during runtime to avoid a duplicate task. Let's take an example and let's understand. Suppose my requirement is like I have to copy a data from a SQL DB to the blob storage. So what I will use? I will use one copy data, and which particular table I have to copy. So for that I will create one data set. In this data set I will pass the table name like a table 1. Where you have to copy? I have to copy into blob storage, so I will create one data set, and here I will pass the location where I have to copy. Now my requirement is like, suppose I have a hundreds of the table, like I have a table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5, like that I have 100. Now if you have to copy hundreds of the table, so for that what you have to do? Again you have to create one copy data. So if you have to point out the table 2, again you will create one data set, and that data set will point out to the table 2. Till now we were doing like this only, right? And where you have to copy, suppose you have to copy into the another location, so for that you will again create one another data set and you will pass the location value. Similarly for the table 3, table 4. But suppose you have hundreds of the table, then hundreds of the data set you have to create. To avoid this all the process, we have a concept of the parameter. So in the parameter what we can do, we can create a single data set, and in this data set we will create a single data set that will point to the SQL DB, and whenever we have to run dynamically we will pass the value. So suppose table 1 you have to copy, so whenever you will run you will pass the value as a table 1. So suppose you have to copy table 2, so during runtime you will pass the name as a table 2, and that will copy a data table 2. Similarly for the table 3, means one data set you can use it for the all the tables. So that is the advantage of the parameterization. Let me show you with the example so that you will be having a better understanding. First I will show you database. So I have created one SQL database. How to create SQL database we have already covered, and I have created a sample table. So I got this all the table. So as of now I have a multiple tables are available. You can see address table, customer address, product category. My requirement is to I have to copy all the table into the blob storage. So what I will do, instead of creating a data set individually for all, I will create a single database that will point out to the all the table. So what we will do, I will go to the data factory. In the data factory you can see we have one option data sets. So what you will do, click on the new data set. We are going to create a one data set. So where my file is a SQL database, so I'll select that, click on the continue. We'll create a link service, so that we will be able to connect to the SQL database. So we have to pass the subscription, you have to pass the server name, you have to pass the database name. So this all the value also we can pass dynamically, that we will see in the next video. But as of now I am hard coding this all the value. After that we have to click on the create. Now previously what I was doing, if I had to copy the sales LT address, I was selecting the particular table, and that particular table only I was able to read, but I have to read all the table in through a one data set. So I am not going to select any table name. I'll just click on the OK. Now here you can see we have one option, parameter. In the table you can see as of now we haven't passed any value. So what we will do, dynamically we will pass. So for that what we will do, we will create a parameter. So click on the parameter, click on the new. Here I will create one parameter name as a table name. You can give any name here. Now come to the connection, click on the enter manually. It is asking me schema name and the table name. Schema name is nothing but what is your DB name. So my DB is suppose sales LT. That is my DB name. If I'll show you here, sales LT dot address. So sales LT is nothing but a DB for me. Address is a table name. So table name, for the table name I'll click on the dynamic content, and this parameter we have created, right? So I'll just click on that. You can see this is the dataset dot table name. One expression got created. I'll just click on the OK. Means now we have created one. We are passing dynamically value of the table name. Now if I'll click on the preview data, it is asking me to pass the table name. So suppose I will pass the table name as a customer. Customer is a table. Click on the OK. I am able to read the customer data, customer ID, name, style, right? Suppose I had to read the address table. So what I will do, I'll click on the preview data. Here I have to pass the address. If I'll click on the OK, I am able to read the address ID, address line. So I have created a single data set, and that I can use for the multiple purpose, and dynamically I have passed the value. Now suppose this sales LT, right? So suppose you have other database also, DBO also. So instead of hard coding the sales LT, what I will do, click on the parameter, click on the new, and here I can give the name as a DB. You can give any name. Now come to the connection. I'll click on the add dynamic content DB. I'll select the DB, click on the OK. Now if I'll click on the preview data, it will ask me to pass the DB and the address. So what is my DB? DB is a sales LT. So I'll give the sales LT and address, click on the OK. I am able to preview your data. Means I have created one data set. That particular data set I can use for the all the table. So that is the advantage we get with the help of the parameters. Now you can create one copy data activity. You can select one data set, that with the help of that data set you will be able to copy a multiple table. So that is the advantage we get in a parameterization. So I hope you got the idea. In next video we will continue and we will see more about the parameterization. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can use a parameterization in a link service. In previous video we have seen about the parameterization of data set. In this video we are going to cover in a link service how actually we can dynamically pass the value. Suppose my requirement is like I want to connect with the SQL database. Whenever you have to connect with the SQL database, what are the things generally they ask? They ask to select the subscription. They will ask to select the server. They'll ask to select the DB name, username, and the password. Once you will pass this all the value, then only you will be able to connect with the particular server. Now suppose you have a multiple server. You have a server 1, server 2, server 3, like that you have a multiple server. Or suppose you have a multiple DB. Like in a server 1 you have a multiple DB, like DB1, DB2, DB2, DB3 and all. Like that you have a multiple DBs available. Now if you want to connect with the DB1, what generally we do, we create a link service for the DB1. If you want to connect with the DB2, we will again create a new link service. If you want to connect with the DB3, again we were creating a link service. So instead of creating a multiple link service for the multiple DB, what actually we can do, we can create a single link service and we can pass this all the value dynamically during the runtime. So we will be having one link service and that we will use for the multiple DB or the server. Suppose your username and the password, this all also a different for the server. So this all value also you can parameterize. So that kind of the advantage we get in a parameter. So let's do a practical. So I'll open a data factory. Once you'll open a data factory, how actually we can create a link service? One way is like while creating a data set, it will ask to create a link service. The second way is go to the manage. Here you will see all your link service. So click on the new. We are going to create a new link service. I want to connect with the SQL database, so I'll select that. Continue. Now here you can see first thing is to pass the name. So this will be a static. The second, it is asking to select the subscription, select the server, select the DB name, select the username and the password. If I select the username and the password, and if I'll click on the test connection, I should be able to connect with the particular server and the DB, and connection is successful. Now if I have to connect with the another DB, this POC DB, then what I will do, again I will create another link service, and here I will pass the DB name the differently. Suppose you have a multiple DBs are available. So in that case, instead of creating a multiple link service, we can create a one link service, and this value we can pass dynamically. So how actually we can pass dynamically? In bottom you can see we have a parameter. Go to the parameter. Here you can create a parameter. Let me give the parameter name as a DB name. I'll just give the DB name, and after that you have to go into the enter manually. So in account selection method we have a two method from Azure subscription. Second is the enter manually. Click on the enter manually. After that, the database name. So click on the add dynamic content, and this is the DB name which you have created, right? Click on that. So this is how we can pass the dynamic value. Now click on the OK. After that, the username and the password and fully qualified domain name. So how actually you have to pass? You can see the example myserver.database.windows.net. So you can write the same myserver.database.windows.net. What is my server? My server name is the POC server. So I will replace my server with the whatever the server I have. So what I have done, this database name I am passing dynamically. Now if I'll click on the test connection, you can see it is asking me to pass the value. So if I'll pass the POC DB, click on the OK, you can see I am able to connect. Let me again click on the, suppose my DB name is another DB. So as of now I have a 2 DB, POC DB and the master. So suppose I want to connect with the master. So what I will give the name as a master. And if I will click on the OK, I am able to connect. So I am able to connect 2 DB with the single link service itself with the help of the parameter. Now suppose your username and the password also are different. For that also you want to create a link service. So what you can do, you can click on the parameter and here you can write a password. Usually the password will be different, username usually it will be same. Now what we will do, in the password section, right, click on the add dynamic content. You can select the password, click on OK. Now whenever you will run, it will ask two things. First is the DB name. So I'll pass my DB name as master, and it will ask to pass the password, and we can pass the password also. So like this we can parameterize our link service, we can have one link service that we can use for the multiple server and multiple database. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to do one project and we are going to see how actually we can use a parameterization in a pipeline. In previous video we have already covered how actually you can parameterize your data set and how actually we can parameterize link service. In this video end to end we are going to see how actually we can do a parameterization in a pipeline. So we have a business requirement, so let us first understand the business requirement and then we will do a practical. So my business requirement is like I had to copy a data from a SQL table to a blob storage. So I have a SQL database. In this SQL database, I have a multiple table. I have a table name customer table. I have another table name as a address table. Now what I have to do, I have to copy this data into the blob storage. So in a blob storage also I have a multiple location. So I have a container name as a customer container and also I have a container name as a address container. So if I had to copy a data customer table data, then that data should copy into the customer container. If I had to copy address table data, then that data should go into the address container. So that is my requirement. I have to perform a copy activity here. I have to create only one pipeline, one copy data activity, and that should be able to copy both the table into the different locations. So that is my requirement. So I have a customer table, I have an address table, and this both the table I have to copy into the customer container and the address container into the blob storage. So that is my requirement. So what we will do, we will create one data set, and that data set we will try to do a parameterization, and during runtime we will pass the value customer or a address table. So we will create one data set for both the table. Similarly, we will create one data set for the both the container location. Let's do a practical and let's understand. First I will show you. So this is my blob storage. I have created a storage account. If you will see, I have a two container. One is the address container. As of now no data is available, and also customer container. As of now no data is available. So this is my blob storage. This is my target location. Here the copy data should be copied. Now if I show you my database, so this is my SQL database I have created. In this SQL database, if you see, I have a multiple tables available. How to create a SQL database we have already covered in that video, and if you will select the sample table, you will see all the tables available here. So you can see I have an address table and I have a customer table, and these two table I want to copy into the blob storage corresponding location. So I'll go to the data factory. I'll go to the copy, click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. What we are going to do, we are going to see copy data. So I'll select that, go to the source. First we will create a data set. So click on this. What is your source location? Source is a SQL database. So I'll select the Azure SQL database. After that we will create a link service. So click on the link service. We will select the subscription, we will select the server name, we will select the DB, and we will give our username and password. Click on the create. Now I am not going to select any table name as of now. If I will select any table, so then that data sheet will become only for that particular table. So I am not going to select any table as of now. I'll just click on the OK. Now in the left side you can see in a data set, one data set we have created. As of now we haven't passed any table name. So what we will do, go to the parameter. I'll give table name as a parameter. So this value we will pass during a runtime. So I'm giving a value as a table name. Now I'll come to the connection. I'll click on the enter manually. Here we will pass the schema name and the table name. So I'll click on the table name, click on the add dynamic content, and you can see in parameter we have a table name. So I'll select that, click on the OK. What is schema name? So if I'll show you in my database, sales LT is a DB name. So I will pass the sales LT as of now. because for the both the table sales LT is a DB name, so I will go with that. Now if I'll click on the preview data, it is asking me to pass the table name. So if I'll pass the address, I should be able to see a address table. Let's see it's working fine or not. It's working fine. I am able to preview the address. I'll just close this. Now I'll go to the pipeline. In this pipeline you can see one option is coming to pass the table name. Now what you have to do, you have to click outside in this white space. If you click on the copy data, you will see this all the thing. You have to click outside. Now what you have to do, you have to create one parameter here also. Here also you can pass the name as a table name. Now click on the copy data. Click on the add dynamic content and give the value as a table name parameter. Click on the OK. Now if you want to preview data, click on the preview data. Pass any table. Suppose I want to see a customer. I should be able to preview data. I am able to preview a customer data. Means we have created one data set and one pipeline that will be able to copy a both customer table as well as the address table. So that's how we have configured. So two step. First go to the data set. In the data set create a parameter table name and you have to pass the dynamic value here. Now come to the pipeline. You can see table name. What you have to do here also in white space you have to click parameter table name you can create. Click on the copy data and add dynamic content and you can pass this value. Now coming to the sync. So what is our sync? For that we will create a data set. Data set is blob storage, so I'll select that. We want to copy as a CSV file, so I'll select that. Now link service. So we have to create a link service for this. I'll select the subscription. I'll select the storage account. I'll click on the create. Now where you have to copy. So my requirement is like customer data should go into the customer location and address data should go into the address location. That is my requirement. So I am not going to give any path as of now. What I will do, I'll just click on the OK. Now in the left side you can see delimited text. This is the data set we have created. So here you can see it is asking me to pass the container and the file name and all. So here also you can see one parameter. So what we will give, we'll create one parameter container name. You can give any name, but to recognize I am giving a proper name. Container name, one parameter I am creating. Coming to the connection, in this container I will pass the add dynamic content and I'll give this particular container name. Click on the OK. Now if you have to preview a data, first you have to pass the container name. So if you will pass the customer name, there only the data will be copied. If you will pass the address, it will copy into the address location. If you will pass the customer, it will copy into the customer. Now coming to the pipeline, here also you can see it is giving me to give the container name. So what you have to do, you have to click outside in white space. Click on the plus, give the name as a container name. Now click on the copy data. In the container name, you can pass the value. This particular container name we have created. Click on the OK. So these are the simple steps we have to do. After doing this all, what we will do, click on the publish all and we will try to run and let's see how actually we can copy a customer table into a customer container and the address table into a address container. You can see publish is completed. Now if I'll click on the add trigger and the trigger now, it will ask me to pass a table name and the container name. So what actually I want to copy a customer table. On which particular location I want to copy into the customer container. So if I'll show you in a storage account, this is the customer container I have created. So that value I am passing and customer is my table name here. So you can see sales lt.customer, right? So that value I am passing. Now if I'll click on the OK, my pipeline should be able to copy a data into a customer table into a customer location. Let's wait for that. You can see it succeed now. I'll go to the POC storage customer. I'm able to see sales lt.customer. Click on the edit and you can see we are able to see our data. Now what we will do, now again I will go to the data factory. Now suppose again I have to run for the same copy data for the address location. What I will do, click on that trigger, click on the trigger. Now here you can pass the table name. So I want to copy address table into the address location. Click on the OK. Now my pipeline should run. Now address table should go into the address location. So it is running, right? You can see it is succeed now. I'll go to the storage. If I'll show you the address, you will see address data is available here. Means our pipeline is working commonly. Like suppose if you had to copy any of the table, then you have to pass only the table name and where you want to copy, and this one copy data will work for all the table. Yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can save our file in a proper format in Azure Data Factory. So generally you will see whenever you are performing any copy data activity and whenever you are trying to save your file into any location, you will see your file is getting saved as a name part x00 something name. You will see like part file as a name, it gets saved. But my requirement is like I want to save my file in a proper format. Suppose I have to perform any copy data activity, and if I am running the pipeline on a specific date, then the file which is getting copied, that should be saved in a proper format, proper date format I want to save, because that will be easy for me to recognize the file. So if the file is contain the 2024-04-01, then I will get to know like this particular file contain the April 1 data. So it's very important to save your file in a proper format so that it will be easy for the data analytics people to do analysis based on this date format also. So in this video what we are going to do, we are going to perform one copy data activity that will copy a data from a blob storage one container to another container, but the file will get saved into a proper naming convention, and also file will get saved in a JSON format. So that is my requirement. So let's do a practical and let's understand what actually I have done. So I have one storage account. In this storage account I have one file. If I will show you employee1.csv, okay, if I will show you the file looks like this. Now what actually I want to do, I want to store into another output container. As of now there is no file available in output file. I want to store into a time format. How actually I can do in the data factory, we are going to see. So first you have to go to this Azure Data Factory, go to the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. We are performing a copy activity, so I will move that. Go to the source, we are going to create a new data set. So I will click on the Azure Blob storage. Our file is in CSV format, so I will select that. Click on the continue. We are going to create one link service so that we can connect to our blob storage. So I will select the subscription. I will select my storage account name and I will click on the create. Okay, it is creating. Now it is completed. Now what we have to do, we have to select our file path. So what is our file path? File path is nothing, it is in input folder. So click on the OK, and first row is order, click on the OK. Now our file is ready. Okay, the dataset name is delimited text2, that we have to remember. Now we have to go to the sync. We have to create a blob storage because we want to store into a blob storage. So I will create one link sync dataset. We want to store into a JSON, so I select the JSON. I will select the same link service. Okay, because I want to store in the same path. Here where actually you want to store, we want to store into the output, so I will select that. Okay, click on the OK. Now this is the sync data set is JSON2. So we'll go to the JSON, or here itself if we'll click on the open, right? Now if we'll go into the file name, right, click on the add dynamic content. Now if you'll see here, right, parameter and the function. If you go to the function, you will get to see different kind of the function. So we are going to store in the form of the date. So what actually we'll do, we will select here. So we have a UTC time zone. If you click here, it will get store your file name as a UTC time zone. Okay, now if you will see, you have a different function like add to time, add days, add hours, add minutes. So anything based on the your requirement, you can select that. Convert time zone, if you want to convert the time zone from a UTC to the Indian time zone or any time zone, that actually you can do. Or you want to convert into a UTC, that also you can do. Day of month, day of week, day of year also you can do. So what we are going to do, we are going to convert time zone. Now what we have to write, so this is the one we have to use. So what we are doing, convert time zone UTC, and we are converting into Indian standard time. So this I will mention into the description. Convert time zone UTC and Indian time zone we have to do. Click on the OK. Okay, so this is the time zone where actually we want to store. Okay, even if you want to mention any kind of the string also, that also you can do. Now go to the pipeline. Now click on the publish. Now we will try to run and we'll see whether it is converting properly or not, whether our file is getting saved properly or not. So it is publishing. When it will complete, we will see. Now it is publishing, we will wait it to be completed, and then we will try to trigger it. Whenever we will trigger, right, the file should be saved into a Indian standard time zone. Okay, it is complete. Add trigger now. Now it is completed. We'll go to the output folder. So this is output. I will click on the refresh. Now you can see this is the 3rd of July. You can see 3rd of July and 11:40. So this is proper in got converted into the Indian time zone, right? Now if I will open this, I think it should be a same file because we have performed copy activity in a JSON format. Okay, so that is how actually it works. I hope you got it. Yeah, thanks. That's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the get metadata activity in Azure Data Factory. Till now we have discussed about the copy activity only in Azure Data Factory, where we were copying a data from one source to the another source with the help of the copy data activity. So get metadata activity is another activity. So let's discuss when actually we use a get metadata activity. So for taking example, suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, I have a multiple files are available, like employee 1 file, employee 2 file, employee 3 file, department file, like that the multiple files are available. Now your requirement is like you only have to copy this department related data. So how actually you will get to know like whether the department data is available into this particular storage or not, because you have a multiple files are available but you only have to pick this department data. So how actually you will get to know? So this actually we can achieve with the help of the get metadata activity. So get metadata activity will help you to find out the metadata information, like what is the files available in the folder, what are the files available, what is the size of the file, when actually it is created, what is the last modified file. So these are the things are available. So these all the things we can achieve with the help of the get metadata activity. So you can see here we get a different option, like with the help of the item name you will get to name of the file and the folder. You have a item type. If you will select the item type, you will get to name type of the file or the folder. Similarly, we have a when was the last modified, what are the list of the subfolder and the files with the help of the child item. If you want to know the structure, that also you can get, and you want to check whether the particular file is exist or not, so that option is also available. Let's do a practical and let's understand more. So in high level, get metadata activity will help to know about the metadata information. Let me open Azure Data Factory. So I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, if you'll see in input, I have a multiple files are available. Department, employee 1 like multiple files are available. Now what I want to do, I want to read this particular folder and I want to know like what are the files are available. So let's see whether we can achieve or not. So I will go to the data factory. I'll click on the author. You can see click on the pipeline, new pipeline. So previously we were looking into the move and transfer. Here we were having a copy data and data flow. Now what we will do, we are going to use another activity, that is a get metadata. So this is the get metadata. Just drag it Go to the in general option. It is simple, like you can give any name and description you can pass, timeout, retry, this all the things you can pass. Coming to the setting, first step is create a data set. So what we will do, we'll create a data set. So our file is available in a blob storage. So I'll select that, my file is CSV file, I'll select, continue. Link service we will create so that we can establish a connection. We'll select a subscription, we'll select a storage account, and after that we'll click on the create and the file path. So we will select only the input. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Once you will do this, you will see one option dataset we have created. You can see you have one option field list. You will click on the field list. If you will drag here, you will see multiple options like child item, exist, item name, item type, last modified, or if you want to have any dynamic content, if you want to write that also you can write. So what we are going to do, we are going to select a child item here. I just selected the child item. After that, what I will do to test this, what this child item is doing, I will try to click on the debug. Let's see what is the output we are getting when we are selecting a child item. You can see output in progress. Let's wait. You can see it is succeed. Here you will get two arrow. The first arrow, that is input. What is the output is second arrow. We'll click on the output. What is the output we are getting? Now if you'll see here in the child item we are getting name and the type. So we are getting a name about what are the files available, department.csv. Another one is giving me employee1.csv, employee11.csv. It is listing all my folders and the files. So if I'll show you in input, I have this all the files, right? So with the help of the child item, I am able to explore my folders and all the files related information I am getting. So metadata information you can get with the help of the get metadata. Now you might have one question like why we are using a get metadata. Get metadata will help you to explore your folders and the file. Now suppose your requirement is like from this all the output you only want to pick up the department.csv file and you want to copy that data. So for that you can apply certain conditions like whether the name should be department.csv and that file should be copy. So that kind of the flow actually you can create. So that kind of the use case we get in upcoming video also we'll discuss more. So child item we have seen. If you want to explore the, if you want to list all the subfolder you can use a child item. Now let's see exist. So let me click on the exist. Now let me click on the debug and let's see what is the output I am getting. So exist will help whether a file, a folder or table exists. If exist is specified in the get metadata field list, the activity won't fail even if the file, folder or table doesn't exist. Instead, exist false is written in the output. So exist will help to know whether the file is exist or not. The activity won't fail. It will give you the true and the false. So with the help of the true and false, we can output that. You can see it is succeed. Now let me show you. You can see exist true. So exist will help whether the file is available into your particular location or not. So exist is giving me true. Now what I will do, I'll go to the input. I'll create another container output. And as of now, no file is available. Now if I will pass this output, so output you will get here is the false. So that is the second option. Now let's see what is the third, last modify. So you want to know the when actually it was modified last time, that particular file if you want to know, and based on that if you want to perform some incremental, that also you can do. So let's see what is the output we are getting. I'll click on the debug. You can see it is succeed now. Now if I'll click on this, you will see when actually the file was last modified, it is giving me the information. So it was last modified on the 2024 421. If I'll go to the here, you can see 2024 421 all the file was modified. So that is the information I am getting. So I hope you got, whenever you need to find out the get metadata activity, what you have to do, you have to create a data set, and from here you can select an option, and with that you will get to know the metadata information of the particular storage accounts and all. Now in next video we'll try to continue this get meta, and we will try to use another activity along with get metadata, and we'll see the more use case. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the for each activity in Azure Data Factory. So let us understand. For each activity is similar to the programming language. In programming language, if you had to loop, if you had to iterate, what we use a for loop, right? Here also we have a similar concept. For taking example, suppose in normal case if you have any array and you have a multiple value. So in programming language, if you had to read this all the value one by one, what we use, we try to iterate with the help of the for loop, and we try to read the value one by one. So if I am iterating this whole array, and if I am printing, so one by one this value will be printed. Similarly here also, if you have to iterate anything, if you have to iterate any activity, then we can use a for each activity. For taking example, suppose I have a one of the storage account. In this storage account I have a multiple file, employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, department, like that multiple files are available. Now what I have to do, I have to copy all the file into the another storage container as a JSON format. So this all the value are CSV, I have to copy in a JSON format. That is my requirement. Now in this case what I have to do, I have to iterate the copy activity, and I have to pass the file name. So that is the thing I have to do, right? So what I will do, I'll create one copy data activity. In this copy data activity, if I will pass any file name, that file will be get copied into the another storage account, right? But we have a multiple file. In this case, what I will use, this copy data activity, I will try to iterate with the help of the for each activity, and one by one I will try to pass the file name. Like first I will pass employee 1, employee 2, employee 3 based on the loop condition. So that is the how we can iterate any of the for each activity. So in this case, what actually practical we are going to do, we have a storage account, we have a multiple file, and we have to copy into the another storage container. So in this case, if you have to first read what are the files are available, in that case what we will use a get metadata activity. Then only we will be able to read what are the files are available. Now after that we have to copy, right? So for that we will create one copy activity, but we have a multiple file which need to be copied. So for that we will use a for each activity. So we will use a for each activity. Under that copy activity we will define, and one by one from here we will pass the file name, so that it will copy into the another container as a JSON format. So from CSV to the JSON we are going to convert. We are going to see multiple files, how actually you can copy into the another container. So let's do a practical and let's understand, then we'll get a better idea. So first I will show you the storage account. I have one of the input container. In this input container I have a three file, department, employee, and the employee 2. If I'll show you output, as of now in the output container no file is available. Now let's create a pipeline. So what you have to do, go to the author, click on the new pipeline, and in the bottom you will see, first what we will do, we will try to read what are the files are available in storage account. So if you have to read that, what we will use a get meta data. So what we have to do, go to the setting, create a data set. So we'll create a data set. My source is available in a blob storage, so I'll select that CSV file, select that. We'll create a link service, storage account, click on the create. After that give the file path. So my file path is input container, so I'll give that. Click on the OK, click on the OK. Now our get metadata is ready. Now you can see we have a field list. In this field list, click on the new, click on the drop down, click on the child items. With the help of the child items you will get to know what are the files and the folders available into the particular container. Now if you want to debug this, so click on the debug, and let's see whether this particular get metadata activity is working fine or not, whether we are able to read our all the files or not. So let's see. You can see it is running, it is succeed. This is the input one, this is the output one. If I'll click on the output, you can see child items, we are able to read each file. In a name, you can see we have a department CSV, employee1.csv, employee2.csv. Like we are able to read our all the files which is available into the container. That's fine, right? Now what we have to do, we have a multiple file. This all the file we need to copy. So for that, what we can use, we can use a for each activity and we can iterate that. So if you'll go down in the iteration, you will see for each activity. So just drag it. In this for each activity, you can iterate that. Just try to connect this. Let me connect this. Click on this and drag it. It will be connected. Now in this for each, you can see we have a activity option. Means you can add any activity. We will use a copy data activity. First, click on this for each. In this for each, go to the setting. It will ask to pass the item. So what are the file name which you want to pass? So if you have to read the file name, what is the thing we should use? We should use a get metadata one dot child items. This we already covered in the get metadata, right? If you have to read any file one by one, we can use a get meta dot output dot child item. If you will do, click on the OK. So that is the dynamic value we will pass. Now click on the activity. In this activity, click on the plus. You can see these are the activity you can use for the iteration. What I am going to use, I am going to use a copy data. Click on this copy data. You can see here it is showing me the same source and the sink you have to select, right? So what is our source? My source is the blob storage. I have already created a data set for that, correct? And we have passed the input, right? Now go to the wildcard file path. Click on the wildcard file path and here click on the add dynamic content, because we are going to pass this value from the for each, right? One by one file name we have to pass. So click on the for each item and the value should be name, item dot name you have to return. Click on the OK. So what are the steps you have to do? Go to the for each, click here dynamic content, click on the get metadata one child item. That is the first step. Now second step is go to this copy data source. First you have to create a data set and this wildcard file path you have to select and the file name we will pass here. We have to write item dot name. Now after that, let's add a sink. Let's create a sink. So we want to copy into the blob storage as a JSON format. So I'll select that. Link service, we will select the same. Where you want to copy that, you have to specify output. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now this our pipeline is ready. Now if I'll click on the debug, let's see whether it's working or not, whether it is able to read all the files or not. So you can see first it is running the get metadata one. So in get, with the help of get metadata one, we should be able to read our all the files. So let's see output. You can see we are able to read, means our get metadata one is working fine. Now what is the next step? Next step is for each. So in a for each, first it will try to iterate that file name and it will pass into the copy data. So that is in progress and you can see copy data also succeed. If I'll click here, it read the data and it copied. So it performed 3 copy data activity, you can see, because we have load and we have only 3 files. So that's why 3 times this copy data activity ran. Now if I'll go to the output container, if I'll see whether my file is available or not, you can see file got saved into the department.json, employee1.json, employee2.json, means our pipeline is working fine. So what we have done, we have read the file and we have passed into the for loop. So one by one this file is getting passed into the copy data and it is getting copied, and 3 times it ran the copy data. So with the help of the for each, we can loop the any activity. I hope you got the idea, and that's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the if condition activity in Azure Data Factory. First we will try to understand about the when actually we use a if condition, and then based on the one of the business use case we will try to do a practical. So let us understand. So if condition activity, it is similar to the programming language. So in programming language we have a if else condition, right? So whenever we write a certain condition in if it is satisfied, then we try to return that. If it is not satisfied, then it will return the another condition which is not satisfied here. Similarly, here also in if condition activity, we try to write certain condition. If this particular condition is satisfied, then we can perform one activity. If it is not satisfied, then we can perform another activity. So like that the if condition activity works. For taking example, suppose I have one of the business use case. Suppose my storage account, in this storage account I have a multiple file, employee 1, employee 2, department, employee 3. My requirement is like, in this storage account, if any of the file name contains emp, like you can see employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, then I want to store into the employee container. If this particular condition is not satisfied, then store into the department container. I mean, in this storage account, I have a employee and department both the file. What I want to do, I want to copy that into the employee container and department container based on the requirement, based on the condition. If the file name contains emp, then it should go into the employee container. If it is not, then it should go into the department container. So in this case, what we will use? We will use a if condition. In this if condition, we will try to mention like if the file name contains the emp, then it should go into the employee container. If it is not contain the employee, then it should go into the department container. So I hope you got idea like when actually we use a if condition activity. Now the similar kind of the practical we are going to do here. So what we will do, in the storage account we have a multiple file, and based on the multiple file, what actually we want to do, we want to check whether the file contains the emp or not. If the file contains emp, then we will return true. If the file not contain the emp, then we will return a false. So let's do a practical. So to read the file, whatever the file is available in storage, what we will use? We will use a get metadata activity, because we have a multiple file. To check each file name contains the particular, what we will use for each, and under that we will use a if condition activity. So that is the practical we are going to do. Now what I will do, I'll go to the author, I'll create a new pipeline, click on the new pipeline, go to the general. In general, first we will do a get metadata. First I'll show you my storage account also. In this storage account, if you'll see, I have a input container. In this input container, I have a employee 1 file, employee 2 file, and the department file. And I also have a output folder. As of now, no file is available. Now what I will do, I'll use a get metadata, go to the setting, I'll create a data set. My blob storage, my file is available as a CSV format. I'll try to create one link service. I'll select a storage account, and after that I will click on the create, and after that you have to specify where your file is available. So my file is available into the input container, so I will select that and click on the OK. Now your data set is ready. Now if you want to know what are the files are available, you want to know about the file name, right? So what we will use in this case, we will use a child item, so select that. Now your get metadata is ready. Now what we will use, we want to iterate. So for iteration, what we will use, we will use a for each activity. So I'll select the for each activity, and I will try to select that. Now click on the for each. In this for each, go to the setting, go to the item. Here we will try to pass a get metadata 1 dot child items. So this is the child item. We will select that. Click on the OK. Now this is for the for each. Means each of the file name actually it will try to iterate into this for loop. Now what we will do, we'll click on the activity. We will search for the if condition. You can see this is the if condition. Select that. Now I will click on the if condition. Now you can see we have a activity column. Now you can see it is giving me expression. So first you have to write certain expression. If it is satisfied, then based on that true and the case activity you can run. So what is the condition we are going to write? Click on that dynamic content, click on the for each. Now what we will do, this item dot name is nothing but our file name. Item dot name is nothing but a file name which is coming from a get metadata. So what we will check contains item dot name emp. What is the condition I am writing? If the item file name contains the emp, means that is our true condition. Click on the OK. So this is the condition I have written. File name should contain the emp, and in then we can perform a two activity, true and the false. So in the true, I'll click here. So in this case, what I will do, I just want to return the true and the false. So I'll click on the set variable, go to the setting. I'll create a new variable. This variable part we will discuss more, but here we can define any variable and there you can store your value. So what I will do, I'll create one variable name as a file emp variable, and I will give the value as a true. I'll go to the for each again. So set variable in the true activity, another set variable I will use. This set variable we will discuss in depth also, but as of now what I am doing, I am creating one variable. So in this variable I am just trying to store my value, so false. So for the true I am storing a true value, and the false we are storing the false value. Now if you will see, my pipeline is ready. So what I have done, from get metadata I am trying to read all my file. Now this file I am passing in a for each activity. So one by one this particular file will be iterated through a for each activity. Now I am going to the if condition. In this if condition I am checking whether the file name contains the employee or not. This is the condition I am writing. If the particular file contains the emp, means it is a true, then the particular activity you can perform. It is a false, then it particular activity we can perform. So what is the activity we are performing? We are performing a set variable, means in the variable we are trying to store value true, and in the variable we are trying to store value false if it is not satisfied. So in our case we have a three file, right? You can see in a input we have a employee2 file, employee1 and the employee2, means employee content 2 file, means 2 time true should come, 1 time false should come. Now let's try to debug and let's try to see whether it's working fine or not. So you can see first it is running the get metadata. So if you see get metadata child item, we have a name, right? In department it is able to read. So we use item dot name. So the child item dot name which we have passed in a the if condition, right? So that's why we have used the name. So get metadata is working fine. After that it is looping the for each activity. Now if you will see in the final output, now in a set variable if you will see, we are getting one employee because employee1.csv it was there, another employee because employee2.csv was there, and after that we are getting a department because department.csv was there. Means our if condition we are able to check properly. So here what I have done, I have just based on the my condition, I just try to store the value in a variable, like whether it is a true and the false. But suppose if you have to perform any copy, that also you can do. Instead of the set variable you can use a copy data activity. If this particular condition satisfying, then you store in the employee container. If it is not satisfied, then you are store in a department container. So that kind of the practical also you can do. So try to do that particular practical. That's it in this. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the set variable activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we'll try to understand about the use case and then we'll try to do a practical. So with the help of the set variable activity we can create any of the variable and we can assign a value. Suppose I am creating a variable name as a, and we can assign any of the value for that. So it is like similar to the programming language. So for taking example, in Python also, if you had to create any variable name, what actually you do, first you try to write the variable name and you can assign, after that you assign a value. Similarly here also we can create any of the variable name and we can assign a value. Previously it was only supporting the string, boolean and array, but we also now started supporting the integer also. So that is the one of the new thing which you have to remember. So these are the data type only it supports. So what actually you can do with the help of the set variable, you can create any of the variable, and that particular variable you can pass into your of the pipeline. For taking example, suppose my one of the pipeline contain the particular date time. So I am storing the whatever the date value into this particular variable, and also I am creating another variable and passing the day of the particular date, like Monday, Tuesday or something. Now what actually I am doing, I am just combining, I am creating another value that contain the Monday and the particular date time, and this value I can pass into the file name of any of the pipeline where actually I have to use. Like suppose in copy data actually you want to save this particular name as a your file name, right? So that kind of a thing actually you can do, means with the help of the variable it's very simple. You can create a variable and you can assign any of the value and you can use in your pipeline. Let's do a practical and let's understand. Let me open my Azure Data Factory. So if you'll go to the author, you can click on the new pipeline. We are going to create a new pipeline. Now if you'll go into the general, right, you will see the value as a set variable. So this actually you can drop. Now here you can see you can pass any of the name, that is fine. Go to the setting. In this setting we can create a new variable. So click on the new. So first you have to give the name and you have to pass the value. So let me give the name as a, and what is the type. So you can see we have a 4 type. It is supporting string, boolean, array and integer. Previously only the string, boolean and array was there. Now integer also it is supporting. So I will select the string only. I'll click on the confirm. I have created one variable name a. Now what is the value? So here you can pass any of the value, or you can dynamically also you can assign a value. So let me click on the add dynamic content. Now if you go to the function, you will get different kind of the function. Suppose I want to know the current particular time in a UTC format, so I'll select the UTC now. Now if I'll click on the OK, my value a should contain the current time in a UTC. Now if I'll try to click on the debug, let's see. Now if I'll show you output, you can see variable a contain the current UTC time zone. So like that actually we can create a variable and we can set the particular value. And suppose this is one way of creating a variable. The second way of creating variable is in a right side. If you click anywhere in the blank side, you can see you are getting a parameter variable. So in a variable here also you can create a value. Suppose I'll create a value as a b, and this also I'm creating a string. I'm not passing any value. Now if I'll creating any set variable here, now if I'll go to the setting, if you will see in a name it is already showing the value b which we have created. Now here you can pass the value. So let me give the name as a Monday. Suppose that particular day is Monday. This Monday also you can get it from a dynamic content. If you go to the function, in the function from the UTC you can convert into any of the day also with the help of this all the function which is available. So this thing actually you can explore, but as of now hard coding the Monday and I'm just assigning a value. Now if I'll try to debug it, my a should contain the UTC time zone and b should contain the Monday. If you'll see set variable to output is the Monday, and the set variable 1 is the particular time period. Now what I want to create another variable. Go to the variable, click on the new. I will use as a file name. So I'm creating a one variable file name. Now what I will do, I'll go to the another create a set variable, and this all the value I will pass here. Now go to the set variable, go to the setting, we'll select our third one is the file name, and here we can combine whatever the value which is coming from the set variable 1 and set variable 2. We'll go to the concat. We have a and b, right? So what actually we can do is we can concat. You have to write @ concat, and in this concat you can pass the a and the comma b, not b, the value you have to select here, variable b. Now if I'll click on the OK, now if I'll try to debug, it is running, it is in progress, it is succeed. Now my variable 3 contain the particular date as well as the Monday. So now like this particular value, if you want to pass in any of the pipeline in a copy data as your file name, if you want to save that, so that kind of the thing actually you can use in with the help of the variable. Suppose this set variable 3, whatever the output you are getting, so you can create one copy data activity in a file name, you can pass the particular set variable 3 as a file name. And any of the pipeline, if you want to use this particular set variable, that also you can use. So this kind of the use case generally we get in a set variable. So it's very simple. We have to create any of the variable and we can assign a value, and any of the pipeline if you want to use, we can use that. So yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand about the set variable. So in a set variable, what actually we were doing, we were defining a variable name and we were assigning a value. So it was supporting a integer, string, array and the boolean type, right? So suppose you have one of the array. In this array you have a multiple values available. Now your requirement is like you want to add a more number into this particular array, you want to append. So in that case we use a append variable. So that is the only use case we have. Suppose I want to add a 90 into this particular whatever the array which we have. Now my output should be 10, 20, 30 and 19. So that actually we can achieve with the help of the append variables. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So it is a very simple. So I opened my Azure Data Factory. In this Azure Data Factory, click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. In a general option, you will see a append variable and also a set variable. So I'll click on the append variable, just drag it. Now what I will do, I'll just click on the outside. In this outside, we can create a variable. So I'll click on the variable, click on the new. Let me create one variable name as a and the type should be an array. Let me define a multiple value as of now. Suppose this array contains 10, 20 and the 30. These are the value it contains. Now what I will do, I want to add one more value. So for that I am using append variable. Go to the setting. What is the variable a? So I will select that, and what actually I want to add a 90. Now this is now if I try to debug, my 90 value will be appended into this particular array. But how actually I can verify whether it got appended or not? So for that what I will use a set variable. In this set variable I'll try to pass this output. So I'll go to the set variable. In this set variable, what I will do, I'll create a new variable. The variable name is output. Now in this output I will try to pass as an array. And what are the value I want to pass? I want to pass whatever the value we are getting from this a, right, which we have appended a new value. So I have passed this. Now if I try to debug, now you can see one is the append variable. Here you will not see any value, but in the set variable if you will see, right, 10, 20, 30 which we defined and 90 also got added. So like this we can perform append variable. So with the help of the append variable we can add any value. Suppose any file name you want to add into the existing variable file name, that actually you can achieve with the help of the append variable. So this is a simple use case. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the new activity, that is a store procedure in Azure Data Factory. It is a very much important because whenever you will join organization, you will see you will be having a multiple store procedure. So store procedure generally we use a lot in organization. So we should know about how store procedure works, and in also in Azure Data Factory how actually you can call store procedure, that also we are going to see. So with practical we are going to see this all the things. So let's first understand what is store procedure. Store procedure is a prepared SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused again and again. Suppose you have written one complex query. So one of the complex query you have written the group of the SQL code where you are using a multiple join condition. So this particular SQL code you can save in a store procedure, and whenever you have to call this query, you do not have to write again all the query. what actually you can do, you can directly call this store procedure, this particular SQL code will get executed. So that is the advantage we get. So group of the SQL code you can save in a store procedure, and whenever you will call a store procedure, this particular code will be executed. So that is the advantage we get in a store procedure. If you have a SQL query that you write over again and again, save it in a store procedure and then just call it to execute it. So that is the advantage we get. You can also pass a parameter to store procedure so that the store procedure can act based on the parameter. So that is also an advantage. So we can also pass a parameter based store procedure, that also we will see. So now let's discuss in Azure Data Factory how actually we can use. So suppose if you have created any of the store procedure and that store procedure you want to call in Azure Data Factory, so that actually you can do with the help of the store procedure activity in Azure Data Factory. So suppose any of the store procedure that you have in Azure SQL database, Synapse Analytics or the SQL Server, and that you want to invoke, so with the help of the store procedure activity we can do. So in this particular video, what actually we are going to do, we are going to do one practical. So I have one of the store procedure. So what actually my requirement is like, I will create one table, employee table. In this employee table I will be having a multiple values. So I will try to insert. Now what I will do, I will create one store procedure in a Azure SQL database. So I will what actually store procedure I am creating, create procedure and the procedure name, any name you can give. So employee delete, this is the one of the store procedure I am creating, and I am passing a one parameter at the rate ID. So what this store procedure doing, this is executing this particular SQL code. So what this SQL code about, delete from employee where id equal to the at the rate id, means from the employee table I want to delete any of the id that I had to pass during runtime. And so I will create one store procedure, and next time whenever I have to call this store procedure, what I have to write, execute and the store procedure, and I just have to pass the id name. If I'll pass id 1, then the 1 will be deleted. If I'll pass the 2, then the 2 id will be deleted, like that. So what actually we have done, we have created a SQL code, and that actually we are storing into this particular store procedure, and whenever we will call this directly store procedure, we just have to pass the parameter value and this particular SQL code will be get executed. So this actually we are going to do. So and in Azure Data Factory, how actually we can call this store procedure, that also we are going to see. So I'll open my Azure SQL database. I will try to execute this table one by one. First I will try to create a table, employee table. After that I will try to insert a value. So this should be in a string. So let me change it first. Now if I will execute, I executed. Now what I will do, I will create a procedure, one store procedure, create procedure, procedure name, and the query you have to pass. So what actually query I am passing, delete from employee where id equal to this particular id. I will create this store procedure. Now if I'll show you, select star from employee, you can see I have a 5 id which is present. Now whenever I will call this particular store procedure, I have to just execute command, and this store procedure I have to call, and parameter, what is the id you want to delete. Suppose if I'll execute this, the id one should be deleted. You can see. Now if I'll show you select star from employee, this particular id got deleted. So this store procedure you can execute in a SQL like this, but in Azure Data Factory, how actually you can invoke this particular store procedure which is available in a pipeline. So let's see that. So as of now we have a 4 id. We will try to create one pipeline, and we will try to invoke this particular store procedure. So I'll open my Azure Data Factory. I'll go to the author, click on the new pipeline, go to the general. You can see we have a store procedure. Just copy here, go to the setting, link service. First you have to create a link service. Click on the new. You want to connect with the particular server, right? So here you have to pass your server name. So my type is Azure SQL database. I will select Azure SQL database. After that, you have to select your subscription, you have to select your server name, you have to select your DB name, and you have to pass your username and the credential. After that, you have to test your connection whether it is successful or not. Click on the create. So first step is to create a link service. Now second is store procedure. So click on here. You can see employee delete. This is the store procedure we have created, right? Click on this. Now you can see you have one import option. Click on this. Once you will click on this, you will see whatever the parameter you have written in this store procedure, right? That is available here, ID, and it is type is this, and the value we had to pass. So as of now, I am not passing any value. So what I will do, I'll create one parameter. So I'll click outside here, parameter. I'll just give the name as a ID. Now I'll click here, store procedure, value, add dynamic content, and I'll pass this ID. Click on the OK. Now whenever I will invoke, I have to pass the ID which I want to delete. Now if I'll click on the debug, you can see it is asking me ID. So if I'll give the ID 2, now if I'll click on the OK, my ID should be deleted from the particular table. So let's wait for this to complete it. You can see it is succeed now. Now if I'll go to the my SQL database, now if I will show you select star from employee, click on the run. ID2 should not be present. You can see ID2 is not present, means that particular ID got deleted. So like this, actually you can invoke any of the store procedure with the help of the store procedure activity. Yeah, that's it in this show. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the lookup activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will try to understand how lookup activity work in Azure Data Factory, and then we have one of the business requirements. So based on that, first we will try to understand the requirement and then we will do a practical. So let us start with that. Lookup activity reads and return the content of a configuration file or a table. So suppose for example you have one of the SQL table, employee table you have. Now you want to read this particular table from lookup, actually you can achieve. Suppose you have any of the file, whatever the content of the file you want to read, that actually you can do with the help of the lookup activity. Let's take an example, and with that example let's try to understand so that we will be having a better idea. Suppose I have a two table, so that is my business requirement also. So I have a two table. One is the employee table. In this employee table, I have all the information of the employee. What is the employee ID, what is the employee name, what is the employee salary, what is the department, all the information I have in this particular employee table. I also have one of the table, that is a employee resign table. In this employee resign table, if any employee is getting resigned, so that particular ID is coming. Suppose ID 1 is getting resigned, so that particular value is coming into this employee resign table. Now my requirement is like I had to read who all are employee are resigning. So what actually I will do, I had to look into this table. In this table, whatever the ID is present means this particular employees are resigning. So how actually I can read this particular table? With the help of the lookup activity, I can read the content of the table. Now my requirement is like who all are resigning, that I have to delete from this particular employee table. So first I had to look this particular employee resign table, right? So whatever the ID I will get, I will try to delete from the employee table. So lookup activity generally we use to look up the table or a file. So that is the use case. It also return the result of a executing query or store procedure. Suppose you have written any SQL query and that particular result you want to store, that also you can achieve with the help of the lookup activity. Now let's take one of the business requirement. It is a similar what I was discussing. So I have a two table. One is the employee table. In this employee table, all the employee information I have. I have a employee resign table. In this employee resign, whatever the employee who are resigning, that particular information is available. Now my requirement is like first I need to check who all employees are resigning. Suppose I employee are resigning 2, 3, 4, this particular ID the employees are resigning. So first I need to look up this particular employee resign table. whatever the value I will get, I need to delete from this employee table. So for deleting, what I will use a store procedure. With the help of the store procedure, I will try to delete it. Because if you'll see here, we have a multiple values like 2, 3, 4. So in this case, if you had to, we had to pass a id one by one, right? So for that we will use a for each. So what I will do, with the help of the lookup table, first I will try to look up the employee resign table. In this employee resign table, what are the id which is present, what who all employees are resigning, that particular information is present. So suppose 2, 3, 4, this particular employees are resigning. Now this I will pass in with the help of the for each, means one by one I will try to pass, so that I will use a for each activity. In this store procedure, I am trying to delete from a employee table. Whatever the employee are resigning, I need to delete from this employee table. So for that, I have written one store procedure that will delete a employee from this employee table. I will pass the id one by one, like 2 and then 3 then 4, with the help of the for each activity. So that is the practical we are going to do. So let me open. So I will first show you the table. So I have created two tables. One is the employee table, in which I have ID, name and the country. So I will try to insert that. And also I have an employee resign table. What are the who all the employee who are resigning? So I have ID. So you can see 1, 2, 3. These all the employees are resigning. So I'll create two table and I will insert the value, and I will create one procedure. Create procedure name. And what is the query I'm passing? Delete from employee where id equal to the @id. So this @id we will pass it from this particular employee resign table, whatever the id is present. So that is the practical we will do. So let's execute one by one in a Azure SQL. So you can see I have opened Azure SQL database. So here I will try to create a employee table first. I just copied. I'll just run this. You can see employee table got created and the value got inserted. Now what I will do, I will create a employee resign table. So I will try to execute this. Employee resign table also I have executed. So it is saying like it doesn't match the definition. So here we have to write employee resign, employee resign, employee resign. So let me execute. You can see query succeed now. Now after that, what I will do, I'll create a procedure. I'll create one store procedure. This employee delete, this is the store procedure I am creating. This will, whenever I will execute, I need to execute like this. If I'll execute like this, execute employee delete @id equal to the 1, then one id will be deleted from employee table. But this id I need to pass from this employee resign table, whatever the values are present. So as of now, I will show you. I have two table, select star from employee table, and also I have a select star from employee resign table. If I'll show you, so you can see in employee resign I have a 1, 2, 3 value, and if I will show you employee table I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now in a Azure Data Factory, what I need to look, I need to look who are the employee which is present into this employee resign table. So you can see 1, 2, 3 is present. So that particular ID I need to delete from the employee table, but using a Azure Data Factory. So I'll go to the Data Factory. I'll go to the author, click on the new pipeline. So if you have to look who all employee which is present into this employee resign table, so for that what you have to use, you have to use lookup, because we want to look up the particular table content. So I'll go to the general. In the general, if you'll see, you have a lookup, so click on that. Now go to the setting. General option is similar, you have to just pass the name and the activity time or retry option you can pass. Go to the setting. Here first we will create a data set. So what is our data set? SQL database, Azure SQL database. Continue. We need to create a link service. Pass the subscription, pass the server name, pass the DB name, pass the username and the password. And then click on the create. Once your data set will be ready, You can see this our data set is ready now. Now here which particular table we want to look, that we have to pass. So I want to look the employee resign table, so I'll select that, click on the OK. Means I have selected the employee resign table. Now if I'll try to preview data, I should be able to preview a data. You can see ID1, because first row only was selected, that's why it is showing only the one record ID1. But if you will unmark, you will be able to see all the data here, preview data. Now in the bottom, if you want to write any query, that also you can write. If you want to write any store procedure, that also you can use. So we are going with the table only as of now. Now what I will do, this all the value I want to pass into the for each activity. So for each, what we have to use, go to the iteration. You can see for each activity, select that, click on the for each, go to the setting, select the sequential. So in the sequential order it will come, add dynamic content, and whatever the lookup activity output, right? So select on the lookup one. So whatever the lookup activity output we are getting, whatever the employee resign output we are getting, that we need to pass into this for each activity. So I am writing the lookup activity output, click on the OK. Now this one is ready. Now after that I want to add an activity. Which particular activity you want to write? So I want to execute my store procedure. So I'll select the store procedure, select that store procedure. In this store procedure, go to the setting, select your link service, because in the same SQL table it is available the store procedure also, that's why we have selected the same. Click on the refresh, and after that you should be able to see your employee delete. This is the particular store procedure we have created, right? So I'll select that, employee delete. Now click on the store procedure parameter, click on the import. Now you can see ID. So this ID we have to pass, right? So which particular ID you want to delete, that you have to pass. So what are the value you want to pass? Whatever the lookup activity output is coming through a for each, that particular output we want to pass. So ID, if ID1 is present into the employee resign, that will go into the for each activity, and so from for each activity it will try to delete into the with the help of this particular store procedure. So we'll click on the add dynamic content. We'll use a for each item dot id, you can write. Now click on the OK. Now let's try to run this and let's try to debug. If any error, then we will try to fix that. If I'll click on the debug, let's try to analyze whether our pipeline is working fine or not. So I clicked on the debug. After that the debugging will start. The lookup value will look up the employee resign table. Whatever the value will present, it will go through the for each activity. In the for each activity, one by one it will go into the store procedure. So our store procedure is the delete activity, delete SQL activity. So it is a deleting a value from the employee table, and after that it will delete the value. So you can see it started, lookup value is started, it got failed. So first let's see whether lookup value is coming up fine or not. You can see ID 1 2 3 it is coming fine. So till now here we are good. Now go to the for each activity. What is the error we are getting? User the configuration length expect its parameter to be an array or a string. The provided value is an object. So because we have a multiple values present here, so what you have to use? You have to use a lookup value array. So in a for each activity, what you have to pass? Lookup value array. So at the rate activity lookup output dot value, we have passed the lookup activity, right? So but if you have an array like multiple values, so you can use this lookup value array. Click on the OK. Now go to the store procedure. The values are same. Now let's try to debug. So debugging is important. With the help of the debugging only you will know whether your particular pipeline is working fine or not. You can see lookup is going, for each activity also in progress, and store procedure also in progress. So let's wait and let's see whether it's working fine or not. You can see it is succeed. 3 times store procedure got executed. Now if I'll go and we will check our employee table, the employee 1, 2, 3 shouldn't be present there. If I'll execute this, you can see only 4, 5, 6, 7 was present. Employee 1, 2, 3 got deleted. So means our pipeline is working fine. So what actually we are doing, we are looking into the employee resign table, whatever the value, we are passing through a for each activity to this store procedure, and we are trying to delete the value from there. So I hope you got idea how lookup activity works. Yeah, that's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the wait activity in Azure Data Factory. So let us first understand when actually we use a wait activity. So whenever you will use a wait activity in a pipeline, the pipeline will wait for a specific period of time before continuing the execution of a subsequent activity. So that is the use case. So suppose you have a multiple activities. Suppose you have one of the copy data activity which is happening, and suppose you have another copy data activity that should happen, but you want like your pipeline should wait for a 30 minutes or for a specific period of time interval. In that case you can use a wait activity. So whenever you will use a wait activity, the pipeline will wait for a specific period of time, whatever the time you will mention, and then the continuing execution will happen. Suppose in this scenario, if you'll see, I have a two copy data activity which is happening. First is the from a blob storage to the sales table copy data is happening, and it is waiting for the certain period of time, suppose 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes only the customer data is getting loaded. So this is one of the scenarios. In this case, if I had to stop or if I had to wait my pipeline for the 30 minutes, so what actually I can use? I can use a wait activity in Azure Data Factory. So let me show you how actually I can use. It is a very simple use case. You have to go into the author, click on the new pipeline. So let me show you. Let me add a copy data first, and let me show you the wait activity. So if you'll go into the general, you can see wait is there. So if you'll click in the wait, so this is the wait activity. So I will click on the wait, give into the name, and after that go to the setting. What is the time period for that you want to wait your pipeline? Suppose I want 30 second, I want it to be waited. So what I will mention 30 seconds. Like that, the second wise you can mention the time period, and the pipeline will wait for that particular time period. So suppose you have a multiple copy data activity, but you wanted to wait for a specific period or time period. For taking example, first the copy data is activity happening, then I want my pipeline should be waited for the 30 second at least, and then only the delete should happen. So in this case I can use the wait activities. So yeah, that is the simple use case we have. So I hope you got idea. Yeah, that's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the switch activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will try to understand how switch activity works in Azure Data Factory. Then we have one of the business requirements. So based on the business requirement, we will try to build one data pipeline based on the switch activity use case. So let us start with that. So switch activity provide the same functionality that a switch statement provide in a programming language. So in a programming language also we have a switch right. So in this switch, what actually we try to write, we try to write a multiple case statement. So if any of the case statement satisfied, that particular output generally get returned. So in this switch activity in Azure Data Factory, what actually happen? So first we will try to write a one expression. Suppose this expression is a output. So based on this output, you can define a multiple case statement. So if the case is output, if the value is output, then I want to copy a data into the output folder. If the expression is a output 1, then I want to copy a data into the output 1 folder. So like that you can define a multiple case statement based on, and you can define a multiple condition, and based on that you can perform a activity. So it is similar to the programming language. Here you can write any kind of the expression, and if the expression is satisfied, Based on that, you can define a multiple output values. So what actually we are going to do, we have a one of the business requirement. So let us understand the business requirement. So we need to copy data into the employee or a department location based on the parameter value pass. So what actually we'll do, we'll try to define one parameter name as a folder name. So if the folder name is, if we'll pass a employee, then it should copy a data into the employee folder. If we'll pass a folder name as a department, then it should copy a data into the department folder. So that actually we are going to do, how actually we can achieve that. So let me open my Azure Data Factory. First, let me show you my data sets. So I have a input folder. In this input folder, I have a two file, employee1.csv and department1.csv. This file I want to copy into this employee folder and the department folder based on the parameter pass. So I'll go to the data factory. I'll click on the new pipeline. We are going to see about the switch activity. So I'll click on the switch activity. I'll just drag the switch. So it is under the iteration and the conditional. Now in this switch activity, you have to first give the name, the switch one I have given. In activity, here we have to pass the expression. So you can write any kind of the expression. So let's pass this expression through a parameter. So I'll click outside here, click on the new. I'll give name as a folder name. So I'll click here. The expression I will pass as a folder name. So I'll click on the dynamic content, and this is the parameter, right? So I'll just pass it. So if the output folder name, is employee, then what condition you want to write? So suppose this expression value is employee, then I want to copy into the employee container. Employee container, I want to copy a data. So if this expression value is employee, then I want to perform one copy activity. So click on this, click on the plus, click on the copy data. Copy data. Let's create a data set. So my file is available in a Blob storage, so I'll select that. It is a CSV file, so I'll select that. A link service I have already created, but let's create one more, and we'll give the name as a Blob storage 3. You have to select the subscription, you have to select your storage account, and then click on the create. So what is your input file? My input file is, I will select that. My input file is employee1.csv. So I'll directly select the input, click on the OK. My source is ready. So if the value is employee, then it should pick the employee1 CSV data and it should copy into the employee folder. So I'll click on the sync dataset, Blob storage, CSV only I want to copy. A link service. So let's use the same link service, and I want to copy into the employee container. Click on the OK, and delimited text 2, right? So go to the delimited text 2. I want to store into the employee folder. So what I will do, I'll create one parameter here. Click on the new name, you can give employee, and go to the connection. The folder name you can pass this particular employee. Click on the OK. Now if you'll go to the pipeline, it is asking the particular value. So click on the add dynamic content, and the folder name you can select. So it will copy a data into the employee folder. In an employee container, it will copy into the employee folder. So if I'll show you what we have done, if I'll go to the pipeline, this is the switch activity. So in a switch activity, we have passed one folder name condition. If during runtime we will pass this value, if we are passing employee1, then it should copy a data into the employee folder. So if you want to write another condition, suppose if it is a department. So in a storage you can see we have a department folder, right? So if I'm passing a department folder, then what actually we want to do, I want to perform another activity. So I'll use the same copy activity. I can use the same source, the target also, and I can pass this. Or here you have to create a new, because in a, if it is a department, then you want to copy into the department container, right? So better to create a a new data set. So I'll click on the blob storage, CSV file, link service, and I want to copy into the department container. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. So delimited text. Go to the delimited text. Click on the folder. So here also I want to save into the department folder. So I'll create a new folder name as a department. Click on the connection. Directory name we will pass as a department. Click on the OK. Now if I'll go to the pipeline, here also you can pass the value as this particular folder name. Now if I'll show you my pipeline, so I have this switch statement. So here what I am doing, I am passing an expression. If this value is employee, then it should copy data into the employee container. If it is a department, then it should copy data into the department container. There is one default value also. If this value is not employee in the department, then it will perform a default activity, that is a no activity as of now. So let's try to debug this. So if I click on the debug, you can see it is asking me the folder name. So I want to copy into the employee container. So I will just pass the employee. Now click on the OK. Now you should see it should satisfy this employee container activity and it should copy a data into the employee container. So let's wait. It's debugging now. So like that you can define a multiple activities. So based on the expression, if any of the activities satisfy, you can perform any of the activity. So it is running now. You can see copy data 1. It is in queue. You can see it is succeed. If I'll go to the storage in an employee, one folder will be created as an employee. You can see employee folder. Here employee 1 CSV got copied. If I'll show you in a department, as of now no file is there. Now what we'll do, we will try to debug again. Now here I will pass the department. If I'll pass the department, it should copy a data into the department folder. So it's running. It is succeed now. Now you will go to the storage account, go to the department. You can see department folder got created and this particular file got copied. So as of now, input file I have taken employee1.csv, that's why it is got copied. But that also you can parameterize, and based on the particular value you want to copy a specific folder, that you can do. But the overall use case is like based on the switch, multiple case statement you can pass, and based on that copy activity you can perform. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the validation activity in Azure Data Factory. First we will try to understand how validation activity works in Azure Data Factory, and then we will try to do one practical based on the business scenario, and we will try to understand more about the validation activity. So when actually we use a validation activity, let's try to understand. So with the help of the validation activity, we try to validate our pipeline whether the dataset reference is exist or not. What is dataset reference means? So dataset generally represent your container name. What is your container name? What is your folder name? And what is your particular file name? So this combination is nothing but a dataset, right? So if with the help of the validation activity, what actually we do, we try to validate whether this particular reference is exist or not. So suppose I have a scenario, I want to validate the particular file name is exist or not. If the particular file name is exist, then only I want to perform a copy data, otherwise I want to return false and I want to send an email. So in this case what actually we'll do, first we'll try to, with the help of the validation activity, we try to validate a data. We try to check this particular dataset reference is exist or not. If this particular reference is exist, in the success of the validation, what actually we'll do, we'll perform a copy activity. If this particular reference is not exist, then what we'll do, we'll try to send an email or we'll try to return a false. So that kind of the use case we have. So by the name itself you can understand validation activity we use to validate our pipeline, and if you have to check the particular data set references exist or not, so with the help of the validation activity, first we try to validate, and based on the true and the false we try to continue our execution. So what actually we are going to do in this particular practical, first we will try to, we have one of the data set that is available into the particular location. If the particular file is exist or not, then what we will do, if particular file is exist, then we will return true. If the particular file is not exist, on the failure of the validation we will return a false. So that is the use case we are going to do. So let me show you. First I will show you my data set. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account I have an input container. In this input container I have employee1.csv file. So what we will do, we will create one pipeline. So what we will do, we will try to see how actually we can use a validation activity first. So I'll click on the new pipeline. You can search a validation, or you can go into the general. In a general bottom you can see you have a validation. So click here. In a validation, first you can assign any name. I am going with the validation one. Now go to the setting. In the setting you can see it is asking a data set. So let's create one data set. So I'll create a blob storage data set. File is CSV file. A link service, we will try to create our link service. We'll try to assign a subscription. We'll try to assign a storage account, and we'll create a link service. Now particular file path. So what I will do, I will pass this container name only, and I'll click on the OK, and this particular file name, whatever. So this is the data set we have created. So I have passed only the container name. The folder and the file I haven't passed. So what I will do, this particular file name I want to pass during runtime. So I will create one parameter. Click on the parameter. I'll give the file name. File name I have given. Go to the connection. Click on the add dynamic content, and that particular parameter you can select. Click on the OK. So during runtime it will ask to pass the file name. So now I'll go to my pipeline again. In this pipeline you can see here also it is asking what is the file name. So for that what I will do, I will click outside, click on the parameter. I will create the same parameter file name. Click on the validation. During runtime only we will pass this. Click on the file name. Click on the OK. Now after that, first you have to specify your data set. So data set we are passing dynamically. So in file name we are passing dynamically. So whenever we will run, we have to pass the particular file name. So for that, first we will try to validate with the help of the validation activity. Now go to the timeout. So in a timeout you can see, so first it will try to validate your particular path. If the path is exist, then this particular will be success. If it is not success, then the timeout will happen. So you have to specify till what period your timeout should be happen. So what I will mention, I will mention like within a 30 second. If it is failed, or if it is a timeout, then the failure should be happened, means particular location is not exist. So timeout, actually I am mentioning the 30 second. Sleep, what is the sleep, the particular duration time interval. It delay in second between the validation and attempt. So 10-second interval we have. Important is the child item. In the child item you can see ignore. Check if the folder is exist or not. So if you want to check only the folder exists or not, you can use a ignore. If you use a true, check if the folder exists and the has item in it, means particular folder should be available and also the file should be available, then you can use a true. If you want to validate folder exists and that is empty, then you can use a false. As of now I am going with a ignore only. So I have specified the particular data set, file name, timeout I am mentioning the 30 second, and sleep time is 10 second, and child item I am going with the ignore. Now what actually I will do, I will create one set variable. So in this set variable, if it is success, so you can see on success, this particular set variable should return a true value. So how actually we can do, I will just connect this set variable. I will go to the setting. I will create one variable name x, or you can give name as a success, and you can return the value as a true. So during success my value should be a true. So that is the validation. if the validation is failed, then what I want to return? I want to return a failure. So set variable during the failure, my failure should return a false value. So for that I will create a variable name. I'll give name as a false, or failure you can mention, any name you can mention. This particular variable we are creating, or you can give as a failure. So this is what I have done. So what actually I am doing in a validation, whenever I will run, it will first validate my pipeline. If it is success, then the set variable will return a success. If it is a fail, then set variable will return as a failure. So I am performing a set variable activity, but any other activity like copy data should happen. If it is success, then you can use a copy data. If it is a failure, then email should go. So that kind of the activity you can mention here. So let's see whether our pipeline is working or not. So whenever I'll click on the debug, so it will ask the file name, because that is the parameter we have passed. So my file name is, if I'll show you, employee1.csv, right? So let me pass the employee1.csv. So it will check whether the particular file is exist or not. If it is exist, means it is success, and our value should return the success. You can see validation 1 is in progress. You can see validation. If I show you the output, exist is true, and if I show you the set variable, it is a true value, means it is a success. Now let me try to run again. Let me mention only the employee one. This particular only I will mention employee.csv. This particular file is not exist. In this case, what will happen? Let's see. In this case, failure should happen, and we should get a failure variable. This set variable 2 we should get. So let's see. You can see the validation is going on. It is still validating. So you can see 7 seconds. So we have mentioned our time interval, timeout 30 seconds. So till 30 seconds it will validate, and then the timeout will happen, because the particular file is not exist, right? You can see validation is timeout. If I will show you activity timeout, and if I show you the set variable 2, we should get a failure. So that actually is happening. So if it is success, then this particular activity should happen. If it is not success, this activity should happen. So for the particular data set reference exists or not, we can use a validation activity. So I hope you got idea. That's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the execute pipeline in Azure Data Factory. The execute pipeline activity allows a data factory or Synapse pipeline to invoke another pipeline. So with the help of the execute pipeline, we can invoke any other pipeline. For taking example, suppose I am working in any of the pipeline, and I already have a other pipeline which is available. Suppose one of the pipeline which is doing a copy activity, I have another pipeline which is doing a delete activity. Like that, I have a multiple pipelines available. So with the current pipeline, if you want to invoke any other pipeline, so you can use a execute pipeline. So that is the simple use case. Let me show you with the example. Suppose in Azure Data Factory, you can see I have one of the pipeline one which is doing a set variable. I have another pipeline which is doing a delete activity. So let's see how actually we can use a execute pipeline. So for that, you have to go into the general. You can see execute pipeline activity we have. You can give any name here, description you can pass. Go to the setting. You can see we have a option invoked pipeline. So if here you will see, you can see pipeline 1, pipeline 2. Suppose you want to invoke pipeline 1. So if you'll click here, and after that, if you will debug, that particular pipeline will get invoked. You can see wait on completion. So if you'll unmark this, you want to wait like pipeline 1 should be completed, then only the other execution should happen. Then you have to tick mark this, otherwise you can unmark this. Suppose here I have a multiple things. Suppose I am having a multiple scenario like this. Okay, get meta, and after that copy activity is happening. So what does wait on completion means? So we are invoking pipeline 1 also. Whether you want to run parallelly this get metadata and other activity with this pipeline 1, or you want to wait for the completion. So that is the meaning. So we will not tick mark. and after that, so that is the simple use case. So with this, what actually will happen, it will try to trigger the pipeline 1. Let me debug it. You can see it executed the pipeline 1 and the pipeline 1 got executed. You can see this is the pipeline run, and this actually got executed. So yeah, that's it, the simple use case. I hope you got the idea. That's it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the filter activity in Azure Data Factory. It is a very much important. So by the name itself, you can understand whenever you have to apply a filter on array, you can use a filter activity. So you can use a filter activity in a pipeline to apply a filter expression to an input array. For taking example, suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, I have a multiple files like file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4, file 5, like that the multiple files are available. Now what is your requirement? From this storage account, you have to filter a particular files. So what actually you have to do, you have to filter that particular file. Like the multiple files are available, but you have to filter particular specific file based on the expression. So for that, what we can use a filter activity, and then after that, if we have to perform a copy data or any other data activity, that you can perform. The main agenda of the filter activity is like, suppose you have a multiple values available in an array, and you have to filter a data from this particular array, you can use a filter activity. So what we are going to do, we have one of the requirement. In this requirement, we are taking a same example. In a storage account, I have a multiple files. Now I want to filter only the file 1 files with the help of the filter activity, and that file I want to perform a copy activity. So if you had to read all what are the files which is available in a storage account, for that what we can use a get metadata, and we can get the all the file name, right? So that actually we can do. So after that, what we will use, with the help of the filter activity, we can write a expression and we'll try to filter a file 1 data, and after that we'll perform a copy data. So that is the practical we are going to do. So let me create a new pipeline. In this new pipeline, I'll go to the general section. First I will use a get metadata. First I'll show you my container also. So in a storage account, I have a 2 container, input container. In input container, I have a multiple file, department CSV, employee CSV, employee 1 CSV, employee 2 CSV. I want to filter only the department.csv file. So what I will do, first I want to read what are the files which is available here, right? So what I will do, I have created one new pipeline, and I have selected the get metadata from the general section. In a general section, you can see get meta, right? After that, you have to go into the setting. You have to create a data set. So let me create a data set where my file is available in a blob storage as a CSV format. So I'll select that, and link service we have to create. So I will select the subscription, I will select the storage account, and I will click on the create. So that particular link service will get created. I have to pass the file path. So my file is available in an input container, and I'll click on the OK. Now as of now, what we are saying, so with the help of the get metadata, we are trying to read what are the files are available. So click on the field list. In the field list, you can see you have a multiple. So if you click on the child items, you will be able to read what are the files are available into this particular in particular storage account. So what I have done, I have created data set, I have selected the field list, and selected the child item. Now if you try to debug, let's see whether we are able to read the all the files or not. So if I will show you, you can see it is succeed. So here from the output, we have to remember one thing, that actually we will use in a filter activity. Under this child item, you can see we are getting 2 value. One is name and the type. So this name is representing the what is the file name. So that we have to remember, because this item dot name actually we will use in a filter activity. So now what we will see, so we are getting a multiple values here. That is fine. Now we want to filter only the department.csv from here. So what you have to do, go into the iteration, click on the filter, just try to select the filter here. Now you can see in a general option, you have to just mention your the name and the description if you want. Go to the setting, here you are getting 2 options. One is the item, second is the condition. So item is like which particular value from where you want to filter. So we want to filter from the get metadata one, right? So I'll click on that dynamic content. So I'll use a get metadata one child item. So this is nothing but this is the output from the get metadata one. Like we are getting a multiple values, right? So that will represent this like multiple file name values. Now after that we have to write a condition, what value you want to filter. So I'll click on that dynamic. So I will select filter. So while debugging the get metadata one, we were getting two value under the child item, name and the type, right? So if I select the name, that is representing my file name. So from here, what actually I want to filter, I want to filter a department.csv. So what I will write, department.csv. And here we have a multiple function available. If you click on the collection, so you can see we have one of the function name as a contains. So what we are going to use, we are going to use a contains here. So what actually we are using, we are using a contains. So item dot name, that is nothing but any file name which is containing department csv, means our value will be filter out, that value only we want to filter. So I'll click on the OK. Now if I will try to debug, I should get only one value in a filter condition, that is a department.csv. So let's see. You can see it is succeeds. So in a get metadata one, we were getting a multiple files. Now if I'll click on the filter one, you can see we are getting only the department1.csv. So that only got filter out. Now after that we can use a copy data activity as usual to only copy that particular data. So you can use a copy data and you can pass the particular value into this copy data also. So like that, actually if you have to filter any value from the array, we can use a filter activity. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the until activity in Azure Data Factory. First we will try to understand the use case of the until activity, and with the practical example we will try to see how actually we can use a until activity in Azure Data Factory. So let us start with that. Until activity, it provides the same functionality that do while loop provide in a programming language. So if you are from a programming language, you might be aware about the do while loop, right? So it works similar to that only. It executes a setup activity in a loop until the condition associated with the activity evaluates to the true. Let's take an example, let's understand. So by the name itself you can understand until means my pipeline will keep on executing. My pipeline will keep on executing until the condition satisfied to a true. If my condition satisfied to a true, then my pipeline will get stopped. If it is a false, so till it is becoming a true, my pipeline will keep on running. So until the conditions satisfied to a true, my pipeline will keep on running. So that is the meaning of the until activity. Let's take an example. Suppose I have a storage account. In this storage account, my requirement is like I have to check whether the particular file is available into this particular storage account or not. So what I will do, with the help of the until activity, I will try to put one condition which will check whether the particular file is available into the storage account or not. If my condition, I will give one condition. The condition will be like whether the particular file is available into the storage account or not. So if it is a false, means if the file is not available in storage account, my pipeline will keep on executing. If it is become true, then the execution will stop. Means until my condition is not becoming true, my pipeline will keep on running. So that is the use case of the until activity. So what we are going to do in a practical, we are going to do a practical similar way. In a storage account, I will check whether the particular file is available into this particular account or not. So I will use until activity for that, and my pipeline will keep on running until the particular condition is satisfied or not. So that is the use case. So let's do a practical and let's understand. So let's do a practical and let's try to understand. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account, if I show you, I have created one container. As of now, no file is available here. So what actually I want to do, let's see how actually we can use the until activity. So I'll click on the create pipeline, go into the iteration and conditional. You will see a until activity. Just drag it. Now what this until activity do, you can see bottom we have a general setting activity user property. Go to the setting, this expression here we have to pass a expression and this expression until it will become a true, this particular whatever the activity you will mention under this until activity, right, it will keep on executing until this expression become true. Whatever the activity you will mention under this until activity, it will keep on executing. So that is the use of the until activity. So you may have a question like how much time it will keep on running. So we have option of the timeout. Suppose you want to check only for the 2 minutes, so you can mention the 2 minutes. So only for the 2 minutes it will keep on checking like whether the particular file is exist or not. Suppose for 30 minutes you want to check like whether the particular file is exist into the storage account or not, and if it is exist then only you want to perform a copy data. So what you will mention, you will mention 30 minutes here in the timeout, and you will pass a expression to check whether the file is exist onto the particular container or not. So that is the thing we are going to do. What actually I will do, as of now I will create one variable name. So go into the click outside, click on the variable, click on the new. I'll create one variable name as a file exist, and the by default I will pass the value as a false. So it is saying like the by default the file is not exist. I'll go to the until, and this particular variable whatever we have created we will pass here. Click on the variable file exist, and let's convert this string to the boolean. So I'll use a boolean, and I'll just click on the OK. So by default this variable value is a false, so this will return me a false value, means the file is not exist. So until this value become true, my activity will keep on executing till for the 2 minutes, because I have mentioned the 2 minutes. So how to check like whether the file is exist into the storage account or not? So for that what we can use a get metadata activity. So I'll use a get metadata. Click on the get metadata, go to the setting, we'll create one data set. My file is available into a blob storage CSV file. I'll use a one link service which I already created. If you haven't created, you can create a link service, and the file path you can pass input container. Click on the OK, click on the OK. So this is the data set we have created. And by default let's see whether the employee1.csv file is available onto this particular container or not. So by default I am passing this particular name. Now I'll go to the pipeline. If the employee1.csv file is not exist, so it will keep on executing. So whatever the output we will get, right? So in a get metadata, you can see this is the data set you have mentioned. Bottom you can see field list. In the field list you will be having one option exist. So with the help of the exist, you will check whether the particular file is available into the storage account or not. So exist will give a true or false value. If it is a true, means the file is exist. If it is a false, means the file is not exist. Now what I will do, this particular whatever the output we will get from a get metadata, I will pass into the if condition. So I'll use a if condition activity. Click on the if condition activity, add dynamic content, get metadata exists, right? Use that and convert into the boolean. So whatever the output we will get from the get metadata, whether the file is exist or not, so this will give me true and the false value. So if it is become true, then what is the condition you want to use? If it is true, then I want to update my variable. Whatever the default value was false, right? I want to update as a true. So I'll use a file exists. This value I will make it as a true. So that is the condition I have mentioned. I'll go back to until activity. So if it is true, then set variable I am updating. If it is a false, so I am updating set variable as a false only. So I'll click on the set variable. If the file is not exist, then it will become a false only. So what I have done till now, let's try to understand. So I have created one variable file exists, and by default I am passing the file is not exist, means value is false. I am using until activity. This until activity will keep on running until this particular condition is satisfied, whatever the variable we have created, right? And by default it is a false, by default value is false. So until this value become a true, my pipeline will keep on executing. So what actually I am checking, I am first checking whether my file is available into the storage account or not. That is my use case. So I am using a get metadata activity, and I am using a exist condition. So exist will tell me like whether the file is exist or not. If the value is true, then I am passing into the if condition. So here whatever the output of the get metadata we are getting, right, that value we are passing, and if it is a true, then the whatever the variable, right, that we are updating as a true. If it is false, then it will become a false. So until this value become a true, my pipeline will keep on executing. That is the use case of the until activity. Let me debug and let me show you. As of now, no file is available, means my pipeline should keep on executing for the 2 minutes. Let's see. You can see get metadata 1 output is false because no file is available as of now, right? If it is false, but the my until activity is a keep on running. You can see here. You can see my pipeline is keep on running for the longer time. It will run for the 2 minutes because file is not available as of now, and it is a keep on running, and it is trying to execute the get metadata set variable if condition. So this pipeline is keep on running because as of now no file is available. So let's wait when actually it will get stopped, because we have mentioned the time period of the 2 minutes. So it will keep on running for the 2 minutes, and after that it will get stopped. So as of now, what I will do, I will just manually cancel it, and after that what I will do, in input container I will try to upload one file, employee1.csv file. Let's try to import this particular file. I am importing, uploading. Now go to the data factory. Now let's try to debug. In this case, my value will become true, and the pipeline will exist on that time only. You can see it is succeed. Get metadata 1, it is a true. If condition set variable, it value become true, right? After that it will be executed successfully. When it was not true, then it was keep on executing because we are using a until activity. So that is the use case. Try to do a practical and try to practice 2 to 3 times, because we are using a multiple service here, right? Get meta, if condition, until activity and all. So try to do a practice and try to revise this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the web activity in Azure Data Factory. So with practical and with example we'll try to understand how actually we can use a web activity in Azure Data Factory. So web activity is generally used for the REST API call. So web activity can use to call a custom REST API from a Azure Data Factory itself. So if you have a REST API, if you are dealing with the REST API and through which actually you want to call your data, then you can use a web activity for that. You can also pass the data set and the link service to a consume and access by the activity. Like in a data set, whatever the data set we create, right, and whatever the link service we create, as a body part, if you will see the body part, generally you will get a JSON, and this particular JSON if you have to pass into the REST API, that also is possible through a web activity only. So for example, let's do a practical. With the practical only we'll get a better idea. So what I have done, I have one of the website dummy.restapi.example.com. In this you can get a dummy REST API call. So let me open and let me show you. So I have opened dummy.restapi.example.com. If you'll see here, we have a few public APIs are available, like employee. You can see method is a get and the type is a JSON, and this is the particular URL you can see. Now if I will open this through a get method, I am able to get all the employee data information. Similarly, we have a employee ID. This will give a get a single employee data. If you want to get a single employee data, you can use this. If we have a post method also, if you want to create a new data into the particular employee table, now if you'll click, we have to post that method. Because we have to post that method, then you have to use a post method. Similarly, we have a put delete. So these are the method which is available in a REST API that actually we can use that. So what actually I will do, I'll open my Azure Data Factory. So I have opened my Azure Data Factory. I'll go to the pipeline. I'll click on the new pipeline. I'll go to the general option, and here you will see the web activities available. So just drag it. Once you will drag the web activity, you will get three options: general, setting, and the user property. So general section, you can mention the name, description, what is the activity, timeout, retry as usual, but I will go with the setting. In this setting, we have to pass the get employee data URL. So this is the particular URL, right, which we are going to pass into the URL section. So here first it will ask to pass the URL, whatever the data you want to get. So I want to get this particular URL. What is the method? So I want to call the data, so for that I will use a get method, and after that you will see option for the authentication. So generally you will be having an REST API case multiple option, like if you select the basic, it will ask the username and the password. Similarly for the system manager identity, for that the resource you have to pass. Like that we have a multiple, like client certificate, service principal. So these are the things we have to pass, but as of now I'm going with a by default. Now if you click on the advanced section, in the advanced section the integration runtime you have to select, and whatever the timeout if you want to mention, that also you can do. And if you want to also paste the data set and the link service, that also you can do. So as of now I'm not going to do that, so only the URL and the method I have passed. What I will do, I'll just publish it. Click on the publish and we'll try to run, and we'll see whether we are able to get the employee data or not. So it is publishing. Let's wait it to be completed. Once it will complete, then we'll try to trigger it from here. So generally for any REST API calls and all, we can use a web activity. So you can see publish is completed. Click on that trigger, click on the trigger now, click on the OK. Now go to the monitor option. In the monitor option, if you will refresh, your pipeline should start running. You can see it is completed also. If I refresh, it's completed also. Click on the pipeline, and here you can see what is your input. So click here. Input is the method, and the get method we are calling through a particular URL. And what is the output we are getting? If you select this, you can see all the data we are getting: ID, ID2, employee name, age, image, everything we are getting. So like that we can get a call from a particular through a web activity. Any REST API call we can do. Here we also get an option like to pass a data set and link service. So whenever you will create any data set, so by default if you will go to the body part, that will be in the form of the JSON. Even this pipeline, if you see the body here, so this is nothing but a JSON format. So similarly, whatever the data set we create, whatever the link service we create, that will be in the form of the JSON only. And that also, if you want to pass through a web activity in any REST API call, that also we can do through a web activity. But I haven't worked on that. That is not important, but just for the knowledge purpose, you have to remember. If you have to pass any data set and link service, that also you can do through a web activity. And if you have to also perform the post method, then the post method you can select here. Whatever the post URL first you have to pass. Suppose here if you will see this is the particular post URL, right? So I just copy this, I just have to paste this, and in a body you have to pass what actually you want to add. If you want to add a new record, right, so for that all the information whatever you have to pass, you have to write into the body itself. This particular example is not available, but whenever you will do a post request, then you have to pass some value, right? So that value actually you can pass under the JSON body, and you can pass the particular employee, like the employee ID, whatever the info you want to add, right? So through a post method you have to pass into the body, and the same process you have to follow. So I hope you got the idea. That's it. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the fail activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will understand when actually we use a fail activity, and then we have one of the practical scenario. Based on that we'll try to understand the fail activity in Azure Data Factory, and we'll try to understand in depth. So let us start with that. So fail activity, when actually we use a fail activity, when you want to throw an error in a pipeline intentionally. So suppose you have a pipeline, and based on the certain condition, what actually you want to throw an error. Like if this particular condition is satisfied, then I want to throw an error. If this particular condition is there, then I want to do a copy activity. If you have a requirement like that, then to throw an error, what actually we can use a fail activity. So that kind of the use case we have. Whenever you want to throw an error based on the certain condition, you can use a fail activity. I have one of the interesting example. Based on that, we'll get a better idea. So suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, I have a one container. In this particular container, I am getting a data. My file name is employee1 and my file name is employee2, and also I have some other files are also coming into this file. Now what actually I want to do, whenever my file name contains the employee1, what actually I want to do, I want to copy this data and I want to put into the employee container. I want to take the data from this particular storage account and I want to copy this data into a employee container, and I want to move that. Similarly, if the file name contains the employee2, then my case to it statement will run and it will perform a copy data activity and it will try to store my data into the employee container. If my file contain any other name other than this employee1 and employee2, suppose department file is there. Now in this case, what actually I want to do, I want to throw an error. So what actually it will happen, it will go into the default case and it will throw an error like file doesn't contain the employee data. So like that. So intentionally, if you want to make failure of your pipelines, and then what actually you can use a fail activity. So that is the scenario we are going to use. So in switch activity we have already discussed, we can have a multiple case statement, and based on that you can have a multiple activities. So this is the practical we are going to do. So let me show you. So I have a this input container. I have created one input container. If you will see, I have a multiple files, employee1 and the employee2, employee1.csv, employee2.csv. I'll create one more container name as a employee, and in this employee container I will try to move that data if the particular file is there. Okay, now what I will do, I'll go to the data factory. So I open my Azure Data Factory. What I will do, I'll create a pipeline. We are going to do perform a switch activity here. So what I will do, I will have a certain condition. So I'll go to the activity. In this activity, what I will pass the file name. So we'll create one parameter. So click on the outside, new. You can give the file name something, and this file name actually we are going to check in the condition. So file names, if the particular file name condition satisfy, and if the file name contains employee1.csv, then we'll perform a copy activity like that. So I'll add a catch statement. So if the file name contains employee1.csv, then what I will do, I'll perform a copy activity. So in this, if the file name contains employee1, then I'll perform a copy data activity. And what this copy data activity will do, it will take a data. So I'll create one data set, CSV file, select a link service. I already created a link service. What it will do, it will take a data from a input container employee1.csv, and it should copy into the sync location. So this is the particular source we have selected. Click on the sync. We'll create a new blob storage data set, and what actually we'll do, we'll try to go copy into the another container, and the container name is the employee container. Link service we will select. Where you want to copy, I want to copy into the employee container, so that I will do this. All the process we have already done in a previous video also. So I have created a source and the sync. So again I will go to the switch activity. So if the file name contains the employee1, then it will perform a copy data. Similarly, you can add another case. If the file name contains the employee2, in this case also what actually it will do, it will perform a copy data. But in this case it will take a data from a employee2 file and it will copy. So if it is a employee2, perform a copy data. Click on this source, you can select. So what I will do, I'll create a new data set here, blob storage. You can do parameterize also here. And what I will do, if it is contain the employee2, then I want to take this employee2 file, employee2.csv, and I want to copy into the employee container. So sync will be the same for both, right? So I will just use the whatever I have created previously. Now if I'll go to the here my switch activity. Now switch activity, if I'll show you, I have given a condition like, so in switch activity I have a default, I have a employee1 and employee 2 case. So in the case of the employee 1, what actually will happen, it will happen the copy data, employee 2 also it will happen. If it is contained other than the employee 1 and employee 2, then the default should happen. In this case, what will happen, I'll add the failure activity. So what I will do, I'll add the activity of the fail. So this activity will do, go to the setting, it contains the 3 general setting and user property. Go to the setting, what is the error? So unknown file you can give any failure message. If you want to have, you can get that. An error code I am adding the 101. So this is one I have added. Now if I'll go to the pipeline, now let's try to debug it. If I'll click on the debug, first it will ask the file name. So I'll give the name as a employee 1. Click on the OK. Click on the debug. You can see the copy data happened and the file should be available into the employee container, the employee 1 file, because we have done that. Now suppose if I am running, if I am again debugging, if we have another file, suppose department file. Now if I'll click on the OK, in this case the error should be happened. Click on the debug. Not yet started. You can see switch activity failure. You can see the failure message is unknown file, whatever we have configured, and error code is 101. And here you can see the failure activity failed because the inner activity itself failed. Because of the fail one, because we have a different file, this both got failed and we'll get a error message whatever we have mentioned. And this error message you can configure with email, and you can have in your email ID. So whenever this kind of the things are happening, you will get an email, and from there actually you can monitor it. So if you have to intentionally fail your pipeline, you can use a fail activity. And that's it in this video. I hope you got it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the script activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will try to understand when actually we had to use a script activity in Azure Data Factory, and then we have one of the scenario based on the practical example. We'll try to understand the script activity scenario. Okay, so let us start with, so when actually we had to use a script activity, with the help of the script activity we can perform any DML and the DDL operation. So what is DML and the DDL operation? DML statement like any insert command, any update command, delete command, select command, which we use in a SQL, right? So these are all the kind of the operation you can do with the help of the script activity. DDL statement like if you have to create, alter or drop any of the database manager, to create, modify, to remove a database object, you can use a script activity. Means any kind of the operation which we perform in a SQL, right? DML and the DDL. So that kind of the complex script actually you can write in a script activity itself, and that actually you can execute. So this support in the following data source. It support for the Azure SQL database, Azure Synapse Analytics, it support for the SQL Server database, and Oracle and the Snowflake database it actually supports. So if you have any data source related to the Azure SQL database, Synapse Analytics, SQL Server, Oracle and Snowflake, then you can use a script activity, and you can write any DML and the DDL operation. So let me open my Azure Data Factory. So I have created one Azure SQL database. In the table, if you will see, I have a multiple tables are available, like the product table, sales table and all. So if I'll show you, select star from sales table, sales ID address table, let's take. If I'll run this, I am able to read that. Now how actually I can perform this same operation through a script activity. So I'll open my Azure Data Factory, go to the author, click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline, go to the general, and here only you will see the script. Just use that. Now here you will get a 3 option: general, setting and user property. General, the basic description, you can mention the name, description, timeout, retry and all. Go to the setting. First we have to create a link service. So our link service is SQL database. I'll select that, and after that we have to pass the subscription, we have to pass our server name, we have to pass our database name and username and the password. Let me give username and the password. and after that it is asking the encrypt. This all is not necessary as of now. I'll just click on the create. Now my link service is now ready. So now you can see script. It is asking me to write a script, so we can write any kind of the script here. So suppose I will write the same script which I have written here. Select star from the sales lt dot address. So let me write this. Select star from the sales lt address. If you have any parameter, that also you can pass. And after that, what we have to do, we also have advanced option. In the advanced option, the execution timeout, the enable, the logging, these are the things are available. Now once you have written the script, let's try to debug now. I started debugging. It is running now, so let's wait. You can see it is completed, succeed. If I'll show you, so you can see row count is the 450, and it is able to read all my file like address id one by one, all the column and all the rows. Actually it is showing me like all the address related details with what we have. So similarly, suppose if you have to write, I'll show you another example. Suppose I also want to see the customer data. So what I will write, select star from dot customer. So we have a customer, right? Sales lt dot customer. If I'll execute both the things will be shown here, right? So let's try to see in Data Factory. If I'll write both the things, sales lt dot address and the customer, whether I am able to read both the things or not together. So if I'll click on the debug now, let's see whether we are able to read the address as well customer table or not with the help of the script activity. So I clicked on the debug. Now it is succeed. Now if I'll show you, you can see we have a row count of the 450, result set count is 2, and here you will see all the related with customer as well as the address also means any kind of the DDL and the DML operation, whatever the complex query, anything you have, you can write into the query itself. And suppose you have any of the store procedure that actually you are writing and you are passing a parameter, so that parameter also you can call here. You can add a parameter and you can pass whatever the parameter value you have there, and you can pass the value and that will be executed. So if you have any of the store procedure and the parameter is there, so that parameter actually you can pass and you can execute that. So try to do this practical by your own. Try to use any of the store procedure and the parameter pass and try to see whether you are getting a result or not. Similarly, in the bottom, if you go to the advanced option, in the advanced option we get a two option. You will get a option like this, script block execution timer, then second is the enable login. So if you click on the enable login, so here you will get a two option, activity output and the external storage. So this, when you will click on the external storage, suppose whatever the output you are getting, that actually you want to store somewhere. So with the help of the external storage, first you have to link service you have to create, and you can store that activity output. Suppose any print statement is there and that actually you wanted to output, then you can use the activity output. So external storage, whenever you want to store somewhere your output, then you can use that. So for that, first you have to create a link service, and after that you have to pass the particular location where actually you want to store, and that particular location it will get stored. So I hope you got the idea. That's it. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the exist transformation in Azure Data Factory. First we will try to understand how exist transformation works in Azure Data Factory, and then with practical we'll try to understand exist transformation. So let us understand exist transformation. It is a row filtering transformation that check whether your data exists in another source or stream or not. For taking example, suppose you have a two data set. One is this particular data set, second is this particular data set. Now you want to check, suppose here we have id column, here also we have id column. Now you want to check whether this particular id exists into this particular file or not. If it is exist, then you want to have a record. If it is not exist, then you want to filter a record, that you want to remove that particular record. So in this case, what actually you can use a exist transformation. So with the help of the exist transformation, you can check exist condition also and not exist condition both. In the case of the exist condition, what will happen, you will check whether the particular file is available into whether the particular record is present into the another file or not. If it is present, then you will take that record. In the case of the not exist, what actually will happen, you will check whether this particular column is not exist into the another column. If it is not exist, then you want to take a record, otherwise you will filter. So both the condition you can check. So it is similar to the SQL also. In a SQL also we use exist and not exist condition, right? So similar to that, here also we can use exist and not exist condition, and we can perform through a exist transformation. So in a SQL, if you'll see, we check, right, select column from a table name where exist, select column from another table name where condition. So if particular column is exist into the another table or not, that kind of the condition we put, right? So similarly here also we can do the same. So let's do a practical, let's understand. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account I have input container. If you will see, I have a two file. One is the employee file. If I'll show you employee file, in an employee file I have a employee ID column, name, salary, address, location and email. All the employee ID column is available here. Now I also have a department. In a department, if you will see, I have a only user, department and destination, and you can see a user, that is a ID, only 1 to 3 is available. So I want to have a record only for the user 1 to 3, but in employee CSV you can see, right, we have a multiple employee ID column is available 1 2 3 4 5 6, but I want to check whether the in a department the particular ID is present into the employee or not. If these three are present into the employee, then only I want to have a record, otherwise I will filter out. So I will put a exist condition where I will check from a department file whatever the user ID column is there, whether if it is exist in employee1.csv, then only I want to take a record. So that kind of condition I will put. So I will open my data factory. Now I open my data factory. So exist transformation comes under the data flow. So click on the data flow, click on the new data flow, and first we will add a source. So I'll click on the source. We'll create a data set. Our what is our data set? It is available in a blob storage. So I'll select the CSV file. I'll select that. A link service I have already created, so I'll select that. If you haven't created, what actually you can do, click here, click on the new, give your subscription, give your storage account, and then click on the create. After that your new link service will be created for the blob storage. After that, give the file path. It is in input. My first file is employee1.csv. Click on the OK, click on the OK. My first source is ready. Here you can see 6 column is available. I'll add the second source, blob storage, continue, delimited text. I will select the same link service whatever I have created, and the file path. So I will select the department file. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now if I'll show you in the source one, I'll go to the data preview. If you want to use the data preview, first you have to on the data flow debug. After that you will be able to see. Now you can see in this particular employee file, I have a multiple employee IDs are present, 1 2 3 4 5 6 and all. But what actually I want, I only want to have only those employee ID which is present into the my department table, and in department only 1 2 3 is present, so I only want to take that. So how actually I can use, how can I filter that? With the help of the exist. So I will use a click on the plus, go to the exist. So first it will ask to give the name. So exist one, this is the name we have given, and after that it is asking the left stream. So left stream is the source 1 file. What is the right stream? Right stream is the source 2. Now here you can see we have a exist and doesn't exist in both the conditions, so we are going with the exist. Now what I will check, in a left stream employee ID, so in a left stream employee ID, and in the right stream user column, so whatever the employee ID is, so what I am checking, whatever from a department table, whatever the user ID if it is present into the employee ID, then only I will take. So for that, that is the condition I am giving here. Now if I'll go to the data preview, now from employee table I should only get the whatever the employee ID which is present into the department table. You can see 1 2 3 because 1 2 3 only was present. So because in my source one multiple duplicate record was there, that's why it is coming multiple times. But only it is coming 1 2 3 1 2 3 because it is present into the second source. Now after that you can add a sync, and in a sync you can add a data set where you want to store. I want to store into the blob storage, CSV file, a link service, output folder. Click on the OK. Go to the setting. In a setting, if you want to give any name, that actually you can give, like I want to give output to a single file. So what is the name you want to give? Exist file something I can give, and click on the set a single partition. And now after that, once you will run your pipeline, so you can see we have given output to a single file and optimize single partition. And after that, what you have to do, you have to create a new pipeline and just drag it. Click on the publish all, publish, and after that, once you will run your pipeline, the data should be available into the output location. Publish is completed. Click on the add trigger, trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. You can see it is succeed now. If I'll go to the my storage account output file, now you can see exist file. This is the file name we have given, right? That file is available. And if I'll show you, only 123 is present. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the conditional split transformation in Azure Data Factory. First we will understand when we have to use a conditional split transformation, and then with practical we'll try to see how actually we can use in Azure Data Factory. So let us start with that. So conditional split transformation, it is similar to the case statement which we use in a programming language. So in a case statement, what actually we use a certain condition, and based on that certain condition we try to divide our row into a based on the certain condition. For taking example, suppose you have a address location. Suppose this address you have a India, suppose you have a US, suppose you have a UK data. Now what actually you want to write a certain condition. If India is there, then you want to put 1. If US is there, then you want to put 2. If UK is there, then you want to put 3. So how actually we can achieve this? So in a programming language we use a case statement, and based on this particular data we try to write certain condition, and based on that we try to derive a new value. Similarly here also, to do that we can use a conditional split transformation. Let's take one example, and with that example it will be more clear. So suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account I have all the employee information. What is employee ID, name, location, everything is there. So suppose we have a ID and the location of the all the employee, whether they are belong to the India, whether they are belong to the US, whether they are belong to the UK. All the employee information I have in a single file. Now what I want to split that. What actually I want, whatever the India employee information we have, that should flow into the separate container. Whatever the US employee information we have, that should flow into the second container, and whatever the UK employee information we have, that should available into the separate container in a separate file. So how actually we can achieve this? So this actually we can achieve with the help of the conditional split. So what we will write a certain condition based on the location. So if the location is India, then it should flow into this particular container. If it is a UK, then it should flow into this US location. If it is a UK, then it should flow into the this particular location. So that is the practical we are going to do. So we have ID, location, and we will write conditional split transformation, and we'll try to divide India data into a separate container, US data into separate container, UK data into a separate container. So that is the practical we are going to do. So I will show you. This is my storage account. So I have a input container. In input container, I have a employee information. This is the employee location file we have. So if I'll show you file, so this is the CSV file. So you can see we have employee ID, name, salary, and the address. India, US, UK. So three location we have, and now I want to separate it out. If India, then it should flow into the India container. If it is a US, then it should flow into the US container. If it is a UK, then it should flow into the UK container. You can see I have also have a UK employee container, US employee container, India employee container. Here only it should save. As of now, no file is available here. So now let's do a practical. So I'll go to the my data factory. So this conditional split transformation comes under the data flow. So we'll create a data flow. Click on the new data flow. Click on the add source. First we'll see a to add a source. So what we will do, first we'll create a data set. So where actually our file is. So our file is available in a blob storage. So we'll create a data set for that. It is in CSV format. So we'll select that. We'll create a link service so that we will be able to access over the storage file, right, which is available in storage location. So I'll pass the storage account name, Azure subscription. I'll just click on the create. Now after that we will see, we will pass the file location path. Now in file path where actually our file is available, it is available into this input container. So I'll select that. So I have given the file path. I have selected this particular file. First row as header, click on the OK. Now our source is now ready. If you want to preview, click on the data preview and you have to open the data flow debug and you will be able to preview your data. So that is how you have to debug. So that is the thing you have to remember. As of now it is rotating, that's why it's not coming. Once it will complete, you will be able to preview your data. Now what we are going to do, we are going to split our data, right? So what we will do, click on the plus. You can see we have a conditional split. So we'll click on the conditional split. Now here we can write a multiple condition. Now here you can see conditional split setting. So you have to give the stream name, split on the first matching condition, all matching condition. So here you can see split on. So we have two options, first matching condition, second is the all matching condition, whether the first matching condition should be satisfied or all matching conditions should be satisfied. So I am clicking on the all matching condition and here you can write a multiple case statement. So add conditional stream, like that you can add a multiple. Now what actually I want to do, I want to divide my employee India. So what I will write, I will just write a India. You can give any name here, stream name. Now here you have to write a condition. So what you can do, you can double click here into the any, this will open. Now what we will use, we will use a equal expression. So what I will use, equals, you can try first expression and the second expression. So in our file, if you will see in a input file, we have a location column, right? That particular column we will try to check whether it contains the India or not. So you can see we have a address column. So what I will write, equal address should be India. So I will pass India. If it is equal, then it should go into the employee condition. I'll click on the save and finish. If it is address is India, then it will flow into the India and I will write USA. I will write the same condition. What I will write, equal, I will write address should be US. So if I'll show you in my file, it is a USA. So I'll write a USA. I'll click on the save and finish. Similarly, I want to add one more condition. So what I will do, I'll click on the plus, add a conditional stream, and here I can write a one for the UK. And here also I will write the same condition, equals will match whether it is equal to that particular condition or not, whether address is equal to UK or not. Click on the save and finish. Now if you want to preview your data, what you have to do, you have to click on the data preview. Click on the refresh. Once you will refresh, you should be able to preview your data. So you can see from the source one, whatever the file we had, we are trying to divide into the multiple file from India, US and the UK. Let's see whether it is working or not. So in India file only it should flow, India data it should flow. From USA data it should flow. From UK data only it should flow. Now you can see, so output stream you can see we have a India, US and UK. So in India you can see we are getting employee ID 1 and 3 which is belong to India. So if I will show you ID 1, it belong to India and ID3 belong to the India. So USA is belong to the 2 and the 4. So let's see whether 2 and 4 is coming into the USA or not. Click on the USA. You can see 2 and 4 is flowing. Now what actually you can do, you can add a sync location here and you can particular place that file. So I'll add the sync location. So what you have to do, you have to create a sync location blob storage, and after that you have to just pass the particular location file. So you can use the same link service, and here you can pass like particular location. So the India should go into the India container, right? So I'll just pass that, I'll use that, click on the OK. Similarly for the US also you can add the sync, or you can, what actually you can do, you can do a parameterize, that will better. So same link sync you can use that for multiple purpose, otherwise you have to create a multiple data set. Here also you can add CSV file and the same link service and then the file path. So US data should go into the US. Similarly for the UK also you can add. So as of now I'm not doing, I'm just going with that. Now what I will do, I'll create a new pipeline and I will just drag this data flow. What I will do, I'll click on the publish and I'll try to run the pipeline. You can see publish is completed. Now click on that trigger and trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Your pipeline should start running. Let's wait it to be completed. You can see it is succeed now. If I'll go to the particular location, the blob storage location. So in India employee, only India employee file should be available. So we forgot to add in a single partition. Click on the edit. If you will see, only India file is available into this India container. Similarly for the US and UK. So I hope you got it, how actually we can use the conditional split transformation. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the pivot transformation. First we will understand how pivot transformation works, and then with practical example in a data factory we will see how actually we can use a pivot transformation. So we use a pivot transformation to create a multiple column from the unique row values of a single column. For taking example, suppose you have a one of the column name is a country. In this country column you have a value like India, you have a value like USA, you have a value like UK. Now what actually you want, this is the unique rows, right? Unique rows value. Now what actually you want to create a column with the unique rows value. Now how actually we can do, I can use a pivot transformation and I can create a multiple column, one column for the India, one column for the USA, one column for the UK. I will only take the unique value. You can see India is 2 times, but only I will take a unique rows value, and with that rows value I will try to create a column, like a from a row to the column conversion we are doing that. Actually you have to understand, pivot is a aggregation transformation where you select a group by column also and generate a pivot column using a aggregate function. So here we also have to use a group by and the aggregate function that you have to remember. So let's take one example, and with that example let's try to understand usually what kind of the scenario you will get to use a pivot transformation. In this example you can see I have a one of the data. In this data I have a employee ID, I have a department, I have a country, and I have all the employee ID information, I have all the department related information, I also have all the country information also. Now my requirement is like I want to get the output like this, like department IT where I have a from India I have a 2 employee, from the USA I have a 1 employee, from a department cell I have from India only I have a 1 employee, and from a USA I have a 0 employee. So this is the output I want. So how actually I can achieve, so this India and the USA, right, that is coming into the country. So whatever the unique value which is coming into the country column, what actually I am doing, I am trying to convert into a column. So suppose in a country column if I am getting India and the USA, this is the unique value that actually I am converting into the column, and I am creating a India and a USA column. Suppose here also we are getting a UK, then one more column will get created UK, and there also we have to do a count. Here you can say we had to use a group by column. I am using a group by department, and also we had to use aggregate function. So here I am counting the count of the employee ID. It means what is the count of the employee ID. So if you will write a SQL query, the SQL query will look like this: select count of distinct ID and we had to group by the department from a table, and we had to group by department. This is the query we will write, right, in a SQL. So what actually we are doing, we are grouping based on the department, and what actually we are counting, count of the ID, which is the 2 and 1. In India you can see we have a 2 employee, right? This is the employee and this is the employee, means total we have a 2 employee. In a USA, in IT department, we only have 1 employee, so that is why 1. So similarly here, if you had to achieve this result, we use a pivot transformation. So here also we get an option like to use a group by function, to use a aggregate function. Let's take another example. So what is the practical we are going to do? Let's try to understand. So I have this particular data. In this data you can see I have an employee ID, I have a department name, I have a department ID, I have a name, I have a country. Now what actually output I want? I want output like I want based on the each department ID, how many employee belongs to the India, how many employee belong to USA, how many employee belong to the UK. That is the output actually I want from this particular data set. So what I will do, I will do a group by based on the department ID, and what I will do, I will pivot this country column into a multiple column based on the unique values into this country column. I'll create a column for that, like for India, and I will try to count like how many employee are there. So count of employee ID I will do. So that is practical we are going to do. So what I will do, let me open. So I will show you, this is storage account which I have created. In this storage account I have an input column. If I'll show you, in this input column, and this is the data set I have. You can see I have an employee ID, department name, department ID, name and the country, and we want to pivot this country, right? So I'll open my Azure Data Factory. So pivot transformation will come under the data flow only. So we'll click on the new data flow, click on the add a source. First we'll create a data set like usual. So our data is available in a blob storage, so I'll select that. It is in a CSV format, so I'll select that. We'll create a link service. Here we will select the subscription, here we will select the storage account, and I'll just click on the create. Now after that we have to select the file path where actually file is available. My file is available in input folder. This is the particular file which I have. I'll just select, I'll click on the OK. Now my data set is now ready. If you want to preview, go to the data preview, but you have to first on this validate button. So it's already on. Click on the refresh. Now you will be able to preview your data. You can see column, total column is 15, because it is also treating some more column which is a blank also. That is why it is showing the 15 column. You can see prop 1, prop 2, something like that. But I am able to read my data as of now, right? Now after that what we will do, we will try to use a which particular transformation. We are going to see about the pivot transformation. So I'll click on the plus and go to the pivot transformation. In this pivot transformation, bottom you can see what are the things we had to do. We had to use a group by, right? So based on which particular ID you want to group. I want to group based on the department ID, so I'll select that. Go to the pivot key. In the pivot key, which particular column you want to pivot. So in this case I want to pivot this country column, right? So based on this unique value of the country, I want to create a multiple column, so I'll select that. So I will select here the country column which I want to pivot, and the bottom you will get a value that is optional, so don't put any value. By default it will take whatever the unique value will be there. Based on that it will automatically create that pivot column. In this column we have to use a expression, whatever the group by, whatever the aggregate we want to do, right? So what I will do, I'll click on here. I'll try to write an expression. What is the expression I will write? Expression I will write count of which particular employee ID I want to count. Save and finish. Now after that if you'll click on the preview, let's see whether it's working fine or not. You can see I am getting a department ID. The India, for the department ID we have a 1 employee. For UK also we have 1 employee. In USA we don't have any employee. For department ID 2 we have a 2 employee from India. So our values are getting properly. This is what actually the output we wanted, right? So what we have done, from the unique value of rows we have converted into a column, like, and you can see the India, UK, USA, this is the column also got created. And after that you just have to create a sync, and there actually you have to run, then finally your data will get stored. So I'll click on the sync. Here you can create a data set where you want to store. So I want to store in as a CSV format only. Where I want to store into the location of the output. This is the output location where I want to store. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. After that, we have to create a new pipeline, and this data flow we will just try to drag this. After that, click on the publish all. You can see publish, there is no error. Once the publish will complete, we'll just try to trigger it and our file should get saved there. But one thing you have to remember, go to the data flow whenever you are saving, right? In a go to the optimize, you can see use current partition. So always use a single partition. Also in a single file only it will get saved. If you want to multiple partition you want to set, that you can use, but a single partition as of now I want to save, so I'll use a single partition. Again I'll try to publish. Click on the publish. Publish is completed. Click on the add trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. You can see it is succeed now. So I'll go to the storage account. In this storage account output folder, here the file should get saved, and this is the file which got saved. And if I'll go to the edit, I can preview that. So this is what I am getting the output. Means my pipeline is working fine. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand about the pivot transformation. In this video we are going to discuss about the unpivot transformation, and this both the transformation are opposite to each other. In the case of the pivot transformation, what actually we were doing, suppose you have a ID, suppose you have a country column. In this country column you are getting a unique value. Suppose you have given a India, suppose you are giving the USA, and suppose you are giving a UK. Now if your requirement is like, if you want to convert these row values into a column, like you want to have a ID, you want to have a one India column, you want to have one USA column, you want to have a UK column, based on these unique values, if you want to convert these row values into a column, then you are using a pivot transformation. And in the case of the unpivot, we do a opposite. Suppose if you have a value like this, suppose you have ID is given, India, USA, UK is given. Now if you want to convert this value into a row, then you will use a unpivot transformation. Let's take one example. Suppose I have given one value, I have a given ID 1 2, I have a department, engineering department, sales department. I have a from a USA, I have a 10 employee who are from a engineering department. I have a 5 employees who are from the sales department in a USA. In India, I have a 20 employees who are from the engineering department. I have a 10 employees who are from the sales department. Now you can see the USA and the India, these are a unique columns. Now if my requirement is like, I want to convert this value into a row. For taking example, I want output like this. I want to have one separate column as a country. In this country column only I will try to have a value for the USA and India, and whatever the count we have, for that we will store into the employee count. So what is the output actually I want? I want to have one ID, I want to have a department. As usual what we have, this USA and India, I want to create one new column country, and in this value only we will try to store the USA and India, whatever the value we have in a employee count. So for the ID1 engineering from USA we have a 10 employee. From ID1 engineering from India I have a 20 employee. So I will get a total 4 rows, because we are converting this column value into the row value. So this is the output we want. Then in this case actually we will use an unpivot transformation. So you have to remember, in the case of the pivot, if you have to convert rows into a column, then you will use a pivot transformation. But in the case of the unpivot, if you have to convert column into a row, then you will use a unpivot transformation. You can see like this column we are converting into the row, so that only you have to remember. Now let's do a practical. So I have one of the example. Let me show you the data set first. So this is the data set I have. I have ID department India and USA, and what is the output I want? ID department, as well as I will create one country column where I will store this India and USA and corresponding value into the employee count. So that is the practical we are going to do. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account I have a unpivot.csv, this particular file I have created, and if I'll show you, this is what my file looks like. Now let's see in Data Factory how actually we can do that. So this also comes under the data flow. Click on the new data flow. First we will add a source. So first we have to create a data set. It's available in a blob storage, so I'll select that CSV file, and after that we will create a link service so that we can establish a connection with a blob storage. So I'll select the subscription, I'll select a storage account, I'll click on the create, and after that we'll select the file path. So where actually our file is available, this is available in input unpiored.csv. I'll click on the OK and click on the OK. Now in this case my file is available. If you want to preview, first you have to open the data flow debug option, and in a data preview you will be able to see. As of now it is rotating, so once it will complete you will be able to preview. Now let's see how actually we can perform a unpaired transformation. So if you will click on the plus bottom, you can see you have a unpaired, so click on that. In this unpaired option we get a multiple option, ungroup by, unpaired key, unpaired column. So if you will see in our data, so first we will discuss ungroup by. So these are the value will be as it is, right? ID and department. So that actually we have to ungroup. So I will select the ID as the first column, and I will select the another column department. So these both the column will be as it is, right? So I will select the ID and department. Now second option is unpaired key. So this is the which particular what is the new column you want to create. I want to create one new column as a country. What is the type also we have to select. So the type will be a string only. So let's make a string, and the pivot column names as value. So whatever the column name will be there, that value only will populate in the country. So we'll select that. Now on pivot column, in this case we are going to create employee count, because whatever the value is here, if you will see this 10, 5, 5 and 10, for that we are creating a one column employee count, and there we will store. So for that I am using a this column unpivoted column employee count, and the value I am putting as a string only. Now let's see how actually we are getting a proper value or not. So it's still rotating, so let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see this is the output we are getting. So we have created a new column as a country, and this is the employee count actually we are storing. So if you will see, this was our input ID department. We have created a new column name as a country, and there we are storing India and USA value, and employee count. These are the value we are storing. So it's very simple step. The first step is like ungroup by. So whatever the value you want to keep as it is, you can mention in ungroup. Whatever the new column you want to create, that you have to mention into this unpaired key, and the last one, whatever the aggregate value you want to store it, so that actually you have to use into the unpaired column. After that you just have to add your sync, and you just have to copy your data. So suppose I want to copy into the output location, so I'll create one data set as a CSV file. I'll use the same link service, and I will try to store into this output location. Click on the OK, click on the OK. After that go to the optimize, use a single partition, click on the new pipeline, just drag your data flow debug, and after that you have to click on the publish all. Once the publish will complete, you just have to trigger, and then that file will get stored into your output location. So that is the process only we have to follow. Now my publish is completed. I will just click on that trigger, click on the trigger now, click on the OK. Now I'll go to the monitor option, and here my pipeline is running. Once it will complete, we should be able to see our data. You can see it is succeed now. So we'll go to our location, storage account, into this output. You can see one file got generated. Go to the edit. You can see we have a data ID, department, country, and employee count. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the surrogate key transformation in Azure Data Factory. First we will understand where we have to use a surrogate key, and then we practical will see how actually we can use a surrogate key in Azure Data Factory. We can use a surrogate key transformation to add an incremental value to each row of data. Suppose you have given one data set. Suppose in your data set your name is given. Suppose name is A, B, C, and your location is given India, US, UK. I like that data you have. Now what actually you want? You want to add one more column, the column name as ID, and whatever the record will be there, the incremental value it will add based on the data. Suppose if a new value is coming, the automatically it will take the value as a 4 and it will insert the data. So whenever you want to increment the value in each row based on your data, you can use a surrogate key transformation. So we use a surrogate key transformation to add an incremental value to each row of data. Let's take an example, and with that example we will understand more. So if I'll show you the data, I have a storage account. In this storage account I have input container. In this input container I have this particular data available. Now if I'll show you, in this I have a ID is given, what is the department is given, what is India employee count, and what is the USA employee count, that is given. Now my requirement is like I want to add one more column, and based on the data it will automatically increment the value like 1 2. If we have a 2 record, it will take first record as a ID 1, and the second record it will take as a ID 2. If the new record is coming, then automatically it will take as a 3. So that actually we can achieve with the help of the surrogate key transformation. So how actually we can do that? So I will open my data flow. So this also comes under the data flow. Click on the new data flow. First we will add a source. So for that we have to create a data set. So I'll select the blob storage. I'll select the CSV file. I'll select the link service, new link service. I'll select the subscription. I'll select the storage account, and after that I will just click on the create. Our link service is ready. Now we will point out to our data. So I'll click on the file path, and this is the input. I have this particular file. So I'll select, click on the OK. Now if you want to preview your data, first you have to open the data flow debug option, and after that you have to, if you go to the data preview, you will be able to preview your data, but as of now it is rotating, right? Now let's see how actually we can use a surrogate key transformation. So you can see we have a surrogate key transformation. So select that. In this surrogate key you will get first key column. What is the column name you want to add? Let me give you the name as a employee ID, something I will give employee ID. This is the column I will create. What is the starting value? I want to start value from 1, and step value means like how much value you want to increase. I want to increment by 1. If I'll give you 2, then after 1 3 will come, then 5 will come. So what is the step value? We are giving as a 1. Now if I'll go to the data preview, if I'll refresh it, I should be able to see our data. Our new column will be added, and the value should be available. Now you can see we added new column employee ID, and the 1 and 2 is available. If you will be having a 10 record, then 1 2 3 4 5 6 it will be available. So let me give this step value as a 2. Now in this case you will see, if I refresh this, our new column will be added, but the step value will be the 2, and its starting value will be 1, and then the 3 will come. You can see employee 1 and then 3 will come. So like that. Suppose you want to have a start value from the 10, and you want to increment step value by 1. In this case, if I refresh it, so it should start with a 10 and then 11 should come. So like that actually we can modify it. You can see after 10 11 is coming. So this transformation, so generally we use a surrogate key transformation when we are designing a dimension table in a star schema analytical data model. In star schema, each member in your dimensional table require a unique key, that is a non-business key. So in that kind of the scenario, generally we use a surrogate key. So if you'll see in a star schema how actually it will be, so you will be having a multiple dimension table, and that will be connected, right? So in each dimension table generally we require a unique key. So to get this unique key we can use the surrogate key transformation. So I hope you got the idea, and that's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the Windows function in Azure Data Factory. First we will understand where actually we have to use a Windows transformation, and then with practical we'll see how actually we can perform a operation in a Azure Data Factory. So Windows function, So in a SQL also we use a Windows function, right? So it is similar to that only. So in a SQL generally we use a different Windows function. For example, rank. We also use a dense rank. We also use a lag. We also use a lead. These are the different Windows functions are available. So in a Azure Data Factory, if you have to perform a similar kind of the operation, what actually we can use a Windows transformation in a Azure Data Factory. So with the help of the Windows transformation, we can perform any kind of the Windows operation like a lead, lag, entile, cumulative, rank. These are the operation generally we can perform. So where generally we use this all the Windows functions. So these are the scenario generally we use for taking example. Suppose you have given this particular data set. In this data set, if you want to find out who is the top 4 employee based on their salary. So what actually we'll do, we will use a row number or rank, and based on their salary we will assign a rank for that. We will assign a rank, who is the top employee, who is second top employee, who is third top employee, like that. Based on the windows we will try to create one column, and this column actually we can use to find out who is the top earning employees. So in this kind of the scenario we use a Windows function for that. Similarly, if you have to perform a cumulative operation, any kind of the cumulative operation, so there actually also we use a Windows function. So how actually we write a SQL query in a SQL? So let's try to understand. So generally we perform, suppose the same kind of the operation, you have to find out the ranking. So what you will use, you use a rank, and after that we use a over clause, right? In a over clause, suppose if you have to partition or group, so in this case what we use a partition by column. Which particular column, suppose you want to partition based on the location, so you will mention the partition by location. And after that we have to sort based on the which particular column you want to show the rank. So what I will use, order by salary. I want to sort based on the salary, so I will write that. And based on the descending I want to write, so I will use the descending. And after that from table. So this kind of the SQL query generally we use in a Azure Data Factory. Also this all the operation generally you will get to see in a Windows transformation. So you will get to see like over means we use a partition for that. We use a sort. In this case we can mention we based on which particular column we want to sort, and after that we get a what kind of the operation we want to perform. We want to perform a ranking, then we can mention the rank. If you want to perform a sum of particular salary, then also you can mention the sum of salary and all. So this all the flexibility we get in a Windows function. So let's take an example. With that example we'll understand that. So I have one of the data set. This is the employee2.csv data set I have. If I'll show you, in a storage account it is available. So I have employee ID, name, salary, and a location. What I will do, I want to perform based on the location what is their cumulative salary. I want to perform like based on their location what is the top 2 employee. This kind of the scenario I want. So how actually we can perform that? So I'll open my data factory. This also comes under the data flow. So I'll go to the data flow, click on the new data flow. First we will add the source. For that we will create a data set. It is available in a blob storage. So I'll select the blob storage. It is CSV file. So I'll select that. I'll create a link service to establish a connection. After that I will select the subscription. I will select the storage account. After that I will just click on the create. In this case what will happen, my source will be ready. First we have to select the file path where our file is available. So my file is available into this input container. So I will select that and I'll just click on the OK. Now my source is now ready. You can see column 4. If you want to preview, first you have to open a data flow debug option, and now if you go to the data preview you will be able to preview. As of now it is rotating. Now let's see how actually we can use a Windows transformation. So click on this plus, bottom you can see Windows. Click here. In the window you will get a option. So in a SQL also we use a over clause, right? Over means it is like a partition. So based on which particular column you want to partition. I want to partition based on the location. You can see we have India and we have UK. So let's partition based on the location. So I'll select the LOC. I will give the name as a LOC. So this is the name. Over means partition, which particular partition you want to over. Now after that sorting, from which particular column you want to sort. I want to sort based on the salary, so I will select the salary column. And based on the ascending or descending, I want to sort based on the descending. So here also we get option to select the descending order. Range by, it is unbounded, so let it be. Go to the Windows column. Here we have to write a expression. So what is the new column you want to create? I want to create a new column as a cumulative salary something. I will write cumulative sal, and after that expression we have to write. So double click here, write sum of the salary. So based on the location, what is the cumulative salary, I will calculate. Sum of salary I will write, and I will click on the save and finish. You can see it is giving me error. So go to the source, check for the projection. You can see salary it is considering as a string, so we'll convert into the integer. Now if we'll go to here, go to the sum of salary, we are not getting any error. Now let's see based on each location whether we are getting a cumulative salary or not. So I'll click on the data preview. So what is the output we should get? We should get the output like based on India, based on their salary, what is the cumulative salary based on the descending order. First it will show the 20,000, then 20,000, then 20,000, 40,000, then 40,000 plus 10,000, 50,000. So like that the cumulative salary it will show for the UK. Based on the ascending order, first it will show 24,000, then 24,000 plus 17,000 it will add, then 24,000 plus 17,000 plus 5,000 it will add. So let's see whether we are getting the same output or not. Now you can see based on the UK, first it is showing the 24,000. So if I show you here in a UK location, what is the maximum salary? 24,000, right? So it is showing the 24,000 plus. And after that you can say in a UK it is showing the 41,000. How actually 41,000 is coming? It is adding a 24,000 plus 7,000. So that is a nothing but a 41,000. Now after that the 5,000 is available in UK. So what actually it is doing? 24,000 plus 17,000 plus 500 it is doing, and it is showing the value 46,000. So this we call it as a cumulative sum. Means we are actually doing a sum of the all the salary based on the row wise. In India, what is the first salary? Maximum salary 20,000. Then it is adding a 20,000 plus 20,000 40,000. Then it is adding the 40,000 plus 10,000, that is a 50,000. So like that actually it is showing. So similarly, if you have to perform a ranking, so in this case what you will do? Come here, instead of the sum of salary you can write any ranking function also. For taking example, let me write a rank. You can also perform a dense rank also. Click on here, data preview, refresh that. Now you should get the value. So it is similar to the SQL, only the same kind of the Windows operation we are performing with the help of the here. You can see in a UK what is the maximum salary. So 24,000 is maximum salary, so it is assigning a rank 1. 17,000 is second salary, then it is assigning 2. Then 5,000 is second salary, it is assigning 3. In India, what is the maximum salary? 20,000, so it is assigning 1. And because we have a 220,000, so it is assigning the same rank because we are using a rank function, and after that it is assigning a rank 3. So and similarly you can also perform a dense rank operation and all. So if you have to perform any kind of the Windows function in a SQL, so that you can use a Windows function for that. After that we just have to add a sync location. In a Windows we are performing a ranking, right? So let's mention the rank here, rank. After that go to the sync. In the sync what we will do, we will add a data set. We'll add a data set and we will use the same link service. And after that we will select the path where you want to say. I want to save into the output path. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. After that go to the optimize, use a single partition, and after that we have to create a new pipeline, drag the data flow, click on the publish all, and after that we will trigger it once the publish will complete. So this is the simple step we have to follow. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the alter row transformation. First we will understand where we have to use alter row transformation, and then with practical example we'll try to understand how actually we can use it in Azure Data Factory. So let us start. Use the alter row transformation to set insert, delete, update and upsert policy on a row. So if you have given a data set on row level, if you want to perform any kind of the transformation like insert, update, update, delete, delete and upsert. If this kind of the operation you want to perform on the row level, based on the row level, then you can use a alter row transformation. Let's take an example. With that example we'll get a better idea. Suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account I have a file in a CSV file. Now I have also maintaining one SQL DB. In this SQL DB, whatever the information we are getting, the latest information is coming into the storage account. Whatever the information we are coming, that actually we are copying into the SQL DB. Now suppose I have ID1, I have ID2, I have ID3, India, UK and USA employee. So what I have done, I have just copied a data from a storage account to the SQL DB, and in SQL DB also I have an employee table there, ID, country 1, 2, 3 is available. Now after some time what happened, suppose this ID1, this employee, he is going to USA. Now his value is becoming USA, but ID1 is already we have copied into the SQL DB, right? So in this case what actually we want to do, in this case I want whatever the ID which is already present here, I want to update that. I want to update as a USA. So ID1 which is India, so in this case I want to perform a update operation, because ID1 which is already I have copied, but later this ID1 became a US employee, right? So I need to update the table. So in this case what I will do, I will perform a update operation. So that kind of the flexibility we get in a alter row transformation. Now suppose we got a new employee. Suppose ID4, this is the new employee who actually joining. The name is ABC. Now in this case what I will do, I need to insert, because this record is not present into this DB, right? So what I will do, in this case the ID for ABC, this employee I have to insert. This is the insert operation. So either you have to perform insert, update, delete, upsert. So in that kind of the scenario we can use a alter row transformation. Suppose one more employee we have, and that he is from the Japan, he is from there. So in this case what actually I want to do, I don't want to copy. So in this case what actually I can use, I can directly use a delete operation. So whoever is from the Japan region, I don't want to take that data. So in this case you can take a delete operation. So let's take an example, and the same example we'll try to understand. So let's see how actually we can use in Azure Data Factory. So first we have to go into the data flow, click on the new data flow. Here we will see how actually we can perform a alter row transformation. So click on the source. First we have to select our data set. So I have already created a data set for the blob storage. So I'll select that. You can see source, go to the data preview. If you refresh it, you will be able to preview your data. Now after that, if you click on the plus, here you will see a alter row transformation, and that is very simple. So this is the alter row. Now here you can see, first you have to pass the stream name, description, incoming stream. After that you have to assign the alter row condition. So you can see insert if, update it, delete if, upsert it. These are the condition we are getting. Update and insert is nothing but a upsert if. So suppose delete if, I am applying a delete if. So what actually I want to do, if I show you the data, this is my data what we have. In this data I don't want to take country who are from the UK employee. This data I don't want to take, that I want to delete it. So in this case what I will use, I'll assign one condition. So first delete if, this is the condition I am assigning. Select on the plus, I'll write country equal to, if the country equal to the UK, then that data I am assigning a delete condition. So that data will not take. So if I'll click on the data preview, now if I will show you, now here you can see we have a total 4 insert, 0 update and delete is 2. You can see 5 and 6 who are from the UK, the cross is there, right? That means the delete operation is happening. That data will not take when we will try to copy. Now again what I will do, I'll click on the plus. After that I will use a update if. Suppose I want to update a data whose name is Manish, because that data I want to update. So in this case what I will use, update if, and then I can apply a condition, name equal to the Manish. If I will apply this condition, in this case the update will happen. So if I'll show you data preview, if I'll refresh it, you can see now we have a 3 insert, 1 update, 2 delete. So like that you can apply a multiple delete if and update if condition, and after that you just had to add a sync location and we have to perform a copy operation. So like that, if you have to perform a delete, update, insert, this kind of the operation, so with the help of the alter row automation we can do it. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the rank transformation in Azure Data Factory. So generally we use a rank transformation to generate a order ranking based on the sorting condition. So in a SQL also, right, suppose you have given a employee ID and you have given a salary. So based on the salary, their descending order, if you want to generate a rank, so in this kind of the scenario, what actually we can use a rank transformation. So you can use a rank and also you can use a dense rank. So it is similar to the SQL. There we have a rank and the dense rank concept, right? Here also we can apply a rank and the dense rank with the help of the rank transformation itself. Let's take an example, and with that example let's understand. So I have one of the data set. You can see alter row.csv. This is the data I have: employee ID, name, country, and the salary. So what I want to do, based on the descending order of the salary, I want to assign a rank for that. So what I will do, I'll go to the data factory. I'll click on the new data flow. In the new data flow plus I will create a source. So I already created a data set, so I'll select that. This is the text I have. If I show you the data, go to the data preview. If I refresh it, I should be able to preview my data. Now after that, what we have to do, click on the plus. Here you can see we have a rank transformation. This is the rank transformation. So in the rank transformation, you can see we get an option like the whether you want to have a case sensitive or if you want to have a dense rank. That's also you can select that. But first you have to assign what is the new column you want to create. I want to create a new column as a rank salary something I want to create. Based on the rank salary I want to create, and after that you have to apply a sort condition. So based on which particular condition you want to have this ranking. So I based on the salary and their descending order I want to have. So I select the salary and the descending. Now if you'll click on the data preview, I should be able to get a rank based on the descending order of the salary. So you can see, but here you can see salary 5000, it is showing a rank 1, but based on the descending order we have selected, right, you can see this salary is a ABC format. This is a string format. So first we have to convert this into the integer. So that kind of the problem generally we see. So what you have to do, go to the source projection. This salary you can convert this into the integer. Now if you'll come to the rank, if you'll refresh it, now you should be able to preview data correctly. Based on the descending order of the salary, we should get a rank. You can see the highest salary is 24,000, so it assigned a rank 1, 20,000, 2, 20,000, 2, 17,000, 10,000, 5,000. So like that actually we can use a rank transformation. So I hope you got the idea. After that you just have to add a sync location and the same kind of the operation you can do that. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can handle a below error. So I was getting so many queries, like so many people are facing this kind of the issue. Dataset is using Azure SQL database link service with SQL version v2 type, which is not supported in a data flow. So if you are using any data flow, in this data flow, if you are using any Azure SQL database, so after publishing you will generally get this kind of the error. So let's see how actually we can handle this. This kind of the issue is generally because of the version. So to handle this, what we have to do, first you have to go. So what I have done, I have created one data flow. In this data flow I have a source and the sink. In a source, if I will show you, I have a SQL database, and sink also I have a SQL database. But when I will try to publish it, I will get the same error. You can see publishing error, right side. Data set is using Azure SQL database link service with SQL version v2, which is not supported in data flow. So this is the error we are getting. Now to handle this, what actually we have to do, this handle is because of the Azure SQL database. So for that you have to create a new data set. Click on the new data set, go to the SQL database, select the SQL, Azure SQL database. This is the SQL database dataset we are using, right? We had to create a new link service. Now one link service is database 4, right? Here you can see we have a version. Version is by default it is a recommended. If you'll go with this recommended, you will get that error. Nowadays this is a common issue we are getting. So or use this legacy one. If you use a legacy one, that particular error will get resolved. Let's see whether it's working or not. So I had to select all the DB name. I have to give the username and the password. Click on the create. So version we have to select a legacy. After that, select a table name. Select import schema none. Click on the OK. Now here we can select any table. So this address table we will see. Click on the preview. We are able to view, right? Now I will go to the data flow. Now what I will do, I will change this data set as a this particular the new one which I have created. So I will just change that. So sync one I have changed it. Source one. Also I will use the SQL table 4. Now if I will try to publish, I shouldn't get that error. You can see when I am publishing, I am not getting that particular error. So if you are getting that error, means what you have to do, you have to create a new link service, and there you have to select the uh, version as a legacy version. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can handle this particular error, import schema failed error. So this kind of the issue generally people are facing nowadays. So let me show you how actually we can handle. So whenever you are using data set as a Azure SQL database, whenever you are using Azure SQL database as a data set, so while selecting table, even though we are selecting a table, after that also we are getting a this kind of the issue like import schema failed. So let's see how actually we can handle this. So what you have to do, so I have created one data flow. Let me show you this particular error. So in a source, if I select a data set as a SQL database, so first I have to select the Azure SQL database. Click on the continue. A link service. Let me create a new link service. So I will select a link service. So this version as a legacy we have to select. Subscription we have to select. Server we have to select. And the database we have to select. We have to give the username and the password. So let me give all the details. Once you will do that, click on the create. So our now link service is ready. Now if I'll click on the table, if I select the sales LT address, after that if I'll click on the OK, even though I have selected the table name, I am getting a schema import failed error. How actually we can handle this? So to handle this, you have to click on the import schema as a none first. Click on the none, click on the OK. Once you will do that, so this particular error will get resolved. Now if you'll go to that particular data set, in this data set, this is the data set we have created, right? In the data set option, you will see all your data set. Now from here you can select the particular table. So this is the table we have selected. Now click on the preview. You should be able to preview your data. So if you are using any SQL database, so import schema you have to select as none, and then this particular issue will get resolved. So while creating a data set, first import schema none you have to select. You have to come to the data set and you have to select particular table name, and after that again you will go, that particular issue will get resolved. So like that actually you have to handle. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see one of the ADF question which was asked in one of the interview. So the question is like how to count number of files which is available in a blob storage account. So I have one of the blob storage account. In this blob storage account I have a multiple files available. Now you have to tell me how many files are available into this blob storage. Why I'm doing this? Because based on the count only I want to take a decision, like if the count is greater than 5, then only I will perform a copy activity. So this is the scenario. So how actually you will get to know like how many files are available into the blob storage account. So think about the solutioning part. So let me show you how actually we can do in a ADF. So I created one blob storage account. In this blob storage account I have a multiple files available. So if I'll show you container, I created a blob storage. I have created one container, input container. In this input container, I have a multiple files. So I had to know from this data factory like how many files are available into the blob storage. How we can do that? So for that, what actually I will do? I'll create one pipeline, new pipeline. I will use a get metadata. So I will use a get metadata activity. In this get metadata activity, first I will create a data set. So file is a blob storage, so I'll select the blob storage. Continue. It is a CSV file, so I'll select that. Click on the new link service, and here I will select the subscription. I will select the storage account, and I will click on the create. So I created a link service, and I will select the file path. So on which particular folder files are available. So this is the input folder where files are available. I'll select that, and I'll click on the OK. Now from the get metadata, we will get to know what are the files are available, but we don't have any option for the count. So if you will see in the field list, you will see we have a multiple option like child item. Child item will tell like what is the file name, what is the file types, and we have exist. From this option we'll get to know whether the file is exist or no. We have option for the item name, item type, what was their last modified. So these are the things are available, but there is nothing like a count which will tell me like how many files are there. So what I will use a child item as of now. Now let me debug. So from child item, what I will get here, I will get to know all the files information. So what I will do, based on this file information, I will try to derive that. So if you will see from the child item, I am getting to know what is the file name, what is the file type, name type. So these are the files which is available, but there is nothing like count how many files are there. That is information we don't have. To get that, what actually I will do, I will use one variable. I'll create one variable, set variable. So what I will use a set variable. I'll just connect it. So my approach is like whatever the input file name which is we are getting from this get metadata, I will pass into the variable, and I will find out the length of the file name. Like how many files are there, we'll get to know from the length function. So what I will do, I'll go to the setting, I'll create one variable name as a file count, and we will select as a integer. Click on the confirm value. We will add the dynamic content. In this dynamic content, what I will do, I'll select this child items, and we will find out the length. Means what is the length of this child item, whatever we are getting information, right? What is their length? So if I'll do this now, if I will debug this, from here we will get to know the count. So let's wait. So you can see from this get metadata we are getting to know about the name, types and all, right? Now what actually we are doing, we are passing that into a variable and we are finding out the length. So it is giving me the value as a 6. Now if I'll show you how many files are there, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I'm getting to know total 6 files is there. Now after this, what actually you can do, you can use a if condition and you can pass this variable here, and you can have some condition like if the value is greater than 5, then perform copy activity, otherwise skip it. So like that actually we can do. So I hope you got to know like how actually we can find out the count. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see one of the scenario. So our requirement is like we had to trigger a email whenever any Azure Data Factory pipeline fails. For taking example, suppose you have a multiple pipelines. This is the pipeline 1, this is the pipeline 2, this is the pipeline 3. Like that you have built a multiple pipelines, and in real time we build a multiple data pipelines in Azure Data Factory. Now whenever you are building a pipeline, and suppose after 1 month you are working in some different project, so monitoring of this particular pipeline is also your responsibility. You have to monitor all the pipelines which you have built. So how actually you can monitor, how actually you can check like whether this pipeline is running properly 24/7 or not. So in that case, what actually we do, we generally try to trigger one email alert notification. So whenever any data pipeline fails, we will get an email, then we can go to that particular data pipeline and we can rerun and we can see the error. So that's how actually it works in a real time. So it's very much important to know about the email and alert, how actually we can set up and how actually we can monitor our data pipeline. That actually we are going to see in this particular video. So let me open my Azure Data Factory. So this is my Azure Data Factory. What actually I will do, I will just create one new pipeline. So I will create a new pipeline. In this new pipeline, let me create one set variable. So what I will do, I'll go to the setting, I'll create one variable name I will give as a file name. I will select as a string, click on the confirm, and the value I will pass a employee. Now if I will debug, this pipeline will run, means whenever this pipeline will run, my set variable value will give me the name as a employee. Now what actually I will do, this pipeline, let me give this as a @int 1 2 @int, and let me give 1 2 3 something. I am converting this string into a integer. Now in this case I should get error because we have already defined our variable as an integer, but we are passing as a string value, so that is not possible, right? And that is incorrect also. So in that case what actually we will do, in this case we should get an alert whenever this pipeline is failed, because this pipeline is not correct, right? In this case we should get an email alert. So how actually we can set up an email alert? So for that what you have to do, you have to come to the monitor. In this monitor you have to come into this alert and metrics. So what we have to do, we have to first click on this alert and metrics, click on the new alert rule. Here we have to give the alert rule name. So I can give any alert name like pipeline failure alert something name. I am giving pipeline failure alert. Severity you can select whether it is a highly important data pipeline which need to rerun, so that kind of the severity you can select. I will go with the save 0, and after that we have to select the add criteria. After that we have to select the add criteria. In this add criteria, what is the criteria, based on that you want to get an email, so that you have to select. Here we have a multiple option, but we want to get an email whenever the failed pipeline runs metrics, whenever any failure happens. But for cancellation, for other thing also, if you want to get an email, that also you can select. Click on the continue, and after that you have to select this name, right? So whether you want to have this email only for the one pipeline or for the multiple pipeline. Suppose you have a multiple pipeline, then you can select all. And after that the failure type, so I want to have for the all the failure type selection. And the condition you can see greater than 0, then we should get the trigger. So I have selected only one pipeline, right? So any pipeline which failure greater than 0, then I should get a email. So that is the criteria. Suppose you have a 3 to 4 pipeline, so if any pipeline failure happening which is greater than 0, then I should get an error. Means if one pipeline also throwing error, then I should get an email. So that is the criteria. That's why 0 we have selected, and evaluated based on the period over the last 1 minute any failure happens. So that is the criteria I am selecting, but based on your requirement you can select that. Click on the add criteria, and after that we have to configure. Click on this configure notification. So first we have to create an action group. So I will give test project something. You can give any name. Short name we have to specify, test project I will give, and the add notification. So here you can add your notification in your email, your SMS, or through Azure app notification. So I'll go with the email. I will mention my email ID here. I'll give my email ID. In this particular email ID I should get error that I have selected. Even if you want to get your uh, email in your phone number, that also you can set up. Click on the add notification. This is what we have done. Now click on the add action group. Once you will click on the add action group, in the left side the alert rule should be configured. Now click on the create alert rule, and you can see enable rule upon creation, and that is on. So that's good. So you can see this is the alert we have set up. Now I'll go to the author. This is the variable we have created, right? So if it is showing the publish all, then you can publish it. Otherwise what actually we'll do, we'll try to trigger it. So I should get error because my pipeline is not correct, right? We have defined a string variable, but we are passing an integer, so I should get error for that. So I'll click on that trigger. Click on the trigger now. Before to that, before triggering, I'll first show you in my email. You can see this in email ID. I have got one email. This you have been added in your Azure Monitor Action group. So because I have registered my email ID, right, that's why I am getting this particular email. Now what I will do, now I will try to trigger it, because this pipeline will fail, right? So in the case of the failure, I should get a email for that. So it is running, so let's wait. You can see it got failed. Now whenever it is failing, in that case we should get a alert. Now you can see I got one email alert. This is the alert I got, and here it is mentioned about the data factory name and what is the error, and we also get an option investigate, through which actually we can investigate and we can monitor our pipeline. So that kind of the alert we can set up here. So yeah, I hope you got the idea how to do a email alert setup. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the schema import failed error which we are getting in a data flow. So let's see how actually we can solve that. The similar video also uploaded in a last video, but few people are still getting a error. So let's see in a depth how actually we can solve that. So what actually we will do, we will try to create one SQL database. With that SQL database, what actually we will use a data flow option. In a data flow option, whenever we are using Azure SQL database, this kind of the issue is coming. So let's see how actually we can solve that. So what actually we are going to do, first we are going to use a source, we are going to use a any filter condition, and after that we are going to use a sink. So what actually I will do, I will open my Azure Data Factory. I'll go to the author option first. In the left side you can see we have a data flow option. So let's create a one new data flow. Click on the new data flow. First we will add a source. So in a source, first we will try to create a data set. Click on the data set. It is a Azure SQL database. So I will search for the SQL, Azure SQL database. Continue. We'll create a link service. You have to select the version as a legacy version. Subscription. You can select any server name. You can select any database name. So this is the database I have. I will pass the username and the password, and I will try to create a data set first. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a one link service to connect with our SQL database. Now we will try to, now if I will select any table name, sales lt.address. Now if I'll click on the OK, you can see I am getting a error, schema import failed error. How actually we can solve that? Click on the none, click on the OK. Once you will do that, you can see in a data set, this is the one which we have created, right? So go there, in a data set option you have to go here. Here you have to select a table. So if I select the lt.address, or let me select any other table, customer table. If I am able to preview data, click on the preview data, I am able to preview that. Now what I will do, I'll go to the data flow. In a data flow only the people are getting a issue. So if I'll go to the data preview, if I will refresh, I should get all the column which I am able to preview in a data set. But here you can see in a source one, it is showing the column 0. So what you have to do, so here it is working fine. If it is not working fine, if you are getting any error, so what you have to do, go into the projection. First you have to click on the reset schema, and then you have to click on the import projection. Once you click on the import projection, let me click on the import projection. In this case all the column will be shown. So let's wait for that. You can see once I'll click on the import projection, it is showing all the column name, and here also it is coming like the column 15 total. So what you have to do, you have to click on the reset schema, and then you have to click on the import projection. Now if I'll go to the data preview, if you'll refresh, you will be able to preview all your data. So like that actually we have to solve this kind of the issue. Now let's try to completely solve this. So what I will do now, I will use a filter condition. So let me use any filter. So in this filter condition, let's try to apply any filter here. So customer ID greater than 10 something. Click on the save and finish. Go to the data preview. Click on the refresh. Here also you can see I am getting all the customer ID greater than 10, all the values I am getting. Now let's try to store this filter value in a storage account. So I have one of the storage account. This is the storage account. I have one of the container, input container. In this input container, let me try to save this. So what I have to do, click on the plus, add a sink. In the sink, I will create a new data set. It is a blob storage, so I'll select that. Delimited text in a CSV file I want to save. Link service we will create, and we will select the storage account, and after that we will click on the create. After that we have to select the where you want to save. I want to store into the input containers. I'll select that. First row as header, click on the OK. Now this particular one is ready. Now what I will do, I'll click on the new pipeline. In this pipeline 2, I will try to drag this data flow 1. I'll try to click on the publish all. Click on the publish. Now let's see our data is getting stored into the sync. If we are getting any issue, then we will try to debug that. Now my publish is completed. I'll click on that trigger. Click on the trigger now. Now my pipeline will start running. Click on the OK. You can see it is running. So if you are getting an error in a data flow, what you have to do? First you have to go into the source. First you have to make import schema as a none. Then you have to go into the data set. You have to select your data set table name. Come to the projection. In this projection you have to click on the reset schema and you have to import a projection, and then you will be able to preview that. Let's see whether it's working fine or not. So let me refresh. You can see this pipeline is running. So let's wait it to be completed. This is a pipeline 2 which is running now. You can see now it is succeed. Let's go to the input container. Let me refresh. Let's see our data is coming or not. You can see this is the part file. If I'll click here, I should be able to see my customer data. Click on the edit. If I'll preview, I'm able to preview all my data from the customer ID 11, 12, right? Everything I am able to preview. So that's how actually we had to do. So do try this. If you're still getting error, please do let me know. Yeah, thanks. Hello everyone and welcome you all. So in this particular video we are going to learn about PySpark. As we all know, PySpark is one of the most important skill from a data engineer perspective. So what we had done in this particular video, we are going to cover PySpark from a basic to the advanced level. So if you are preparing for a data engineer role, you can refer this particular video for the PySpark practice. So in this particular video we are going to use a Databricks also. So you are going to learn about the PySpark as well as a Databricks. So how actually we have structured this particular course. First we are starting with a basic of the PySpark, like what is the PySpark, how the Spark architecture work. We will learn about the basic of RDD. We will learn about the basic of the Spark, like how DAG and the lazy evaluation work. And then we will try to do a Databricks setup and we'll try to learn each and every topic with the practically. So we will learn about the data frame. We will learn about how actually you can create a data frame using a JSON CSV file. We will learn about the different function like select function, with column function, filter function, drop function, group by, joining, union, collect. There are multiple functions which is available in a PySpark. Everything we are going to cover. And after that we will learn about the struct type, pivot, unpivot, UDF function in a PySpark. We will learn about how actually we can create a temporary view in a PySpark. We learn about the Windows function. We learn about the date function, partition by, cache and persist. And after that, most important thing, we are going to cover the interview question also. And at the last, we have also covered the two projects that are also we are going to cover in this particular video. So definitely you are going to enjoy this particular video. So let's start. Only one thing what you have to do, only one prerequisite is like you had to create a Databricks community edition. So Databricks, we get a free community edition. In that Databricks community edition, you had to create your account and you had to do a practice. So whatever the practical we are doing, right? So you can create a Databricks free community edition and there you can do all the practice whatever we are learning. So that is only the prerequisite. Now let's start our PySpark tutorial. In this particular first video, we are going to see what is Spark and then we will move further. So what is Spark? Spark is nothing but it is a general purpose in memory computation engine. Now let us try to understand what is general purpose, what is in memory and what is computation. Okay, one by one. When we are saying a general purpose, right, what is general purpose? So general purpose means what actually was happening before coming to the Spark, right? Whenever you had to perform any kind of the operation, suppose you had to perform a data cleaning, for that you were having a separate tool, pig, This is one of the tool was available. Suppose you had to write any kind of the query. So for that, what actually we were using a Hive. Suppose you had to use any kind of the ML operation, then what actually you will do, you will use a Mahot, that is one of the another library. Similarly, for any kind of the operation, there were multiple tools was available. But when the Spark came into the picture, right, with the help of the Spark, each and everything, every operation we can perform or do in a Spark itself. So each and every operation whatever is required to do, we can do in a Spark itself. For taking example, suppose you want to perform a data cleaning, you can do in a Spark itself. If you have to write any kind of the code, you can use a Spark SQL. If you have to perform any kind of the machine learning application, for that also you can use a Spark ML lib. So for each and everything, you do not have to depend on the any kind of the tool. In a Spark itself, you can perform all the kind of the operation. That's why we call it as a general purpose. Now let us try to understand the next thing, computation. What is computation means? Computation means what actually was happening when we'll try to compare with the Hadoop. Most of the time people try to compare with the Hadoop versus Spark, but we do not have to do the comparison between the Hadoop versus Spark. Hadoop provide three components. If you'll see, Hadoop provide three components. First is the HDFS. That is for the storage. And the second is the resource manager, and the third is the MapReduce. So this MapReduce in a Hadoop we were using for the computation. If you had to execute or if you had to process it for the computation, we were using the MapReduce in the case of the Hadoop. But when we say Spark is a general purpose in memory computation engine, right? So we do not have to compare the Spark with the Hadoop. We have to compare with the Spark with the MapReduce, because Spark is mainly used for the computation only. So that is the thing we have to remember. Spark we generally use for the computation, not for the other purpose. So that is the thing. Even you can use a Spark with the HDFS, you can use a Spark with the other resource manager. So that is kind of the thing we have to remember. Even if you want to use Spark with HDFS, you can use that. If you want to use any other storage service, suppose Amazon S3, that also you can use it. Any kind of the storage you can use that. But for the computation, we generally use a Spark. That is the thing we have to remember, and that is mean by the computation. Now the third thing is like in memory. Now let us try to understand what is in memory. In memory is nothing but it is a RAM. You have to understand by the RAM. For taking example, Spark does all computation in memory. That is nothing but a RAM only, and that's why Spark is faster than MapReduce, and this is what people say. Now let us try to understand how Spark is faster than the MapReduce and how actually the process actually happens. So first let us try to understand with the MapReduce. For taking example, in the case of the MapReduce, how actually was happening, suppose you have a data that is available in a HDFS. Suppose this is the HDFS location, and suppose this is your multiple MapReduce task is available, and how actually the computation happen, let us try to understand. So this is the HDFS location where the file is available, and this is the multiple MapReduce task is available, MR1, MR2 and all. Now in the case of the MapReduce, how the process happens, first it will try to take an input from the HDFS, that is the one time of input task. Once it will process, again it will write into the HDFS. In the same case of the MapReduce 2 task, again it will take an input, again it will write. So multiple time input and output happens in the case of the MapReduce, and input and output multiple time when you are hitting the disk, right? And that is a very slow process. So that's why it is a slow. As now let us try to understand in the case of the Spark how actually it happens. In the case of the Spark, how actually it happens, suppose you have a multiple job, multiple tasks. So what actually will happen, First time it will take a input, it will do a computation and it will write into the memory only. Second time again it will not hit the HDFS. From in memory whatever the output rate, again you have to process, again it will take the it from the second job only. Suppose this is the V1. After doing the process it will not write to the HDFS. What actually it will do, it will write into the in memory only, and again it will try to process. Once it will complete all the operation, then only it will try to write it to the HDFS location. Only two times input output disk operation happens in the case of the Spark, but in the case of the MapReduce multiple time we hit into the disk. That's why it is slow. I hope you got it. That's why Spark is faster than the MapReduce. So that is the thing you have to remember. So what is Spark? Spark is nothing but it is a general purpose in memory computation engine, you have to remember. And we have discussed about what is a general purpose in memory computation and all. I hope you got. Now let's try to discuss about the benefits of the Apache Spark. So there are many benefits we get in Apache Spark as compared to the MapReduce. The first one is the fast. It is faster than the MapReduce, 100 times faster than the MapReduce, because it try to process our data in a in memory. That's why it is a faster. In the case of the MapReduce, because the multiple input and output operation is required, that's why it was slow. But in the case of the Spark, in memory only we try to process our data, that's why it is a faster. Because of the in-memory caching, optimized query execution, Spark can run fast analytics query against the data of any size. So that is the benefits of the Apache Spark. It is faster than the MapReduce. The second benefits we get is developer friendly. In Apache Spark, generally it supports a multiple API like the Java, Scala, R, and Python, and the multiple language it supports. And this API actually makes our life easy. For any developer, it's try to make our life easy. We do not have to worry about the complexity of the distributing processing behind. We only can write any kind of the Python, Java, Scala, R, and we can use the library of that. That's why it makes the developer friendly. So that is the another benefits we get. Now third is the multiple workload. Apache Spark comes with the ability to run multiple workload, include interactive query, real-time analytics, machine learning, graph processing, and one application can combine multiple workloads seamlessly. So that is the third benefit. So it is a faster, it is a developer friendly, it support the multiple workload. These are the benefits of the Apache Spark. So I hope you got the idea, and that's it in this video. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the Spark architecture. It is a very much important from my interview perspective, so you should know about the whole Spark architecture, how actually it works. That actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So let us start with the Spark first. What is Spark? So in previous video also we have understand what is Spark. It is a general purpose in memory computation engine. So generally Spark we use for the computation only, for the processing a large amount of the data set, for the big data set, and for the big data solution, and for the analytical purpose we use Spark. So in nutshell, if I can say, if you have a large amount of the data set, and that data set if you have to process, then you can use a Spark for that. So Spark generally we use for the computation purpose, for the processing purpose, that already we have discussed in the last video. Now let's understand the Spark architecture. So Spark architecture generally works on the master slave kind of the architecture in a distributed manner. So let's understand first with the example how this distributed framework works, and then we'll come to this architecture part. So let's understand how distributed framework works, and then we'll come to the Spark architecture. Suppose I'm working in one of the organization. In that organization, I got one requirement from my project manager, and he wants like 10 Tableau dashboard needs to be built. So what actually the project manager is telling, he wants a 10 Tableau dashboard which we have to build. Now if I will assign any one employee to build a 10 dashboard, that one employee takes 5 days to build one dashboard. So to build a one dashboard it takes a 5 days. Now how many dashboard we have to build? We have to build total 10 Tableau dashboard, then it will take up 50 days of the time to build a 10 Tableau dashboard. But my project manager wants it to be completed fast. So what I will do, instead of assigning one employee to build a dashboard, I will try to assign a multiple employee. So what actually I am doing, my manager, what he is telling, like, we'll assign a multiple employee to build a Tableau dashboard. So instead of doing by one employee. What actually he is doing, he is assigning a work among the employees. Like we have a total 5 employees, so all the 5 employees are working on the building a dashboard. Now in this case what will happen, my work will get finished faster as compared to if only one employee will work to build a 10 blue dashboard, it will take 50 days of time. But total we have a 5 employee, right? Now in 5 employee, if they will try to build a dashboard, it will take only the 10 days of the time. That is the hypothetical we are saying. So in this case what actually happening, multiple people are working to finish the same work. In this case in a less time only we are able to finish that work. So that is the advantage we get in a distributed framework. In a similar way, what actually happen in a distributed framework, suppose you have a larger data set. Now this larger data set, if you have to process, if you will try to process in a single machine, it will take a huge time. But if what actually we do, we try to divide this data set into chunks, and we try to process this whole data into the through a multiple machine. If we try to process this whole data through a multiple machine, what actually happen, within a less time, in a less time only it try to process whole data. So that is the advantage we get in a distributed framework. So instead of using one machine, we use a multiple machine to process a larger data sets. That's kind of the advantage we get in a Spark. So now let's start to understand how Spark architecture works. So Spark architecture also work in the similar pattern. It also follow the master slave kind of the architecture. So let us first understand. Coming to the Spark architecture, so it generally follow the master slave architecture, in which case you will be having one master node and the multiple worker nodes. So that kind of the architecture generally you will get to see. It works on the concept of a cluster. What is cluster means? So cluster, generally you will see this term a lot, right? So cluster is nothing but it is a group of machine that work together to process and analyze the data. Now bottom you can see, suppose this is my one machine, this is another machine, like that I have a multiple machines are available. If that are working together to process and analyze the data, that actually we call it as a cluster. You can see here I have a nine machine clusters are available, like total 9 machines are available, and that actually the group of machine, actually I will call it as a cluster. So Spark distribute the data and the computation across the multiple nodes in a cluster, allowing for a parallel processing and the faster data processing. Suppose you have a larger data set, and that larger data set if you have to process, so what actually you will do, you will try to divide this data into a multiple chunks into the multiple machine, and that actually you will try to process, that actually allow a parallel processing and the faster data processing. One of the node act as a master and the rest act as a worker nodes. Let's see how. So in the right side you can see, right, we have a one of the master node and we have another worker nodes. So let's see how actually this all the thing works. Let's take an example. Suppose in my case I have a 10 node cluster. When I'm saying a 10 node cluster means I have a total 10 machine. You can see here, right, I have one machine, like that I have a 10 machines available, 10 node cluster available. In each machine 64 GB RAM is available and 16 core each is available in each machine. So that is what I have a total configuration for my cluster. So if you will see, total I have a 64 GB RAM available and 160 core available. Now whenever user submit a application, right, so suppose we have a large amount of the data set. Now this data set, if you have to process, what actually you will write one code, PySpark code or Spark code. With that with the help of the Spark code only, you will try to process a this larger data set, right? So we have a Spark submit command. In this Spark submit command we mention the 5 executors, 16 core, like that, right? So once you will submit this Spark application, right, once you will mention this, in this case what will happen, one node will behave as a master node. So from this 10 node cluster, one node will behave as a master node. You can see this will be my master node, and you will also mention like how many executor require. So the other 5 executor also will try to allocate from this all the 10 node cluster. So you can see in the worker node, right, here we have one executor, similarly I have one worker node, another executor, so we need a 5 executor. So total we will be having a 5 executor we will try to allocate. And now each will be having a 64 GB RAM and it will be having a 16 core CPU. So how actually we'll get to know like on which particular machine this all the information is available, like 16 core is available, 64 GB is available, which particular machine is available and which machine is free as of now. So that actually information we get through a cluster manager. So whenever user submit a application, one node will behave as a master node. On top of that, resource manager, cluster manager will install. This cluster manager will be having information like on which particular worker node the resources are available. Based on that, actually try to divide the data. It will give information to the driver node. Driver node will divide the task into a multiple worker node, and worker node will try to process our data and it will send back the result to the driver node. So that is how the whole processing works. So let's try to understand. So it's very simple process in architecture wise. So you will be having a one master node and you will be having a multiple worker node. In a worker node only will job execution will happen and the process will happen. So as soon as the user, this is the user who has written a code to process a large amount of data, right? So this PySpark code, whatever the code you have written, right, this is nothing but it will behave as a driver program for you. If you are using a Spark cell, that also will behave a driver program for you. So what actually it will do, it will first call the main method of your PySpark application. As soon as call the main method, it will create a Spark context. What is this Spark context? Spark context is nothing but it is an entry point for all your Spark application. In a database connection also, if you are using a SQL, if you want to run any command, first it will go through a database connection, right? Similarly in a Spark also, if you run anything, it will first go through a Spark context. So it is a nothing but it is an entry point for the Spark application. Now this driver node, what actually it try to do, it will try to convert your code into a multiple jobs. It will try to convert your code into a multiple jobs, and this job actually it has to send it to the worker node. Now which particular node it has to send, where actually my process can be happen, that all the information who actually takes care, it takes care by the cluster manager. Cluster manager will be having information like on which particular node the resources are available and where the process can be happen, and that information actually it go gives to the driver node. Now this driver node actually this all the jobs send it to the worker node. Now in a worker node, with the help of the executor, the multiple tasks got created and it actually try to process your data and it send back result to the master driver node. So that is how the simple process happen. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the RDD. RDD is a very much important topic from an interview perspective and also from a Spark basic perspective. RDD is a basic fundamental data structure of a Spark. Whatever the data frame data set we use, right, that has been built on top of the RDD only. So definitely you should know about the RDD and how actually it works, how in the backend all the process happen, that definitely you should know. So that actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So RDD stand for the resilient distributed data set. So let's understand what is distributed means, what is data set means, what is a resilient means. So we know, right, suppose you have given a large data and that data you have to process. So this data is nothing but it will represent the data sets. So whatever the data we say, right, that is nothing but a data set for me. Distributed means, so if it is a large data, then if you have to process, then what actually we'll do, with the help of the multiple machine, multiple worker node, we try to process this data in memory only. So data actually will get processed across multiple machine. That's why we call it as a distributed. So resilient means fault tolerance, it handles the failure very efficiently. That's why we call it as a resilient also. The full form of RDD is a resilient distributed data set, data which is across the machine, which is getting processed in memory, and which is a resilient also means which is handling a failure very efficiently. That's why we call it as a resilient distributed data sets. Let's take an example and let's see how in the backend this whole the process works. So suppose you have given a file. Suppose you have a one HDFS file. In HDFS location you have given one file. Suppose you have a 500 MB of the file is available. So we know, right, in HDFS the file generally gets stored into the block. So block is nothing but a disk. So in disk only the file will get stored in the case of the HDFS. So this is also disk, this also disk, so this is also the disk. Here our data is available, 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 500 MB of the data is available. And here we have RAM, here we have RAM, here we have a RAM. Now let's see in RDD how actually we call. So first thing will be like if you first you have to read the data which you have to process, right? So for that, what we will do, we'll try to write one command rdd1, and we'll try to load a file from a hdfs location. So what we'll do, we'll create a rdd1. In this rdd1, we'll try to load a file from a hdfs location. Now after that, suppose I have to filter only the even record. So what I will do, right, I will write certain filter condition. So with the help of the filter condition, I am creating rdd2, and after that I want to see. So finally I am calling the action. Finally I am calling the action. So generally in rdd you will see two type of operation. One is the transformation and second is the action. So this load file from hdfs location, filter, these are nothing but a transformation. And what is action? Collect is a action. So and we also have a multiple actions available, that also we'll discuss later. But as of now, you have to understand two type of operation generally you will see in a rdd. One is the transformation and action. Now let's see. So whenever rdd1, this is a transformation. So whenever you are saying a load file from hdfs, in this case, do you think like the file will come to the RAM and it will try to load the file into the memory? No, nothing will happen. In the case of the transformation, nothing will happen unless you will call the action. The whole process will not get started. So that is how actually it works in the rdd. So whenever I am saying load file from hdfs, the data will be available here only, it will not come to the RAM. Whenever I am seeing filter, in this case the filter operation will not happen, the data will be available in a disk only. Whenever I am saying rdd3.collect, I am calling a action. In this case, what will happen, the data will come to the RAM part, and here only the process will start and will get the output. So how the process will start? First it will try to load a file from hdfs, it will try to perform a filter operation, and finally it will show me the results. So that is how actually it will happen. So how actually it will know, like first we have to load the file, then we have to apply a filter, and then finally we have to show the result. Because whenever you write any kind of the transformation, it try to create one graph for you. Whenever you call any transformation, in this case execution will not happen, but one graph generally got created. So this graph will represent like we have to load a file from a hdfs and then filter, right? This is another transformation. For that also it will create one graph for you, like we have to perform a filter operation, and finally you are calling action, right? In this case, what will happen, the whole process will start. First load will happen, then filter will happen, and finally we have to show the result. So that is how the process actually happens. Let's understand it better. So let's take an example. Suppose 500 MB of the file is available. In this case, it is available into a multiple blocks. So we know, right, in a hdfs location the file generally gets stored into the block only, but in a spark it try to process the data in memory. So what will be the step for you to process it? What we will do, first we will try to load a file from a hdfs location. So what I will write, I will create one rdd1. I will try to load from a hdfs location. So for that I will create a sc.text file and I will pass the location. In this case rdd1 will get created, but this is a transformation. So in this case what will happen, only one graph will be created, the data will not load into the memory. That you have to understand, because this is a transformation. Now after that we have to suppose perform a filter operation. So in this case what will happen, because this also is a transformation, in this case also filter operation will not happen, it will just create a graph for you, and finally we have to show the result. Then we are calling a action. So in this case what will happen, the whole process will start. First it will try to load the file, then it will try to filter it, and finally it will show me the result. Means data will come whenever we will call a action, the data will come to the memory and it will start processing the data one by one with the help of this graph. So this graph is representing the DAG. This will be having all the information, like what are the transformation we have to follow one by one. So this will represent all the execution plan for you. So whenever you will be having any transformation, it will just create a graph for you. Unless you will call action, the process will not start. That you have to remember. That's how actually it happens in the case of the rdd. Now how actually it is resilient and how actually it is handling the failure part, that we have to understand. So suppose you have created a multiple transformation, rdd1, then the rdd2, another transformation happening, suppose rdd3, another transformation happening, rdd4, another transformation is happening, and finally you are calling a action, rdd5, finally you are calling a action you are calling. When you will call the action, the whole process will get started. right? Now in the suppose this RDD2 got failed for any reason, RDD2 got failed. So how actually it handle the failure? So if it is getting failed into the RDD, it will take a reference from a parent RDD1 in the, so it will be having information RDD1. Again it will start the process, again it will create RDD2, RDD3. Suppose RDD3 got failed, so it will take a reference from RDD2, again it will start the process. So that's how actually it handle the failure part very efficiently. So that's why we call it as a resilience. So I hope you got to know like how the process actually happens in the case of the RDD. We'll also understand what is a DAG in an upcoming lecture, but I hope you got the backend idea like how the things happen in the RDD. Hello everyone, so we will continue over the Spark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to learn about the DAG and the lazy evaluation. And this is one of the most important interview question also. Generally they ask about the DAG and the lazy evaluation. So let us try to understand. So let us start with the DAG. DAG means direct acyclic graph. What is DAG? DAG means direct acyclic graph. So let us try to understand with the example. Suppose I have one of the requirement. What is my requirement is like my file is available in HDFS location. HDFS location. So what I have to do first, I have to read that file, and that is a employee file. Now my second requirement is like I have to filter data. Attendance is greater than 70%. This is the second thing I have to do, and third thing is like I have to count that. I have to count the number of the employee whose attendance is greater than 70%. So this is the requirement I have. So in a Spark, what I will do, I will write a code. What I will do, I will write a code. How actually we can write a code? First I will try to create a RDD. First I will try to read the file. How actually we can read the file? sc.txt file, and with that particular location I will pass. We will do a practical and we will try to understand more about the coding, but as of now just try to understand. So what I will do, first I will create RDD. I will try to load the file. I will create another RDD, and what I will do, I will create a filter, and in filter I will pass greater than 70. As of now I am just writing a pseudocode. And third requirement is like I have to count it. So this is the what I will do, right? In a Spark, right? In a Spark, whatever the code we write, right? Generally the two types of the operation happens. So let us try to understand that first, then we will come to this part. So two types of operation. Two operation generally you have to remember. First is the transformation, and second is the action. Generally in a Spark, two types of operation will happen. One is the transformation, second is the action. When you will perform a transformation, execution will not happen. When you will perform an action, then only the execution will happen. For taking example, what are the action? Action is like you have to find out the max, count, right? So this all is nothing but is kind of the action. Transformation is nothing but suppose you have to do map, filter, okay, flat map. Okay, this all we will learn later, but as of now let us try to understand this. So what actually will happen in the case of the transformation? If the execution is not happening, then what is happening? Here if you will see, what is our first step? First step is nothing but a sc.txt file, and we are loading the data. So first step is nothing but it is a transformation. Now we are saying like in the case of the transformation, nothing will happen. What is the second step? Second step is also we are filtering. Filtering is also one of the transformation. So in this case also what will happen? Nothing will happen. What is the third action? Count, right? This is a action. In the action only all the execution will happen. Now one thing comes into the mind is the execution plan. Means I have to first load the file, then only I have to do a filter, and in real case we will be having a multiple transformation, right? How the execution will happen one by one in a order, how the Spark will know. So in the case of the transformation, right, what generally happen, it will try to create one graph. In this particular graph, it will first say like what is the first operation? First operation is the RDD, right, where we are loading the file. What is the second operation? Second operation is RDD1. We are filtering a data. Means it will try to create a one by one one kind of the graph. Through that graph only we will be able to know how actually the execution will happen. And this graph is nothing but a DAG. What we call it as a direct acyclic graph. This is the one graph through which actually will know like how the execution will happen. So that's why we call it as a DAG, direct acyclic graph. Now what is a lazy evaluation? Lazy evaluation is nothing but a until and unless you will call action, execution will not happen. So that is why Spark we call it as a lazy evaluation. I hope you got it. DAG is nothing but a direct acyclic graph. So whenever you will be having any kind of the transformation, the execution will not happen, but it will try to create one kind of the graph, and on that graph only all the execution plan will be mentioned order wise. Okay, so that we call it as a DAG. I hope so. In this particular video we will see how actually we can set up our Databricks. Okay, how actually we can sign up for the Databricks community edition, because whatever the topic we are going to cover, the Spark SQL and the PySpark, right, we are going to learn in a Databricks environment only. So we should be familiar with all the Databricks notebooks and how actually we can run a cluster, how actually we can create a table. Everything we are going to learn in this particular video. Okay, so first let us see how actually we can do a setup. So what we have to do, we have to go to the Google, search for the Databricks community edition. Once you will search for the Databricks community edition, you can see sign up for the Databricks community edition, right? Click on this. Once you will click on this, you can see here we have an icon like the try Databricks, right? I just click on the try Databricks, and after that you will get to see this particular screen. Here we have option like the try Databricks free. Now what we have to do, we have to register here only. We have to pass your first name, last name, email, company title, phone number, India and all, and you can continue. Let me give any name, ABC. Okay, let me give any random email. Okay, as of now, just to show you what we have to do, we can give like the company, student, and the phone number also we can pass. And after that we have to click on the continue. The title we can give like the student. Click on the continue. Once you will click on the continue, you will get to see this particular screen. You can see here it is showing like a choose a cloud provider, because this Databricks we can use with AWS, Azure and the GCP also. But what we are looking for, we are looking for the community edition, right? So here in bottom you can see, right, don't have a cloud account. Now we can learn by using a get started with the community edition. So here we have to click. Okay, make sure you will click here, because the free only we are looking for. Once you will click on the get started with, then it will ask for the verification. Then we have to do a verification. After once you will solve this puzzle, you will be creating that particular account. Okay, so this is the step we have to follow. So this is what actually I wanted to show. We have to click on the try community edition, and after that the puzzles once you will solve, your account will be created. Now how you have to log in? To log in into the Databricks community edition, you have to go to the community.cloud.databricks.com, community.cloud.databricks.com. This particular URL I will paste into the description. Okay, you can go through that. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about Databricks overview. We will see how actually we can create a cluster in a Databricks, how to create a table, how to create a notebook, everything we are going to discuss. So I hope you have already created an account in a community edition. If you have created an account, then you can log in community.cloud.databricks.com. It's completely free. You can practice that. And if you want to upgrade that, then you have to click on this upgrade now button, and then you can upgrade for that you have to pay an amount. So we are going to use a free edition, that is a community.cloud.databricks.com. So once you will log in, so you will see this particular screen. So recent, it will show all the notebook which you already have. So in the left side also you will see the certain option. Now in the left side you can see we have option new. If you click on the new, you can see we can create a notebook, we can create a table, we can create a cluster. So these are the option we have. If you click on the workspace, whatever the workspace, whatever the notebook you have, you will get to see in this particular workspace option. Recent, whatever the recent notebook you are working, if you click on the recent, that will come here. If you want to search, so we have a search option through which actually you can search in the workspace. Catalog option, once you will be having a database created, in that database on which particular location all your files are available, that actually you can see in the catalog option. Workflow, if you have to schedule any job, then we use a workflow option. As of now, for this community edition, we don't have flexibility to use a workflow to schedule it, but only for the scheduling purpose, whatever the job you have scheduled, that actually you will see in the workflow option. Compute, in the compute option, whatever the cluster which is running, that actually you can see here, and if you want to create a cluster, that also you can do here. Now what actually we are going to do, we are going to first see how actually we can create a cluster. So for that, first you have to click on the plus new button and the cluster, or you can directly go into this cluster option, click on the create compute. Once you will click on the create compute, here you can give any cluster name. So I will give a cluster name as a PySpark practice something. You can give any name, and after that you can see Databricks runtime version. So this is a by default, so we will go with the by default option. You can see multiple Spark version, Scala version is available, multiple things are available, but we are going with the by default option. Here we get a free 15 GB memory as a community edition. Your compute will automatically terminate after an ideal period of 1 to 2 hours. So once you will launch a cluster, after 1 or 2 hours, that cluster will be terminated. We have to remember cluster will be available only for 1 to 2 hours. So once it will be terminated after 1 to 2 hours, what actually we can do, we can create again new cluster, and then we can do a practice. So for practice purpose, in a community edition only you can do all the things. Only one drawback is like you have to create a multiple time cluster, because this cluster will be terminated after 1 to 2 hours, that we have to remember. Now after that, what we have to do, so 15 GB memory we are getting. After that, click on the create compute. Now your cluster will be initialized. Now you can see this practice, PySpark practice, this cluster is rotating, means our cluster is starting. It will take few minutes of time. So till then you have to wait. Till then what we will do, we will see how actually we can create a notebook. So in the left side you can see plus option. What you have to do, click on the notebook option. Once you will click on the notebook, your notebook will be created, and here you can give any name. So by default it is coming like untitled notebook something like, but you have to give a proper name so that you can remember like on which particular notebook you are working. So based on the specific project, generally we try to mention all the project names and all in this particular notebook. So the same way we are going to follow here also. So we'll give name as a PySpark practice something. So PySpark practice, this is the one I am mentioning. Now in the right side you can see we have a run all option, we have a connect option, we have a publish option, and here also you can see workspace option is there. All the workspace will be shown here. So and here actually we can use all our command. So you can see in a PySpark practice, this is the notebook we have created. Cluster is still waiting. Once it will complete, we can use a cluster. In the here you can see we are getting a multiple option. Either you can use a Python, SQL, Scala and R. So whatever the language you want to use, you can select that. If I'll select the SQL, I can write any SQL command here. So for that you have to confirm. Now you can see SQL, it got converted. Now if I will use a Python, then Python code I can write. So if I'll use if I'll use 10 plus 20, that will be executed. But for that, to execute that, we need a cluster. So in a connect option, you can see this PySpark practice which we have created, right? We will select that. This is the cluster we have created. Now I can write any Python program here, because the Python I have selected here, right? You can see 10 plus 20, this I have written, and you can see it is running. I am using a PySpark practice cluster which I am using, and now you can see I am getting the output 30. Similarly, if you will convert SQL, so you can write any kind of the SQL command. So to check that, what actually we will do, we will try to create one table. So in the left side you can see how to create a table. For that, what you have to do, on the left side, go to the catalog option. You can see we'll get one option, create table, or in a new also you will get option to create a table. So what I will do, create table, and here you will get which particular directory you want to save. So by default it is going to the file store tables dot slash and the particular file name. And if you want to have but if you want to upload a file from S3 location, that also you will get option here, or from other data source if you want to add a file, so that also option you will get. You can see we have from Kinesis, JDBC, Kafka and all. You want to upload a file, that also that option also we get. So what we will do, from local only we want to upload. So in upload option, click on this, and we'll see how actually we can upload any file. So I will just try to upload one file. So let me upload employee1, this particular CSV file. I'll click on the OK. Now you can see we get a two option, create table with UI, create table in notebook. So if I'll click on the create table in notebook, so it will create one notebook for me. In this notebook automatically all the PySpark code is coming. Now with this PySpark code, if I will execute, one table will get created. You can see the table name is employee 14 CSC. This is the table name it will create, or you can modify also. So what actually it is doing, the file location it is taking a file type as a CSV file. It is creating a data frame, and with that data frame actually what actually it is doing, it is trying to create a view first, and with that view it is trying to create a table for me. So that is the approach, that is the one approach. If you click on the create table with notebook, the second approach is like, but if you are uploading the file, suppose I am uploading any other file, employee2.csv file, create table with UI. In a UI itself you can create a table. So if I'll click on the create table with UI, first it will ask to select a cluster, so we will select a cluster for that. So this is the cluster which is available now. Click on the preview table. In this preview table you will get option to specify your table name. So what actually table name you want to create? I want to create a employee test. This particular table name I want to create. On which particular database you want to create? In a default database only I want to create. What is my file type? It is a CSV file, so I am selecting that. Column delimiter, it is a comma separated, so that's why comma is available. Now you can see by default it is not taking the employee ID the first row as a header. So if you want to have first row as header, so you have to click here. In this case whatever the first row will be there, that actually will be considered as a column for you. Infer schema, you can see employee ID it is coming as a string, name is coming as a string, salary is a string. If you click on the infer schema, automatically it will identify, right, employee ID should be int, salary should be integer. So that is the infer schema. A multi-line if you have, then you can select that. Now if you click on the create table, your table will be created. So employee test, this is the table we are creating, that we have to remember. So you can see we have created employee test, this particular table. Now let's go to our notebook. Click on the recent PySpark practice. This we have created, right? Open in a new tab. Now you can write any kind of the SQL command. So if I'll write select star from employee test, this is the table we have created, right? So what I am writing, select star from employee test. If I'll execute, you can click on the run all option, or you can click on the shift and enter. This particular notebook will be executed, or you can click here run cell. So once I am executing, you can see I am able to run any SQL command also. Select star from table, if I am doing, I am able to read. So like that actually you can write any kind of the SQL also. So we get a multiple option, either you can use a Python, SQL, Scala, R and everything. So I hope you got the idea, like how to create a cluster, how to create a notebook, how to create a table. Hello everyone, so we are going to start our the practical part for the PySpark, and in this particular video we are going to see like how actually we can create a data frame, how actually we can create a data frame using a CSV file, how actually we can read a data frame, and how actually we can see a schema of a particular data frame. So that actually we are going to see in this particular video. So first let us understand what is a data frame. Data frame is a two-dimensional object. Data might be available in the form of the rows and the column. So it is similar to the Excel. So in Excel also the data is available in a rows and column, right? Similarly, when you will create a data frame, the data will be available in the form of the rows and the column, and with that data actually you can clean that and you can create another data frame. So like that actually we do. So generally what happens, data generally available in a different location. Data might be available in a HDFS location, data might be available in any of the cloud storage. If they are using Azure, then the Azure storage. If they are using a cloud AWS, then it will be available in a AWS S3 location. Now what will be your requirement? Your requirement will be to read that data. How actually we can read that data? Because that data also might be available in the JSON format, it might be available in a CSV format, it might be available in a Excel, it might be available in a Avro format. So like different file format data might be available. Now what will be your requirement is like, your requirement is like to read that data. How actually we can read that data? To read the data we create a data frame, so that the data will be available in the form of the rows and column, and after that we can perform a cleaning on that. So let us see how actually we can create a data frame. So what I will open my Databricks community edition. I hope you have already created a community.cloud.databricks.com. Once you will log in, you will see this particular screen. In the left side, what will be our first step? First step to create a compute. In this compute, click on the compute. First we will create a cluster, so click on the create compute. We will give any of the cluster name, so I will give cluster name as a PySpark lab 1, or you can give any name. PySpark lab 1, this I am giving, and I'll just click on the create compute. The 15 GB memory we will get to practice, and you can see it is started. So till then what we will do, we'll go to our workspace. In this workspace, what we will do, we'll create one folder. We'll create folder like the PySpark practical. In this PySpark practical, we will create a, click on the create, click on the notebook. We are going to do our first practical, so I will just give the name as a lab 1. Now we are going to learn the PySpark, so the language we will select as a Python, and this connect option, right here you can see PySpark lab 1. This will be started soon, so that actually we will select. Now where your file is available, to upload any file, what actually we have to do, go to the catalog option, click on the create table, and let me your data might be available in S3, so for that you have to do a mounting. That part we will come later, but as of now we are going to upload a file from our local file to the HDFS location. So this is the DBFS directory, there actually our file will be uploaded. So what I will do, I will try to upload any of the file. Let me upload this employee1.csv file. Once you will upload, you can see this is the particular location where my file is uploaded. So I will just save this particular location so that I can read that. Now I will go to my notebook. Now let's see how actually we can read that particular location and we can create a data frame. So first thing we are going to see, create data frame. So that actually we are going to see. To create a data frame, what we have to write, first you have to write df, or you can give any name, df1, df2, to understand the data frame variable we are creating. After that you have to write spark dot read dot csv. If it is a csv, so directly you can write df equal to spark dot read dot csv, and that particular location, whatever the location the file is available, that actually you have to pass that. Now once you will execute this, you have to click on the shift and enter. Once you will click on the shift and enter, it will start executing. So as of now it is started, so let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see my cluster is ready, and also this particular data frame got executed. You can see data frame is created. I am not getting any error. Now how actually this data frame got created, how actually we can read that. So let's see how actually we can read data frame. To read a data frame, what we have to write, df whatever the data frame you have created dot show. If you write df dot show, you will be able to read your data frame. Now let me execute this, shift and enter. Once I will do, I will be able to read. So you can see I am able to read data frame. The second way is like display df also you can do. So what you have to write, display df. Once you write display df, then also you will be able to read your data in a tabular format. Now when I am reading my data frame, you can see the first row, which is an employee ID, name, salary, this should be a header. This should be my column name, but it is coming like my column name is C0, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5. So how actually I can mention in a data frame itself, like the first row it will automatically take as a column. So how actually we can do that? So let's see data frame with header. So we are going to see how actually we can do data frame with header. So let me create another data frame, df1 spark dot read dot csv. After that, the location you have to pass, and here you can mention comma header equal to true. Now let me execute. You can see it is executing df1. Now if you want to read that, so what you have to write, display df1. When I will do display df1, you can see now it is coming properly. My first column, first row, it actually contained the column, so it properly taken the column name. Whatever the first row was available, it has taken the column name. Now employee ID, name, salary, address, location, in email. Now let's see how actually you can see the schema. Schema means what is the employee ID, whether it is a integer or a string. So read schema. How actually we can read the schema? So for that we have to write df1 dot print schema. df1 dot print schema. df1 dot print schema, if you write, you will be able to see the schema. You can see employee ID is string, name is string, salary is string, address is string, location is string, email is string. But my data frame, this employee ID should be in integer format and salary should be in a integer format, but it is treating all by default as a string format. So how actually we can handle that? So let's see. Data frame with header, data frame with header and proper schema. How actually we can create that? So let me create another data frame, df2. I will write spark dot read dot csv. I'll pass the location. Similarly, spark dot read dot csv and the location I will pass. Header I will make true, so that the first row it will contain as a header. Header equal to true. And for the proper schema we have to write infer schema. Infer schema you have to write and you have to make true. Now let me execute. df2 got created. If I will do display df2, should be a display. You can see I am able to read that. Now let's see what is the schema. So I will write df2 dot print schema. You'll write df2 dot print schema. I should be able to view that. You can see now it is considering employee ID is integer, salary is integer, and others are string. So automatically it took the employee ID as integer and salary as integer, and others would be in string format. So that is the flexibility and that is the advantage we get with the help of the infer schema. So how actually we can create a data frame? To create a proper data frame, what you have to write? You have to write spark dot, if you are reading a csv file, you have to write spark dot read dot csv and the location name you have to pass. After that you have to make header equal to the true and infer schema equal to the true. How actually you can read that? For that you have option df2 dot show, or you can write display df also. With that you will be able to read that. How actually you can see the schema? To see a schema you can write a df2 dot print schema. So this is for the to read the csv file. Now suppose you have any other file format. So for that how actually we can create a data frame? So for that also we have another option. So suppose I am creating another data frame df3. The another way to create a data frame is like we have to write spark dot read dot format. In this format we have to pass the csv. If it is a csv file, so you can pass the csv. If it is a json, then you can pass a json. So what I am writing is spark dot read dot format csv, and after that we have to pass option. In this option you can pass header equal to true and infer schema true, and after that dot load and the particular location you have to pass. If I'll execute this, it should be options. It should be option. Spark dot read dot format, what is the file format you have to pass? Dot options. In the option we are mentioning header is true, infer schema is true, and particular location you have to pass. Now if I will show you how actually we can read that, so I will write display df3. If I write display df3, I should be able to read that, and if I want to see the schema, I will write df3 dot print schema. You can see employee ID is integer, salary is integer, others are string. So there are two ways to read that. If it is a CSV, then directly you can write spark dot read dot CSV, particular location you can pass and header true and infer schema true. If it is another file format, the another way of creating is like you can use this syntax also, spark dot read dot format, and then particular file format you have to pass, and in options you can mention the header true, infer schema true and all. So I hope you got the idea like how actually we can create a data frame, how actually we can read the schema, and how actually we can read the data frame also. Hello everyone, so we will continue over the PySpark tutorial. So in previous video we have understand like how actually we can read any CSV file and how actually we can create a data frame out of it. In this particular video we are going to see how actually we can read a JSON file and how actually we can create a data frame with the help of the JSON file. So first we will see how to read a JSON file, how to read a multi-line JSON file, how to create a data frame using a JSON file. You can see we have one of the example. This is a simple example I have taken for the JSON file. This is a simple JSON file we have. How actually we can create a data frame using this simple file. And also I have another example where we can see we have a multi-line, like we have an array and after that the multiple JSONs are available. So how actually we can create a data frame using that also we are going to see. I'll open my Databricks. In this Databricks, so previous video we have created this lab one, right? So open that, go to the workspace. So in this workspace we have created one folder. So go to that folder, lab one. What we will do, we will create a new notebook, and this is our practical tools. So I will make the lab 2. Now Python we have selected for the PySpark and our cluster is also ready. Now what we will do, go to the catalog option. Let's try to upload the data. Click on the create table and let's try to upload that file. So I have these two files, so I will try to upload both the file. So this is the two file I have uploaded. Let me save this both the locations so that it will be easy for us to remember. I'm saving this into these two location. Now I'll go back to my notebook, lab 2. Now if you will see, I have a two location. One is this location and another file is available into this location. So let's see how actually we can create a data frame using that. So to create a data frame, first we will write df. After that we have to write spark.read.csv. We were using for to read the CSV file. Here we will use as JSON. And after that open a bracket, close a bracket and pass the particular location. So let's try to read this particular file. And let me try to execute. You can see it is executing and data frame got created. If you want to see a data frame, what you can write df.show. If you will see that, you can see one email and one name got created. So first let me show you this is the file we have. In this file we have a name and we have a email. So based on the name and email, column got created and the corresponding value we are storing into the rows. So this is the first example. Now the second example we will see. Let's try to read the another file. So in the another file, if I show you the file looks like this. This is the file. Now what we will do, we'll try to pass the same location. So we'll write df equal to the spark.read.json and this particular location let me pass. If I will pass, let me execute. Now after that, if I will show you df1.show, you can see when I am reading the second file df1, so I am getting this kind of the error because the file looks like this. We have a multi-line comments here. So if you have a multi-line and the multiple JSONs are available, then what actually you can do, whenever you are creating a data frame, right, spark.read.json, here you have to pass one more parameter, multi-line equal to the true. Make sure L should be in capital. Multi-line equal to the true. If I'll do, if I'll execute once again and if I show you df1.show, now you can see I'm able to read that. So we have a color and the value. If I'll show you the data, here also we have a color column and the value column and corresponding values are there. So multi-line equal to true, if we'll do, that particular issue will get resolved. So yeah, that's it in this video. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can use the select function in a PySpark. So let me give you first example. With that example, let's try to under this select function where actually we can use that. So suppose you have a one of the data frame. In this data frame you have a 50 plus column, but I am interested only in a 5 columns. So if I only want to see 5 column from the 50 plus column, so what actually I can use? I can use a select function. So select function we use to select a single column Select function we use to select a multiple column. Select function we use to select a column by index. These are the possibility we have with the help of the select function. So in this video we are going to see how to select a specific column from a data frame, how to select a multiple column from a data frame, and how to use a select function. So let me open my Databricks. I created a new notebook lab 3, and my compute is also ready, cluster is also ready. What I will do, I'll just try to upload one file, and that file actually we'll see how actually we can read that, we can create a data frame, and how actually we can use a select function. So I'll just upload the employee1.csv file. This is the file which I am uploading. If you have already uploaded that you can use it again. So this is the file location I have. Now what will be the first thing? First thing is to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? This is a CSV file, spark.read.csv, and you can pass this particular location, and after that we had to make header equal to the true and infer schema true, so that the schema also it got selected automatically. Infer schema true. Let me try to execute. You can see my data frame got created. If I want to see the data frame, what actually I can use a df.show. If I'll that, I'll be able to see my data frame. Now suppose my requirement is like I'm not interested into this location and email column. I am only interested in employee ID, name, employee ID, and the salary column. So how actually I can select only the specific column and I can see that? So for that we have a select statement. So how actually we can use a select functions? Let's see that. So for that we had to use a df dot select. After that open a bracket. On which particular column you are interested? I am interested in the employee ID column, and also I am interested in a salary column. So I will mention both. And after that what we have to do, if you want to view, so for that we have to use a so what I am writing, df dot select employee ID and the salary column dot. So if I'll write, if I will execute, you can see I am only able to view the employee ID and the salary column. The another way of writing is like df dot select. You can write like this also, df dot employee ID or df dot salary, and if you will write dot so, let me execute, this will also work. So there are two way to write this. Either you can write like this, df dot select, and the in a bracket, in a curly, in a inverted comma, you can pass the employee ID and whatever the column you required, and after that you have to so, or you can use like this, df dot select and df dot employee ID, df dot salary dot. So if you'll do, then also you will be able to view. Now let's see how actually we can read the data frame using a column index. So for taking example, suppose this is my data frame, right? In this data frame I have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and email. So the first column, the index will be the 0, the name index will be the 1, salary index will be the 2, address index will be the 3, location index will be 4, email index will be the 5. Now my requirement is like I want to view the data from a name to the locations. How actually I can do? So this is the first index, right? So what actually I can write? From the 1 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1 to 5 if I will view, I will be able to see name, salary, address, and the location. So let's see how actually we can write. So if I write df dot select df dot columns, if I write 1 to 5 dot so, you can see from a name to the location I am able to see. Let me show you the data frame first, what I am doing. So what I have written from the one first index to the fifth index. So you can see employee ID is a 0 index. For what is the first index? It is a name. So the name column is showing. What is the second index? 2. It is showing 3 index, showing 4 index is showing. When you are mentioning 5, means till 4 it will show. If you will write 6, then till fifth index it will show. What is the fifth index? Email. So that you can see the email also is coming. If I write 3, then till 2 index it will show. You can see name and the salary. What is the first index? First index is the employee ID, second index is the name. First index is the name and the second index is the salary. So like that, with the help of the column index also we can select the column. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can use the select function in a PySpark. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this video we are going to see about the with column function and with column renamed function. These are the two functions we are going to discuss. So first we will understand where we have to use a with column rename, and with practical we'll try to see the use case. So let us first start with a with column. So PySpark with column we use, it is a transformation function of data frame which is used to change the value, convert the data type of an existing column, create a new column, and many more. Suppose you have a given a data frame. In this data frame you want to add a new column, then you can use a with column. If you want to update the existing column value, then also you can use the with column. If you want to add a new column based on the constant value, then also you can use a. If you want to change a data type, then also you can use a this function, this with column function. And with column renamed, by the name itself you can see, like if you have to rename of any data frame column, then you can use a with column rename. So what are the things we are going to do? First we will create one data frame. We will try to add a new column based on the existing column. We'll try to add a new column based on the constant value. We'll try to see how actually we can change a data type of an existing column, how actually we can update the value of the existing column. So I'll open my Databricks. So I have uploaded one. This is the file location where my file is available. If you haven't uploaded a value, so you can go to the catalog option, click on the create table, and once you will upload, you will get the particular location. And I already have this particular location where my file is available. So first let's create a data frame. How to create a data frame? To create a data frame using CSV, very simple process. df spark dot read dot CSV, and the file location we can pass, and we can say header equal to the true, and infer schema equal to true. As of now we are not giving because we also want to see like how actually we can change the data type. So I am keeping as it is as of now, header equal to the true. Let me execute. Now if I will show you df dot show, this particular data frame looks like this. We have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and email. So first let's see how actually we can add a new column based on the existing column. So add a new column based on existing column. So suppose I want to add a new column. So what actually I can write? df dot with column. After that we have to use what is the column you want to create. I want to create a new column name as a salary 1. And how actually I want to create? I want to create based on the df dot salary into 10. df dot salary into 10. So what actually I am doing, I am creating a new column name as a salary 1 based on the existing column. This is the existing column, but also I am in this existing column I am just applying into 10. And after that, if you want to see the result, you have to use a dot show. Now if you will execute, new column should be created. You can see this is the new column which got created, salary 1, and here the 10 multiplication is happening, and I am able to see the value new column which got added. So this is how actually we can add a new column based on the existing column. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to add a new column but based on the some constant value, not based on the existing value. So let's see how actually add a new column based on the constant value. So we have one of the function, and these are the function generally we use a lot in PySpark. So to import that, what actually we can write? PySpark dot SQL dot functions import lit. From PySpark.sql.function import lit we have to do. Now if you want to add a new column, what we can write? Df dot with column. And what is the new column we want to add? We want to add a new column as a country, and by default we want to pass all the value as a USA. So for that we can use a lit. And what is the value you want to pass? USA. This is the value I want to pass. So what I will write? Lit bracket USA. And if I want to see dot so, if you will do, now let's execute. Let's see if any error comes. So what we have written, if you want to add a new column, you can write a df dot with column. We are adding a new column name as a country. Because we want to have all the value by default USA, so we are using lit function USA, and after that we are doing a so you can see the new column got added. Now similarly, suppose you want to add a new column name with a constant value 0. So what actually you can write? Df dot with column. Suppose I want to add a new column name as an increment, and I want to have a default value as a 0. So what I can write? lit 0. lit 0 I can pass, and if I will do a dot so, I should be able to view that. You can see increment new column got added with the 0 value. So if you want to add a new column, always remember we can use a with column. So we have seen two ways. In the first way, what actually we have done, with the help of the existing column. So if any of the existing column is there, then directly you can use that. If you want to add any constant value with that, you want to add a new column, then you can use a lit function here. Now let's see how actually we can update the existing, how we can update existing schema. So if I show you, as of now my data frame looks like this. I have a data frame like this. Now if I'll show you df.print schema, df.print schema to view the schema. So as of now you can see employee ID is string, salary is string. Now your requirement is like you want to convert this salary into the integer. So with the help of the with column we can update our existing schema. So how actually we can write? So for that we have to write df.with column, and after that which particular column you want to update? I want to update salary. After that we have to write call. Call is another function similar to the lit. So here you have to pass call which particular column? Salary. I want to do a casting. I want to convert into a integer. So integer you have to write, and after that dot so. Because we are using a call, right? So we have to import this. How actually we can import this? To import this, what actually you have to write? From PySpark dot SQL dot function import call. Now let's try to make this as a df1. Now if I will execute, you can see df1 got created. If I show you the df1 dot print schema, you can see we are getting an error. So what actually we can do? We can remove this dot so, because we are creating a new data from df1 with this. So I will make this, and after that if I will do df1 dot so, df1 dot so, I am able to view that. And after that, if you want to preview the print schema, df1 dot print schema, if I will do, you can see the salary got converted into integer. Previously it was a string. So to change the data type also we can use a with column. Now let's see how actually we can, how to rename the column. How to rename column we will see. To rename a column we can use a with column rename. So what you have to write? Df dot with column renamed. Suppose this loc I want to change into the location. So what you can write? Which particular column? loc I want to change into the location. So you can mention that, and dot so. If I will do that, you can see loc got converted into the location. So if you have to rename the any column, then also you can use a with column rename. So with column generally we used to add a new column based on the existing column. If you had to add a new column, if you had to change a data type, then you can use a with column. With column rename generally we used to rename any of the columns. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we will continue over the PySpark tutorial, and in this video we are going to learn how actually we can use a filter function in a PySpark. So suppose you have a given a data frame. In this data frame, if you have to filter any specific record based on the certain condition, so in that kind of the scenario we can use a filter function in a PySpark. So it is similar to the SQL. In a SQL also, for filtering, what actually we use a where condition, right? So in a PySpark, instead of where, we can use a filter function. So what actually we are going to do, we are going to create one data frame. We are going to see how actually we can filter a data based on the certain condition, like equal condition, not equal condition, and also we'll see how actually we can apply a and or condition, how actually we can filter a data based on the starts and ends condition, and how actually we can filter a data based on the expression. So let me open my Databricks. So I have opened my Databricks. You can see this is a Python. I created one notebook lab 5, and you can see my cluster also is ready. And in this particular location my file is available. If you want to upload a file, what actually you can do, you can go to the catalog and you can upload the file. Once you will get the location, what we will do, first thing is to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? So for creating a data frame, we will write df spark spark.read.csv, because this is a csv file, and the location we will pass, this is the location, and we will make header equal to the true, and also we will make infer schema true, so that the proper schema we will get. Now after that I will execute. It is executing. You can see this is waiting and interrupt mode. You can see it got executed successfully. Now if you want to see a data, what actually you can write df.show. I should be able to view our data. So this is the data I have. I have a employee ID, employee name, salary, and the address and the location. Now let's see how actually we can do a filter. So suppose I want to filter a data where name equal to the Manish. I want to get those record where, or let's take example of address. I want to get all the record where address equal to the Indra. So how actually we can write a condition for that? So what I will write, df dot filter. After that you have to open a bracket and you have to write df dot which particular column, address column. So I will write address. I have written df dot filter, and which particular column, df dot address column. I want to check where df dot address equal to the India. So I want to have all the record where df dot address equal to the India. So what I have written, df dot filter, df dot address equal condition I am writing, and I am writing a India. After that, if you want to see a record, what actually you can write, dot show. Now let's execute. Now you can see I am getting only those record where address equal to the India. So equal whenever you want to compare something, whenever you want to have exact records, and then double equal condition we can use. Now suppose I want to get all the record where address is not equal to India. So what actually I can write, df dot filter, df dot address is not equal India, and after that we have to write dot show. If I'll do, I should be able to get only those record where address is not equal to the India. You can see all the US record I am getting. So this is how actually we can filter a data based on the certain condition. Now let's see how actually we can apply a multiple condition. For taking example, if I show you my data frame. So in this data frame I have this all the record. So what is the condition I am going to write here? I am going to write a condition where name equal to the Manish and also the salary should be equal to the 10,000. I only want to get those records. So in this case, what actually I can write, df dot filter, df dot name equal Manish. Name should be equal to the Manish. After that you can open a bracket, because we are applying a multiple condition. You can write a AND condition, and I will open again bracket. I will check df dot salary equal to the 10,000, and then close the bracket, then dot show. So I am applying a multiple condition, df dot name equal to the Manish and the salary equal to the 10,000. That only record I want to get. So if I will do that, I will get only those record where the name equal to the Manish and salary equal to the 10,000. So this is the AND condition. Now suppose you have to apply a OR condition. Now in the OR condition, what actually you can write? Similar here, df dot filter df dot name equal Manish. If I will write OR condition, then we have to use this, and if I will execute, this will be our OR condition. And will, whenever the both condition will satisfy, then only you will get record. Or means any of the condition gets satisfied, then you will get the records. So that is the difference. Now let's see how actually we can filter a data based on the starts with and ends with condition. So if I will show you df dot show, this is the data frame I have. In this data frame, what actually I want to know, I only want to get all those record where the name is starting with a R. So all the name I want to get where the name start with R. So what actually I can write here, df dot filter df dot from name, actually I want, right? I can write starts with df dot name dot starts with, and the particular name you can pass in a bracket R, and after that we can use a show. If I'll do this, so I'll get all those record where the name is starting with R. Now I want to get all those record where the name ends with a L. So how actually I can write df dot filter df dot name dot ends with, and it should be ends with L dot show. If I'll do this, I'll get all those record where it is ending with a L. So like this actually we can do a filter. Now let's see how actually we can filter based on the certain expression. So based on the expression, how actually we can filter a data, let's see. So this is the data frame I have. I want to get all those record where it contain UL. Any place where it contain UL in the name. So how actually I can filter data, df dot filter df dot name dot like, we have a like operator in a SQL, right? Here also we can use the same like. After that you can write percentage. I want to check where name anywhere it contains UL percentage, and after that you have to write dot show. So what is the condition I am writing? I am filtering all the data where anywhere it contains UL in the name itself. So if I will do that, I should get all those record where it contains UL. You can see Rahul here UL contain, right? So that is the value I am getting. So like this also we can do a filter. So whenever you have to apply any kind of the condition based filtering, you can use a filter function. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the distinct and the drop duplicate function in a PySpark. These two functions generally we use to remove a duplicate from the given data frame. So let's see where actually we use a distinct and where we use a drop duplicate. So PySpark distinct function, whenever you will apply, it will remove the duplicate rows from all the column from your data frame. Suppose in your data frame you have a multiple column name A, column name B, column name C, column name D, like that. Now suppose in all the column you have a duplicate records. So what actually it will do, whenever you will apply distinct, so it will remove all the duplicate from all the column and you will get the result. Now second is the drop duplicate. Drop duplicate we use to drop row based on the selected or multiple column. So suppose your requirement is like you want to delete a duplicate based on the selected column, like, so there actually you will pass the column name. So that is possible with the help of the drop duplicates. So this is the interview question also. What is the difference between the distinct and the drop duplicates? Distinct generally we use to remove the duplicate rows based on all the column from your data frame. So suppose in all the column, if all the values are duplicate, so it will check all and based on that it will remove the duplicate. But in a drop duplicate condition, we can pass a specific column condition. So if I want to check if in the column A if any duplicate value is there, based on that remove a duplicate value, then that is possible with the help of the drop duplicate. So that is the advantage we get. So let's do a practical, and based on that let's see. So I will open my this particular notebook I have opened. What I will do, you can see my cluster also is ready, lab 6. This I will select. I'll upload one file. So I'll go to the catalog, create table. I'll browse that. If you already uploaded a file, that is fine because we are going to use the same file. So what I am doing, employee1.csv file, this file I am going to upload. Once you will upload, you can see this is the particular location where my file is available. I'll go back, I'll open my notebook. So you can see this is a Python, and in this particular location my file is there. So first step is to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? For that we have to write spark.read.csv, and the particular location name we have to pass, and we have to make header equal to the true, and also we have to make infer schema equal to the true. If I'll execute this, you can see data frame got created. If I will show you the data frame, you can see this is the data frame I have. I have a 1 2 3 4 5 6, and after that you can see I have a multiple duplicate record, like the same kind of the 1 2 3 4 5 6 is also again available. So what actually we have to do, these are the duplicate records. So let's first see how actually we can use a distinct. So if you will do df.distinct, so first you have to create a new data frame, df1, df.distinct you will do. Now if I will show you df1.show, so this df1, now you can see we are getting only the unique records. All the duplicate record got removed. So on my original data frame I had a 12 record duplicate record, but in the new data frame I am only having a unique record. So that is the distinct. Now let's see how actually we can use a drop duplicate. So for that we have to write df.drop duplicates, open a bracket. Suppose on a specific column base actually you want to remove, so what you have to write, df.drop duplicate, and after that you can mention the column name. Suppose my column name is employee id, so I will write employee id. In this employee id, based on that I can find out like whether my particular data frame is having a duplicate record or not. So I will select only this column, and based on that I can do that. So I will use a employee id. Suppose salary also I want to use, so this also I can use salary. So now I will create new data frame df2, and after that I will use df2 dot show. Let's see. In this case also I am getting the 6 record. Whatever the duplicate record it was there, it got removed. So distinct and drop duplicate we used to remove a duplicate record from the data frame. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the sort and order by function in a PySpark. It's a very simple method. Whenever you have to sort a data based on the ascending and the descending order, in that case we can use a sort function or order by function. So if you have to sort a data based on the ascending and descending order, we can use a sort and the order by functions. Let's do a practical and let's see. So I have a file label into this particular location. So what actually I can do, you can upload the file into the catalog location, and there actually you will get this particular location. In this particular location file I have a data available. Now what I will do, I will try to read that first. So for that I will create a data frame. So I'll write df equal to the spark dot read dot csv, and the particular location I will pass. I will make the header equal to the true, and I will make a infer schema true. Now I will execute that. Now let's see how actually we can first let's see our data frame df.show. If I'll do, I will be able to read my data frame. Now let's see how actually we can sort data. So I want to sort data based on this salary column. So what actually I can write, df.sort, and after that you can pass the salary. Based on that you want to sort the data, and if I'll do dot show, you can see the data got sorted based on the salary column. So by default it is ascending order, so 10,000, then 12,000, then 20,000, then 55,000 is coming, right? So this by default it will be a ascending order only. Now let's see how actually we can use order by. So for order by you have to write df dot order by, and here also you can pass the salary, and if I will use dot show, let's see it will work or not. Yeah, it's working in the same way. So now suppose you have to pass a multiple column, based on that multiple column you want to sort, so you can pass comma and you can write a name. So based on this both the column, the data will get sorted. You can see name and the salary column, it got sorted out based on the ascending. Now let's see how actually we can make this ascending and descending, because by default it is ascending, right? So now suppose you had to sort the data based on the descending. So what actually you can write? So df dot sort, I want to sort data based on the salary, so I will write df dot salary. This is another way of writing. I can write ascending. ASC means ascending. If I write DESC means descending, and if I'll do dot show, you can see my data got sorted based on the descending order. The salary 55 is coming, then 20, then 20, right? So like that actually we can sort that. So what you can write, df dot order by df dot salary dot DESC dot show. You can see this data got sorted out. So I hope you got the idea like how actually it is working. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the group by in a PySpark. So it actually allow you to perform aggregate function on group of rows rather than individual rows. So it works in a similar way in a SQL also we use group by, right? So there what actually we use, first we write a select statement, then we write aggregate function based on which particular column you want to group, that we have to mention from table, and we have to use a group by country. So it works in the similar way. It also works with the aggregate function, and after that we have to use a group by. So you can see we have a multiple aggregate function like count, mean, maximum, mean, sum, average, aggregate, that actually we can use. Let's do practical, and with that example let's try to understand. So let me open my Databricks account. So you can see I have created new notebook group by. It is a Python, and my cluster is also ready. I uploaded a file into the catalog table, and this particular location in dbfs location my file is available. So first let's create a data frame. So to create a data frame, what actually we can write, spark dot read dot csv, and which particular location my file is available. My file is available into this location, and after that I will pass header equal to true, and also I will pass info schema true. After that if you want to view that, so what you can write, df dot show. Let's execute. You can see I am able to view that data frame got created. Now let's see what actually I want to do. Based on the each address, what is the total number of salary of employee I want to find out. So what I will do, first you have to write df dot group by, based on which particular column you want to group. I want to group based on the address column. So address you have to write. After that, what is the aggregate function you want to use? I want to use sum, and after that you have to use a dot show. Based on which particular sum you want to do, I want to do a sum based on the salary, so I have to mention the salary also. Now if I will do that, based on each address it should do a sum of salary. You can see in India we have a total number of salary this much, in USA we have a total number of salary this much. Now suppose you want to find out the total number of count. So in this case what actually you can mention, dot group by address, each address how many employees are there if you want to find out, dot count if you will do, and dot show you will do, you will get what is the total number of employee we have in each address. You can see India we have 6 record, USA we have a 6 record. So like that actually we can perform a group by. So if you have to perform a multiple column you want to, based on that you want to group, so what actually you can write, dir dot group by, and after that you have to write address, and you can comma it, suppose employee ID. So based on the address and employee ID both you want to do, so you have to write employee ID df dot group by address employee ID, and you can write dot sum of salary dot so. So like this, based on the multiple condition also we can group it. So like this actually we can use a multiple aggregate function. So if I show you, we have a aggregate function like count, mean, maximum, mean, sum, average, aggregate. So this all the things actually we can use similar way. If you have to find out the what is the maximum salary of each country, so how actually you can find out. So in this case what you will write, df dot group by address, what is the maximum salary, maximum salary. So you can see on address we have a maximum salary this many, for USA we have a maximum salary 20,000. Similarly you can use mean also, and you can use average also. So this works in the similar way. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to continue the PySpark tutorial, and we are going to learn about the joining concept in a PySpark. Joining is a very much important from an interview perspective and from the job perspective also, because in organization you will see a multiple tables you will be having, and you have to join and you have to combine this all the data set. So in that case we have a joining concept that we are going to learn in this particular video. So PySpark join is used to combine two data frame. PySpark join operation combine data from a two or more data set based on the common column key. That is important. Based on the common column key, we try to join two or a multiple data set. So it is similar to the SQL. In a SQL also we have a inner join, left join, right outer join, full outer join, semi join concept, right? So here also in a PySpark also we have a same concept. So what is inner join, left join, right join, full outer join, left semi join, left anti join? Let's try to understand. So first I'll show you the data sets. I have a one department data set. In this department I have all the department related information like what is department, what is the designation, and also the user ID information. In the employee table I have all the employee information, their name, salary and location. This kind of the information I have, and I want to combine these two. So let's understand. So what to make you understand, I have just combined. So this is my first data set, first data frame, and this is my second data frame. Now I want to combine these two. So what is the first thing we had to check? We had to check what is the common key. Based on that we can do a joining. In this case, what is the common key? Employee ID is common key, user ID is common key. Based on that I can do a joining. So first thing is like what is the common key, based on that we can do a join, that we had to find out. Now second thing is like which operation we want to perform. So you can see we have a multiple, right? We have a inner join, left join, right join, full outer join. So let's see how actually it works. So joining, we used to combine these two data sets. So we are joining these two data set, and what is the final output we want? We want all the column, like we want employee ID, name, salary, location, as well user, department, designation, all. So in this case what we will use? We will use a joining. So what is the first joining? First joining is the inner join. So whenever we will apply a inner join, it will return only the row with matching keys in the both the data frame. So if you'll see, whatever the matching records will be there in the both the data frame, that only we will get all the records. You can see in the first table we have a 1 2 3 4, and in the second table also we have a 1 2 3 4. 5 6 is not matching, only 1 2 3 4 record is matching. So in this case what we will get? We will get all the matching records from the both the tables. So in the when we'll apply a inner join, this will be our output. This will be our output. So in this case what will happen? Whatever the common key which is available in the both the data frame, that all the records we will get. 5 6 is not here, then that record we will not get. 7 8 is not here, then that record we will not get. Only the matching records we will get from the both the data frame. So that is a inner join. Second is the left join. In the case of the left join, by the name itself you can understand left. What is the left and right? whatever the first data frame will be available, that you have to consider as a left. Whatever the second data frame you will be having, that you have to understand as a right. This is the right. So in the case of the left join, what happen, it will return all the row from a left data frame and matching row from the right data frame. So it will return all the row from a left data frame. So these are the record we have, right? So whatever the records will be available from the left data frame, you will get all those record, like 1 2 3 4 5 6, everything you will get. Whatever the matching records you will be having in the right data frame, that only you will get. So you can see 1 2 3 4 only is available, which is matching from here, right? So that record only you will get. 7 8, this record we will not get, because this is not available here. When we'll apply a left join, so it will return all the records from the left data frame, and only the matching records you will get from the right data frame, and whatever is not matching you will get as a null. This all the value will become a null, because this is not available in the right data frame, right? So this value will be a null. Now let's see how actually we can apply a right join. In the case of the right join, by the name itself you can understand, when we are saying right join, so it will return all the rows from a right data frame and matching rows from the left data frame. In the case of the right data frame, what will happen, all the rows you will get from the right data frame, means all the records you will get from here, and only the matching records you will get from the left data frame. What is the matching record? This 1 2 3 4 only is matching, right? So that record only you will get, and this 7 8 is not available here, so this will become a null. This all the value will be a null. So in the case of the inner join, what will happen, only the common records you will get, and in the case of the left join, all the records you will get from the left table, only the matching records you will get from the right table. In the case of the right join, all the records you will get from the right table, only the matching records you will get from the left table. Now we have a full outer join. It will return all the rows from both the data frame, including matching and non-matching rows. So in the case of the full outer, what will happen, you will get all those records. So you will get all those records from this table, this all the records you will get, and whatever is not matching, that will become a null. So you can see 1 2 3 4, this is matching, so this you will get. 5 6 is not matching, so this records also you will get, but this value will become a null. This all the value will become a null. Here this 7 8 is not available here, so this all the value will become a null. So like this actually works in a full outer join. So you will get all those record, only the whatever the matching, that only you will get. Other So in the case of the full outer join, you will get all those record, whatever is not matching, it will become a null. And now we have a left semi join. It return all the row from the left data frame where there is a match in the right data frame. So in the case of the left semi join, what will happen, whatever the common records, right, whatever the you will get only those records from a left data frame which is available in the right data frame, in a right data frame. So that is a left semi join. Left anti join, it return all the row from a left data frame where there is no match in the right data frame. So you can see the 5 6 is not available in the right data frame, right? So this only the records you will get in the case of the left anti join. In the case of the left semi join, it will give only the return of this all the 4 value. So this is the, because these are the available in the right table also, right? So in the case of the left semi join, this is the output we will get. In the case of the left anti join, this is the output we will get, because this is not available in the right table. So that we have to remember. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So I'll open my Databricks account. You can see I have a cluster ready. I will try to upload a file. So I'll go to the catalog, create table. I'll search for the file. So I have a employee and the department file. So this is my department file, and also I have a employee file. So both the files I will try to upload. Once you will upload, this is the location you will get, so you have to just copy it, go to the recent, go to your notebook, let's copy this. So these are the two locations where my file is available. So we have a department1.csv and the employee2.csv. Now what we will do, our next step will be to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? So I am creating first data frame employee, and I will just write emp so that I can understand this is the employee data frame. Emp df I can write. And how actually we can create a data frame, spark.read.csv. and I will pass the location. What is my file location for the employee? This is the file location, right? So this I will make, and after that I will make employee df dot show. Let me execute. Similarly, I will create a second data frame that will be a department df. So I will write department df, and here also I will write spark dot read dot csv. But here you can see this is not coming properly because we have forgot to add a header equal to true. So what we will add? Header equal to true, and infer schema also equal to true. Once you will add that, we will get the proper schema also, and also the first row it will consider as a header. You can see now we are getting properly. So our employee data frame is ready. So we are creating a second data frame. So this department location I will pass here, and I will make the header equal to the true, and also I will make infer schema true. So what I am writing is part.read.csv, location I am passing, header equal to true, and infer schema true, and after that I will do department df dot show. If I will do, I will be able to read the department data frame also. Now let's see one by one how actually we can perform a joining. So first we will see a inner join. So it's very simple. First you have to write your data frame name. What is your first data frame? First data frame is employee df, right? I want to join with which particular data frame? I want to join with the department df. So what I am writing, employee df dot join department df. On which particular key actually we want to join? So if you will see, what is the common key which is available in the both the data frame? Employee id is available in the first data frame, and user is available in the second data frame. So based on that actually we want to join. So what you have to write? So I want to join employee. From our first data frame we have a employee id column equal to the, from the second data frame I have a user column. So from this particular data frame, for first data frame we have a employee id column, from the second data frame we have a user column. So based on that we want to do a joining. After that you have to write inner, because you want to perform an inner join, and then you have to write dot show, and then you have to execute it. Let's see whether we will get only the common record from the both the table or not. You can see 1 2 3 4 only I am getting, because 1 2 3 4 only is common in between the both the table. 1 2 3 4 is available here, as well as the 1 2 3 4 is available here. Means in the case of the inner join you will get only the common records from both the table. Now let's see how actually we can perform a left join. In the case of the left join, what you have to write? First you have to write first data frame dot join. You have to write second data frame, comma, based on which particular column you want to join. I want to join based on the, from the first table based on the employee id, and from the second table equal department df dot user column, comma, which join you want to perform? Left join. So I will write left dot show. If I will execute this, I should get all the record from the left table. You can see all the record from the left table, and whatever is not matching I am getting as a null from the right table. So that is a left join. Now if you have to perform a right join, then what you have to write? You have to write the same, only this left you have to change as a right. Once you will change left to the right, this will work the right join. In this case all the records we are getting from the right table, only the matching records we are getting from the left table, others are becoming null. Similarly we can perform a full outer also. So we have to write the same syntax, only we have to write full outer. Once you will do this, so you can see this I am getting error, it should be full outer. So you can see we are getting all the record, whatever is not matching it's coming as a null. Now similarly let's see other join. We have a left semi join also. So let's see how actually it will work. So I will use the left semi here. So you can see only it only is common record which is available in left table we are getting, and if you use a left anti, So you have to write left empty here. Whatever is not matching in the left table, that records only it is showing. So like that actually we can perform all the kind of the joining operation. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the union and union all transformation. So union and union all transformation generally we use to merge two or more data frame of the same schema or structure. For taking example, suppose I have one data frame 1, I have second data frame 2, and these two I want to combine, then I can use a union and union all. It is similar to the SQL. In a SQL also we perform a union operation, right? Here also it works in the same way. Let's take with the example. Suppose I have a two data frame. This is my first data frame where I have a employee ID 1 to 6 information. I have another data frame. Here I have a 7 to 12 information. You can see schema also the same. We have a employee ID, name, salary and the location column. Here also we have a same employee ID, name, salary and location column, and their data types and everything is same, and we have a same number of column available in the both the places. Now this is the scenario is like we should have a same schema and the same structure. So you can see we have a employee ID, he name, salary and the location. Similar kind of the structure is also available here, and the data type is also almost same. Now if you want to combine these two, then we can use a union. So whenever you will combine this, so what will be the output you will get? You will get the output like this. So you will get the first and then the second, means all the records you will get. So this is a union. So with the help of the union, this will be the output I will get. This will merge two data frame, and this will be the output of the all the records we will get. So let me open my Databricks account. So this is my Databricks account. Here let's create a data frame. Let's try to perform the same operation. So what I am doing, I am importing a library. First is the PySpark. Second is the from PySpark SQL function. I am importing the Spark session. You can see I have this data. You can see we have a James, sales and New York, and this all the values, and I have a few columns. So you can see employee name, department, state, salary, age, bonus. Similarly I have another data too. I have a columns. So with this data and the column I want to create a data frame. So how actually I can create? So I have to write df spark dot create data frame. So previously we have seen like if we have a data that is available in a CSV format and if we are uploading, then how actually we were creating a data frame is spark.read.csv. Now suppose you have a data like this, you have a data and the columns, and based on that if you want to create a data frame, so how actually we can create? We have to pass df spark.create data frame, and then we have to pass the data as well as the schema. So what we have to write here, data equal to the data 1. What is our data? So first we have to define what is the data. Data equal to the data 1. This is the data. And what is my schema? That also we have to define. So schema is equal to the columns. This is the columns which we are defining, right? So that we have to write columns, and after that we have to do df dot. So if I'll do that, I will be able to create a one data frame with the help of this. Now here also if you have to create a same data frame, let's create a data frame 2, and here also we have to write in the same way spark dot. You can see I have a employee name, department, state, salary, age, bonus, and these are the data. Based on that data frame got created. I have another one with the data 2. So here what I will write, df2 I am creating spark dot read dot data frame, sorry, spark dot create data frame. I have to first pass the data equal to the data 2, and also I have to pass the schema which is the columns 2, and after that I will just use the df2 dot show. So this will be my second data frame. We have a employee name and all the others details. Now these two data frame I want to merge. So what is the first condition? First condition is the our data frame schema should be same. So if I'll check the schema for the df, we have a same schema in the df2 also. If I'll check that in a df2 dot print schema, if I'll do, The schema is almost same. You can see we have a employer names, string, department string, everything is string, long, this all the format. Now what actually we want to do, we want to combine this. So how actually we can perform a union operation? First you have to write the first data frame, then you have to write a union, and after that you have to write the second one, df2. This is the simple step, df dot union, and after that you have to pass the second data frame dot so. If I'll do, let me execute. So I should get all the record. You can see first 4 record from the first data frame, then the another data frame. So like this actually we can combine this. So this is for the union. If you want to perform a union all, then we can use a df dot union all and df2 dot so. In this case also you will get the record. So I am getting the same output. So but union, both are looking same, right? These are not removing the duplicates. So in the case of the union also I am getting all the duplicate records. In the case of the union all also I am getting a duplicate records, and this union all actually got deprecated from the Spark 2 version. Generally it is recommended to use a union only, not a union all. If you want to have a unique records, then what actually you can use, df.union df2, and after that also you can pass the dot distinct. If you want to have only the unique record, then you can pass dot distinct dot so. If you will do, you should get the unique records only. So union and union all both are looking same, but if you will use a dot distinct, you will get only the unique record. You can see I have a total 7 records, but in the case when I am applying a union and union all, I am getting a duplicate records also, the multiple records also. But in the case of distinct, this unique records only I am getting. So like that, if you have to combine two data frame, we can use a union and union all. This will not remove the duplicate, and it is recommended to use a union only, not union all. And if you want to have a duplicate, if you want to remove the duplicate record, then you can also use a distinct. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to see about the fill and fill NA function in a PySpark. Fill and fill NA generally we use whenever you have to replace any null value with certain values, then we can use a fill NA column. It is a very much useful because whenever you perform a data cleaning operation, you will get a scenario like you will be having a data set containing multiple null values and that you want to replace with certain values. In that case, you can use a fill NA. So let's do a practical. So I have one of the file. This is the sample data set I have. What I will do, I will just try to upload that. I'll go to catalog, click on the create table. I'll just try to upload that particular file, sample.csv file. This is the sample.csv file. I'll just click here, and this is the particular location. So I will just copy this and I will go to the my notebook and I will just paste this particular location. My file is available. I want to read that. How actually we can read that? We can create a data frame, right? So how actually we will create df equal to the spark dot read dot csv, and after that we will pass the location, and after that what we will make, header equal to the true, and after that I will make the df dot so. If I'll do this, you will see our data frame. You can see this is my data frame. In this type column I have a multiple null value. In a city also I have a multiple null value. In a population column also I have a null value. Now if I'll do df dot na dot fill, and if I want to replace with the blank value dot so, if I'll write, now let's see what will be the output we'll get. So you can see whenever I am writing df dot na dot fill with all the blank value wherever null is there, so you can see in the type column wherever the null was coming, now it is coming a blank value. Similarly in a population also, if I'll make this certain value like unknown, that also you can do. If I'll do unknown, wherever the null value will be there, that will get replaced with the unknown. So that kind of the flexibility we get. So this is a df.na.fill. If I write df.fill na, and here also let's do the same thing. I want to replace with the blank value dot so. If I'll do, it will work in the same way. In the all the column it got replaced. Now suppose you have your requirement is like you want to replace only a specific column, then how actually we can do? So suppose if in a specific column we had to replace, then we had to write df.na.fill or df.fill.na. You can write what is the value you want to replace. I want to replace with a blank value, but only in a CT column. So what you have to do, comma and bracket, you have to write a CT. In the CT column only I want to replace with the blank value. Dot so if I'll do, so you should see it should get replaced only in the city. So you can see in a city column only it got replaced with the blank value. In a type still we can see the null value. Similarly, suppose you want to do it for the multiple column, so after that also you can write df.na.field ct, and also you want to do it for the population column. So how actually you can write dot na.field, I want to replace with the other on which particular column, I want to do it in a population column, so I will write population. Now if I will do dot so, you can see in population column it got replaced with the other, in city column it got replaced with this. So what I have written, df.na.fill, I want to replace the city column with the blank value, so that I have mentioned .na.fill other in a population column. So like that also we can do that. Now one thing you have to remember, suppose as of now if you will see in our data frame, if I show you the schema, df.print schema, if I'll do, everything is in a string format, so it was working fine. Now suppose let me make this as a infer schema true also, like the proper schema also, infer schema true. So now if I show you the schema, you can see population will become the integer. Now if I'll perform the same operation, df.na.fill, so I want to replace all the null value with the unknown. If I'll do that, so you can see only in the type and the city column it got replaced. In the population column it didn't get replaced, because the population column is the integer value, right? We have defined already. So there actually it is not reflecting, it is reflecting only in the string column. But if I make this 0 dot so, in this case I am replacing only the integer, so only integer column only it will got replaced. You can see city and type it didn't got replaced. So based on the schema type actually value will get replaced, that you have to remember. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the collect. Collect is one of the action operation that generally we use to retrieve all the elements of a data set. This generally we use for the smaller data set, usually after filter and group. If you want to see your data, then you can use a df.collect and all the elements of the data you will get to see. So we have to remember df.collect generally we have to use for the smaller data set. If you will use this for the larger data set, then you will get out of memory errors. That is the one thing you have to remember. So suppose we have a data frame df, if you want to see the elements, then what actually you can write df.collect and all the data you will get retrieved and you will be able to see. So that is the simple one. So collect is a action type that actually we use to retrieve all the elements of a data set, that we have to remember. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to discuss about struct type and struct field. Struct type and struct field, it is a very much important interview question also. So generally they will ask like what is the difference between the struct type and struct field, when we use a struct type and struct field. So these all the thing actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So let's start. So struct type and struct field generally we use to define the structure of a data frame. So this definition you have to remember. Struct type and struct field we use to define the structure of a data frame. Let's take an example. With that example, let's understand. Suppose I have a data in a CSV format. I am getting a data, and data is coming like this. Like I am getting a data 1, I am getting a data name, and after that I am getting a USA, and after that I am getting a 10,000. Similarly in the second row I am getting like ABC, and after that UK and the 30,000. Like this the data actually I am getting. In this CSV file, if you will see, I don't have any proper header which will tell like this 1 2 is representing the ID, Manish ABC is representing the name, USA UK is representing the location 90,000 30,000 is representing the salary column. This kind of the information I am not getting in a CSV. So with the help of this data, if you will create a data frame, then you will not be having any column and you will not be having a proper structure of that particular data frame. Now if you had to define the proper structure of a data frame, what actually we can use with the help of the struct type and struct field, we can define the structure of a data frame. We can define like this: 1 2 is representing the what should be a name for this 1 2. The name should be ID, so we can define that. What should be a data type, like the data type should be an integer type, right? So this all the thing actually we can define that. So with the help of the struct field, we can define what should be the name, what should be the data type, whether it should contain the nullable status, nullable should be a true or false. This all the things actually we can define with the help of the struct field. So whenever in your data frame, whenever you have to define the structure of a data frame, we can use the struct type and struct field. Suppose your data is coming like this: one I have, after that in the form of the array you are getting a data, like something something in the form of the array you are getting a data. Now if you had to define the schema for this complex data type also, that is also possible with the help of the struct type and the struct field. So let's understand what is the difference between the struct type and struct field. So struct field will represent the field in schema, and with the help of this we can define like what should be the name and what should be the data type, and whether what should be the nullable status, like whether it should be a true or false. So with the help of the struct field we can define the name and data type. Now question is like, what is struct type? So struct type is a collection of a struct field that we have to remember. So struct field, with the help of the struct field, we can define the name and ID, this all the schema. But suppose you are defining for the multiple column, that actually the collection of a struct field we are calling as a struct type. So that actually we have to remember. So whenever you have to define the proper schema on your data frame, and that is a very essential in a real time also, then actually we use a struct type and struct field. Let's do a practical and let's understand my Databricks. So I have created one notebook, Python I have selected, and my cluster is also ready. Now suppose I have given one data, so let me define one data. Suppose I have a one data, and this data looks like this. Like you have a one, and you have a name, and also you have a location. Like this actually you are getting a data. Suppose I have data like this. Now what will be your first step? First step is like, based on this data I will create one data frame. So how actually I can create a data frame? So previously I was using a spark.create.data frame, right? So with the help of the spark.create data frame, and I will pass the data, and based on this actually the data frame should be ready. Now if I will show you df.show, that you can see data frame got created and I am able to read this data, but you can see the column is not defined properly. So how actually we were defining a column? So we were defining a columns like we were any variable, and here only we were defining like this: ID, name, location, like this actually we were doing. Now these columns if I will pass here, I should get a proper schema. If I will show you, you can see, and now my column name contain ID, name, location. And if I will do a df.print schema, so let's see what is the schema it contain. You can see ID automatically it took the long, name it took the string, location it took the string. Based on the value actually it is taking a randomly, like ID should be a long and a label should be true, this all the things. But generally when we work in a real time, right, we define the schema properly so that particular column should contain the proper schema. Like ID should be integer type, name should be string type, location should be string type. If any column is there which contain the float type, then we will define the doubles. So everything we try to do that. So how actually we can do that? With the help of the struct type and struct field actually we can do that. So let's see how actually we can import that. First thing is like you have to import from PySpark .sql.type you have to import structure field, struct field, and also struct type, and also integer type, and also string type. Now what actually we were doing, like this actually the column we were defining, right? Now what we will do, we'll create one proper schema. So we will write one variable name as a schema, and in this schema we will use the struct type and the struct field. So what is struct type? Struct type is a collection of a structure field, right? So with the help of the struct field only we will define the schema. So first we have to write struct type. Under this we will use a struct field and open bracket, and here only we will define what should be name. My first column name should be id, and what is the data type. So we will define the data type should be a integer type. So this all the thing we have to define here, integer type. So what I am doing, under this struct field I am giving the name should be id the for first column, and the data type should be integer type. So I am defining the schema with the help of the struct field. Now what is struct type? It is a collection of struct field, right? So we can use a multiple struct field. So after that you have to put comma, and you can define for the multiple column. So I will use this for the other column also. I will define the second column is a name, and it should be string type. So I will use a string type. Similarly I will define it for the other column also. The last column is location, so I will make for the location also. The name should be a location, and it should be a string type only, string type. After that you have to close the bracket. Now this schema I can pass here. Once you will pass, now if I will execute this, you can see it got defined like id, name, location, and you can see id is integer type, name is string type, location is string type. Like that the proper schema actually we are able to define with the help of the struct field and the struct type. So what is struct type? It is a collection of struct field. With the help of the struct field we can define the name, schema, and the data types and all. So that is the thing we have to remember. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the pivot and unpivot operation and how actually we can perform in a PySpark, that we are going to see. So let us first understand when we have to perform a pivot and when we have to perform an unpivot. So pivot operation means whenever you have a row values, and that row values if you want to convert into the column, then you will use a pivot operation. And unpivot is just opposite. So in the case of the unpivot, whenever you have a multiple column value and that column value you want to convert into the row, then you will use a unpivot operation. Let's take an example. Suppose I have a data like this. In this data you can see I have a product, amount, and the country. In this case you can see in the country we have a India, China, USA. So this row value if you want to convert into a column, then what actually you can use a pivot operation. We have a pivot function in a PySpark. So suppose I want a output like this. I want a output like I should have a product column. I should have a one column for the India. I should have one column for the China. I should have one column for the USA, and this corresponding value will represent here. Here it will be the value, and here it will be the product. Means what actually I am doing, this row value I am converting into the column. So in this case what I will use a pivot function which is available in a PySpark. So one thing we have to remember, based on the unique value which is present into this column, right, that value only will convert into the column. So that is the one thing you can remember. You can see in the country we have a India 2 times, right, but based on what is the unique value here, India, China, and USA, these are the unique value, right? So that only will convert into a column, not all the value. So whenever you have to convert row value into the column, then you will use a pivot function. Unpivot is a just opposite. Suppose you have a data like this, product India, China, and the USA. Now this multiple column if you want to convert into a row, then what you will use a unpivot operation. So for to perform unpivot operation we have a one of the library expr in a PySpark. So that actually we will use, and with the help of that we can perform an unpivot operation. So pivot operation, whenever you have to convert row into the column, then you will use a pivot. Unpivot, whenever you have to convert multiple column into a row, then you will use a unpivot operation. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have created one Databricks notebook, and you can see this is the data I have. I have created a cluster also. This is the data I have as of now. Let's first create a data frame out of it. So I'll create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? Spark dot create data frame, and after that we will pass the data, and also we will pass the columns. And after that what I will do, df dot show, if I will do, I should be able to view the data frame. So based on this data, first I am creating a data frame. So here you can see I have a column name as a product, I have a column name as amount, I have a column name as a country, and this is the data I have, and you can see one data frame got created. Now what actually I want this country, whatever the unique value of the country, right, that I want to convert into a column. Based on that I want to convert that. So how actually I can use that? So let's see. If you had to do that, then we had to use a pivot function. So how actually we can do that? We had to write df, and after that we had to group by. So based on which particular column we want to group, I want to group based on the product, because this product will be as it is, right? So I will use the, I want to group based on that, based on the product. Now after that we have to use a pivot based on which particular column, based on which particular row value you want to convert into the column. Based on this country, the unique value of the country values, right, I want to convert into the column. So I will use pivot and that particular column name. So this is the country, right? So I will mention the country, and whatever the amount, right, that we will do a sum. So based on that the aggregation will happen, sum of the amount and the amount. Let's execute. So let's do dot show also, so that we will be able to view. Now you can see it got executed. So what we have done, we have created, we are first doing a group by based on the product. So whatever the product, I want all the product as it is, right? So I am just grouping based on the product, and whatever the country value we have, that country value I want to convert into a column. So you can see we have a unique value like USA, China, Canada, and the Mexico, right? This value got converted into a column because I have used a pivot and the particular column name, country column name. And after that what I am doing, and the sum of the amount I am doing. So whatever the amount, right? So based on the grouping it is doing a sum. So like this actually we can convert from a row to the column. So it is very simple, right? Now let's see how actually we can perform an unpivot operation. So what I will do, this value I will convert into one data frame, df1 dot, so I will remove, and if I will execute this, and if I'll show you the data df1 dot show, I have a data frame like this. Now suppose you have a data frame like this. In this data frame, if you will see, we have a product column and we have a multiple column like Canada, China, Mexico, USA. But how actually I want to output, like I want to output like this. I want to have one column name as a product, I want to have one column name as a country. In this country, this all the column values will be there, like the Canada, China, Mexico, and the USA. And I also want all one column name as a total. In this total, this all the value will be there. So I want output like this. So for the orange, you can see, right, this is the orange, country will be the Canada, and the value will be the this, you can see we have a null value also, right, null. Similarly, after that we will get a value for the beans. In this beans, we will be having a Canada only, and this value will be the null. Similarly for the banana, similarly for the carrot, this will be like this. And after that, for the China, what will be value? We will be having again orange, and this will be a China, and this value will represent into the total column like the 4000. 4000. So like this actually I want the output, means I want to convert this all the column into a row in the form of the row. So for that we have to use an unpaired function. So how actually we can do? So for that we have to import one library first in a PySpark. So how actually we can import? From PySpark dot SQL dot function, we have to import expr. This is what we will use, expr, to convert row to a, from column to a row. Now what we have to write, and after that we have to write df1 dot select. So we have one column name as a product, right? So that product I want as it is, so I will write a product. If I show you in a data frame, I have a product column, right? So this product column I want as it is, I will write the product as it is. Now after that I want one column name as a country and the total. So for that we will use a expression, and with the help of the expression and the stack, we will try to convert this column into a row. So we have to write expression. After that we will use a stack function. So in a double quote what you have to write, stack. With the help of the expression and stack, we will try to convert column into a row. So what actually I will write, suppose only one column you want to convert into a row. So in this case what you will mention, 1. And after that which particular column, this Canada will come into this country column, right? So in a single quote I will mention the Canada, and after that I will use a comma, and I want third column name as a total. This total will represent this all the value. So this column I will copy as it is without a quote. So first I will write expression, under this expression double quote, stack we have to write. Suppose you only have to convert one column into row, then you will mention 1. And what will be the country column? In the country column this Canada will come, right? And in the total column what value will come? So whatever is present into this Canada column it will come, so I will mention as it is. We also want to have a column name as a country and total, right? So this Canada will represent the country and this Canada will represent the total value. So I will use a alias as country comma total. Once you will do this, after that dot show if I will do, let's see what is the output we are getting. So we forgot to close one more bracket. Now I will execute this. Now you can see we have a product, because we only wanted to convert one column into a row, so we have mentioned 1 here, right? And we have created one column name as a country column name, and this Canada will represent this country value, and whatever the column value present, right, this null 20,000 that is coming into the total. So like that actually we had to do for the unpaired. Now you can see I have a multiple column. So suppose this China also I want convert, I want Canada as well as the China, these two column I want to convert into a row. So in this case what I will mention 2, and after that you have to write the same. After that you have to write in single quote China. So this China I want to convert, and the value will represent this China without quote. So if I'll do this dot show, you can see Canada and the China and corresponding total value is coming, means we have converted column to a row. Similarly the third column, the Mexico also you want to convert, so you will mention 3 here, and comma you can write in single quote Mexico, and without quote you have to write a Mexico. This Mexico will represent this value. Now if I will execute this, you can see Mexico value also is coming. So what you have to write, first you have to select which particular column you want as it is. Product column will be as it is I want, right? So I will use that. After that with the help of the expression and stack we will try to convert column into a row. So how many columns are there that you want to convert into a row? First you have to mention that. So suppose we have a 4 column here, right? So I will mention the 4 here. Now after that we are going to create a 2 column, right? One is the country column and the total column. So what I will write in the country column, what value will go? So in country column this all the value will go. So what I will write, this Canada in a single quote I will write the country, For the country, in a single quote I will write, and in the total will represent this Canada value. This value will represent the column. So without quote you have to write the Canada. Similarly for the China we want, so in a single quote China I will write, and without single quote China I have to write Mexico. Without quote if you write Mexico, that will represent the total. So like that actually we have to convert from a column to a row. It's a little bit tricky, but if you will practice 2 to 3 times it will be clear. So try to do a practice. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to see about the UDF user defined function in a PySpark. So how actually we can create a UDF function in a PySpark we are going to see, and what is the use case that also we are going to understand. So let us understand. It is a most useful feature of a Spark SQL and data frame that is used to extend the PySpark built-in capability. Let's take an example, and with that example let's try to understand. Suppose let's take one scenario. Suppose you have one of the data frame. In this data frame you have a multiple column, like column 1, column 2, column 3, like that you have a multiple column. Now one of the column is representing the timestamp, like you have a date and also the timestamp format. The data is available like 23 1 2 0 0 0, like that you have a timestamp. In the timestamp you are getting a data. Now suppose your requirement is like you have to convert this timestamp into the date. Then what actually you will use in a PySpark, we have a few inbuilt functions are available. So what actually I will use a toDate function, and I will pass this column. Now what actually it will do, it will try to convert my timestamp into a date, and I will get a result like this 2024 06 and the 12. So this is the output I will get when I will use a toDate. So from timestamp to date, if we had to convert, then what actually I was using a toDate inbuilt function which is available in a PySpark. Now suppose you have a specific requirement, and for that specific requirement there is no inbuilt function is available in a PySpark. Then what actually we can do, we can create our own function. And how actually we can create, with the help of the UDF user defined function, we can create our own function, and then function we can use anywhere in the data frame, like we can reuse that function multiple places. So that is the advantage we get in a UDF. So if you already have a built-in function available, then you can directly use. But suppose if you have to create your own function, then what actually we'll use, with the help of the UDF we can create that. So UDF are used to extend the function of a framework and reuse this function on a multiple data frame. Now let's take an example. Suppose you have a requirement. Now suppose you have one of the column. In this column you are getting all the name like this, Manish, Rani and all. Now what is your requirement? You want to convert this first letter into a capital case. So like this actually you want the output, like the first letter should be in capital, and like that this is the output you want. So for this we don't have any inbuilt functions available in a PySpark. So what actually we can do, we can create our own function with the help of the UDF. We can write our Python code, and with the help of the UDF function we can reuse that function in a multiple places. So that is the advantage we get. One thing you have to remember, UDF are most expensive operations, hence we have to use them only you have no choice and when essential. Whenever it is a very much essential and there is no other choice, then only use a UDF, because it is a most expensive operation from the computation perspective. So that is the one thing you have to remember. So let's try to do a practical and let's understand. So I have a data, I have a column. So let's first create a data frame here. How to create a data frame? You can write spark dot create data frame, and with the help of that we can pass the data and our value. So I will write spark dot create data frame. Here I will pass the data as well as the columns. This is the column, right? So this also I will pass, and after that I will do df dot show. I should be able to view the data frame. Now my data frame is created, so I have a department name, department ID. Now what is my requirement? My requirement is like I want to have one more column, and in that column 10 plus 1 will add, 20 plus 1 will add, 30 plus 1 will add, 40 plus 1 it add. So I want one more column. In that column department ID plus 1, that is the output I want. Like plus 1 I want to do with this department ID. So how actually I can do? So if you had to do plus 1 in any of the specific column, for that we don't have any specific inbuilt function available in a PySpark. So what actually I can do, I can create my own function for that. So let's try to see how actually I can create my own function. So I will use add one, and here I will pass a, and what I will do, return a plus 1. So this is the one function I have written. In this function, what is happening, if anyone pass will any value, and you will get the output as a plus 1. For taking example, suppose if I will pass add 1 10, then I should get a value as a 11. You can see 11 I am getting. So whatever the value I will pass, I will get the plus 1 value. If I will pass 20, then I will get a 20 plus 1, 21. So I have created my own function here. Now this add one function, whatever function you have created based on your logic, now if you had to use in any of the data frame in UDF, what you have to do, first you have to register it. So how actually we can register it? So you can create a add one df, any name you can pass here, one parameter, and you will use a UDF. You will try to register this function. So under this UDF you pass this, and after that you can pass the type. What will be the type? So I want a type long type, so I will use that. This long type we have to import also. So how actually we can import? To import you have to use from PySpark .sql.type. You have to import long type. So we have registered this UDF, this function we have registered. Now let me execute this. Once you will execute, now in the data frame let's try to use. So what I will use, df.select. I want to view department name as it is. So I want to have a column department name. So I will use department name. I also want to see department ID also. So I will use the department ID also. Now I also want one more column that will be a plus one of the department ID. So what I will use this one which I have created, and I will pass the department ID here. In this case I will pass the department ID. Now I am using this UDF function, and there I am passing department ID, and after that I will do dot show. Now let me execute. Now you can see I have got created one more column, and that column is representing the 10 plus 1, 20 plus 1, 21, 30 plus 1, 31, 40 plus 1, 41. So like that actually we can create our own function. Similarly, suppose you have a requirement where you want to convert this all in a lower case. For that also you can create your own function. If already functions are available, inbuilt function, that you can use as it is. But suppose you have a specific requirement, then you can create your own function. With the help of UDF you can register that, and you can use in your data frame. You can use in multiple data frames. Suppose one more column there you have to add a plus one, then you can use the same function again and again. So that is the advantage we get. Suppose you have a scenario where you have to send an email to any specific user. So what actually you can do, you can create your own function, and that function what actually it will do, it will try to send a mail to the specific one. Based on the user input it will send an email. So that kind of the function you can create, you can register with the help of the UDF, and that you can use in your data frame. So that kind of the advantage we get. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the transform function in a PySpark. It is used to perform a custom transformation in a data frame. For taking example, suppose I have one of the data frame. In this data frame I want to perform some kind of the custom transformation. I want to apply that logic. Then what actually I will use a transform functions. Let's take an example. Suppose I have one of the data frame. In this data frame I have a multiple columns like ID. I have a ID, I have a name, I have a salary. Like that the multiple columns are available. Now to transform this data, what actually we have done, we have created one function. What in this function we have written a multiple lines of the code, and we are trying to return the data frame. Now whatever the logic we have applied in this data frame to transform our data, now if this logic if you want to apply in any of the data frame, then with the help of the transform function we can do that. Let's do one practical, and with that practical let's understand more. So I have a data. Suppose I have a data, one money is 10,000. I have a column also. Let's first create a data frame first. Df equal to the spark dot create data frame. We will pass the data and also we'll pass the columns. So I have a data like this. I have ID, name and the salary. Now suppose I have to perform some kind of the transformation. So suppose this name column, right? This name column I want to convert into the uppercase. So for that I will write one logic. I will give one example first. So what actually I am doing? I want to convert this name column into upper. So for that I am writing one function. Here I will pass the data frame and what I will return? I will return df dot with column this name I want to convert into the upper. So we have one of the upper function and that will convert this name into a uppercase. So this upper we have to import. So for that what I will write? From PySpark dot SQL dot function import upper. So what I have done? I have written one logic. In this logic I have applied what actually I am doing? I am converting whatever the name column is available in a data frame, it is converting into the uppercase. So that is the logic I have applied. So for that I have created one function. Now if this function if you had to apply into the existing data frame, then what actually we will use? We will use a transform function. So let me execute this. It's a return spelling mistake. Now if I want to apply this into this particular data frame, then what I will use? I will use a df.transform function. And what I will pass? I will pass this particular function name. Now if I will do this and if I will make the show, now in this case my name column should get converted into the uppercase. You can see the name column got converted into the uppercase. So if you have any complex logic, if you have to transform any of the data, so to transform a data you have written one logic, you have written one function, and if that function if you have to apply in any of the data frame, then what we will use? We will use a transform function. So that is the use case. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to learn about the temporary view. How actually we can create a temporary view in a PySpark, that actually we are going to learn. It is a very much important and a useful topic, because once you will learn this topic, then if you are good in a SQL, then you can write any kind of the SQL query and you can achieve your result. Means what actually happening with the help of this temporary view, you can convert any of the data frame into a table, and in on top of this table you can write any kind of the SQL query. So if you are good in the SQL query, then you can convert any data frame into a table. On top of that table you can write any kind of the SQL query, and then you can perform all the kind of the data cleaning operations, all the kind of the thing you can do that. So that is the advantage we get. So let's understand. So create or replace temp view. With the help of this we can create a temporary view. We can create a temporary view. We are writing temp, right? This means we are creating a temporary view. What is temporary views? Temporary views are a virtual table. It is not a physical table which is stored anywhere. It is like a temporary table that you have to remember. It is like a virtual table. They are not stored in the catalog or only visible to the current session. So only on the current session you will see that table, like temporary table will be available. Once the session will end, you will not be able to set that temporary view. So that is the thing we have to remember. Temporary view allow you to reuse the result of a complex query or data frame without creating a permanent table. So with the help of the temporary view, we can reuse any of the data frame or the complex query if you have written, that actually you can reuse again and again with the help of the temporary view concept. So that is the thing. So what is the use case? With the help of the create or replace temp view, we can convert any of the data frame into a view. It's kind of the temporary view. It will not be a permanent. During that session, one virtual table will be created, and on top of this virtual table we can write any kind of the SQL query. We can write any kind of the SQL query, and after that if you have to perform any kind of the analysis, or if you have to do any kind of the data cleaning, you can write any kind of the SQL query and you can get that. Once the session will end, this temporary view will not be accessible, so that you have to remember. So let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have one of the data and I have a column. Let's first create a data frame, and then we will see how actually we can create a temporary view. So what I will write to create a data frame, I will write df spark dot create. I have to select my cluster also. So this lab I will select first. Now I will write df equal to the spark dot create data frame. I will pass the data and I will pass the columns. So what I am passing? I am passing this data and I am passing these columns. With the help of that, I am creating a data frames. So if I will do df.show, I should be able to view my data frame. Let's see whether our data frame is getting created or not. You can see we have a data frame. Now in this data frame you can see we have a ID, we have a name and the salary. Now suppose this data frame you want to convert into the view, you want to create a temporary view, then how actually you can do? You have to write df whatever the data frame you have dot. After that you have to write create or replace temp view. You can see create or replace temp view, right? So you have to write this. You can see R is in capital, T is in capital, V is in capital, that you have to remember, O is in capital. What you will do, df dot create or replace temp view you will write, and after that you can give any of the name, like suppose you want your table, so table name should be a employee, then you can write a employee. So once you will do this, let me execute. One temporary view got created. So this is the syntax. With the help of the create or replace temporary view, we can create any kind of the temporary view. Now one now one virtual table got created. On this virtual table we can write any kind of the query. So how actually we can write a query? If you have to write any kind of the SQL query, what you have to write? %SQL. After that you can write any kind of the query, like select star from table name, right? What is my table name? Employee is my table name. Employee I have given, right? So I will write employee. Now if I'll execute, you can see I am getting the same result. Like I have a ID, I have a name and the salary, whatever I was having. So I have converted this data frame into a one temporary view. With the help of the temporary view, one virtual table got created. On top of this virtual table, I can write any kind of the SQL query. To write a SQL query, you have to write %SQL, select star from employee, that you have to remember. Now you have to remember only in this particular session this view will be available. Like if anyone else want to access this, then they will not be able to access. Only or during this particular session this is available. So this is a virtual table. Now suppose I want to find out the what is the maximum salary, then how actually we can write SQL query? So what I will write, select maximum salary from employee table. If I'll write this, I'll get the what is the maximum salary from the employee table. You can see 50,000 is the maximum salary, right? So like that you can perform any kind of the operation. Suppose you want to convert this name into the uppercase. So to convert this in uppercase, so in a PySpark we were writing some upper function and then we were doing, right? But with the help of the SQL we have a directly inbuilt function. So what actually we can write, select upper name from a employee table. If I will write this, name will get converted into the uppercase. You can see all the name got converted into the uppercase. Similarly, if you want a salary, that also you can write. So in this case you will get the name as well as the salary. So that is the use case. So with the help of the create or replace temp view, we can convert any kind of the data frame into a temporary view, and with the help of this temporary view will help to write any kind of the SQL code. It will try to create one virtual table. On top of this virtual table you can write any kind of the SQL code, and general use cases like this temporary view actually you can reuse in multiple places during that session. So that is the advantage we get. Now suppose you have any of the CSV file. That CSV file is available in one of the DBFS location. With the help of this CSV file you want to convert into a temporary view. So how actually we can do that? So it is the same step. What we have to do, we have to create first data frame. So with the help of this data frame, first we will try to read this CSV file. So what we will write, df equal to the spark dot read dot CSV, and we will pass the location, whatever the location the file is available, that we will pass. And after that we will pass the header equal to the true if the first line contain the header, and also we will pass the infer schema true. Infer schema true. Once you will do that, your data frame will get created. Now this data frame, if you have to convert into a temporary view, then what you have to write, df dot create or replace temp view. Df dot create or replace temp view. How actually you can write? So we have this command, right? Here we have written df dot create or replace temp view. So the use case is like any of the file, whether it is a CSV or any of the file. First you have to read that, you have to convert into the data frame, and after converting this data frame you can convert this into a temporary view, and on top of this temporary view you can write any kind of the SQL code. So that is the use case. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to see about the Windows function in a PySpark. It is a very much important topic and the useful topic, so we should know about the Windows function. In a SQL also we use a different Windows function like row number, rank, dance rank, lag, lead. In a PySpark also we can use the same one. So that actually we are going to discuss, like how actually we can use the same row number, rank, dance rank, lag, lead in a PySpark, that we are going to see. So if I show you in a SQL how actually we use a row number, so we write a query like this: select row number, and after that if you had to group by any column, then we write partition by, and if you had to order based on the certain column, then we write order by salary, and we create a new column, write RN or something name you can give, and based on that we try to filter. So the use case is like, suppose I had to find out the fourth highest salary. So in this case what I will do, I'll use a row number, I will assign a rank based on their salary, based on the descending order of the salary. Now you can see based on their descending order of the salary I assign the rank. Who is the top is the 40,000 in highest salary, so I assigned a rank 1. Who is the second? So 34,000, so for this I assigned a rank 2. So like that, based on the their salary order I assign a rank. So if anyone is saying like to find out the fifth highest salary, so then what I will do, select star from this table where row number equal to the 5. So this row number column we had to derive. So how actually we can derive? With the help of this query, actually we can derive this row number and the rank. And then if anyone is asking like to find out the fourth highest salary, then we will do select star from table where row number equal to the 4, then you will get the fourth highest salary. If anyone is saying like to find out the second highest salary, then what we will do, select star from table where row number equal to true, then we will get the second highest salary. So this is the very useful case which generally get. So there are different use case, like we have a row number, rank, and dance rank. So based on the use case actually we use, suppose you have a duplicate scenario, so in this duplicate scenario we use a dance rank and the rank concept. So you can see 20,000 and the 20,000. So in the, if you use a row number, then it will assign a all the number in a sequential manner. You can see both the 20,000 are the same salary, right? But it assigned the rank 3 and the 4 randomly. But when you will use a dense rank, and if any duplicate value is there, so for the duplicate value 20,000 it will assign the same rank. You can see it assigned the same rank 3 and 3, and after that fourth is coming, and then fifth is coming. But when you will use a rank, it will assign the same rank for the 20,000. You can see it assigned the 3 and 3. After that the fourth rank should come, right? But fourth it will skip because we have a duplicate entry, we have a duplicate record, so it will assign the same rank, and then it will skip the 4 and it will directly assign the 5 and then the 6. So these are the different use case we have. In that case we use a different kind of the Windows function like row number, rank, dance rank. We also have a lag, so if you have to suppose find out the previous value, then we use a lag. If you have to find out the next value, then we use a lead function. So these are the different Windows functions are available in a SQL and in a PySpark also. So let us see how actually we can use in a PySpark. So let me open my Databricks. You can see I have a one data. So this is the data I have. With this data and the column, I have created one data frame df. Now in this data frame, suppose you have to use a row number based on their country, and based on their salary and the country, you have to assign a rank. In a SQL we use a row number, right? In PySpark, let us see how actually we can do that. So for that, first you have to import one library from PySpark dot SQL dot window import window. After that we have to write, we will define one parameter. You can give any name. I am giving this name as a window. We have imported this, right? So we will use this window dot partition by. So based on which particular column we want to partition. So I want to partition based on the country. So I will write partition by and the country. So based on the country I want to partition. So I will write window dot partition by country dot order by, B will be the capital, based on the salary. So I will write the salary. By default, if you are not mentioning the ascending descending, so it will be ascending only. So what actually I am writing, window dot partition by country and order by salary. So in a SQL also, if you will see, we write like this, right? Partition by column name and the order by. So here also we have written in the same window dot partition by column name and order by salary. Now we also have to use a row number, right? So after that, what we will use, in a df, we are creating a new column. So we'll write df dot with column, and I will give the name as a rn. We are going to use a row number, so I will use a row number and dot over, and you have to pass the this window with whatever you have defined. So I'll write the window here, over window. Now if I'll do the dot show, you will see one rank new column got created, and this new column based on their country, we are grouping based on the country, right? So you can see UK and UK, and based on their ascending order the salary, one rank got assigned. 5,000 is lowest salary, so it assigned the rank 1. 25,000 is second salary, so it assigned the rank 2. Similarly, for the India, what is the lowest salary? 2,000, so it assigned rank 1. Then we have a 10,000, so it assigned rank 2. Then we have a 50,000, so it assigned rank 3. So like that actually we can use that. So suppose you had to use a rank, so what actually you can do, you have to use the same, only what you can do, instead of the row number you can use the rank. If I'll use the rank, now if I'll show you, so you can see UK 5,000, 25,000, and for the India we have a 2,000, 10,000 and 50,000. It has we don't have any duplicate record, right, for the India, so that is why it is giving the 1 2 3 only. And suppose you have to use a dense rank, then instead of rank you can mention the dense rank, it will work. Only the use case we have to remember, where we have to use a row number, where we have to use a rank, where we have to use a dense rank, and the syntax what we have to do, first we have to import from PySpark.sql.window, we have to import window, and what we will do, based on which particular column you have to group. So we want to partition based on the country, so what I have written, window dot partition by country column, and based on which particular column I want to sort, so I will write dot order by salary, and we want to create a new column, right, where all the rank will be defined. So that's why I am using a with column. I am giving the name as rn. If we have to use a row number, then you use a row number dot over, and this window you can pass here, and dot, so if you will do, it will come. Now suppose you have to do based on the descending order. So in this case what you can do, you will use the same syntax, and we will use a col function also, so that we have to import. So what we will use, from PySpark dot SQL dot functions import col. Now in this case what we can do, if we can pass col here, and you can write descending. You can close this. Now if I will execute, you can see based on their descending order it is assigning rank. So in a UK, what is the highest salary? 25,000, right? So it assigned rank 1. Then the 5,000 assigned rank 2. In India, what is the highest salary? 50,000, so it assigned rank 1. In India, then 10,000, then it's assigned rank 2. So like that it will do. Now suppose I want to make a duplicate record. Let's make a duplicate records. So for India, what I will do, this is the 10,000 salary, right? So what I will do, I will make the same kind of the salary So let me make this also 10,000. Now let me execute. Now let me show you the scenario for the rank and the dense rank. So if I will use the row number first, so this is the row number. If I will use a row number here, you can see it is assigning a, this is the 10,000 10,000, but it is assigning a rank 1 2. It is a duplicate record, but also it is assigning a rank 1 2 in the case of the row number. But if I will use a rank here, now if I will execute, you can see India both salaries 10,000, right? Then it assigning a, for the same salary it is assigning a rank 1. After that 2 should come, right? But directly it is coming 3 because we are using a rank. Now if I will use a dense rank here, you can see for 10,000 and 10,000 it assign a rank 1, and then it is assigning a next salary into the rank 2. So that is the use case we have. So like this actually we can use a different Windows function. So I hope you got the idea. Yeah, that's it in this show. Try to do practice, because once you'll do practice, then you will get idea more. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about date format in a PySpark. It is a powerful tool for transforming and for formatting a dates. Let's take an example. With that example, let's try to understand. Suppose you have given of the data frame. In this data frame you have one of the column that is representing the date, and suppose you are getting a data like this, like you are getting a data like this 2024/0405. Now your requirement is like your stakeholder wants your data in this format, like it should be 04 and dash and 05. Then how actually you can do this actually we can achieve with the help of the date format function which is available. Now suppose you want to convert this particular date in the this format, like you want April and 05 like this. That is also possible with the help of the date format. Like whatever the date format you want, you can convert with the help of the date format function which is available in a PySpark. This function allow you to convert a date and timestamp columns into a specific string format, and it providing the flexibility to various date manipulation tasks. So any kind of the date manipulation task you can do with the help of the date format function which is available in PySpark. Let's take an example. So we have this particular notebook. In this notebook, if you can see, I have a data. These are the date format which is available, and what actually I'm doing, I'm creating a data frame with the help of spark.create the data frame. I'm passing a data and I'm passing the column name. So after that, I am doing the df.show. I am able to view this. You can see I have a date column. I have a timestamp column. Now this date column I want to convert into a specific format. So how actually I can do with the help of the date format function, which can do. So first we have to import one library. So what we will do, from PySpark.sql.function we will import, from PySpark.sql.functions import all the library we will import. And now let's try to convert this format. So how actually we will do, if I write df.select, and if I select that particular column date call, and if I'll do dot show, I should be able to view this date column here. Now you can see it is in this format, like 2022, and then dash is there, then 03 and dash 15. Now I want to convert in the form of slash. Then how actually I can do, I will write date format. Date format is a function which is available. After that I will mention the column name, which particular column you want to convert. This date column I want to convert into the this particular format. So which particular format you have to mention, like I want to convert into this format, YYYY, M is capital and DD. If I'll do this, you can see it got converted into the slash. Previously it was in dash, right? Now it got converted into the slash. And after that also you can give the alias also. You can give the name also. You can see it is showing in the date format, right? So if you'll do dot alias date, you can see this got converted into a date. So like that, in the proper format we can convert. Suppose you want this into the March format, like 03, it should be like March, it should represent the March. Then what actually you can write, so for that we have to write df.select. Let me show you the current column, and let's try to convert into the March format. So for that, what we have to write, date format. Under this date format, what we will do, this date column we want to convert into the March format. So I will write date column. Now you have to specify the formats. So what I will write YY, and after that you have to write DD, and if I'll do dot so, you can see it got converted into the March. If I'll write and one more M, you can see now it is coming into the full form March. So like that we can convert into the specific format. Suppose you want to convert like M should come first and then year should come and then date should come. In this case what we can do, we can specify the specific format, like I want date should come first and then month and then year. So I will do this. It will convert into that format. So with the help of the date format, any specific format, if you want to convert any date, that is possible with the help of the date format function. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about the few date function which is available in a PySpark. It is a very much important from a data analysis or from a data manipulation perspective. Generally in a real world you will get a scenario where you have to find out the last 7 days, last 30 days, last year sales. This kind of the scenario generally we get. In that scenario what actually we do, from current date we try to subtract the 7 days, we try to subtract the last 30 days, we try to subtract 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. So for that we have a different date function which is available in a PySpark that actually we are going to see in this particular video. The first one is the date add. Suppose we have given one date. Suppose my date is 0701. So this is the date I have given. Now my requirement is like I want to add 7 days here. Then in this case what actually I can use? I can use a date add function, and I can pass this 2024 whatever the date I have or whatever the column we have, and I can add, like if I had to add a 7 days, then I will write 7. In this case the 7 days will be added here. Similarly we have a date sub. With the help of the date sub we can subtract it. Suppose you had to subtract any number, like suppose from this particular date if you had to subtract 7 days or 30 days, then what actually you can use? You can use a date sub function. Now we have a date difference. Suppose two dates are given. Suppose one date is 0801 and the second date is this one. Now if these two date if you have to subtract, then what actually we can use? We can use a date diff function. Suppose you have to find out the year of the particular date. In this case you can see from this particular date, if you want to know what is the year 2024, if you want to know these particular details, then we have a year function available. If you want to know the day of year, returns the day of the year, with the we have a day of year function. We have similarly we have a month function, hour function, second function, day of month function. These are the functions are very much important which we should know. So let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have one data. You can see with this data actually I am creating one data frame. So this is the data frame I have. In this data frame I have a date column. In this date column we will try to add a day, we will try to add a month, we will try to get the year details, we will try to get the hour details. So all the things we are going to perform in this particular data frame. So first we will see about the date add function. So first we have to import from the library. So what we have to write? From PySpark dot SQL dot function import star. If you will write, then it will import all the library. Now what actually we will do? We will use our data frame df dot select. I will do, I want one column, date column, whatever we have as it is. So I am selecting date column. Now I am adding a 30 days on this particular date column. So what I will write? If you have to add any day, then we will use a date add function. In this date add function, first we will pass date column. In this date column I want to add a 30 days, so I write 30, and after that dot so. If I will do, now if I will execute, so you can see we have a date 2023 3/15, 30 days got added, and this is the new date I am getting. So from the given date, if we had to add any date, then we can use a date add function. Now let's see if we had to subtract from the given date, then what actually we can use. So for that we have a date sub function, date subtract function. So what we can write here, suppose we have to subtract 7 day from the given date, then what we will write, df dot select date column. Now I want to subtract, so I will use a date sub function. I'll pass the date column. From this particular column I want to subtract 7 days. So first I will write date column comma 7 days I want to subtract dot. So if I'll do, if 7 days should be subtracted, you can see this was the given date. Now we have subtracted 7 days, so this is the new date we are getting. You can see this is not coming in a proper column format, right? So for that what we can use, we can use a alias also. To use a alias, what actually we can write, dot alias date or new date, any name you can give. You can see this is the new date. So we have seen, like if we had to add 7 days, 30 days or any date, then we can use a date add. If we had to subtract, then we can use a date sub function. Now let's see about date difference. So we have a date difference function also available. So suppose two dates are given, and if you have to subtract that, then what actually we can use, you can use that date diff function. So let me create a df1 from this particular data frame. Now if I'll do df1 dot show, so this is the new data frame I have. I have a two column, one is the date column, another is the new date. Now let's see, if we had to subtract these two column, then what actually we can use, we can use a df1 dot select. We will use date column as it is, and also we want to see new date column also as it is, and after that we want to subtract. So for subtracting, what we will use, date diff, and we will pass the date column comma new date, new date. If I'll do this, and if I will do dot show, so you can see with the help of the date diff function we should be able to get the difference. You can see in this date and this date we have a 7 days difference, so that's what I am getting output. From this date to this date we have a 7 days difference, so that's what we are getting. So if you had to subtract any two dates, then what actually we can use, we can use a date diff function. Now next is the year. Suppose you have to find out the year from the given date, then what actually you can use, we can use a year function. So if I'll show you, df1 dot select, I'll use the date column. On this date column I want to find out the year, so what I will write, year and the date call. So if I'll use this, I'm just writing year and date call. If I'll use dot show in this, so you will get the year from the given date. You can see 2022 is a year, right? So that I am getting. Suppose you have to find out the month, then what actually you will write, instead of year you can write a month. Now once you write a month, you will get the month of the, you can see this is the third, right? So I am getting a third output. This is third month, right? So I am getting a third output. Similarly, if you want to find out the other thing, like suppose day of year, if I will do, you can see what is the day of year. It is the 74 from the given calendar, like it is the 74 difference. So from the given 2022, it is the 16 days difference. So that is what we are getting, a day of year. Now let's see what else we have. We also can find out the hour, second, day of month. These are the things are possible with the help of this. So I hope you got the idea. So this is how actually we can do a data manipulation. This is very useful whenever you will perform any data analysis operation, and whenever you have to deal with a data cleaning operation, and whenever you have a date column, then we can use these other different date function which is available. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the partition by function in a PySpark. So partition by function, generally we use to partition the larger data set into a smaller file base based on one or multiple column while writing to a disk. For taking example, let's take one example. Suppose I have a one large data set. So this partition by generally we use for the large data set, that you have to remember first. Suppose I have one large data set. In this large data set, I have a 5 billion record, and you can say more than 5 billion record, and it is a keep on growing. Now whenever I am querying this, it is taking a large amount of time. Suppose in this data set I have a data for the India region, I have a data for the USA region, I have a data for the UK region. Now suppose my requirement is like I want to know how many customers are there in a India region. I am only looking for data which is belonging to the India. So even though if I have to only look for the India region, then also I need to check this whole 5 billion record, and I have to filter the data for the India. Instead of doing that, what actually we do, we try to divide and we try to partition our data in a smaller file system. So in this case, what we will do, suppose this is your one of the country column, right? So in based on this country column, if we'll do a partition, then what will happen, based on India, one part file will get created. This will be the one part file. Based on the USA, one part file will be created. Based on the UK, one part file will be created. Now whenever you will run a query, then in this case, if you are only looking for the India, then what actually will happen, it will only search in this particular part file. So that's how the optimization happen, and that's how actually it helps. So it is a very useful whenever you have a larger data set, and whenever you have to improve your performance, then what actually we try to do, we try to use a partition. Generally we use a partition for the specific date column, or suppose you have only unique value, like we have seen about the countries and all, right? There we try to apply this partition by. So whenever you have a larger data set and whenever you have to optimize, the partition by is a one of the option. We have taken an example. Suppose I have a 5 billion records, 5 billion data is available in a large data set. Now if I am only looking for the India data, so if you don't have any partition, then the whole 5 billion records I need to check for the India record. Instead of doing that, what actually I will do, I will create a partition by based on the country column. Based on that, the multiple small file will get created. Like based on the India, one part file will get created. Based on the USA, one part file will get created. Based on the UK, one part file will get created. Now whenever you need whenever you need to filter only the India record, then when you will do a query, it will directly search here, it will not look here. So that's how the performance increase. So that is the advantage we get in a partition by. Now PySpark support partition in a two ways. One is the partition in memory, and second is the partition on the disk file system. Let us understand partition on the disk. Suppose you have this data frame. In this data frame you have a country column. Based on this country column you want to partition a data. Like suppose you have a country like India, you have a US, you have a UK. Based on this you want to create a separate part file, then we have a partition by option. So in this case, what actually we write, df.write.option, we have to pass header true, and then partition by and the column we can pass. Once you will do a partition by and column dot mode and the particular location you will pass, on that particular location part file will get created and it will save into the multiple part file based on the country column. Like in country, if we have a 3, then 3 part file will get created. If we have a 4, then the 4 part file will get created. So that is a partition on disk. The second one is the partition in memory. So we have a flexibility to repartition it. So in the case of the partition based on the column, multiple part file get created, right? Suppose your requirement is like you only want to have only 2 partition, then how actually we can achieve, with the help of the repartition option we can achieve that. So what we have to write, df.repartition, you want 2, then you will pass 2 partition, and that you can pass the dot partition by which particular column, dot mode, and the particular location where you want to save. So that is how actually we can use a partition by. So hello everyone, so we'll continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to understand about the explode function in a PySpark. We are going to see how actually we can use explode function in a PySpark and a SQL. So let's take example. Suppose you have given one data set. So in an interview also they will give you a scenario like this only. So what they will say, they suppose you have a data like this. So in this data you can see I have a name column and the language column. So you can see this name Manish, he knows Python, Java and C. Rahul, he knows Java and C. Kishore, he knows C++ and C. Suppose in the column you are getting a data in the form of the array format. Now what you have to do, your requirement is like you have to convert this array format data into the multiple rows. Like you should have a one row for the Manish and the Python, You should have another row for the Manish and Java. You should have another row for the Manish and C. So this is the output actually we want. You can see in the array format whatever the data we were getting, right, we have converted into the row. So you can see Manish, he knows Python, Manish he knows Java, Manish he knows C. Similarly for the Rahul, he knows Java, Rahul he knows C, Kishore he knows C++, Kishore he knows C. So like this actually we have to convert. So this is the data we have and this is the output whatever we want. Now actually we can do, so this actually we can achieve with the help of the explode function that we are going to see. So I'll open my Databricks notebook. So this is the data I have. I have a name and in the array format I have a data. Similarly for the Rahul and the Sam. So this is the column. Now you have to create a data frame and you have to convert into the row whatever the array form data we are getting. So how actually we can create a data frame? So to create a data frame, first we have to write spark dot create data frame. We have to pass the data whatever the data we have and also we will pass the columns, and after that df dot show. If I'll do this, you can see we have created one data frame. In this data frame we have a name and we have a language. So Manish knows this all the language, Rahul knows this all the language. Now what is our requirement? Requirement is to convert whatever the array data we are getting into a multiple rows. How actually we can do? So for that first we have to import one library from PySpark, PySpark.sql.function import star. So from a SQL function we are going to import everything. Now after that we will write that. How actually we will write? So I will select df.select. So name column I want as it is, so I will write df.select name. After that this language column, right, here we will apply a explode function. So first we have to write this call and the language. So call is the one of the SQL function. In the SQL library this call is available, so that actually I am using call language I am using, and before that I will use the explode function here. Explode. So what I am writing explode, which particular column you want to multiple row, this language, right? So that's why I have written export and the language. After that if I will do dot show, you can see whatever the in the form of the array it was coming, right, now it got converted into a multiple row. So Manish knows Java, Scala, C++, Rahul knows this all the language, Sam knows this all the language. So this is very much useful. So whenever you have to convert any array into the multiple rows, so you can use a explode function. Now let's see how actually this we can use in a SQL. So what I will do, first I will convert this data frame into a view. How actually we can do that? df dot create a replace temp view, and I will create one table sample. So I converted into a one view, and if I'll show you the data, select star from sample. So you can see I can write a SQL query. Now suppose in a SQL you have to convert this whatever in the form of the array you are getting a data into a multiple row. How actually you can do that in a SQL? So the same, what actually we can write, select, we want name as it is, column, comma, we have to use explode, we will use a language from sample table. If I will execute this, you can see it got converted into a multiple rows. So Manish knows Java, Scala, C++, Rahul knows this all the language, and then the Sam knows. So that is the use case, and this kind of the scenario based question you may expect in an interview also. So you should know about the explode function. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the cache and persist. These are important interview question also, so you should know about the cache and persist. So let us start. So cache and persist, these are the KPI provided by Spark through which we can store our data in a memory, or even if you want to store the data in a disk or memory and disk, that is possibility with the help of the cache and persist. Let's take one example. With that example, let's try to understand. Suppose we have one of the large data set. In this large data set, on top of this, I am performing a multiple transformations like df1, df2, df3, df4, df5, like that. The multiple transformation is happening. So whenever I am calling the action, what is happening in this case, df2 is getting called multiple times. So suppose I have done one count. Suppose I am doing one count, df5 dot count. In this case, what is happening, the df5 is calling this df2 and the process is happening, and finally we are getting the final result. Now suppose I am doing a df6 dot count. In this case, what happening, again it is calling the df2, process is happening, and finally I am getting the df6 count. So what happening, if the same operation we are doing a multiple time, instead of doing that, what actually we can do, whatever the intermediate result will be available, right, for this df2, we can store in a memory or disk, and from there actually we can get the result faster as compared to calculating again and again. So instead of calculating again and again, what actually we can do, we can store the result of intermediate result of this data frame 2 in a memory for the faster access. So that is possible with the help of the cache and persist. So if you'll see, cache and persist are used to store the intermediate result of a data frame or RDD to improve the performance when reusing the same data multiple times. Suppose this df2, if I am using a multiple times again and again, so instead of doing that, what actually we can do, we can store this result in a memory for the faster access. There are some difference between the cache and persist. So caching generally refer to storing the data in a memory for quick access. In the case of caching, what will happen, we can store the whatever the intermediate result, right, in a memory only or memory and disk. In the case of persisting, we can store the data in a memory, disk, or memory and disk. These are the functionality we get. In the case of the caching, we can store the data in a memory only or memory and disk only. But in the case of the persisting, we get a flexibility. Whatever the result we want to store, right, we can store in a memory, even if you want to store in a disk or memory and disk. This all the things actually we get a flexibility in the case of the persisting. Let's take one example. With that example, let's try to understand. So before coming to the example, in Spark generally two types of operation happens. One is the transformation, one is the action. So in the case of the transformation, what happens, until and unless you will not call any action, this transformation will not get executed. This already we know, right? Once you will call the action, then only this transformation will get executed. Suppose you have 100 of the transformation. So suppose you are not calling any action. So in this case, what will happen? One DAG will get created. This DAG is nothing but it's kind of the graph. In the graph, all the steps will be mentioned, whatever the transformation you are doing. Now, once you will call the action, this all the process will start and it will get executed. So this is how actually it happens in the case of the Spark. Now I have a same kind of the scenario. In this scenario, what actually I am doing, the first is like I have one of the data frame, I am performing one transformation. So first I am using a select transformation. So I am selecting only the few column from the particular data frame. So this is one of the transformation. So I am performing a transformation 1. In this case, I haven't called any action as of now. So what it will do, it will create one graph. After that, I am performing one filter and I am filtering only the India data. In this case also, I haven't performed any action. So what will happen, this transformation, it will get stored in the form of the graphical form, this DAG. Now after that, again I am performing one transformation. Here I am calculating the bonus by salary into 0.1, whatever the calculation I am doing, and I am deriving this bonus column. This is also a transformation. It will also store in the form of the DAG. Similarly, I am also deriving the experience and age. These are also a transformation. Now after that, what is happening, once you will call the action, so in this case what actually I am doing, df3 dot counts. When I am doing df3 dot counts, so what will happen, this df3 will call the df2, df3 will call the df2, and what this df2 will do, this df2 will call the df1, and after that the process will happen. So when I am doing a df3 dot counts, so what will happen, first it will call the df2 and this df2 will call the df1, and from df1 the process will start, it will it will process the df1, it will process the df2, and finally we'll get the output for the df3 dot count. That is clear, right? Now in the case of the df4 dot count, when I am saying df4 dot counts, in the case of the df4, what will happening? Again it is calling the df2. So what will happen? It will call to the df2, the process will start, df2 will call the df1, the process will start, and df1 process will start, df2 process will start, and finally we'll get the output for the df4 dot count. Now if I am writing df5 dot count, this is also action. In the case of the df5, what is happening? It is again calling the df2, and df2 is again calling the df1. So again the process will start for the df1, df2, and finally we'll get the output for the df5. So what is happening? We are calling multiple times the same operation, this df2. So what actually we can do? We can store this result in the cache or persist format. Means we can store this intermediate result in a memory or disk or whatever the form you want, and from for the faster accessing. If you will not use cache and persist, multiple time you have to perform the same operation, like df3 will call the df2, df2 will call the df1. In the case of the df4 will call the df2, df2 will call the df1. So if you will not use a cache, the multiple time you have to perform the same operation, and that is a costly also and time consuming also. So instead of doing that, what actually we can do, intermediate result we can store in the form of the cache or persist. So that is the advantage we get. So I hope you got the idea. So whenever same operation you are doing a multiple time, so to improve the performance, what actually we can do, with the help of the cache and persist, we can improve the performance. We can store the data in a memory or disk, whatever the intermediate result, for the faster accessing. Now when we have to use cache and when we have to use a persist. So in the case of the cache, the default storage level is memory and disk. So in the case of the RDD, default storage level is memory only, means you can store your result in the memory only. But in the case of the data frame or the data set, you by default storage level is a memory and disk, means either you can store your data in a memory as well as the disk. The first preference is like a memory. If the memory is not available, then it will store the data in a disk. Means Spark will try to store the data in a memory only, but if there is not enough memory, it will split the data in a disk. So in the case of the cache, by default memory and disk will be available for the data frame and data set. It will try to store your intermediate result, whatever the data, in the memory, and it will and if the memory is not available, it will also store in the disk. When we have to use a cache, when you want to quickly cache the data frame or RDD with the default storage level. When your requirement is like you want to have only this memory and disk, when you want to go with that, then you can use a cache. But in the case of the persist, we get a more flexibility. Like this persist allow you to specify the storage level explicitly. Here we get a multiple storage option. Suppose you want to store your data in a memory only, then we have option. You want to store your data in memory and disk, that also we have option. You want to store your data in a disk only, that also option we have. You want to store your data in a memory only serialization, that option also we have, memory and disk. So multiple storage option we get. When you want more flexibility, more control where and how we have to store the data, then you can go for the persist. Now let's understand memory only. In the case of the memory only, it will store the data only in memory. It is faster, but it may evict the data if memory is not sufficient. If you have a memory issue, then it will create a problem. When you will use a memory and disk, it will store the data in a memory, and if the memory is not available, then it will store the data in a disk. This already we have seen in the case of the cache also. We also have one option for the disk only. In the case of the disk, what will happen? It will store the data only on disk. It is slowest as compared to the memory. We have option memory only serialization. It store the data in a memory as serialized object. It reduce the memory usage and may increase the CPU overhead. Memory and disk serialization is store the data in a memory as serialized object and also split the data in disk. So these are the different storage options we have that is possible in the case of the persist only. But in the case of the cache, we have only one option. Either you can store in a memory or memory and disk. Now you can see if you are using a memory only, then space is using high, CPU time is low, in memory is yes, on disk is no. memory only serialization case, space use is low, CPU time is high, in memory is yes, on disk is no. Memory and disk, space use used is high, CPU time is medium, in memory is some, on disk is some. Now the main thing is like when we have to use a cache and when we have to use a persist. So when you don't need to customize the storage level, like you want to go by default like memory and disk, then you can directly choose the cache. But suppose where your requirement is like you want to control like the storage level, like you want more flexibility, you want to store in a disk, you want to store in a memory, you want to store in memory and disk, then you can go for the persist. That is the thing we have to remember. And the syntax wise also it is a very simple. In the case of the cache we have to use df.cache. In the case of the persist we have to use df.persist, and the storage level we have to define. Yeah, so yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to solve one question which is generally asked in interview. So we have a two question actually. The first question is like how actually we can print a duplicate record which is present in the data. So suppose you have a id column, and suppose you have a email column, and suppose you have a abc@gmail.com. This is multiple time this particular record is present in the data. So how actually you will find out like this abc@gmail.com, we have a duplicate entry for this particular gmail. So we have to print all the email where the duplicate record is present in the table. That is the first question. The second question is how actually we can remove a duplicate entry. Means here we want to find out only the distinct record. So the second question is simple. Here only we want only distinct record to be printed, but in the first question you can see we had to print whatever the duplicate record which is present. So if we have a abc@gmail.com which is present multiple time, then we have to print abc@gmail.com. If we have any other email ID which is also present multiple time, then we have to print all the email ID which is present multiple time, means all the duplicate records. We are going to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So let me open my Databricks. In this Databricks you can see I have a data, I have a column is given. What will be our first step? First step to create a data frame. How actually we can create? Spark dot create and the data frame, and we will pass the data as well as the column. So whatever the data is given, whatever the column is given, that actually I am passing, and after that I will do df.show. If I will do df.show, I should be able to view my data. In this data you can see I have a ID is given, I have a name is given. This name is representing the all the Gmail ID. So what we had to find out, in this ID you can see I have a ID1 abc@gmail.com, then I have ID2 df@gmail.com. Then again you can see ID1 abc@gmail.com, means this abc@gmail.com this present multiple time, right? So this is a duplicate record. So we had to print wherever the multiple record is present for that email ID. So what we are going to do, print duplicate records. How actually we can do that, that actually we are going to see. So I am going to use first PySpark and then Spark SQL we will see. So in PySpark what you have to write, df dot, what we are going to do, we are going to group based on the name column, and we are going to count. So if any count is greater than 1, then that is a duplicate record. So what actually I am going to do, df dot group by, and I am going to group based on the name, and after that what actually I am doing, I am doing a count. So if I will show you this, to show this, what will I display? Now if I will execute this, you will see it is giving me abc@gmail.com is present 2 times and def@gmail.com is present 1 time. Now what I have to find out, if the count is greater than 1 means that is a duplicate record, right? So here I have to apply a filter also. So what I will write, filter, and after that I will write call. Call is the one library which we will try to import, and here I will pass count should be greater than 1. I am filtering call count greater than 1. So first we have to import a call. How actually we can import? So for that we have to write from PySpark dot SQL dot functions import call. Now if I'll execute, now you can see I'm only getting the abc@gmail.com, means this particular email is present multiple times. So with the help of this I am able to get whatever the duplicate record is present, that email id I am only able to print. So that's how, that was the first question. So I hope you got it. Now if you want to use the same, if you want to solve using the same using a SQL, how actually you can do that? So first df dot create or replace time field, we are going to convert into a one virtual table. So I will write sample. So this df I am converting into a one virtual table sample now, so that I can write any kind of the SQL query. So one sample table got created. If I'll do select star from sample, I should be able to view the data. You can see I am able to view the data. Now what we will write query, so we will write select count of count star, and we will try to group based on the name from sample. Select count star name, and we are going to group based on the name, group by name. If I'll do this, you can see I am able to get this abc@gmail.com present 2 time, df present 1 time. Now if here I will write having count star greater than 1, then I should be able to get only the duplicate record which is present. You can see abc@gmail.com which is present multiple times. So that's how actually we can print all the duplicate records. Now second question, which was very easy, and that is like how to remove duplicate entry, means you have to print only the distinct records. So next question is remove duplicate records. So if I'll do select distinct id and name from sample, then I will get the distinct record only, right? This was very simple. You can see I'm only getting all the distinct record, means to abc@gmail.com was present multiple time, right? But we are only printing one time. So that's how actually we can solve. And with the help of PySpark, how actually we can write. So you have to write df dot distinct dot show. So you can see 1 and 2, this is the unique record which I am getting. So I hope you got it. Yeah, that's it in this video. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one interview question which was asked in a Tech Mahindra. So first let us understand the question, and then we will try to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So what they have asked, they have given a two table, one is the customer and order table. So generally they will give a data like this. So we have a customer data, we have a schema. So based on this customer data and schema, and based on this order data and schema, we have to create a data frame or table. So what we have to do, we have a two table, customer and order table we have to create, or data frame we have to create, and we have to find out how many customer who have not ordered anything, and we have to find out how many customer who have ordered anything. So based on this customer and order data frame, we have to find out how many customer who have ordered anything, and we have to find out how many customer who have not ordered anything. We have to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL, that is the optional. So this is the data, we have a customer data and schema is given. So based on this one data frame we will create, we have order data and schema is given. Based on this order data frame we will create. So how actually we can create that? So first let me create a df customer. This is the data frame I am creating. How to create a data frame? Spark dot create data frame, and we have to pass this customer data, and also we have to pass the schema also, and after that what I will write, df customer dot show to see the data. Similarly for order also we will create a data frame. How actually we can create? So we will give the name as a df order, and we will pass this order data here, and we will pass this schema1, and we will see the df order dot show. One thing you remember, if they are giving a customer data and schema without brackets, then you try to add this bracket, otherwise you will get error. So that one thing you remember. Now let me execute. So we have created two data frame, one is the customer, one is the order. Based on that we have to solve the question. Now you can see we have created one customer data frame and second is the order data frame. In this customer data frame we have a customer ID, all the customer information, what is their ID, what is their name. In the second table we have a information about order ID, what they have ordered and what is their customer ID. So you can see customer ID 4, he has order, so we have order ID is given, and customer ID 2, right, he has also order, so for that we have order ID. So what we have to find out, how many customer who have order anything and how many customer who have not order anything based on this data. Now based on this data we can understand, right, this customer ID 4 and 2, for that the order ID is present, means they have ordered, and customer ID 1 and 3, that data is not present in the order table, means they haven't ordered anything. So that is the thing we have to solve. So first we will solve customer who have order, who have not ordered anything. Let's try to find out who have not order anything. How actually we can solve this? So what we will do, we will try to join it. So we'll try to do a joining first, and based on that let's try to solve this. So first I will write df customer, this is the first what I will do, df customer dot join, I will try to join the df order, and after that based on what actually we will join, based on the customer ID we will join. So what I will write, df customer dot customer ID equal df order dot customer ID and we will apply a left join. What we will apply, we will apply a left join, and let me do the display also. So I will write display to see the result. If I'll do a display here, let me execute this. So what we are doing, we are applying a, so you can see data frame object has no attribute customer ID. So let's see customer ID, why it is not picking. So let's give the exact name, this is the customer ID, right? So what we will write, df customer ID, df order customer ID. Now let me execute. So exact column name you have to pass. So I have given in a small case, that's why it was getting error. Now when I applied a left join, you can see these are the customer information we have, 1 2 3 4 customer name we have, and their order ID you can see, and their customer ID also we can see. Now in this particular result, if we'll try to filter, if the order is null, if we'll find out if order is null, means they haven't ordered anything, right? If they are ordering, then the order is not null. So what actually we'll do in this particular result, if we'll try to filter, if the order ID is null, then we will get these are the customer who have not ordered anything. So what I will apply now, if I will try to filter df order ID is null, so how actually I can write dot filter df order dot order ID, this order ID, right? So I'll write this order ID dot is null. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see I am getting only those customer whose order ID is null, means these are the customer who have not ordered anything. So like this actually we have to solve. So what we have done, first we are doing a joining the customer data frame and the order data frame, and based on that all the customer we are getting, and after that we are applying a filter where order ID is null, means they haven't ordered anything. Now if the customer who have ordered anything, customer who have order anything, how actually we can find out? So what we will write? Similarly, let's try to write once again. I'll write df customer dot join df order. We will try to apply a join, and based on which particular column we will try to join, based on the customer ID. So I'll write the df customer ID equal to the df order dot customer ID. And what we will apply? We will apply a inner join. If we will apply a inner join, then only we will get those record who has done any order, right? So now if I'll try to do a display here, now you can see 2 and 4, they have done the order. Means when I am applying a inner join, then what actually happening? Only the common record which is present in the both the table, only the whatever the customer ID is present in the both the table, that record only I am getting. And when customer ID information will be available in order table, when they will do any order. So that's why I apply a inner join. So if I'll apply a inner join, I will get only those record which is present in the both the table. If the record is present in both the table, means they have done the order. If the record is not present in both the table, means they haven't done any order. So for that, what actually we are doing? We are applying a filter criteria to find out who have not order anything. And in the case of if they have done the order, we are applying a inner join. So like this actually we can solve this. So this is code for the PySpark. Now in Spark SQL, how actually we can find out? So what I will do, I will convert into a one table. So what I will do, I will create one customer table, and similarly I will create df order dot create or replace temp view. One order table I will create, order. Now if I will execute, now I can write any SQL code. So if I will write select star from customer, I will get the customer information. And if I write select star from order, I will get the order information. Now let's try to find out the customer who have order anything. So how actually we can write? So what we will apply? We will apply a joining. If we will apply a inner join, means they have done the order, right? So how actually we can solve? Select star from customer join order on customer dot customer ID, right? Based on this we will do a joining based on the customer ID and order dot customer ID. So we are applying a join, means inner join. We are applying a inner join, and based on this customer ID and the order ID we are doing a join. Now if I will execute this, so here we are only getting those record who have done the order. You can see customer ID 2 and 4, they have done the order. Now if you have to find out the customer who have not ordered anything, then in this case what we will apply? We will apply a left join. Now you can see after this what we will do, we will try to filter this order ID. So what actually you can write? You can put this in a with clause, with CTS, and after that you can filter select star from CT where order ID is null. If I'll do this, I'll go get the record who haven't ordered anything, means their order ID is null. So like this actually we can solve. So try to practice this question. If you will practice, then only you will be able to solve in a real-time interview also. Try to do a practice. Yeah, so I hope you got the idea. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So we will continue our PySpark tutorial, And in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in LTI. So they have given a question, and this kind of the question generally you will see in an interview also. So let us first understand the question, and then we will try to do solve it by using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So what they are saying, we have a two table, one is the employee and the department table is given. Either they can directly give you the table, or they can say like this is the data we have and this is the schema we have, and based on that you create a data frame. So we have a employee. With the help of this data and this schema we will create one employee data frame, and with the help of this data we will create one department data frame. So we have an employee and a department data frame, and what we had to find out, we had to find out the highest salary based on each department name. So in this employee data you can see Manish is given and their salary is given. Similarly, Raghav is given, their salary is given, and this is the department ID is given. But if you have to find out highest salary based on each department name is available in the department data. You can see department ID 1 is belong to the data engineer, department ID 2 belong to the sales, department ID 3 belongs to the software, department ID 4 belongs to the HR department. So what we will do, we will try to join these two data set, and we will try to get the department name information. But what they are asking, we have to find out the highest salary. To find out the highest salary, what we will do, based on each department name we will try to group it, and we will try to find out the maximum salary. So the first question is a very simple, but the second question, if you'll see, we had to find out the employee who is getting highest salary based on each department name. So they are saying like we also have to find the employee information, which particular employee is getting the highest salary. So that is the second question. Third question is like we had to find out the lowest salary based on each department name, and we had to find out the employee who is getting the lowest salary based on each department name. So let us try to solve one by one. So first what we will do, we will try to create a data frame. How actually we can create a data frame? So first I will create one employee data frame. So what I will write, emp df and spark dot create data frame, and we will pass the employee data, and also we will pass the this particular schema. So we are creating one data frame, employee data frame, and after that if I will do employee df dot, so I should be able to view that. Similarly I will create one data frame for the department also. So I will give the name as a department df, deptdf, and here I will pass the department data, and also I will pass the schema one. And if I will do department df dot show, I should be able to get. So let me execute this. So you can see we have a two data frame and two table. You can see this is the employee. Here we have a employee information like their name, their department ID, and their salary. And the in department data frame we have a department ID and the department name. Our first question is like we have to find out the highest salary based on each department name. So how actually we can find out the highest salary? If we'll try to group based on the department, and if we'll try to find out the maximum salary, we will get the highest salary based on each department. But if we had to get the department name information, in that case we had to do a joining. So let us try to do a joining first. So what I will do, this employee data frame I will try to join with the department data frame. How actually we can do a joining? Employee df dot join department df. So these two actually I am joining. So based on which actually we can join. So you can see we have a common column in both the data frame, that is a department ID. Department ID is common in between the both the data frame. So based on the department ID we can do a join, right? So what I will write, employee df department ID equal to the department df dot department ID. If I will do this, and after that if which particular joining you want to apply, do you want to apply a inner join, left join, right join? So here I am applying a left join because I want to get all the data from the employee data frame. Now if I'll do a dot show, you can see I am getting all the employee information and the department information like department name. Now we have to find out the highest salary. How actually we can find out the highest salary? First let me store this joining into one of the data frame df. Okay, now what I will do, this dot so I will remove, and this data frame actually I have created. Now on top of this I will try to find out the highest salary based on each department name. So if I will try to group based on the department name, and if I'll try to find out the maximum salary, I will get the result. So what I will do, df dot group by, I want to group based on the department name, and after that I will apply a dot aggregate function. Here I will use a maximum salary. So first let's import a library also. How actually we can import a library? From PySpark dot SQL dot functions, we will do import star. So all the library from the SQL function we are trying to import, and we are using a aggregate function, and the max function actually we are using, and I will give the alias as a max salary. Now if I'll try to do a dot so, you can see based on each department we are getting the maximum salary. You can see for the data engineer what is the maximum salary, that is a 85,000. For the department name, for the sales, what is the maximum salary? 75,000. For the software, 85,000. For HR, 65,000. If I'll show you the data, in the data also you can see for the department 1 highest salary is 85,000, right? So we are getting the correct result. For the sales, that is ID to 75,000, right? So we are getting the correct result. So here we are able to find out the highest salary based on each department name. Now if we had to find out the employee also, employee information also we had to find out based on this result, like which particular employee is getting the highest salary. So how actually we can do? One thing, like we can do a joining. So let's see with the help of joining how actually we can achieve. So what I will do, I will try to store this result, whatever we have got here, we'll try to store into a df1, and this dot so I will remove. Now if I show you, I have a df dot so which I have created, this one. Here we are doing a joining, right? So if I show you df dot so, this is one data frame I have a df1 dot so, this is the another data frame where the highest salary we are getting, and df1. I have a df1 dot, so that is a second data frame. Here we are getting the highest salary, but we also want a employee information. So what I will do, this df and df1, if we'll try to join based on the department name, we will get that result, right? So what I will do, I will try to apply a join, df dot join df1, based on which actually we'll try to join, based on the department name we will try to join, df dot department name equal to the df1 dot department name. We will apply a left join, or inner join also you can apply. Now if I'll try to do a dot so, double equal, it should be a double equal, right? You can see I am getting all those result. When I did a joining based on this data frame, I am getting all those result. Now here you can see we have a maximum salary information also, and the salary information also. So what I will do in this result, if I will compare salary, if the salary equal to the maximum salary, because in the maximum salary, whatever the maximum salary information we are getting, that only we are getting. You can see for the monies also it is showing the 85,000, but his actual salary is 75,000. For Raghav, his salary is 85,000, and it is matching with the maximum salary. So if the salary is equal to the maximum salary, means that particular employee is getting the highest salary, right? So what I will do in this particular result, df2, I will try to filter it. We'll remove this df2 dot so, we'll try to execute, and we'll apply one df2 dot so, we'll try to apply a filter where we will compare the salary and the maximum salary. So what I will write, df2 dot filter, I will write call salary equal to the call maximum salary, and if I'll do dot so, now you see we will get the result. Now you can see we are getting only those employee information who is earning the highest salary based on each department. So from data engineer, Raghav is earning more. From the sales department, Rohit is earning more. From the software department, Jadeja is earning more. From the HR department, Bumrah is earning more. So like that actually we have to solve. So there are multiple ways to solve this question. If you have any better approach, that also you can follow. Similarly, we can also find out for the lowest salary. So what we have to do, we only have to do one changes. Instead of the max whatever we are using, we will use a minimum, means the lowest salary. Then we will get the result. I hope you will be able to solve this. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in one of the company. So they have given two questions, so that question we are going to understand and we are going to solve using a PySpark and Spark SQL. So the first question is like we had to flatten our data from one row to the multiple row. So they have given a scenario like this. So they have given a input, our input data looks like this. So we have a customer ID 1 and product purchase. So you can see this customer ID 1, he has purchased the mobile, PC and tab. Customer ID 2, he has purchased the mobile and PC, and customer ID 3, he has purchased the tab and pen. What we have to do, we have to flatten this data. You can see this is the array form data, right? Now we have to flatten in a multiple row. So we want output like this. This is our output. So you can see a customer ID 1 and then mobile it is coming. Then customer ID 1, he has also purchased the PC. Customer ID 1, he has also purchased the tab. Customer ID 2, he has purchased the mobile. Customer ID 2, he has purchased the PC. Customer ID 3, he has purchased the tab. Customer ID 3, he has purchased a pen. Means whatever it is coming in array form in a one row, we have to convert into a multiple row. Means we have to flatten the data. So that is the first question. So let's see how actually we can solve that. And we have another question. We have to find out the device which is pinged or not. This is the second question. In the second question, what they are asking, they have given this input and they want a output like this. Means we have a customer ID and he is using a multiple device, device 1, device 2, device 3, and whether they are using a device or not. If they are using, then we are getting a value yes. If he is using device 2, then the value we are getting yes. If he is not using, then we are getting a value null. Now what we have to find out, we have to create one new column, and there we want the output like first not null value. So in this case you can see what is the first not null value, yes, right? So we want the output yes. If it is suppose here we have a null and then yes is coming, then also we want the output yes. And suppose here we have a no. In id 3 here we have a no and then null and then yes, then what actually we want the output as a no. So this is the question want, means whatever the first not null value, that output actually we want to get. So for that we have to create a new column, and there whatever the output, right, that we have to store. So let's try to solve one by one. So first question is like we have to flatten a data. So this is the data and the schema. Let's create a data frame first. So df equal to the spark dot create data frame. I'll pass the data as well as the schema, and after that what I will do, I will do df dot show to show you the data. So you can see this is the data I have a customer ID and the product purchase. In the array form we are getting a data. Now we have to flatten it. So for flattening, what actually we can use the explode function which is available. So for that first we have to import a library. So how actually we can import a library? From PySpark dot SQL dot function import star. If we'll do import star, it will import all the library. So what actually we are going to do now, we are going to apply the explode function. So what I will do, df dot with column, we are going to create a new column. Okay, so I will give the name as a df dot with column. The column name is product, and here what I will apply, I will use a explode function, explode, and on which particular column you want to apply a explode, this product purchase, right? Here only I want to apply a explode. So if I'll do this, and after that if I'll do dot show, let's see. So what we are doing, we are creating a new column name as a product and we are applying a explode. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see we have a product and we are getting a multiple output like this mobile, right? So we are getting a mobile, then PC we are getting, then the tab we are getting. and after that also you can select. So if you write dot select, we want a customer ID as well as the only the product output we want, right? So I will write the product. Now if I'll execute, you can see whatever the in array form we were getting a data, right? Now it got converted into the multiple row. So that is the first question. Now second question is like, here we have given a data, here we have to find out the first not null value. So suppose here if the value is no, then we want the output as a no. Let's first create a data frame. So I will create a data frame, df1 spark dot create a data frame. We will pass the data as well as the schema, and after that if I'll do df1 dot show, let me show you the data. So you can see we have a customer ID. He is using a device using 1, device using 2, device using 3. What is the output we want? We want the output first not null value. In this case, what is the first not null value? For ID 1, we have a yes. For ID 2, what is the first not null value? This is null. So we want the output yes, because that is a valid value, right? Now in ID customer ID 3, what is the first not null value? That is a no. Then we want output no. We have a yes also, but whatever the first not null value, that is the output we want. So how actually we can solve that? So in this case we can use a colis function. So how actually we can use? So I will create a new column name as a with column, and I will give the name as a new. You can give any name, and here we are going to apply a colis, and here we will pass the all the column. So I will pass the column device, this one device using 1, comma, call device using 2, comma, col, and the device using 3. So in this 3 column, whatever the first not null value, that actually we want the output. So for that I am using a colis function, and here I am passing all the thing. Now if I will do dot show, now let's see the output. You can see for customer ID 1, the first not null value is a yes, right? So we are getting output yes. For customer ID 2, what is the first not null value? It is a yes, right? So we are getting a yes. For customer ID 3, what is the first not null value? No. Then we are getting output no. So like that actually we had to solve. I hope you got the idea. That's it, and user. Thanks. Hello everyone. So we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in one of the company. So let us first understand the question, and then we will try to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. So we are getting a data in the form of the string JSON, and we need to parse it. So that is the first question. After converting, we need to create a separate column from the JSON body. So what actually it is saying is like, we have a data, we are getting a data like this. You can see we have a name and the address, right? And this is in the form of the, it looks like in the form of the JSON, but actually it is in the string format only. What actually we have to do, we have to parse it, and we have to convert into a proper JSON first. That is the first question. And after converting, we have to separate this street column and the city column. So what actually I want output, let me show you. So this is the output I want. So here you can see we have a name column and address column. This is in the string. We have to pass into a proper JSON. So you can see this is the proper JSON, right? So we have passed this string JSON into a proper JSON, and from this JSON body we are trying to separate it out the street and the city column. So that is the requirement. So we have given this name and the address column. This address is a string JSON, and we have to pass into the proper JSON, and after parsing it we have to convert into the separate column like street and the city. So that is the requirement we have, and we have to solve using a SQL and the PySpark. So let's solve it. So let me show you the data. This is the data we have. We have a data, and this is in string format. We have a another data, and we have a schema name and the address. What we have done, we have created one data frame using a spark.create data frame. We are passing a data, and we are passing the schema. To print the schema, I am writing df.print schema, and after that I am displaying the data frame. So you can see we have a name which is in string format, we have an address which is in string format, and what we had to do, we had to convert into a proper JSON formats this address column. So let us first solve using a SQL, because that will be easy, and then we will come to the PySpark. So what I will do, to use a SQL, I will convert this into a view. So how actually I can convert into a view? Df dot create or replace temp view, create or replace temp view, and the view name I will give sample. Now this will convert into a view, one virtual table. So now I can write any kind of the SQL command. If I will show you, select star from sample, if I will do, I am able to write any SQL query on top of this. So here also you can see we have a name and the address. What we have to do, we have to convert this string JSON body into a proper JSON. So how actually we can convert? So for that, in a SQL we have one of the function that is a from JSON. So that actually we are going to use. So what I will write, select name, address. We have one of the function from JSON. In this from JSON we will pass the address, and we have to pass the schema for this street and the city. So that I will write street string and the city also in the string. So what we have to write, from JSON I am using address column, and this we have to convert in, we have to define the schema also. So for the street I am defining a string schema, and for the city also I am defining the string schema, and this alias I will give the name as address new. So from JSON I am using, I am passing the column address, and also I am defining the schema, and after that I am running the query. So let me run the query. You can see now it got converted into a JSON. You can see here, right? We have a object, we have a street and the city, and here also a street and the city. The proper JSON format it got converted from a string. So that was the first requirement, right? Now second requirement is like we have to separate it out, this street and the city, in a separate column. So what I will use, I will use a cte command here with cte as, and what I will write, I will select name, address new, and after that I will use a address new dot street. If I will write, then the street column will come. So what I will write, address new dot street, comma, address new dot city. From the JSON body I am selecting the street dot street, and I am selecting dot city to get the city value. Here you can give the alias as street. Here also you can give the alias as a city, and from city. So what I am writing, from this city, right, whatever we have written, what actually I am doing, from this address new I am actually separating out the street as well as the city. Now if I'll execute this, you can see from this JSON body we are actually separating out the street and the city. So that was the question. So what we have done, from this string column we have converted into the proper JSON, and from this JSON we have separated into the street and the city. So that's how actually we can solve using a SQL. Now let's see how actually we can solve using a PySpark. Now we are going to solve using a PySpark. So in a PySpark, first I will show you the data frame. So if I will write display df, you can see this is the column we have, name and the address in the string we have to convert into the JSON. So first what I will write, from PySpark dot SQL dot function I will import all, import star. Now here also we are going to write the same from JSON function. So I will create a new data frame 1.
I'll write df dot. I am going to create a new column with column. I am going to create a new column name as a address new, and after that I will use the from JSON. So what I will write from JSON, I will use the col and this address I will pass. So what actually I am doing, I am creating a new column address new. I am using the from JSON, and here I am passing this address that was available in the string format, right? And I will also pass the schema. So for the schema, I will write street string. Similarly, what we have done in a SQL, here also we are writing the same city string. And after that, what I will write, I will give the alias dot alias. Not require the alias. We are creating a new column address new, and here we are storing the we are converting the string into a JSON. Now if I'll do display df1, now you can see my data frame got converted into whatever the in string, right, it got converted into a proper JSON. So here we have what we have done, we have created a new column, and with the help of the from JSON we are converting this address into a proper JSON format. We are passing the column and the schema also. So that was the first question, right? Now we have to separate this address street and the city. That is the second question, how actually we can do that. So for that, what I will write, df1 dot select. I am going to select all the column. I am going to select name column. I am going to select address, comma. I am going to select address new. So I have selected the name column, address new column, and after that I will pass the col address new dot street. So what I am writing, column address new dot street. If I'll do this, it will create a new column with the name as a street. From address new dot street I will do, I will get this particular value. So this is the column actually I am creating, and we can give the alias as a street. Similarly, comma, I'll write the same, copy this, address new, I want a second body city, and this I will give the name as a city here. And if I'll do a display here, you can see in the separate column we have a street and the city. So what we have done, from a string JSON body we have converted into a proper JSON, and we have separated it out the street and the city column from there. So I hope you got the idea. Try to do a practice. Once you will do a practice, you will get better idea. Try to first solve using a SQL, and then PySpark, that will be easy. Hello everyone, so we are going to continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the question which is generally asked in interview. The question is the find out the cumulative sales or running total sales. Both are same, either they can ask like to find out the cumulative sales, or they can say like find out the running total. So this is one of the common question which is generally asked in interview. So they will tell you to solve using a PySpark or the Spark SQL. And the second question is like find out the previous sales, and the third question is the find out the next sales. Let us try to understand the question. So suppose they have given a question like this. So they will give a date and the sales, or they can give anything. So suppose I have a date and I have a sales column. In this sales you can see 1st of January 20,000 sales is there, 2nd of January 10,000 sales is there, 3rd of January 15,000 sales is there. Now when I am trying to find out the running total or cumulative sales, what I had to do, I had to do a sum. So on till 1st of January I am having a 20,000 sales, right? So 20,000 should be output. In 2nd of January I should do plus of 20,000 plus 10,000, means till 2nd of January 30,000 sales I have. And after that 3rd January what I have to do, 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 15,000, and whatever the output I will get should write into the cumulative sales. So that is how actually the cumulative sales work. Let me show you. So in this case you can see I have find out the cumulative sales. So till 1st of January 20,000 sales is there. Till 2nd of January 20,000 plus 10,000, that is 30,000, right? So I am getting output 30,000. Till 3rd of January I am having a sale 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 150,000, means 180k. Then till 4th of January 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 15,000 plus 100k, this is the output. So like that we had to do a sum in the case of the cumulative salary or running total. So that is the first question. In the second question we had to find out the previous salary. So what is the previous salary of this 20,000? We don't have any previous salary, right? So it will be null. What is the previous salary of this 10,000? It is a 20,000, right? So I am getting output 20,000. What is the previous salary of this 150k? That is a 10,000, right? So I should get output at 10,000. What is the previous salary of this 100k? That is a 150k, right? So I should get output of 150k. So like that we have to find out the previous salary. And the next question is like to find out the next salary. So in this case what is the next salary? I have 10,000, right? So here I should get output as a 10,000. For 10,000 150k is the next salary, so I should get output as a 150k. So this is the question which we have to solve using a PySpark or the Spark SQL. So let us see how actually we can solve it. So let us first understand the data. So I have a data like this. So data, I have a date column as well as the sales column, and this is the data. What actually I have done, I have created a data frame. Df equal to the spark.create data frame. I am passing a data and the column, and when I am doing a display df, this is the date, this is the sales. I have to find out the cumulative sales, and I have to find out the previous sales and the next sales. Let us try to solve using a SQL first and then the PySpark. In a SQL it will be more easy. So what I will do, I will first convert this into a one table, one virtual table or view. So this is the view I am creating, create or replace temp view. Now I can write any kind of the SQL command here. If I write select star from sales, I should be able to view the table. It should be sample, select star from the sample. You can see I am able to read that. Now let us try to find out the cumulative sales. So how actually we can find out the cumulative sales? So what we had to write, select star means it will select all the column, comma, sum of the sales. Sum of the sales. I will use a Windows function over, and I will use order by salary, or I will use order by date, ascending order, and I will use the name as a cumulative sales. So what I am doing a sum of sales, and order by date I am doing. So based on the date it will do a sum of the sales. Now let me try to execute and let me show you the output. So you can see in this case I am getting a cumulative sales. So for the 1st of January I am having a total sales 20,000. Till 2nd of January I am having a total sales 20,000 plus 10,000, that is a 30,000, so I am getting output. Till 3rd of January I am having sale 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 150, that is a 180k. So I am getting the cumulative sales. So this is how actually we can find out the cumulative sales. Cumulative sales. Now if you had to find out the previous salary, so how actually we can find out? So I will use a comma here. I will use a lag function, lag, and I will use based on the sales we want to do, right? So lag sales over order by date, ascending, I will use as previous salary. So if you will use a lag, that means it will find out the previous salary. Let me execute this. So you can see What is the previous salary of this 20,000? Nothing, right? So I'm getting null. What is the previous salary of this 10,000? That is a 20,000, right? So I'm getting output 20,000. What is the previous salary of this 150k? 10,000. So I'm getting output 10k. So like that, with the help of the lag function, I can find out the previous salary. Now to find out the next salary, how actually we can do? We have to write the same. What I will write? I will use a lead function. Lead means next salary. So I will use lead sales over order by sales, order by date, ascending. I'll use the name as a next salary. Now let me execute. You can see next salary I'm getting. So what is the next salary of this 20,000? 10,000, right? So I'm getting output 10,000. What is the next salary of this 10,000? 150k, right? So I'm getting 150k. So like this we can find out the cumulative sales, previous sales and the next sales. So this is how actually we can solve using a Spark SQL. Now let us try to solve using a PySpark. How actually we can create that. So first I will show you my data frame. So this is the data frame I have. First what we have to do, we have to import few library from PySpark.sql. We have to import window function we have to import, and also we will import from PySpark.sql.function. We will import all, import star. So I am importing few library from PySpark.sql import window, from PySpark.sql.function import star. So what I will write, I will create one variable window, small window, and I am going to use this particular window which we have imported. So window dot order by, I will use order by. We want to do order based on the date, right? So I will use a date, and after that df dot with column, we are going to create a new column, right? So df dot with column, the column name is cumulative sales, so I will give the name as a cumulative sales, and here I will use a sum of call function. I will use sum of call of sales. I am doing a sum of this sales column and dot over, and this window, actually whatever I have created, this I will pass over window. So what I am doing, sum of the sales I am doing, over function I am using, and I am passing this window dot over order by dates, similar to the SQL only, right? So here also we are using a sum function and the over clause. With the help of that we are trying to find out. And if I'll do dot show, let's see we are getting the output or not. So we have done one mistake, this sum, after that call of sales we are doing, right? We have to close this sum of call of sales dot over a window dot show. If I'll execute now, you can see it is working. You can see we are getting a cumulative sales. So till 1st of January 20,000, till 2nd of January 20,000 plus 10,000 30,000, till 3rd of January we have to do sum of these three and we are getting this output. So this is how actually it is working. So what I will do, I will create a new data frame and I will store this. Now to find out the previous salary, what we have to do, I'll df1, I'll create a with column, a new column I am going to create, and this will be the previous cell, and instead of the sum of the salary, what we will use a lag function, and we will use a sales column dot over window, and after that dot show, if I'll do, I should get the output of the previous salary. You can see this is the previous salary output I am getting. So if you will use a lead, then the next salary you will get. So like that actually we can solve using a Spark SQL and the PySpark. Both are same, only we are going to use a Windows function here, and based on that we are finding out the cumulative sales and the previous sales and all. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. So thanks.
Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to solve one of the interview question which was asked in one of the company. So the question is like find out the missing number, and we have to solve using a PySpark or Spark SQL, wherever you are comfortable. So the question was like find out the missing number. So they have given a data like this. So you can see we have a ID column, and in this ID column you can see we have a data 1, 2, 5, 7, 8 and 10. So in this ID you can see 3, 4 is missing, right? And 6 is missing, and the 9 is missing. So whatever the number which is missing from the starting ID to the end of ID, we have to find out all those numbers. So in this case you can see the 3 is missing here, 4 is missing here, 6 is missing here, and the 9 is missing here. So our output we should get a 3, 4, 6, 9. That should be output we should get. Means this is the output we want. This is the output we should get. So we have to find out the missing number from this particular data frame. That is the question, and that we have to solve using a PySpark. So now let's solve. So they have given a data like this. So they have given a data and they have given a column, and we only have to create this data frame. So let us see how actually we can create. So to create a data frame, what actually we can write is spark dot create and the data frame, and we can pass data as well as the column. And after that we will do df dot show. We should be able to read that. So they have given a data and they told like to create a data frame. So I have created a data frame. Now in this data frame you can see 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 10 is there, and we have to find out the missing number. So how actually we can do that? So what actually I will do, my approach is like first I will create one new data frame there from a 1 from the starting point to the end point. I will try to create one range, and from that range I will try to subtract this data frame. So what I am saying, I will create one data frame, and there I will be having a number like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and the 10. So I will create one data frame, and there in that data frame I will be having value like 1 to 10, all the value. Now with this data frame, if I subtract this particular data frame, then I will get the missing number. So that is the approach which I am going to follow. So let us see first how actually we can generate this number, this 1 to 10. So that actually we will do first. So how actually we can generate a number. So what I will do, I will create one list new, you can give any name, and we have one range function in a Python. Also we have a range function. So what is the starting point? So I want to start from 1, and I want to generate number till 10, right? So I had to give 11, means 1 plus we have to give, and the increment value I want 1. Like I want 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, like only one step, right? So this is the step, and 1 is representing the starting point and is representing the and plus 1. So this is the list new we have created. Now what I will do, I will create one new data frame. I will pass the df new. This is the new data frame I will create, and I will give spark dot create data frame, and I will pass this list new here, whatever the range value, and I will give the type as a integer type. So this is what I will give, but this integer type we have to import because we are creating a data frame, right? With the integer type schema. So we have to import that. So how actually we can import from PySpark dot SQL dot types import integer type. You can see integer type, and this is what we are doing. Now if I show you df new dot show, let's see where we are getting a number or not. So you can see we have created a new data frame df new, and we have generated all the number from 1 to 10, whatever the starting point to the end point. Now how actually we have done this? So from PySpark.SQL type we have imported one integer type schema. What we are doing, we are using a range function available in a PySpark, and what is the starting point to the end point, and what is the incremental value that we have to pass. And with that we are creating a data frame. Spark.create data frame, we are passing this list name, and also we are defining as a integer type. You can see this is got created as a integer value, right? So, and after that we are doing df new dot so then new data frame got created. Now we have to subtract it so that we will get the missing value. So how to find out the missing value? So what we will do, with this new data frame whatever we have created, dot subtract, and if we'll do df is our original data frame, df new is the new one, this one. And if I'll do a display now, let's see what is the output we are getting. You can see we are getting output 3469. That was the missing one, right? So from our original data frame, 3 was missing, 4 was missing, 6 was missing, and the 9 was missing, right? So with this we are getting those output. So like that actually we can solve the missing number. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice it. Hello everyone, so we will continue our PySpark tutorial, and in this particular video we are going to cover few scenario based question which is generally asked in interview. So our first question is like group multiple rows into a single. For taking example, suppose they have given a data like this. So we have a customer ID, customer name, and the purchase. So if you can see customer ID Manish, he has purchased the mobile, and customer ID 1 which is Manish, he purchased the washing machine again. So in a multiple rows whatever the purchase is coming, in that case we are getting a data. You can see customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the car. Customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the mobile. Customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the scooty also. Like in a multiple rows we are getting a data. So what actually we want output like this, like customer ID 1 and the customer name is Manish, and what are the things actually he purchased. So in the form of the array only we want a data like washing machine and mobile. You can see customer ID 2 Rahul, he purchased the scooty, mobile, and the car. So like that the output actually we want. So with the help of PySpark we had to solve this. So that is the first question. So based on the multiple row we have to convert into the single row, what, and we have to do a grouping. So that is the first question. And the second question we are going to see, we have to combine many lists. Suppose you have given a two lists, list 1 and the list 2. Based on this list 1 and list 2 you have to create a, you have to first combine and you have to create a data frame. So you can see in a column 1 we are getting a value a b c d, and in the column 2 you can see we are getting a data 1 2 3 4. So this should represent the first column and this should represent the second column. So this is the second question, we have to combine a multiple list. So that we have to solve using a PySpark. So now let's solve it. So we have given a data, we have given a schema. We have created a data frame by using a spark.create data frame. We have passed the data and the schema, and we are doing a df dot. So this is the data what we have. Now let us try to solve this question. We have to convert this multiple rows into a single row. So let me first show you with the help of the SQL how actually we can solve. So what I will do, I will convert this into a virtual table. So df dot create or replace temp view, and I will convert into a one virtual table. I created one virtual table. Let me execute. Now I can write any kind of the SQL code. So if I show you %SQL, if I write and select star from sample, if I do, I should be able to read that. You can see I am able to write any kind of the SQL code. Now we want to group this all the purchase, right? So for that what actually I will use, first I will use a customer ID. I want customer ID detail. I want customer name details, and after that we will use a collect set. Collect set is the function available in a SQL. So that actually we are going to use, and alias I will give as a purchase new from the sample, and also we had to group, because based on the grouping only we want to convert into the array, right? So customer ID and the customer name, these two I want to group. So I write group by 1 and 2, 1 representing the customer ID, 2 representing the customer name. Now let me execute. Now you can see it got converted into the array. You can see customer ID Manish, he purchased the whatever the item he has purchased is coming in the array. Customer ID 2, he purchased the scooty, mobile, and card, so it's coming in the array. Customer ID 3 is purchased only the scooty, so it's coming in array. So that is the what actually the output we wanted, and that actually we achieve. Now let's see how actually we can solve using a PySpark. So in a PySpark, how actually you can write a code df dot group by. We want to group based on the customer ID, right? So I will write customer ID, and also we want to group based on the customer name. So I'll write customer name. So we are grouping df dot group by customer ID and the customer name, and after that we will use aggregate function dot ag, and here we will use a collect set. Collect set here we want to use a purchase, and after that dot show. So we have to import this collect set, right? So what I will write from PySpark dot SQL dot functions import star. Now if I will execute this, so what we have done, we have group based on the customer ID and customer name. We are using a collect set function based on the purchase, and finally we are getting a output customer ID, customer name, and in the collect set you can see whatever the item he has purchased, this all the things are coming. So that's how actually we have to solve. Now let's solve the second question. In the second question, we have to combine multiple lists, and we have to convert this into a data frame. Means the list 1 ABCD, this would represent the column 1, and list 2 represent the column 2. So what actually will use, first I will, with the help of the RDD, I will try to combine. So what I will use, spark dot context, and here I will use dot parallelize, and here I will use a list, and I will try to combine this list 1 and list 2. So I will use a list 1 and the list 2. So I am zipping in and I am converting into the list, so that this will represent, this will convert this into a A1, B2, C3, D4 like this, and I am using a parallelize. I am converting into the RDD. Now let's try to convert into the data frame. So how actually we can convert into the data frame, RDD dot to df, and we have to pass the column name. So I want a column 1 and I want a column 2. Now if I will do df dot show, so spelling mistake, it should be 1L only. So you can see it got converted into the column 1 representing the ABCD and the column 2 representing the 1, 2, 3, 4. So like that we have to solve. So try to do a practice. Once you will do practice, you will get more idea. Yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to do one end-to-end Databricks PySpark project. So this is a retail sales project. We have one of the business requirements. So first we will try to understand the requirement. Then we will think about the solutioning part, and then we will move for the practical parts. So at the end of this video, we will try to create this particular notebook. In this notebook, we have written all the query, and also we will see like how actually you can create a visualization in a Databricks itself. Everything we are going to see, and also few automation part also we will see. Like you can see in a drop down we have mentioned the weekly and the monthly, right? So if I select the weekly, then the weekly data is coming and the query will run for the weekly. If I select monthly, then the monthly date will come and it will run for the monthly time period. So everything we are going to see in this particular video. In real time also, generally you will get a requirement like this only. So you will be having a product manager and the stakeholders. So based on the business needs, what actually they will do, they will try to write down the requirement, all the requirement in a one page, and they will try to send it to the data team. When I'm saying a data team, it can be a data analyst team, it can be a data engineer team, or it can be a data science team. So whatever the requirement they have, they will try to give it to the data team. What data team will do, they will try to understand the requirement first, and then after that they will try to check in the data. They will try to analyze the data set, whether all the data they have to fulfill this requirement or not. So they will try to understand the data, and then finally they will move for the development and the production part. So this is how actually we work in a real time. Here also we are going to follow in the same way. So we will try to understand the requirement, and then we will try to understand the data set, and then only we will move for the production development part. So let us start with the business requirement. We have a superstore sample retail data, and our stakeholder wants to track the below business metric. Suppose one of the stakeholders, they have given you this kind of the requirements. Let's understand that. So they wanted to track like how many total number of customer we have, how many total number of orders we have, total number of sales as of now, what is the total number of profit, what is the total sales based on the country, most profitable region and country, top sales category product, top 10 sales subcategory product, most order quantity product, top customer based on the sales. So these are the requirement actually they want to know. So they also want to know like dashboard and notebook should be refreshed based on the weekly and monthly basis. What does it mean? When I am saying a monthly and a weekly basis means if anyone is selecting a monthly, then the last month what is the total number of customer, what is the total number of order, what is the total number of sales, that information I should get. When I am selecting a weekly, then on last week how many total number of customer, total number of order, total number of sales happened, that actually they want to know. So we had to create this all the kind of the metrics in a Databricks notebooks. So that is the requirement we have. Now another question is like why this kind of the requirements. So suppose you are working in a company, you are selling a product. Now you want to track right your business, like how many total number of sales is happening, on which particular region my sales is happening more, so that I can track the requirement, I can track the demand, and I can supply there more. So to track the business, this kind of the requirement is necessary. So that's why the product manager and stakeholder, they give this kind of the requirement, and based on that they actually try to take a decision. So let's try to do a practical. So what we will do, we will open our Databricks notebook. Before that, let me show you the data set. So this is the data set I have. I have all the order related information here. I have all the customer related information, city, state, product related information, category, subcategory, sales, quantity, discount, profit. So as of now, every information available into this data set. If you will see, this is a structured data set as of now, but generally in a real time you will see you will be having a multiple file where sales related information will be available in another file, customer related information will be another file. So you may have to do a joining. After doing a joining, finally you will be having this particular data set. On top of this, you have to build the requirement. So this is the data set we have. Now what actually we'll do, we'll open our Databricks community edition. The first thing, we'll go to the compute. We will try to create a compute. So click on the create compute, and here you can give any cluster name. Once you will do that, you have to click on the create compute. I have already created one cluster project, so that I will use. After that, I will go to the workspace. I'll try to create a notebook. So I'll click on the create notebook. In this notebook, I will give PySpark sales final project. You can give any name, and here only we are going to write all the kind of the requirement. Now my data set is available in a CSV format. So what I will do, I will first try to load this. So what we will do, I will go to the catalog, click on the create table. I'll try to load the particular file. So this is the superstore file, so I will try to load that. In real time, you will already be having a table, or you will already be having a details about the location where file is located. So based on that, you have to create a data frame and the table. So this is the location where my file is available, I got to know. So what I will do, I will just copy this. Based on this location, first we will try to create a data frame. So how actually we can create a data frame? You have to write df spark dot read dot csv, because this is a csv file, so we are writing spark dot read dot csv. We'll pass the location, we will make the header equal to true, and after that we will also make the infer schema true. And after that, if I'll do display df, I should be able to view my data frame. So I am able to read my data frame, I am able to read my data. Now what actually we'll do, we'll try to
we'll try to develop a matrix one by one. So what is the first matrix? First matrix is telling about like how many total number of customer we have, what is the total number of orders we have. This we have to calculate. Now here if you will see, we have a customer ID. So if I'll find out the count of distinct customer ID, I will get the total number of customer. If I'll find out count of distinct order ID, I will get the total number of order, right? So we have a data frame. Either you can use a PySpark, like you can use a distinct function, and the second way is like you try to convert this data frame into a one temporary view so that you can write a SQL code also. So what I will do, this data frame, right? With the help of the create or replace time view, I will try to create one virtual table. So table name is sample. So this is the virtual table I am creating. Whatever the data frame I am converting into the one virtual table, one temporary view. Now what will be the advantage? With the help of this, I can write any kind of the SQL code. So if I write select star from sample, I will be able to view my data. So this data frame I have converted into one virtual table. So on a temporary basis, this table is available. Now I can write all the kind of the requirement on top of this virtual table. So suppose you have to find out what is the total number of customer, right? So how actually you can write total number of customer. So if I'll do select count of distinct customer ID, count of distinct customer ID, if I'll do count of distinct customer ID from the sample table, I should be able to get what is the total number of customer. You can see 793 total number of customer we have. Now if you will see in the requirement, they have also mentioned the dashboard notebook should be refreshed based on the weekly and monthly basis. So they also want to know on that particular month, on that particular week, how many total number of customer has done the order. So if you will see in the data, we have a one order date. So based on the order date, what we have to find out on that particular month, how many total number of customer had done the order. So how actually you can find out? So what I will write, select star from sample table where order date between last month. If I have to find out, so I will write last month data 0601 start date and the end date 0630. If I'll do this, I should be able to get the what is the total number of customers who has done the order on the last month and last week. And for the last week, what I have to do, I have to mention the last week data. But this is a manual task, right? Manually we are writing this date and then only I am getting the output. This we have to do a automation. So if anyone will select a weekly, then the last week data should come automatically. If anyone is selecting a monthly, then last month data should come automatically. So for that we should have some kind of the automation script so that automatically it will trigger. That's how we will give it to the stakeholders, right? So what I will do, I will create one drop down in this particular notebooks. How actually we can create a drop down? So for that we have to write dbutils dot widgets dot drop down, and we will create one drop down name as a time period. This is the time period I am creating. By default I will pass weekly. By default it will be a weekly selection in the drop down, and I will also make comma in this drop down. We will be having a weekly as well as the monthly selection. If I will execute this code, dbutils the widget or drop down, you can see one drop down got created. In this drop down we have a weekly and monthly, and by default weekly is selected. So if anyone is selecting weekly, then last week data it should come. If anyone is selecting monthly, then the last month data it should come. So for that we should write a code. So I have written one code. Let me write this here and let me explain you. So in this code what I am writing, so first I am trying to read this. First I am imported few library, and after that I am writing this. First I should read this time period. So what is time period? Time period is weekly, right? So I should read this. So how actually I can read? So with the help of dbutil the widget.get, whatever the time period will be available here, I am first reading that. So if the time period is weekly, then I am calculating the start date and end date.
If time period is monthly, then I am calculating the start date and the end date, and finally I am printing the start date and end date. If I will execute and if I show you, this is the weekly, right? Now if I'll execute this, you can see it is showing me the last week data. What is the last week data? Last week is starting from the 14 and last week is ending from the 20. So last week is start date and the last week end date I am getting. If I'll select the monthly here, and if I'll show you here, what was the last month? Last month start date is the 1st of June, last month end date is 30. So it is showing you the last month start date and last month end date. So like this, if it will be a next month, so if the current date is suppose August, then what it will show? It will show the July first week data and the end date will be the 31st July. So like that, actually I have written one code to find out the start date and end date. Last month start date, last month end date, I have written this code. Last week started, last week ended, I have written this code. There are different ways. You can also write your own Python code and to calculate the start date and end date. So I have written this. Now where actually I will use? So in this query, I was writing the manually, right? This thing I have to do automation. So what actually I can write? I will write a Python code now. So in a Python, if you had to write the SQL code, so what actually you can write? You can write spark.sql, and after that in a triple quote f and triple quote, if you write triple quote in the end also, what actually you can do? You can pass that parameter. Here we will pass the parameter start date, and here we will pass the parameter end date. So what actually I am writing? The first way is like directly %SQL and you can write the SQL code. The second way is like in a Python itself, you have to write spark.sql. After that triple quote, and you can write any kind of the SQL code here. I am passing the parameter start date and end date also here. Now if I will do a display, if I will do, I should be able to get, because we have selected the monthly, right? So on last month, how many total number of customers has done the order? I am getting 118 customer. If I select the weekly here, and if I will execute this query, so I will get the result on last week how many customer has done the order. So this is the output I am getting. So what we have done, we have created one parameter start date and end date. So if anyone is selecting a monthly here, then the last month start date and end date we are getting. If anyone is selecting weekly, then the last week start date and end date I am getting. And this is what actually I am using into my query. So if any stakeholder will select start date and end date, and if they will click on the run all, then I will directly automatically get the output for the last week and the last month. So that is the output we wanted. That's why we have written this code. So with the help of this, we are finding out the total customer has done the order last week or month based on the drop down selection. So this is the automated script I have written this. Now what is our next requirement? Next requirement is like we have to find out total number of order, total number of sales, total number of profit. To calculate the total number of order, in the data set, if you will see, we have a order ID column. So with the help of order ID, I will get what is the count of distinct order ID. If I will do, I will get the what is the total number of order we have. So in the same code, if I will write count of distinct order ID, I will copy this. To find out the total number of order, I am writing select count of distinct order ID. From this table, I will get the total number of order we have 5009. Now if you have to calculate on that particular week or month how many total number of order has been happened, so what I will write? I will write the same code like this. I will write select count of distinct order ID from table where order date between the start date and end date. If I will do that, it is a weekly, right? So on last week 18 order has been done. If I'll select the monthly, on last month, if I'll execute this, 133 order has been done. So this is what actually we are getting a order. Now coming to the next, we have to find out the total number of sales and total number of profit. So let's try to do it together. To find out the together total number of sales and total number of profit, in this data set we have one of the column sales as well as the profit. So if I find out the select sum of the sales, sum of the profit, I will get it, right? So I will write a code for that. Total sales and profit. So what I will write, select sum of sales and the sum of profit, from this table. So with this query I will get the what is the total number of sales. So this is the total number of sales we have and this is the total number of profit we have. So I am able to get that. Now what is our next requirement? Next requirement is top sales by country. So if I had to find out the top sales by country, so what I will write, select sum of sales and I will try to group based on the country and I will do group by 2. If I write group by 2 means this is the first, this is the second. Group by 2 means group by country. If I'll do this, you can see we have only one country, that's why it is showing one country and this is the total sales. So all the sales is coming from the United States only. Now we have to find out most profitable region and country. So if you have to find out the most profitable region and country, so how actually we can find out? So we will write a code. We are grouping country as well as the region. Region also we have one of the column. So I will write group by 2 and 3. If I'll do this, now here you will get from the central region, west region, south region, east region, we have this many sales. Now if I will do order by 1 descending, so in this case what will happen, based on the descending order total sales is coming. So we are getting to know like from west region most of the sales is happening, then the east region most of the sales is happening, then the central and then the south. So this is how actually it is happening. After that we have to find out top sales category product. So how actually you can find out the top sales category product? Top sales category product. To find out the top sales category product, what you have to write? Select sum of sales and if I will do group by category, group by 2, order by 1 descending order, I'll get the most of the sales is coming from a technology and then furniture and then the office. And what is our next requirement? Top 10 sales subcategory product. So to find based on the subcategory also we have to find out but the top 10. So if I write group based on the subcategory, subcategory is one of the column. If I will show you, so we have so many subcategory but our requirement is to find out top 10 sales subcategory. Top 10 sales subcategory. So what I am doing, sum of sales I am doing, I am grouping based on the subcategory and I am doing order by 1. So descending order all the sales is coming, but I have to find out only the top 10. So what I will write, limit 10. If I will do limit 10, then only top 10 sales based on the subcategory it is showing, only the top 10. So we have find out the top 10 sales subcategory. Most order quantity product. Most order quantity product. So if you will see in the data set, we have a quantity column and we have a product name. So what we will do, we will do sum of the quantity and we will try to group based on the product name. So we have to find out most order quantity product. So how actually we can write? We'll write count of distinct, we will write sum of quantity and we will group based on the product name. If I'll show you, this is what I am getting. So we have so many product and most of the most order product is this one. Now let's try to find out another one, the last one, top customer based on the sales and city. So if we have to find out top customer based on the sales and city, what you can do? Top customer means we have a customer name information also, right? So what we will do, if I'll show you, we have a customer name information, top customer based on their sales, we have to find out. So what I will do, this customer based on their order or based on their sales, I will try to group. So what I am saying, I will write sum of sales and the customer name. If I'll do this, you can see this customer has done most of the sales. So he is the top customer. So top customer based on the sales and the city, and based on the city also we have to group. So I will write city. So I'll write group by 2 3. Now if I'll show you, so this customer has done most of the sales and he is from this city, and like this all the customer details we have. So we have calculated all the metrics. Now if you have to show it to the stakeholders, so what do you have to do? Whatever the unwanted column, right, first you have to remove this. So this is the unwanted, so I will remove this. Now suppose you had to show in the form of the visualization, then what you have to do, you can see this is the query, right? As of now it is showing in the form of table, but you want to convert into the visualization. Click on the plus, click on the visualization, and this tag, we will select the visualization type as a bar chart only. And what we will do, this tag first we will make as a disable, and y column it is showing the country, but y column I want a region. So you can see central, east, south and west region. And what actually I want, in the data label also I want to see, so click on the show data label. So with this chart I am getting to know like most of the profit is coming from the west region, and then the east region, then south and central. So like this you can convert this in the form of the visualization. So if I click on the save, you can see this got converted in the form of the visualization. Now suppose we have another, right, this top sales category products, this we want to convert. So click on the plus visualization. I want to create a pie chart here, so I'll select the pie chart. So you can see based on the category sum of sales it is coming. You can see 36% is coming from the technology, then it is coming from furniture and then sales. So like that we are getting a information. Click on the save. This got converted into the visualization. Now after that, top 10 sales subcategory. So you will click on the plus, click on the visualization. Bar chart is also fine. So with this I will be able to get the all the details. If I'll do a show data label, I will get that. Now one bar chart we have created. You can explore the other option also here. I'll click on the save. So like this actually we can create a visualization also. So try to explore the visualization part, like the multiple charts we can create based on our query. So try to explore that. Yeah, and this is a simple project. As we move further, we will try to increase the complexity for the PySpark code also. As of now in the requirement, if you will see all the query, right, this was simple because this is a first project, but as we move further, we'll try to improve the complexity also. Yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you like it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to do one end-to-end Databricks project. The project name is Adidas Sales Data Analysis Project. We are going to solve using a PySpark and the Spark SQL. End of this video, we will see like how actually we can create this dashboard in a Databricks Adidas Sales Data Analysis Project. We are showing all the metrics. We are showing the trend. We are showing the bar graph. We are showing the pie chart. Everything we are showing. So how actually we can create this dashboard, that also we will learn. So we have given a requirement. So first thing, like, we will try to understand the requirement. We'll try to understand the business metric requirement. We'll try to understand the data set, and then finally we move for the practical part. So how actually we work in a real time? In a real time also we get a requirement from our PM, project manager, or stakeholders. They give one pager. In this one pager, they try to put down all the kind of the requirement which they are looking. So for taking example, here you can see this all the requirement, right? So in the similar way, they also try to put down all the kind of requirement in a one page, and after that they give it to the data team. What data team will do? They will first try to understand the requirement. After that they will check the data set. They will check the data set, and in that data set they will check whether all the data is available to fulfill this matrix or not, whether to solve this all the kind of the to derive this all the kind of the matrix, whether all the data is available in a data set or not. So like that actually the whole process work in a real time. Here also we are going to follow the same way. First we will understand the requirement. So let's take example. Suppose this is the requirement you have got from your PM or stakeholders. So first we will understand the requirement. We will try to understand the matrix. We will try to see the data set, and after that we will move for the practical part. So let's start. So the project name is Adidas Sales Data Analysis Project. The objective of this project is to analyze the data set for the year 2020 and 2021 and identify key insight to help improve sales performance and optimize business strategy. So what actually they are saying, like, they have given a data for the 2020 and 2021. We have to do an analysis. We have to find out the few metrics, and based on the data, so that actually we can use for the sales performance and for the optimize the business strategy, that will be helpful. So whatever the insight we will get, we will create from this particular data, that business will use to improve their performance. So we have to use a Databricks notebooks to provide an interactive and the insightful dashboard. So that is the second requirement. So now let's understand what are the metrics they are looking for. So they are looking for total sales, total profit, average price per unit, total units sold, total sales by month, total sales by state, total sales by region, total sales by product, total sales by retailer, units sold by product category and gender type, top performing cities by profit. So these are the metrics actually they are looking for, which we have to build in the Databricks notebooks. If I show you the data, so let me show you the data. So this is the data we have. We have given a retailer ID, date information, region, state, city information, total sales, profit. These are the information we have given. We have to do analysis and we have to build the metrics. So let me open my Databricks accounts. So this is the notebook I have created. I have noted down all the metrics requirements and everything. I have created one cluster. So if you click on this project, click on the create new resource, and you can create a one cluster. So you can give any name. I have given the name as a project. So that cluster creation is the first thing, and after that we have to upload the data. How to upload the data? So I'll go to the catalog option, click on the create table, will upload. So this is the data we have. So CSV data, just open it. So this is the location where we have uploaded the data. So I'll just copy this location. I'll go back to my notebook. So this is the location where our data is available. So what we will do, first we will create a data frame, and on that data frame we will do an analysis. So how to create a data frame? So first df you have to write spark dot read dot csv, and we will pass the location, and we will make header equal to the true, and also we will make infer schema equal to true. Here I am using a infer schema true, but some mostly in industry we try to define a schema for the table. So if you'll do infer schema, as of now it's fine. And after that, if I show you df.show, I should be able to view that. So you can see I am able to read my data frame with all the columns and all. Now what we will do with this data frame, let's convert into a table. How actually we can convert into a table or view? So what I will do, df dot create or replace temp view. I am going to create one virtual table, sales analysis. This is what one view I am creating, temporary view. So if I'll execute, now after that I can write any kind of the SQL command. So if I'll use %SQL, and if I'll do select star from sales analysis, select star from sales analysis, I should be able to run any SQL query here. So we are going to use a Spark SQL here, and we are going to do analysis one by one. So you can see I am able to read all the data what we have. Now let's try to build a matrix. So what is the first matrix? First matrix is to find out the total sales, total profit, average price per unit, and the total units sold. So this is the first requirement, to find out the total sales, total profit, average price per unit, and the total units sold. So let's try to derive one by one. So how actually we can find out the total sales? So if I write any SQL query, select star from this temporary view, which is telling me the total sales. So you can see total sales one column is given. So if I'll copy this, and if I will do sum of total sales, then I will get one error. You can see this column is in space form. So if you will run this, let me try to run, you will get one error, because this is the column name should not be in a space, right? But in our data set you can see it is in space. But if you want to read, how actually you can do, you have to select this, and you have to use this you can see this particular symbol actually I am using. So before one, in a keyboard, before one you will see this particular symbol that actually we are going to use. Don't use total sales like this. This is a different symbol, and this is the different symbol. So to read that we have to use this one. Okay, now if I'll execute, select sum of the total sales, you can see it is working. So we will give the alias as a total sales, and also we will find out the sum of total profit. So what is the profit? Operating profit. So here also we are going to use the same symbol, operating and the profit, and this we will give as a total profit, and also we will find out the sum of average price per unit. So you can see we have to find out the average price per unit. So here I am going to use average, and here I will use the same symbol, and we have to write price per unit, and I can give alias as average price per unit, and after that we have to find out the total units sold. So for units sold also we have a unit sold column, so I will use sum of unit sold. Now if I will execute, alias I will guess total unit sold. Now if I will execute this, it's a units, so that's why I am getting error, units sold. So you can see this is the first requirement is clear. So we have a total sales this much, this is the total profit we have, this is the average price per unit 45, this is the total unit sold 242. So if you want to create any visualization, so what you have to do, click on this plus, click on the visualization, and from here you can select any kind of the visualization. So for this I am going to create table only, so I'll click on this table, and this is the one table got created, right? So I will use that. Click on the save. If you want to do some grid or something, that also you can optimize from here. So I created this table here. Now let's try to solve another question. Total sales by month. So we have to find out the total sales by month. How actually we can find out the total sales per month? So we are going to use the same table. So what actually we are going to use? We are going to use the same table. Select sum of total sales from this table. So this will tell me that what is the total sales. But we have to find out by month also. So we have to find out by month. So how actually we can find out the by month? So for that we should have one date column, right? So let me check in the data. You can see in the data we have a invoice date. So this particular date column actually we will use. I'll just copy this. I will use this invoice date. This also in a space, right? So for that we will use this particular symbol. Now after that we'll do a group by 2, but this invoice date is not in month form, right? So how actually we can convert into a month? So I will use a month, and after that let me execute. So you can see based on each month actually I am getting the data. So on the first of month what was the total sales, on the second month what was the total sales. So from this invoice date we have converted into a month. So this is giving me the month number, but I want to get into the month name. So how actually I can use? So instead of month what I will use? I will use a date format, and I will use comma, and I will use. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it got converted into the proper month. So here I am using a date format and so I'm getting a Jan, Feb, March and all. If I'll use one more M here, you can see it got converted into the proper like January, February, March and all. So now we are getting, so if you want to convert into the visualization, click on the visualization. So you can see this is the bar chart. I want to create a line chart, so I'll click on the line chart, and this is the number. If you want to see the number, go to the data label, click on the show data label, and you can see this is what we have. Click on the save. Now you can see this is the trend we are getting. Now we have to find out the total sales by state. For the total sales by state, so we are going to use the same SQL query, and we will group based on the sum of the total sales, and we are going to group based on the state column. So we should have a state column, and if I'll do group by 2, you can see total sales by state we are getting. Now if you have to find out the top state, top 5 state only, then what we will do? Order by 1 descending. So based on their total sales, I am doing ordering based on the descending order, and I will use a limit 5. So only the 5 state only it will show based on their total sales. So you can see these are the top state. So we'll convert into the visualization. Click on the visualization, and this is the what we have. And if you want to see the number data label, you can convert. And if you want to change the color from here also, you can change that. So I am going with this only. So this one I will remove. Now it will show me the proper. You can see this is the highest sales states we have. Next we have to find out the total sales by region. So I am using a sum of the total sales, and I am grouping based on the region. So I am getting to find out total sales by region. So let me convert into the visualization. Click on the visualization. We are going to create a pie chart. So I'll select that, and you can see based on the each region I am getting the number. Click on the data label, show data label, and if I'll save it, so you can see 44.1% is coming from the Midwest, and then the 32.7 is coming from the Northeast. Now what is the next requirement? Next requirement is like total sales by product. So sum of the total sales, we should have one product name. You can see one product column is there, so that actually we'll use, and we will use only the top sales product. What are the top sales products? So I will use order by 1, order based on the total sales, and a limit 5. Now if I'll show you, these are the top sales product. Now if I'll convert into the view, click on the visualization, and if I'll remove this, click on the save. These are the top sales product. Total sales by retailer. Total sales by retailer. So we'll use a retailer here, and these are the top retailers based on their sales. Click on the visualization. Let me create another visualization. Suppose you want to create this funnel. Retailer. Total sales. So you can see I have created this. Click on the save. Unit sold by product category and gender type. So we have a unit sold, so I will use the sum of the total units sold, sum of the units sold, and we are going to group based on this particular sales method. So I'll use the sales method here. Sales method, one column is there, so this actually I am going to do. I'll try to do group by 2. Now if I'll execute, you can see these are the sales method from where the total unit sold is happening. Now if I'll convert into the visualization, click on the visualization. I'll use the pi one only. So this will give me the proper view. Now after that we have a top performing cities by profit. Here we have one profit column, right? So that actually we are going to use. So I am going to use total profit, and I will group based on the city. And what I will do, I will use order by 1, descending, limit 5. I'll execute. These are the top performing cities. I'll convert into the visualization. Click here, and you can convert into the view. Color I will convert into the green. Click on the save. So now we have calculated all the metrics. Now what we will do, we will try to create one dashboard. How actually we can create a dashboard? So click on the file, click on the new notebook dashboard, and here we can create a dashboard. So sales dashboard, I will give the name. So whatever the requirement we will give here, and this thing actually I will remove. Whatever the necessary things will be there, that only I will include here. So you can see this is the first matrix which is giving information about the total sales, total profit, average price unit and all. So that I will take. Total sales by month. So you can see this is coming in the tabular. We also have this the same information in the visualization. So I will use the visualization layer only. So I will remove this total sales by month. This also I will remove. This one also I will remove. And this is a one graph. Total sales by month. So if you want to give heading, what you have to do, click on the here show title, and you can give total sales by month. So run button, so that if they want to run a query, it will be refresh. Here also I will make the show run button so that they can refresh it. And this is which one, total sales by product also we have. So if you want to go here, if you want to find out what is this, so if you click in here, And this is the total sales by state. So click on the setting and total sales by state, run button. So let me customize everything and finally we'll see the dashboard. So now you can see, so this is the Adidas sales data analysis project, and these are the business metric which is available in this particular dashboard. You can see we are finding out the total sales, what is the total profit, average price per unit, total units sold. These are the metrics we are showing, and after that we are showing the total sales by month, like January, February, what is the total number of sales. There actually trend we are showing. After that we are showing like top total sales by state, what are the top state where the sales is happening more, what are the top region where the sales is happening more. You can see 44% is coming from the midwest. So that kind of the information we are getting. What is the total sales by product? You can see these are the top sales product. And what is the total sales by retailer? So this you can see these are the top retailer we have. What is the total units sold? These are the total units sold. You can see 38% are from the online, outlet is 33, and 27.8% from the in-store. Top performing cities by profit, these are the top performing cities we have. So like that actually we can create a dashboard. So I hope you like this video. Do practice, and yeah, that's it. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn Python from a basic to the advanced level. As we all know, Python is one of the most important skill which you should know if you are preparing for the data engineer role, or you are preparing for the data science role, or you are preparing for the data analyst role, or you are preparing for the backend role. In all the cases, Python is the most widely used language. So definitely you should know the Python. So what we have done, we have covered Python from a basic to the advanced level, and each and every topic we have tried to cover with the example. So what you have to do, you have to complete all the topic with the example. And at last we have also covered the interview questions. At last we have also covered the interview question. And if you'll go for any kind of the interview for this all the role, right, definitely they are going to ask the coding question, Python coding question. So it can be a basic question also for, or advanced question also. For all the cases, you should know this all the topic which is present in the Python. So we have covered each and every topic from a basic to the advanced level. So try to do a practice. Only one prerequisite is like you have to install the Anaconda. What you have to do, you have to install the Anaconda for the practice, or you can install the VS Code, and you have to do a practice, because whatever the example we have done, right, you have to do a practice. So let's see how to install a Anaconda, and then we will start our lecture. Now to practice Python, we are going to install Anaconda in our system, and in a Jupyter notebook only we are going to practice. So how actually we can install that? So in a Google you have to search for the Anaconda download. Click on that. Now you can see installing on Windows or whatever the anaconda.com, right? You have to click that. Once you click that, this particular screen will come. What you have to do, you have to click on the skip registration, and you can see here we have option Windows, Mac, and the Linux. If you want to download for particular, so you can select that. I'm going to select the Windows. Click on this. You can see download is started, and you can see download is in progress. Once the download will complete, we will start our installation parts. So let's wait. So this one, right, this one it got downloaded, so we have to double click here. We have to click on the next. We have to click on the I agree, and just me, because I want to use in my system. Select your destination folder, click on the next, and here it is selected the second one. Yeah, we'll go with that. Click on the install, and the installation will start, and it will complete soon. You can see it is completed now. Click on the next. Click on the next. You can see completed. Getting started with the Anaconda distribution and launch the Anaconda Navigator. Click on the finish. Now let's see how actually we can open Anaconda. So you can see Anaconda prompt, right? We will check whether Python got installed or not. So you can see it is opening that. Now if I write Python dash version, it should give me whether Python got installed or not. You can see 3.12.7 it actually got installed. Now let's see whether Jupyter notebook is available or not. So I have written the Jupyter notebook, and what actually it is saying, like it is trying to import that, and it is opening the Jupyter notebook. Now here we can do all our practice in the Jupyter notebook. So here only we can create a folder, and there we can create a notebook. So how actually we can do? Click on the new, and suppose we have to create a new file. So click on the Python. So it will create a Python file, and here we can write our code. Suppose we have to write 2 plus 3, and if you'll execute this, so 2 plus 3 5, right? So like this actually code we can write, print hello world. If I'll do that, if I if I'll execute this, you can see the hello world is coming. So like that we will try to do a practice from a next video. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can install that. So please do install so that we can do a practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about Python. So what is Python? So if you will go for any interview, the first thing they may ask, like which programming language you know. So as we are learning Python, we will say Python. Now next thing they may ask, like what is Python and why you have learned Python. So let's understand what is Python. So Python is a high level interpreted and general purpose programming language. So let's understand one by one. What is high level means? So high level means it is very easy to understand. It is similar to the English language only. So suppose you have to declare any variable in a Python. So what you will write? If you write a equal to the 10, b equal to the 20. So you can see this is similar to the English language only, right? We can easy to understand. So that's why we say it as high level language. Now second thing is like it is a interpreted. So whenever you will write a code in a Python, suppose you have written this line of code. Now whenever the execution happen, it happens line by line. It happens line by line. So it helps us to debug. So that's why we call it as a interpreted. So interpreted means the line of execution happens one by one. It means line by line execution happens. Now the third one is the general purpose programming language. What is general purpose means? So Python generally we use for the web development. We also use for the data analysis. We use for the artificial intelligence. We use for the machine learning. We use for the game development, web development. Like that, multiple purpose we use. So that's why we say it is a general purpose programming language. So whenever anyone will ask you what is a Python, you can say Python is high level interpreted general purpose programming language, and also you can say it also support the object oriented. It was created by Guido van Rossum in 1991. So this is the one you have to remember. So what is Python? Python is high level interpreted general purpose programming language. Who created Python? It was created by the Guido van Rossum in 1991. Now let's understand about what are the key feature of Python. The first one is like easy to learn and use. So Python syntax are very easy. So suppose you had to print anything, what you will write? Print, and if you will write hello, the hello will be printed. Means the syntax are very easy. Means anyone can learn Python. So easy to learn and use. That's why Python is very famous. The second one is interpreted language. So Python code is executed line by line, which makes debugging easier. So as we understand, it is a interpreted language. Means the whatever the code of execution happens, right? That happens line by line, which help us debugging. Like debugging will be easy. Suppose this line is getting failed. So with because the execution happening one by one, right? So we can easy to debug. So that is the advantage we get. The third one is like dynamically type. You don't need to declare the type of variable. So in other programming language, suppose you have to declare a variable. So we also declare a variable like int and all, like suppose we had to declare string. So this all the thing you had to declare in other language, but in Python you don't need to declare the type of the variable. So that is the advantage we get in a Python. It is a open source. Python is free to use and its source code is publicly available. So that is the main advantage. Extensive library. So if anyone is asking why Python, because in a Python we get so much library available. Python comes with a vast standard library and third party libraries
like NumPy, Pandas, TensorFlow, Django, Flask, and more, which support diverse tasks. So as Python we use for the data analysis, web development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and multiple purpose we use, right? Because in a Python we have so many libraries which is available, and we can easily connect with the other software. Like if you have to connect with database and all, it is very easy. So because of this all the flexibility, Python is a very famous. Now next one is the cross-platform. Python works seamlessly across different operating systems like Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Versatile and multi-purpose. Python is used for the various fields like web development, data science, machine learning, automation, and all. That's why Python is so very famous. So what you have to remember, what is Python? Python is high-level interpreted general-purpose programming language. And why we have learned Python? Because it is easy to use, because of the its interpreted language nature, because of extensive library it supports, and because of its dynamically typed nature, and because of its general purpose nature, like we can use it for the web development, data science, artificial, like multiple purpose we can use the Python. So that's why Python is nowadays very famous. Now what we will do, we will try to write our first code in a Python. So what you will do, we will open our Jupyter notebook. So what you have to write, Jupyter notebook, you have to search a Jupyter notebook. This will come, click on the open. I hope you have already installed the Anaconda. After that, you open a Jupyter notebook. So you can see it is opening here. Now what we will do, we'll go to new. We'll first create a folder. So because Python, I will write Python practical. We will do all the Python practical. So this is the folder I have created. In this folder, what I will do, I will create a Python notebook. So this is a Python notebook, and this name you can give. So untitled you can see, right? So you can give any name. So we will give hello world or something. Any name you can give here. So that's how you can write your notebook name. And here you can see, right? Here only we can write any code. If you have to add a more cell, you can add more cell like this. Now what we will write? We will write our first hello world program. So how actually you can write a hello world program? So in a Python we have one of the function. Function is a print. Print is a one of the function. Now what you will write? If you write print and hello world. Now if you have to execute, you can write shift and enter. If you will do, you can see hello world got printed. So it is very easy to use. Syntax are very easy. What we have written, print is one of the function. Under this print we are writing hello world, and hello world got printed. Similarly, if you have to write your name, and your name if you want to print, so what you will write? If I write Manish, and if I'll execute, Manish got printed. You can run from here also like this, or the best way is like shift and enter. If you will press, that will be executed. So like that, what we will do, we'll try to learn each and every syntax one by one. So yeah, so in this video we have learned what is Python, and also we have written our first code, that is a hello world. So yeah, in next video we'll continue this. Hello everyone, now we will understand about the data types and variable. Let's start with the variable. What is a variable? Variable is nothing but it is like a container which can hold some value. Suppose I am creating one variable. Variable name is name, and I will assign a value Manish. So name is one variable. So it is like a container which holds the values. Now if I'll print a name, if I'll print a name, so what does this name contains? Name contains the value of Manish. So name is like a container which holds the value. That is the definition of a variable. Suppose I am creating another variable a equal to the 10. I am also creating another variable b equal to the 40, c equal to the 60. Now if I'll try to print b. So what is b? B contain what value? 40, right? So it's like a container which holds the value. So if I'll print a also, what a contain? A contain the value of a 10. So variable is nothing but it is like a container which holds the values. Now let's understand about the data types. So Python generally supports the multiple data types like string, integer, float, complex, and all. Let's understand one by one. So in a Python, how actually we declare a variable a equal to the 10,
like that, right? So variable is something which holds the value. Now if you will see, if you want to know what is the data type of this A, so how actually you can know? If you write type and A, you will get to know what is the data type of this A. So if you will execute, you can see integer. So if you had to know about the what is the data type of any specific variable, you can use a type function and you will get to know about the data type. Now one question which is generally asked in interview, what is the static typing and the dynamic typing? What is the difference? So if you will see in a Python how actually we declare a variable a equal to the 10, but in other programming language C, C++ and all, what actually we write int a and 10, like that actually we declare a variable, and while declaring a variable we define like this a should contain the integer only. So that's how actually we define, right? So this is a static typing. So other programming language suppose the static typing, but in a Python, but in Python, suppose you are declaring a variable like b equal to the 10. Here we don't declare like this b will contain only the integer type. So this is the dynamic typing. The Python interpreter already will know based on the values this will be a integer. So that is the dynamic typing. So other programming language they suppose the static typing, but Python suppose the dynamic typing. So this is the question which is generally asked in interview. So you should know. Now let's see what are the different data types we have. The first one is the string. So if you are declaring a variable like a equal to the hello world. Now if you will see type a, it is a string type. It suppose the integer b equal to the 10, and if you will see the type, it is an integer. It's also suppose the float. Float is nothing but the decimal values. It also suppose the complex like 2 plus 5j and all, right? So these are the complex data type. And also it suppose the other data type like list. In the list, how actually we have a value in a bracket, it contains the value, and if you will check the type, it is a list. Similarly, we have a tuple, we have a set, we have a dictionary. This all the things we will discuss in the depth in the upcoming lecture, but as of now you should know how to check the data type of the particular variable, and how actually you can create a variable. So I hope you got the idea like what is a variable and the data type in this particular video. Now let's discuss about the input function in a Python. So input is an important function. This generally we use to take a user input dynamically. Let's take one example. So till now what actually we were doing, how actually we were defining a variable. So first we were giving the variable name and we were passing the value. But in this case you can see this value is a, we are doing a hard coding, right? Now suppose you have a scenario. Let's take one example. Let's take an example of the Facebook. In a Facebook, whenever you have to logins, we get a two options. Once you have to pass the email and also you have to pass the password. Then only you will be able to log in. So in this case, what generally happen during the runtime, every user enter their email and the password, then only they will be able to log in. In that case, we don't do any hard coding, right? So how actually we can build this? So in that kind of scenario, we use a input function. Let's take a same example. What I will do, I'll create a one variable email, and what I will write, I'll write input. Input is the function. After input you had to open a bracket. What I will write, enter your email address. So what I am writing, I am writing email input, enter your email address. Now what I will do, I'll do the print email. Now let me execute this. If I'll execute, what actually it is saying, enter your email address. So if I'll enter email address abc at the rate gmail.com, you can see what actually it is printing. It is printing the abc at the rate gmail.com. Now let me execute again. In this case, suppose I will give def at the rate gmail.com. If I'll enter, you can see def at the rate gmail.com, it is entering. So whenever we are running the code on that time, how actually we can dynamically take a user input. In that kind of the case, we use a input function. I hope you got the idea. So similarly you can do, suppose I'm taking a user email and also I'm taking a password. So I'll make input same enter your password. Now if I will execute this, so you can see first it is asking email address. So let me give abc@gmail. Now if I enter, it is asking enter your password. Let me give 12345, and if I'll enter, you can see this got printed. This got printed. So whenever you have to take a user input dynamically, we can use an input function. Now one thing you have to remember, whenever we use an input function, whatever the output we get, right, that type is a string only. Let's take one example. Suppose I'm creating one variable num, and if I'm writing input and I'm writing enter any number, enter any number. If I'll write and I will num, print num. So if I'll execute this, first we have to enter any number. So if I'll enter 10 and if I'll execute, 10 will be printed. But if you want to check what is the data type of this, so what we can write, type, print type and the num. Now if I'll execute and if I'll write 20, you can see it is a string type. Even though I have entered 20, but it is considering as a string type. So always remember, whenever we use input function, it always take us a string. In that case, we had to do a typecasting. So that is our second topic, how actually we can do a typecasting. So suppose, let's take an example. Suppose I have a two value. One is the a equal to the 20. Now if I will check what is the type of a, data type of a, it is an integer, right? But suppose if I write a equal to the 20, and what is the type of a? Type of a, you can see it is string. Even though it is a 20, because it is in a quote, right, it is considering as a string. Now suppose this string you had to convert into integer, how actually you can convert? So what actually you can use, you can do a typecast. So you can use int and whatever the value, right, suppose 20, this value you want to typecast. So what I am doing, I am using a integer, and whatever this value, right, I want to do a typecasting. I want to convert into the integer. Now if I'll execute, you can see it got converted into integer. So this value is string, but we typecasted into integer. Means you can do a change. Like you suppose if it is string and you want to convert integer, and if it is a values, then you can do a typecasting method. Now let's take another example. Suppose if we have a 20.2. Now this value you want to convert into the integer. If I write int and b, you can see this, whatever the 20.2 the float value was there, right, we typecasted and the value became the 20. So like that you can convert. Suppose like this you have a string and you want to convert into the integer, you can use a typecasting method. Suppose this is the float value, right, and this you want to convert into integer, that also is possible. Now suppose you have a value like this, a equal to the 10. Now this a you want to make it float, so you can write float a, you can see value became the 10.0. So like that we can do a typecasting, we can convert string to integer to float and all. So always remember, whenever we use a input function, so that automatically take all the value as a string. Whatever the output we get, that we get as a string. Now if you have to convert into the integer, you can use a typecasting method, and with the help of this, like this, you can convert string to the integer. Now let's discuss about the Python operators. So Python operator are special symbol or keyword that perform operation on variable and values. For taking example, so we have a multiple operators in a Python. The first one is the arithmetic operators. Like suppose you have to do a addition, then what you will use? You will use a plus symbol, right? So this is nothing but a one operators. If you have to subtract, then you will use a minus. If you have to multiply, then you will use a star. If you have to do a division, then you will use a this symbol. So these are nothing but these are the operators we have. Similarly, if you have to compare, like whether a is equal to b, a is not equal to b, so for that also we have a multiple operators are there, multiple symbols are there. Similarly, we have a logical operator like and or. So these are the logical operators. Similarly, we have assignment operators. So these are the things we are going to discuss. Let's discuss the first one is the arithmetic operator. So suppose you had to do 5 plus 3. So we are getting a 8, right? So this is the addition. Similarly, if you had to do subtraction, then you can use 5 minus 3. If you had to multiply, then what actually you can use? You can use a symbol 5 into 3 if you will do. And if you will execute, you can see we are getting a 15. Now suppose you had to do a division, then what actually you can write? You can write a division and it will do a division. So addition, subtraction, multiplication and division is simple, right? The next one is the floor division. Now suppose if you are writing like this, then what is the output? You can see 3 1 is 3, right? So 1 is the output. Similarly, if you want to know the modulus, like if you want to find out the modulus or the remainder, how actually you can do 5 modulus 3, and if you will execute, you can see 2 is the remainder. Exponential, how actually you can find out 5 star star 3, you can see 5 cube ja 125, so 125. So like that actually we can perform a arithmetic operation. So this addition, subtraction, multiplication, these are the symbol generally helps, these are the operators generally help to perform a arithmetic operation. Now let's discuss about the second one, that is a comparison operator. Now suppose you want to find out whether 5 is equal to the 3 or not. 5 is equal to 3 or not. If I'll execute, I will get the false because 5 is not equal to the 3, right? Now if I'll write 5 is not equal to the 3, 5 is not equal to the 3, you can see it is a true, right? Now if you want to know 5 is greater than 3 or not, 5 is not greater than 3, right? Yeah, 5 is greater than 3, right? So we are getting a true. Now if you have to find out the less than 5 is less than 3, then you can see we are getting output false. Like that we have a few relational operators. So these are the very simple, but you should know these are the symbol and these are the operator is available which we can use. This will improve your productivity. Now after that we have a logical operator. Suppose I am writing true and if I'll execute, you can see we are getting a false. So like that we have a multiple logical operator, like you can use and, you can use a or condition. Similarly, if I'll find a true or false, either true or false, right, it will be a true. So like that the logical operators are there. Now after that we have a assignment operator, and this is an important one. Now suppose you are writing x equal to the x plus 3. So instead of writing the whole thing x equal to the x plus 3, you can write like this also, x plus equal to the 3. This both are same. Instead of writing x equal to the x plus 3, you can write x plus equal to the 3. This both meaning will be same. If you had to subtract, so instead of writing x equal to the x minus 3, what actually you can write x minus equal to the 3. Both will be the same. Similarly, if you had to multiply, suppose you are writing like x equal to the x into 3, x into 3. Instead of writing this, what actually you can write x equal to the 3. Both will be the same. So like that the multiple assignment operators are there, and this actually you can use that. Similarly for division, slash equal to, if you write, the this will be the same. And last is the membership operator. You are checking a in apple, whether a is present in apple or not. So if I'll execute this, you can see a is present in apple, right? So that means it is a true. So like that, like this also you can use a. Suppose you are writing a not in apple. If I'll execute this, you are getting false because a is available in apple. So in and not in, this also a operator. So that also we can use that. So for arithmetic operation and this assignment operators are important. So to use it will improve your productivity. I hope you got the idea. Now let's discuss about the conditional statement. So we are starting with the if else statement. So when actually we use a conditional statement, suppose we have a scenario. Suppose user is entering any number dynamically. Now suppose he enter the 10. Now based on the given number, if I had to find out if the given number is a even or odd. If the given number is even, then print even. If it is odd, then print odd. This is my question. So how actually we can solve this? So in this case, I have to put some condition, right? I will check whether the given number is divided by 2, then I will say it is a even. If it is not divided by 2, then I will say it is a odd. So in that case, what is happening? I am putting some condition, and based on that, actually I am trying to find out something, right? So in that kind of the scenario, we use a if else condition. Now let's understand, we have a multiple scenario. First is the if statement, then we have a if else statement. How actually we can use if, elif and else together, and also we will see nested if statement. Now first let's discuss about the if statement. So our first scenario is like, what I had to do, I had to take a input from a user. So what actually we'll do, we will create one variable marks, and we will take a user input, means user will input their marks dynamically, and based on that we had to find out if the marks is greater than 33, then we will say he is a pass, he pass on the exam. So how actually we can create that? So let's take a user input. How actually we can take a user input? What I will do, I'll first create one variable name I will give num. And how to take a user input? We can use a input function, right, which we have learned. Input, what I will say, enter your marks, enter your marks, and what I will do, I'll print num, I'll print num. Now if I'll execute this, it is asking enter your marks. So suppose I'm entering my marks 10, it will print the 10. Now let's check the one thing you have to remember, whenever you will use this input, right, whenever you will use input, always the type will be, data type will be string, data type will be string. So if I'll check type num, and if I'll execute, suppose I'm entering 30, you can see it is considering a string, but the 30 should be an integer, right? Because we are using an input function, that's why it is considering a string. So how actually we can convert into the integer? What I will write, int, under this int we will wrap this. Now if I'll execute again, now suppose I'm entering 40, you can see now it's converted into the integer. Now coming to the question, so first we are taking a user input. So we are taking a user input, we are converting into the integer. Now we have to check if the given number is greater than 33, then print your pass. So how actually we can write a condition? So for that we will use a if condition. What I will check, if num greater than 33, then what I have to write, colon. The syntax is, first you have to write if, and then you have to write condition, then colon. Then once you will enter, it will start with the space, like it should start from here, right? But in the conditional statement, how actually we have to start? We have to start with the space, first, second, third. From here you have to write. Now what you will write, if num is greater than 33, if number is greater than 33, then what I will say, print you are pass, you are pass. Now our code is ready. So what actually we have written, we are checking if number is greater than 33, then we are saying you are pass. Now let's execute. First it will ask enter your marks. So suppose I am entering my marks 80 or 70. Now you can see it is printing your pass. So this is a if statement. Now let's discuss about the if else statement. Let's take the same example. Let's take a same example. With if, we are also use the if else. So what we will do, our scenario is like, if number is greater than 33, then we will say you are pass. If it is a less than 33, then we will say you failed on the exam. So how actually we can create that? So this will be the same only, right? User input will be same. So if condition will be same. If number is greater than 33, then we will say print you are pass. Else. So after that you have to enter, and here we will write else colon enter. This also will start with the space. You have to write print failed on the exam. So what actually I am writing? First we are giving a if condition. If it is greater than 33, then you are pass. Otherwise, else we are saying you are failed on the exam. Let's execute. It is asking enter your marks. So let me enter 60. You are pass. So when I am entering 60, it is coming here. It is checking it is greater than 33, means it is printing you are pass. Now let me execute again. Now let me enter 10. You can see it is printing failed on the exam because 10 is not greater than the 33. That's why it is coming into the else condition. So that's how actually we can use if and the if else. Now let's discuss about the if elif else. So suppose you have a multiple conditions, how actually you can write. Now we are going to discuss about the if elif else. If elif else. If elif else we use for the multiple condition. So suppose my scenario is like if number is greater than 80, if number is greater than 80, then I had to print grade A, grade A, and I had to check if number is greater than 60, then I had to print then grade B, and if number is greater than 40, then I will consider grade C, and if number is less than 33, I had to print fail. So these are the condition I had to write. So how actually I can write the condition for this? So what I will write, first I will take a user input. This will be the same, right? First he will enter a user input. Num input, we are taking a user input. Now we will write a condition. If, first we will write if the first condition is number is greater than 80, then we will say he got the grade A. So what I will write, if num is greater than 80, then what I will say, print grade A, grade A. Now I had to check if number is greater than 60, then what I will write. So instead of, so this is my first condition, right? But I have to write another condition. If the number is greater than 60, then it should be a grade B. So how actually I can write? So instead of writing again if, what you have to write, elif, elif, elif number is greater than 60, then what I will write, print grade B, grade B, and if number is greater than 40 also we have to write. So I will write elif num is greater than 40, print grade C, and if number is less than 33, then it will be false. Otherwise what we will write, elif number is less than 40. Let's make less than 40, or you can write else fail, else fail, else fail, fail. So what we are writing, if what we are checking, we are writing a code like this. So if anyone is entering his marks, so suppose he is entering marks which is greater than 80. Suppose the user got more than 80, then he will get a grade A. If he is greater than 60, then he will get a grade B. If he is greater than 40, then he will get C. If it is less than 40, then it will come into the fail. Now let's execute. First it will ask enter your marks. So let me enter marks 20 or 10. So you can see it is printing fail. Directly it is coming here because the marks is not uh, greater than 40, 60 and 80, right? So directly it is printing fail. Now let me execute. So let me execute 45 marks I got. So you can see it is printing grade C. Now let me execute. Now let me execute. Suppose I am getting a 68, 69. So you can see it is printing grade B because 69 number is greater than 60, right? So it is printing the grade B. Now let me execute. Suppose anyone got 19 marks. So you can see it is printing a grade A. So whenever you have a multiple condition, then you can use the first one will be the if condition, and then again you have to write another condition. Then you can use elif and you can write your condition, And similarly you can use a multiple elif condition, and then finally you can use a else condition. So that is the example of the if, elif and the else. Now nested if, we are going to see about the nested if. Number is 0, then you have to print 0. If number is greater than number is less than 0, then you have to print negative. And if it is number is greater than 0, then you have to check it is a even number, even, even or odd. You have to check. Nested if means you will use a multiple if condition. So this is the question I have. So how actually I can write? So first I will take a user input. So how actually I can take a user input? This is how actually I can take a user input, right? I will write a condition. First condition is like I'll check if the number is greater than, if number is greater than 0 or not. If number is greater than 0 means I will print it is a positive number. If anyone is entering the number which is greater than 0, then I will say it is a print a positive number. Now I have to check, and if anyone is entering number greater than 0, and also if the number is divided by 0, then I will say it is a even, otherwise I will say it is a odd. So how actually I will write? I have already written one if condition. Under this I will write another if condition. So that's why we call it as a nested if. I'll check if number equal to 0. If number is divided by 0 and remainder is 0, then I will say it is a print even, it is a even number. Else I will say it is a odd number. This is the odd number, odd number, odd number. Now suppose anyone is entering the uh, number as a 0. So what I will write? Elif condition, elif num equal to 0. If anyone is entering number 0, then what I will 0? Right? It is a 0 number, 0 number. Else I'll print negative, negative, negative. So what we are written? So what actually we are doing? First we are taking a user input, and then we are checking if the number is greater than 0, then we are saying it is a positive number. As well we are also checking whether it is a divided by 2 or not. If it is a divided by 2, then we are saying it is a even number. Otherwise we are saying it is a odd number. And suppose if anyone is entering a number as a 0, then we will print it is a 0 number. Else if anyone is entering number which is less than 0, then it will come into the negative number. So that's how you can see if we are already using under if, again we are checking another if. So that's why we call it as a nested if. Now let me execute. Enter your marks. So suppose I am entering a -1. So you can see it is coming as a negative because number is less than 0, right? So it is directly printing the negative. Now suppose I am entering a 0. So you can see it is printing the 0 number, 0 number. Now suppose I am printing 30. So you can see it is saying it is a even number. It is divided by 2, right? Now suppose I am entering 11. So you can see it is saying that it is a odd number. So like that we can, if you have to use any conditional statement, we can use a if else. So we have learned about how actually we can use if statement, if else statement, if and elif statement, and the multiple if statement also we have learned. So do practice, you will get better idea. Now let's understand about the for loop, how actually we can iterate in a Python, how actually we can use a for loop in a Python, that we are going to see. A for loop is used for iterating over a sequence, that is either a list, tuple, dictionary, set or a string. If we have to iterate, we can use a for loop. Let's take one example. So you can see we have one of the list. I have a fruits list. In this fruits list, we have a multiple fruits are available. Means what is list? List is a collection of items, right? Now you can see I have created one list fruits. In this fruits, I have a multiple fruits are listed. Now my requirement is like I have to iterate this whole list and I have to print each whatever the each item is there, right, I have to print one by one. That is my requirement. How actually I can iterate that? So for that we can use a for loop. So how I will write, first you have to write for, after that you can give any name. I will give the name as a I in, and after that this is the list we want to iterate, right, for I in fruits colon, and after that if I write print and the I, so you can see one by one whatever the item is there in a list, it is printing apple, banana and the cherry. So if you had to iterate a list one by one, then you can use a for loop. Now suppose I have to print like for I in fruits, and I will write eat, eat, comma I. Now if I execute this, you can see it is executing one by one. So what actually I am writing, for I in fruits, print, eat and I. I is nothing but one by one it is iterating, right? Eat apple, then it is coming to the second one, eat banana, and then it is printing the eats cherry. So like that, if you have to iterate list, tuple, dictionary, we can use a for loop. Now let's see the same example with the dictionary, with the string, how actually we can iterate. So suppose we have given one string. Let's create one string x, and I will give as a hello world something. This is the string we have. Now if you have to iterate this string, you have to print each word one by one. How actually we can do? We can use a for loop. So what I will write, for I is the name I am giving. For I in x, x is our string, right? For I in x, if I will use print and I, you will see one by one all the character which is getting printed. So that's how we can iterate in a string. So in a list, one by one item it was printing. In a string, you can see one by one character it is printing. So that's how we can use a for loop. Now let's see for loop with a break statement. So break is the statement. Let's take one example. Suppose I'm creating one list L, and I have a multiple values there, 1 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8 9, something like that. Now in this particular list, what I had to do, I have to iterate the whole list, and I need to check where actually it contains the 5, whether the 5 it contains or not. So my requirement is like iterate till 5, iterate till 5. How actually I can use that? So wherever the 5 is coming, I had to break the iteration. So that is my requirement. So in that case, we can use a break statement. So what I will write, for I in L, this is how we iterate, right? Now if I do print I, it will iterate whole word, whatever the word is there, 1 3 4 5 6 7 9, but I have to iterate till 5 only. So how actually I can write? So what I will write, if I equal to the 5, I will use a break. So break is like where you want to break your whole loop. So that is a break. Now if I'll execute this, you can see first it is printing 1, then it is printing 3, then it is printing 4. Now after that 5 is coming, right? So in 5, what we are saying, break. So wherever you had to break the loop, whatever the iteration, you can use a break statement. So that is the use of the break statement. So with for loop we can use a break statement. That also you have to remember. Means whenever you are doing a iteration and you, based on certain condition, you want to stop the loop, then you can use a break statement. Now similarly we also have a continue statement. These two are important, like what is the use of break statement, what is the use of continue statement. Generally people ask, so you should know. Now how actually we can use the continue statement? Now suppose I have created one string x, I'll write hello world something, I will write. Now my requirement is like I have to print all letter except L. Except L, I have to print all the letter, whatever is here. So what I will use, I will iterate it, right? If I write for I in x, and if I write print I will be able to print all the character what is available in this string, right? Hello and then world. But my requirement is, right, I have to print all letter, all character except L. So how actually I can write? So I will check if I equal to the L, if L is coming, then I will use a continue. Now I will print I. Now if I'll execute this, so you can see wherever L is coming, it is skipping. So first it is printing H, then it is printing E, then you can see after that O it is printing. Whenever the L is coming, right, it is skipping. Similarly W, O, R, and you can see L is there, right? So L is skipped and D is printing. So continue we use whenever you have to skip certain character based on certain condition, then you can use a continue. So break statement generally we use whenever you have to break the loop based on certain condition, you will go for the break statement. Continue whenever you have to skip the certain word based on the condition, you can use a continue statement. Now let's understand about the range, how actually we can use a range with for loop. So range generally we use if you have to generate a sequence of number, we use a range function. How actually we can use, if I write for I in range, and if I'll print 10, so and if I'll do print I, you will see it will generate a number. It will start with the 0 and it will generate till 9. If I am writing 10, then you can see till 9 actually it is generating a number. If I write 11, it will generate a sequence of number from 0 to 10. Means whatever the number you will mention here, right, -1 till that it will generate. So if I am writing for I in range 11, you can see sequence of number it is generating 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Now why it is starting with 0? Because by default it is a 0. If you will not mention anywhere, it is like a 0 and the 11. So if I write 0 and 8, 0 or 7 something if I write, so you can say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I have mentioned 7 till 6 it will generate the number. So whenever you have to generate a sequence of number, you can use a range function with the for loop. Now you can see the step function by default is 1, because by default if you will not mention anything it will be 1. But suppose if I am mentioning 3, so you can see first 0 it is printing, then 3 it is printing, then step of 3, 6 it is printing. If I use 15 here, so you can see before 14 with the step of 3 it will try to print number 0, 3, 6, 9, 12. If I will mention 4, so it will start 0, 4, 8, 12. So like that the sequence of number if you have to generate, you can use a range function. Now suppose I want to print the same word multiple time. So if I write like this, so if I write for I in range 5, print hello. So you can see what actually it will do from 0 to 4, right, means total 5 times hello it will generate. First 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So it will generate this many times the hello it will be generated. So sequence of number if you have to generate, you can use a range function. Now let's see how actually we can use a nested loops. So suppose you have to iterate a multiple loops. So let me write, suppose I have a two list 1, 2, 3, 4 something, and I have another list 7, 8, 9, 5 something it is there. Now how actually I can use a multiple for loop, let's see. So what I will write, for I in the first list x, and after that enter for j in for the second list y. Now what I will do, print I and j, and if I'll execute this, so first it is printing 1 and also it is printing the 7. Then you can see first it is printing 1, then 9, then 1, and then 5. Similarly first it is printing the 3, 7, 3, 9, 3, 5. Means inner loop will be executed first. So you can see with 1 whatever the inner loop combination is there, right, that will be executed. 1, 7, 1, 9, 1, 5, 3, 7, 3, 9, 3, 5, 45, 7, 45, 9, 45, like that. So whatever the inner loop will be there, right, that will be executed first and then the upper loop. So that's how actually we can use a nested loop, like loop under loop, actually like this actually we can use. So whenever you have to iterate any list, you can use a for loop. Whenever you have to iterate over a sequence, we can use a for loop. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's understand about the while loop. So Python has a two loop command. One is a for loop, second is the while loop. So for loop we have already understand. Now we are going to see about the while loops. So with the while loop we can execute a set of statement as long as condition is true. So that is the thing we have to remember. Now let's understand with the example. So my first question is like print I as long as I is less than 6. Means I have to print I as long as I is less than 6. How actually I can write a code for that? So first you have to initiate. So I will initiate with the 1. Now what I will do, or I can initiate with the 0. I will use a while loop, and after that I have to put some condition. So what is my condition? I is less than 6, till then I have to print. So what I will write, while I is less than 6. So first you have to initiate, and after that you have to use a while, and after that you have to give the condition, like while is I should be less than 6, right? Now what actually I want to do, I want to print I. Now after that, because we have initiated I equal to 0, right? First time it will print, then what we will do, we also have to increment. So what I will write, I plus 1, I plus 1. This value will be keep on growing, right? So that's why we have put this condition. So this is the syntax. First you have to initiate, then you have to use a while. After using a while, you have to put some condition. After that, what is the thing you want to do, that you have to print, and after that you have to increment the value whatever you have initiated. So that is the syntax only you have to remember. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it's printed 0 1 2 3 4 5. Now let me initiate with the 1. Now in this case what will happen, it will start with a 1 2 3 4 5. It will happen because we have given I is less than 6, right? Till then actually it is printing. Now if I'll give I is less than 9, then what will happen, it will print till 8. So that's how actually we can print that, and it's very simple, right? In the same operation, if you had to do using a for loop, what we will do, what actually we were using a range function, right? So what we were writing, for I in range. So what we were writing, suppose we had to print till 6, less than 6. So what we will write, 6, and if we'll do a print I, I'll get the same output. So here we are not mentioning anything. So it is starting with a 0. By default it is starting with a 0, that you have to remember. And like this actually it is happening. But if you will make it 1, it will start with the 1. So this is how actually we can use in a for loop, and this is how actually we can use using a while loop. Now let's see with a while loop how actually we can use a break statement. So what I will use, I will use the same command, I equal to 0, I will initiate. I will give condition while I is less than 6. And suppose if I equal to the 3, then I have to break till 3, I have to break. So what I will write, if I equal to the 3, then what actually I want to break it, and I will print a I, and I had to increment I equal to the I plus 1. If I'll execute, you can see first it is printing 0, then 1, then 2. It should print till 6, right? But what actually condition we have written, if I equal to 3, then break. So that's why whenever 3 is coming, it is actually breaking. So that's how actually we can use a break. Now let's see about the continue. So whenever you will use a continue statement, in that case what will happen, that particular value will get skipped. In the case of the break, if that value is coming, the whole loop was stopping, right? But in continue, if any value is coming, that particular value will get skipped. So what actually I will write, I am initiating with the 0, I am checking while I is less than 6, I want to increment I equal to the I plus 1. Now I will give condition, if I equal to 3, then what actually I want to do, continue. I am writing if I equal to the 3, then I want to continue, and otherwise I want to print I. Now let me execute. Now you can see in this case what actually happening, whenever the 3 is coming, that 3 actually it is skipping, and it is printing the rest of the value. So that is the use of the continue. Whenever you have to skip any value, then you can use a continue. So I'm starting with the 0, I am printing till 6, but I am giving one condition, if I equal to 3, then continue, means that value you can skip that. Hello everyone, now let's understand about the list in Python. So list is one of the most important topic. So if you will go for any interview also, one question definitely they will ask regarding list. So first they will ask what is list, and what are the feature of a list, what is the difference between the list and tuple we will understand later, and also they will give some coding question related to the list, and that coding question you have to answer it. So we had to understand list in depth, so that actually we are going to do. So in this particular video, first we will understand what is list, what are the feature of list, and then we will see how actually we can create a list, what are the different method which is available, everything we are going to understand. So let's understand what is list. A list is a built-in data structure in a Python. So list is one of the built-in data structure in a Python. It is used to store multiple item in a single variable. List generally be used to store multiple item in a single variable. For taking example, you can see I have created one list. In this list you can see I am storing the multiple item in a single variable, right? So list generally we use to store multiple item in a single variable. List are ordered, so whatever the value we have, right, this all the values will be always in the order format. It is a mutable. Mutable means suppose you want to change this value, so in the list it is possible you can change the value, that's why we call it as a mutable. And it can contain elements of different data types. So you can see the string values also there, integer values also there, like multiple data type value also you can store. So what is list? List generally be used to store multiple item in a single variable. It is order, it is a mutable, and it can contain element of a different data type that you have to say. Now what are the key feature of a list? It is a order. Element have a defined order and it can be accessed by their index. So the first key feature is a order. So lists are always in a order format and it can be accessed by their index. So you can see whatever the value is stored here, right? So this all the value we can access by using their index. So the first index is always 0. First index is 0. So for this one, right, the first index is 0. So if I'll write and 0, L and 0. So if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting this value. This value is 1, right? Let me change it to A. Let me change it to A. Now let me execute. You can see this value I'm able to access. Means whatever the value is stored here, this will always be in the order format. And that actually you can access by using a index. Now suppose you want to access this particular value. So this is a 0 index, this is the first index, and this is the second index, right? So if I write L2 and if I'll execute, you can see I'm able to access this particular value. Means whatever the value is stored, that is in order format, and that actually we can access through a index. So that is the order. So it is always in order. That is a key feature. The second thing is it is a mutable. Means whatever the value is there, right, it can be changed. Suppose this L2 is 4, right? This value I want to change it to 5. Now if I'll execute and if I'll execute L, you can see this 4, right, it became 5 because what we had in whatever the L in second index, whatever the value is there, that I want to change to the 5. So you can see in final list what actually we are getting A 3 and then it became a 5. Previously it was 4, right, but we have changed it to the 5. That's why we call it as a mutable, means we can change the value. The third one is like heterogeneous. It can store element of a different data types like integer, string, floats. So you can see this is the example. Here we are storing a string, here we are storing an integer, and also you can store the float, like multiple data type value you can store here. Fourth is the dynamic size. List can grow or shrink as elements are added or removed. So in a list we can add the value and we can remove the value, so it can grow or it can be shrink also. So suppose I want to add a new value, so we have a different method. Suppose I will use l dot append. I want to add a new value 6. Now if I'll print l, you can see 6 got added. Means you can add a value and you can remove a value, so that is a advantage. So what is list? A list is built-in data structure in a Python which we use to store multiple items in a single variable. List are order, mutable, and it can contain a element of a different data type. What are the key feature? Always remember it is order, it is a mutable, it can contain the multiple data types, and also it can dynamically, it can grow or it can shrink. So that is the thing you have to remember. Now let's see how actually we can create a list. We'll understand about the order, mutable, heterogeneous, and different the method we have, that we will understand. Now how to create a list? Creating a list is very simple, right? Suppose first you have to declare a variable. Suppose I'm declaring one variable a. You have to open a square bracket. This is the square bracket. In this square bracket, no multiple value it can contain. It can contain the value multiple value. So this is how the list will look like. Now if you want to check the type of a, you can see it is a list. So this is how actually we can create a list. Now how to create an empty list? If you have to create an empty list, what you have to write? First you have to declare a variable, and if you'll do like this, and if you'll check the type of a, you can see it is list. But as of now in a, you can see it is an empty list. So that's how actually this is the command for creating an empty list. Now index. So we have to understand about the index. Index is very much important in a list. So suppose this is the list I have. Let me create one list. This is the list I have. So always remember the index start with a 0 and index and with -1. What does it mean? So if you want to access this element, right, so whatever this element is stored, this always store in a order format, and if you want to access this with the help of index, we can access. So if I'm writing index start with 0, it means so this value, right, this is a 0 index, this is the 1 index, this is the second index, this is the third index. So you have to count like this is the 0 index value, this is the first index value, this is the second index value. So index start with the 0, that you have to remember. Now suppose I want to access the first element. So what I will write? A0. If I write A0, you can see I am getting this particular value. If I write A3, A3 means this is the 0 index, this is the first index, this is the second index, and this is the third index, right? A third means I should get the value 5. So if I'll execute, I am getting the 5. So index always start with the 0, and like that you can access. So and it is end with a -1. So from last you want to access, then you have to count from starting. We were counting from 0, 1, 2, right? From last if you have to count, you have to count -1, -2, -3. So suppose you want to access the last element. So if I write a -1, you can see I am getting a 9. If you want to access the second last element, what you have to write? Second last will be a -2. So you can see I am able to access the 7. So index start with the 0, index end with the -1, that you have to remember. The third is the mutable. Mutable, what is mutable means? And this is the common interview question also. Mutable means you can change the value. Suppose I want to change the first value of this list with a 7. This first value I want to change with the 7. So if I write a0 equal to the 7, the first value will get changed. Now if I'll print a, you can see previously it was 1, right? Now it got changed with the 7 because we can change the value. Heterogeneous means list can store the multiple value. It can store the same data type. It can store the multiple data types, and like that, and also it can contain the float also like this. And if I'll check the type of a, it is a list only. Dynamic size means we can add the value and we can remove the value. So if I write a dot append 5, and if I print a, you can see 5 got added. 5 got added. This was the list, right? In this list 5 got added. So we can add and we can remove the value also. Now let's understand about the list method. So we have a different list method, and it is a very much important also, because suppose anyone has given you any interview coding related question. So these are the different method which will help. Suppose anyone has given you any question like you had to reverse a list. So for reversing a list, we have one inbuilt method available. So you should know like what are the inbuilt method is available. So if you use l.reverse, the particular list will be reversed. Suppose if anyone is saying like you had to remove a specific value from the list, so for that we have a remove method is available. Suppose anyone is saying like you had to add a value into the list, so for that we have a append and insert method. So you should know like how actually you can use a different method which is already available in a list, and that actually you can use in your coding, and this will improve your coding also. So this is an important topic, and you should know about this all the list method which is available. So let's understand one by one. So suppose I have one list. This is the list. Let me create one list 3, 4, 5, 6. Now if anyone is saying like you had to add an element into this particular list, so we have one append method which is available. With the help of the append method, we can add any element into the list. So always remember append we use to add a element into the list. So if I'll use a dot append, suppose I want to append 9 value into this particular list. Now if I'll execute the A, you can see it was a 1 3 4 5 6, right, but 9 got added because we have used the append method. Now one thing, if you will see, it actually added the value into the last. So append we use whenever you have to add any value into the list, and whenever you have to add into the last only, then only you will use the append method. Now, but suppose my requirement is like I want to add this particular value into this particular index, like I want to add here, but if I use append method, it is always adding into the last. So how actually I can add into the specific, like suppose I want to add after 3, so how actually I can do that? So in this way we have a insert method. So what actually we can write? So if I write, first I'll show you the list. This is the list I have. So if I'll do a dot insert, what actually I want into the third index. In the third index, what value I want to add? I want to add a 10. I want to add a 10. So what actually I am writing, a dot insert, this is the which particular index. So this is the 0 index, this is the first index, this is the second. Here in the third index, what actually I want to add the value 10. So that is the what actually I am writing. If I'll execute this, you can see in the third index the value 10 got added. So if you had to add the value at the last, then you will use the append method. If you had to add a value into the specific index, then you can use a insert method, because our requirement can be anything, right? Our requirement can be I want to add the value here. So based on that index, actually you can use the insert method and you can add the value. Now the next is the remove. Suppose I have given one list. This is the list I have. Now what actually I want to remove a specific value from this list. So I have a remove inbuilt method. I can use that. I will use a dot remove. Suppose I want to remove this 10. So what I will write, a dot remove 10. If I'll execute a, you can see 10 got removed. So we can use the remove method to remove any value from the list. Now we also have a pop method. So pop removes element by index. So let me show you my list first. This is the list I have, right? Now in this list, suppose you want to remove any elements. So we have a remove method to remove any specific value. But suppose if you are using a pop, this is the list you have, right? 1 3 4 5 6. 1 3 4 5 6, this is the list we have. Now if you use a dot pop, what actually it will do, it will remove the last element, last value. Now if you will execute, you can see 6, right? Now if you will execute, if you will check your list, you can see 6 got removed. So whenever you have to remove the last element value, you can use a pop. Now we have a sort. So suppose this is the list I have. As of now it is sorted. Let me create a new list. I'll use a 4 5 3 7 5. So and I can use a 9. So this is the list I have. This is the list I have. Now you can see this is not in sort format. I want to sort it. So how actually I can use a sort method. So if I'll use add l dot sort, and if I'll check, if I'll check the l, you can see this list got sorted. This list got sorted. So you can use a sort method to sort the list. You can see it's sorted, right? So sort method you can use to sort. Now suppose anyone is giving you any question and you had to reverse this list. Whatever the value is there, you had to reverse. So we have a reverse method. So what I will write, l dot reverse. If I'll do this and if I'll check the l, let me again, you can see this was the list, right? Now if I'll use l dot reverse, what actually it did, it actually reversed the value. So we have a reverse method for that list. Now we have a extend method. So suppose you have a two list. My first list is 1 3 4. This is the list. Second list is 4 5 6. Now this this L1 list you want to add into this L only. So what actually you can use, you can use the extend method. If I'll use L dot extend L1, and if I'll print L, you can see whatever the value was there, right, it got added into the this list only. So extend we use to add element from another list. If you have a list and you want to combine, you can use the extend method. Now we have a index. So index return the index of the first occurrence of a value. Suppose you want to know what is the index of this 5. So what actually you can use l dot index, and if you will write 5, l dot index 5, and if you will write, you can see what actually it is saying. It is the fourth index. How actually it is fourth index? It is a 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is the fourth index, right? So if you want to know for particular value what is the index, you can use the index method. If you want to check what is the index of this 6, if you write 6, it is the fifth. It is a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So we are getting a 5. Now we have a count method. Now you want to count how many times 4 is there. So what actually you can write l dot count 4. If you write this count 4, you can see 4 is 2 times, right? So if you want to check how many times the 4 is present, you can use a count method to count how many times it is there. So yeah, so these are the different list method is available which you should know, because this will help you in a coding. And in interview also sometimes directly they ask like to check your coding skill, like to check your Python skill, whether you are aware about this all the method or not. So they will ask you the simple question, how to remove a last element from a list. So you should know like we have a pop method. If they will say how actually you can remove a specific element, so you should understand, right, we have a remove method. If anyone is saying like you have to sort a list, so we have a sort method is available. If anyone is saying like you have to reverse a list, so we have a reverse method. If you have to add an element into the list, so we have a append method and insert method. So you should know about this all the method. So do practice it, you will get a idea. Now let's do few list related coding question which is generally asked in interview also. My first question is like write a Python program to find the largest element in a list. So you can see this is the list is given 3, 4, 44, 5, 66 and 7. What you have to do, you have to find out what is the maximum element from this list. So maximum element is 66, right? So our output should be 66. So with the two way you have to solve. One is the using a inbuilt method. Inbuilt method you have to find, and the second is the with the help of without inbuilt method you have to solve. So this two way we have to solve. How actually you can solve this? Let's do one by one. So if you will use the inbuilt method, so what actually you have to do, we have a max function which is available. So if I'll directly write max and l, let's see what we'll get. You can see we are getting the 66. So we have a inbuilt max method. With the help of that, directly you will get the what is the maximum element from the particular list. Now without a inbuilt method, how actually you can write? So this is the list which is given. What I will write, I'll declare one variable, large something, largest I will give, and I will give the largest is the 0. I am just considering this largest one variable 0. Now what I am doing, I am just iterating the loop for I in L, if, and if I'll do print I, just to show you what actually I am printing. So I am printing each element one by one. Now in this element one by one, if I'll check, if I is greater than this value, if I is greater than this value, then largest will become the that particular element. So what actually I am doing, first I am iterating one by one. So the first value is 3, right? So first it will come whether 3 is greater than largest or not. The largest value is 0 and I value is 3. So yeah, 3 is greater than 0, right? Then the largest element will become a 3. So in the first run, what actually happened? Largest will become a 3. Now second element. Now second element it will check that is a 4, whether 4 is greater than 3 or not. Yeah, 4 is greater than 3. Then with the help of this, what will happen? Largest will become a 4. So like that the whole code will be executed. Now what I will do, let's print largest. Now if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the output 66. So without inbuilt method, how actually you can find out the largest, and like this actually we can find out. Now second question is similar to that only. I have a given list. I have to find out what is the uh, minimum lowest number in the given list. So with inbuilt method, if you write mean and L, you will get the output. 4 is the minimum, right? But without inbuilt method, how actually you can write? So what actually I will write? This is the given list, right? I will give the lowest. I will declare one variable lowest, and I will say lowest is a 0. What I will do? Lowest, and the first element I will consider this as the lowest. So what I will write? L0. What will be the L0 value? L0 value is the first value, right? So I am considering the first value is the lowest value. Now what I will write? I will apply the same logic for I in L. If I is less than lowest. If I is less than lowest, in this case what will happen? Lowest will become the I. Now let's print the lowest. If I'll execute, you can see I'm getting the output. So what actually I'm doing, I'm considering the first value as a lowest, and I'm checking one by one. If any value is becoming lower than this lowest value, then I am converting that as a my lowest value, and finally I'm printing. So like that actually we can find out the lowest number in a given list. I hope you got the idea. In next video we will continue this and we will solve few more questions. Now let's solve another question. So I have a two question. The first question is like, write a Python program to interchange first and the last element in a list. So you can see this is my list. List is L, and what is the output I want? I want to interchange the first and the last element in a list. Means our output should be like whatever the first and last element, right? That should be interchange. Means my output should be, this is my list. So what is the last element? That is a 5, right? What is the first element? 1. So this should be output. This is my input, and I had to interchange the first and the last element, and this should be our output. So that is a question. How actually we can do? That is my first question. Second question is like, write a Python program to swap two element in a given list. So what you have to do? You have to swap this 3 with 4. Like the 4 value will come here, 3 value will come here. So that like that you have to swap two element in a list that we are going to solve. So let's start with the interchange the first and last element. So how actually you can access the first elements? If I write L0, I'll get the first element, that is a L0, right? What is the last element? How actually you will find out? L minus 1. If I'll do L minus 1 means a 5. That is the last element, right? This is how actually uh, we can access the first and the last element. Now what I will do, L0, L minus 1 equal to the L minus 1 comma L0, and if I'll print L, you can see it got swapped. So what actually I am doing, whatever the L0 value is there, that's becoming L minus 1. Whatever the L minus 1 last value is there, that is becoming the first value. So like that actually we can do a swapping. So what I am doing, whatever the first value is there, that replace with the last element. Whatever the last element is there, that replace with the first element. And if you will print the L, you will get the output. So like that actually we can interchange the first and the last element. Similarly here, if you had to swap two element, how actually you can do that? In this case, what you have to do, we have to swap with the 3 with the 4, 4 with the 3. Now first thing you have to find out what is the index of this 3 and the 4. So if I'll write L dot index, and if I'll write 3, so what is the index of this 3? That is a 2. So remember that that is a 2. So what I will write L2. Now what is the index of the 4? If I'll check, the index of the 4 is 3, right? So that is a 3, L3. Now we had to interchange both, right? I had to interchange 3 with 4, 4 with the 3. So what I will write, L2, L3 equal to the L3, L3, L2, L2. Like that if I'll write, and if I'll exit L, you can see I have to execute first this list and then this. You can see 1, 2, then 3 should come, right? But we are getting 4 and then 3 and then 5. This 3 and 4 got exchanged because we are using this logic. So like that, if you can swap two element in a given list. I hope you got the idea. Now let's solve another question. The question is like we had to reverse a list using Python, and this is a very common question which is generally asked in interview. So you had to reverse a list by using a inbuilt method or without inbuilt method. Both you should know. So we are going to solve. This is the a list is given, and what we have to do, we have to reverse. Means our output should be 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. So like that output actually we want. So let's first solve using a inbuilt method. How actually we can reverse this? So we have a reverse. So if I write L dot reverse, and if I'll execute, and if I will print, you can see it got reverse. Like whatever the list it is there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I'm using L dot reverse. Now if I'm printing L, you can see it got reverse. So that is the first way to reverse the list. A second way, if you want to reverse the list, we have another method. What actually you can do? If you write like this, if you write like this, you can see this will be reversed. So this is a list, right? And if you write like this, the whole list will be reversed. That is the second way you should know. Now the third way is like without inbuilt method, with by using a for loop, how actually we can solve. Third, so what actually I will do, first I will declare one variable empty list. This is the empty list. Now what I will do, I will try to read it from a last to the first. So for that I will write code for I in range length of list, a length of L minus 1. I want to start from a last, and I want to do a minus 1 increment, like from last to the first I want to print. Now if I'll print li li, you can see I'm able to access the first is printing 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, and 1, right? Now what I will do, I will just append a dot append. What I want to append, I want to append li, right? Now if I will show you what is a, I will print a. You can see the whole list got reverse. So this is another way without inbuilt method. If you want to reverse, you can use this method. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's solve another question. What is the first question? First question is like write a Python program. You have to find the sum of all the elements. So whatever the element is present in the list, right? I had to find the sum. I had to do plus of all. That is the first question. With inbuilt method and without inbuilt method, both you have to do. The second question is like I had to find the sum and average also of all the element in the given list. So that is the second question. Let's do. So let's solve using a inbuilt method. So if I'll do a sum of L, if I'll do sum of L, what will happen? This whole element in the list got sum, right? So if I write sum of L, and if I'll execute, you can see what is the sum. 1 plus 3, 4 plus 4, 8 plus 3, 11 plus 5, 16 plus 7, 23, right? So it summed all the elements. So we have an inbuilt method sum that you have to remember. Now let's solve without using an inbuilt method. So what I will do, first I will declare one variable summation, or any variable name you can give. So what I will give, sm I will give sm0. What I will do, I will iterate the whole list for I in L, and I will do print I. So I will be able to iterate the whole list. Now what I will do, sum plus equal to the I. If I am writing sum plus equal to the I equal to the sm equal to the sm plus I, sm equal to the sm plus I. Now if I will do what is the sum, you can see it is 23. Means I am iterating the whole list and I am doing a sum with this. So that is the thing. If I'll do, you will get the sum of all the element in the given list. Now let's solve another question. I had to find the sum and average both. So to find out the sum, what actually we were doing, if I write summation equal to the sum and L, I'll get the uh, I'll get the summation. If I'll print, I'll get the total sum of the element, that is a 23. Now if you had to find out the average, how actually we can find out the average? Average equal to the summation, or you can write sum of L divided by length of L. If I'll do this, I'll get the average. What will be the average? that is a 3.83. So like that actually we can solve. Now if you have to solve the same question without inbuilt method, how actually you can do that? The same thing. So this is the sum, right? So this is how actually you have to find the sum, and for average you have to just divide with the length of L, you will get the average. So I hope you got the idea. Now let's solve another question. So first question is like write a Python program to print even number in a list. Next question is like write a Python program to print odd number in a list. So suppose we have given one list, and list is like this: 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. So this is the list is given. Now from this list what we had to do, we had to print only the even number. That is our first question. Second question is like we had to print only the odd number. How actually we can write a code for this? So what I will do, first I will try to iterate it. If I'll do for I in L, if I'll do print I, then I should be able to print every number one by one, right? Now if I will print one condition, what is even number? If number is divisible by 2, then we will say it is a even number, right? So if I write I percentile 2 equal to the 0, then what I will do, print I, print I. So what actually I am doing, I am just checking if I is divided by 2, means that is a even number. I am just printing. So let me execute. You can see from the given list only the 4 and the 6, these are the even number we have, so that actually we are able to print that. So that is the first question. Now second question is like here we have to find out the odd number from the given list. How actually we can write? Same logic we will apply. So what I will write, for I in L, if I percentile 2 is not equal to 0. If I write this, and if I do print I should be able to print only the odd number from the given list. So from this list we can see only whatever the odd number is there, that we are printing. In first question what actually we check, if it is divided by 2 or not. And second question what actually we are checking, if it is not divided by 2, and means I percentile 2 shouldn't be equal to the 0. That is the condition for the odd number. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's solve another question. I had to remove a duplicate from a given list. So you can see we have one list is given. In this list multiple duplicate values there. You can see 2 is repeated 2 times, 4 is repeated 2 times, right? Now we had to create one list which should contain only the unique value from the given list. How actually we can do that? So what actually I will do, first I will try to iterate for I in A and print I will do. I should be able to read each number one by one. Now what I will do, I will create one more list, empty list. Now here I will check the condition, if I not in L, if I not in L, then what I will do, I will try to append that number, and that number. I am checking if the number is already appended. If number is already appended into the L, then don't append. So that is the condition we are writing. Now if I will try to print L, you can see we are getting only the unique value. So that's how we can remove the duplicate. So what is the condition I am checking? I am reading the number one by one, and I am just appending into the L, and I am checking the condition. If that number is not in this particular list, then only append, otherwise don't append. So that is the condition we have written. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now we are going to understand about the important topic, that is a list comprehension. List comprehension offer a shorter syntax. When you want to create a new list based on the value of an existing list, we use a list comprehension. Let's take one example. Suppose my requirement is like I have a list is given. Now what actually I want output like this, which what actually it will do? It will do a square of this all the elements. So my output should be like this: 1, 9 and 16, means it will do square of this all the element, and that's how I should get a output. So that is my requirement. So in a traditional way, how actually we will solve this? So what actually I will do, first I will try to iterate this for I in A. If I'll do, and if I'll do print for squaring I into I will get the square of all the element. Now because we want output in the list, right? So what I will do, I will create a one more list, empty list, and in this empty list I will try to append this L dot append I into I into I, right? So that I'll get the output in the form of a list. Now if I show you the output, I'm getting the output in the form of list. So that is a traditional way. Now in a list comprehension, what actually it offers, you can write the same code in a single line itself. Means here we are writing a 3 to 4 line, right, to get the same result, but with the help of the list comprehension in a single line you can get this output. Check how actually we can write that. So what I will do, I will create a new cell. Now let's see how in list comprehension we can write the same code. So we had to open a bracket. This is the square bracket. This is the like a list, right? Now what you have to write, how actually we are solving this for I in A we are writing, right? So you have to write the same logic, because for we had to do a square of this A, right? So what actually I am writing for I in A, and what we are doing I into I, right? So this you have to write here. So what actually I am doing for I in A, what actually I want to do, I want to square it. If I'll do this and if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the same output. Means instead of writing the whole thing and instead of doing the append and all, we have a list comprehension method. With the help of this, in a single line itself you can get the whole result. So that is the advantage we get. This help us to write cleaner, more readable code compared to the traditional looping technique. You can see in a traditional looping we are doing a whole loop and then we are doing append, right? But here we don't need. In a single line itself we can get the result. What are the advantage we have? It is a concise. It reduces the multiple lines of code to a single line. That is the first advantage. Instead of writing the multiple line, in a single line you will get the result. Second is a readable. It is easy to understand compared to the traditional loop. And the third is efficient. It is faster than the equivalent for the for loops due to optimized implementation. It is faster as compared to the traditional loop. So that is the advantage. Now let's do few example and let's understand. Now suppose I have to filter a even number from the given list. How actually we will write? So what actually I was doing in a traditional loop, I was first looping for I in A, and what actually I was doing, I was appending. If I was checking first if I percentile 2 equal to the 0, then do the append L dot append I, and if I'll get, you can see only 4 and 6, this is the result. Now in a list comparison, how actually I can get the, I will write the same code for I in A, and I will check if I percentile 2 equal to the 0, then what is the output I want? I want a output of I. And if I'll execute this, you can see 4 and 6. So instead of writing this multiple line of code in a single line of code, you will get the syntax is similar. For I in A, whatever we have written here for I in A. If I percentile 2 equal to 0, this condition also we have written. Instead of appending it, right, what actually we are doing, just we are writing a I. This I. We don't need to do append because we are already in list, right, in a list comparison. So that is the advantage. Instead of writing the whole line of code, we will get the result in a single line. Now let's do one more. And here we have a hello, and also we have a world. Now what actually I want, whatever the value is there in the given list, right, I have to convert into the uppercase. So how actually I can do, in a traditional method, what actually I will do, I'll create a new list because I had to append, right, and I will try to iterate it for I in A, and if I will print I dot upper, you can see it converted into the uppercase, right? Now what we will do, we'll try to append into this particular list. So what I will write, L dot append. Now if I'll print L, I'll get the output. Now the same result if you want to do using a list comprehension, what you have to do, you have to open a bracket. Now what you will write, you will just write for I in A, and what is the output we want, that we have to write it first, I dot upper. This is the one we have to write. Now if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting the same result. So this is very much important because it will make your life easy. Instead of writing a multiple line of code, you can do the same result using a list comprehension in a single line. So that is the advantage we get in a list comprehension. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's understand about the tuples. So tuples are used to store multiple items in a single variable. So in a list also we create a single variable and we store multiple items, right? In a tuples also you can create a single variable and you can store a multiple values. Tuple is one of four built-in data type which is available in a Python, which we use to store collection of a data. So in a Python, whenever you have to store collection of a data, we have a few built-in data types. List is one of them. Second is a tuples, and the third is set, and fourth is a dictionary. Sets and dictionary we will discuss later, but you have to remember in a Python, if you want to store collection of our data, we have a few built-in data types. One is the list, then set, then dictionary, then tuples. Tuple is a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. Tuples are written with a round bracket. So how actually we represent the tuple? Let's understand. So you can see I have created one tuple. This is the tuple. We represent with the round bracket. You can see round bracket we have closed, and then the multiple item actually it can contain, and we are closing the bracket. So now let's understand about the key feature. So tuples items are ordered, unchangeable, and it allow a duplicate value. When we say order, tuples are order, it means that the items have a defined order and that order will not change. So you can see this is the one tuple I have created, right? The tuples are always be in a order, means whatever the item it is contained, right, it will always be in the same order. So if I want to access this apple, right, so because it, you can see this is in the first index, right, so this will always be in the first index, this order will never change. And if you want to access with index, you can access. That's why we say these tuples are always be in the ordered format. Now you will see, right, in a list also, that is also in order, and we can access the item using a index, right? So what is the difference between the list and tuple? In a list also we were storing a multiple value in a single variable. In tuples also we are doing the same thing. Then what is the difference between the tuples and the list? The main difference is like tuples are unchangeable, means we can't change the tuples. Once you create the tuple, you can't add, remove the item from a tuple. So that is the main thing you have to remember, means whatever the tuples you are creating, and once the tuple is created, you can't change the tuple. Suppose I want to change this apple to the banana. If I'll do a 0, and if I'll write banana, and if I'll execute this, you will get one error because these tuples are not changeable, means you can't change the tuples. That is the main feature you have to remember. It is fixed in the size. And suppose you want to remove this apple from this particular tuple, that is also not possible. That's why we say tuples are unchangeable, but list can, you can change the value in the list. Tuples allow duplicate also, means you can have a multiple duplicate value also. You can see apple is here, right? Means you can have a multiple duplicate value. Now, why we use a tuple? First one is the immutability. When we say immutability, means you can't change the value. Once you create a tuple, you can't change the value. That's why we say it is a immutable in nature. The second one is it is faster access. Tuples are faster than list due to their immutability. Because once you create a tuple, you can't change the tuple, and it is faster than list. That's why we use a tuple, and that you have to remember. Tuples are valuable tool for grouping related data while maintaining integrity and improving the performance. So one thing you have to remember, what is the difference between the list and tuple? That is an important interview question also. The main difference is tuples are unchangeable, means it is immutable in nature, means you can't change the value once you create, and tuples are faster than the list because of the immutability nature. Now let's see how actually we can create a tuple and how actually we can access the tuple. Let's see that. If you want to create a tuple, how actually you can create a tuple. So suppose I will creating one variable, and if I write this, and if I'll check the type of a, you can see it is a tuple. So in a round bracket we can represent the tuple, and here we can store the multiple value. Like suppose I am storing ABC, and suppose I am storing a float also, and if I'll execute, you can see the multiple data type also it can contain, multiple values also it can contains. So this that's how actually we can create a tuple. Now let's see how actually we can access the tuple. So accessing a tuple with indexing, you can access the tuple. So indexing here also you should remember it starts with a 0, and from and if you want to access ends with -1. From ends you want to access, you can use a -1. Suppose I want to access the first element, so what you have to remember, a0 if you will do, you will be able to access the first element. Now you want to access what is the last element. So if what you have to write, if you write a -1, you will get the whatever the last element is present here, that you will get. As of now these tuples are very short, right? But suppose you have a thousands of items are available in this tuple, and now you want to access the last elements. Then what actually you can use for the from the last you want to access, you can start with a -1, and from the starting you want to access, you can start with the 0. So that's how the indexing work. That's why you have to remember. The next thing is like it is a unchangeable and the immutable. That is an important property. Means once you will create a tuple, you can't change the value. Suppose I want to remove the 1, or suppose I want to add something. Suppose I want to add append 5. If I'll do this, I'll get error, because once the tuple is created, you can't add, you can't remove. That is the thing you have to remember. It is a immutable in a nature. Now let's understand another property. Since tuples are immutable, but suppose you want to add a few values there. So there are few workaround is there through which actually you can add. We know it is a immutable, we can't add the value, but we have a few workaround through which we can add the value. First is like convert into a list. You want to add anything, you have to convert into the list. How actually we can convert into the list? What you have to do is, if you use a list function and you will pass the a, this is the a, right? Now if you will see, it got converted into the list. Now you can add any value. Suppose I want to add a 55. You can see a got added. Now you can convert into the tuple, tuple, and if I write a equal to the tuple, and if I show you a, you can see 50 I got added, and this type is also tuple. So like that actually we can add values. Add tuple to a tuple. So suppose you have a two tuple. Let me give another example. The another way is like, suppose I have another tuple 1 3 4. Now I have another tuple 1, b plus equal c if you will do, and if you will see the b, you can see 1 3 4 and the 1 got added. Means what actually we are writing, b equal to the b plus c if you will do. If you will add this two tuple, the value will get added. So that's how as also you can add a value into the list. The next thing is like we can't remove from a tuple. So suppose I have one tuple, this is the tuple I have. Now I want to remove this one. How? So if I will use a remove similar to the list, suppose I want to remove this 4. If I'll execute, I'll get error because it is immutable in nature. We can't remove any value from a tuple. We can delete the tuple. So that is the one thing you have to remember. Suppose you want to delete the complete tuple. So we have a delete function. We'll write delete and b, that will be deleted. Now if you want to check whether b is there or not, b is not there. B is not there. B is not defined because we have deleted. So if we have a delete command through which actually we can delete the tuple. Now let's understand few method. So suppose I have a one tuple. Let me create one tuple 1 4 5 5 6 5. This is the tuple I have. Now suppose you want to count anything. So we have a count method is available. So if I write a dot count, how many time 5 is there? So if I want to count that, count, you can see 5 is present 3 times, right? So that's why we are getting a 3. So count method is available in tuple, that you have to remember. Next is index. So suppose you want to find out what is the index of the 4. So we have an index also, a dot index if you write. You want to find out what is the index of the 4. You can see it is a first index. It is a 0 and this is the first one. The fourth is the first index. So in a tuple we have a method count and the index that you have to remember. We have a delete function through which we can delete the tuple. It is immutable in nature, means once you create it you can't delete. But there are few ways that also we have discussed in this video. Yeah, so I hope you got the idea about the tuples. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Now let's understand about the another built-in data type, that is a set. So set also we use to store multiple item in a single variable. Set is one of the four built-in data type which is available in a Python, which we use to store collection of a data. So in a Python we have a four built-in data type which we use to store collection of a data. One is list, second is tuple, third is set, and fourth is a dictionary. List, tuple and the set, list, tuple we already discussed, dictionary we'll discuss later. A set is a collection which is unordered, unchangeable and unindexed. So set is unordered, unchangeable and unindexed, that you have to remember, and the main property is like it doesn't allow a duplicate. So how actually we represent the set? You can see in a curly braces, right? We have to open the bracket and we have to add the all the items. Means the set can contain the multiple items, and another key feature is like it is unordered, means whatever the item is stored, it is not in a proper order. The order can be changed, so it is in unordered. It is unchangeable, so whatever the item, once the set is created, you can't change the particular item values. And the third main property is like it doesn't allow a duplicate. So what is set? Set is used to store the collection of a data in a single variable. It doesn't allow duplicate. That is the main property you have to remember. And it is unordered. Whatever the item which is stored in the set, it doesn't contain the same order. Means you can't access the element using an index and all. So it is not in proper order format, that you have to remember. Second is like it is unchangeable. Once the set is created, you can't change the value. So that is the second thing. That the third and most important is like it is doesn't allow duplicate. So suppose this is the set. Now I want to add one more value, and the same banana I want to add. So if I write banana, and if I will execute this set, you can see I'm getting the only, it remove the duplicate value. You can see banana and banana two times, right? So it remove the duplicate values and only the unique values we are getting. So that is the main property. Set doesn't allow a duplicate, that you have to remember. Now let's see how actually we can create a set. So creating a set is simple. If you write a equal to the set, and if you'll check the type of a, you can see it is a set. So like this actually you can create an empty set. Now suppose you have a value, then how actually you can create curly braces and you can write 1 3 4 5 6, and if you will check the type of b also, this should be a set. So like this actually we can create a set. This is how actually we can create an empty set. This is how actually if you have a value you can create a set. Now let's see how actually we can access an item. So suppose this is my set is there. How actually you can access an item? So set doesn't allow a indexing. So suppose I want to access the first elements, I will get the error because it doesn't allow a indexing or anything. Then how actually we will access the item in a set? So we have a for loop. It doesn't allow indexing, but we can use a for loop. If I write for I in b, and if we'll do print I should be able to access the item, like each item I should be able to access. Now let's see the another property, how actually we can add a item into the set. So you can see this is the set I have. We know, right, the sets are unchangeable. Then how actually we can add item? So one thing you have to remember, once a set is created, whatever the value is there, that value you can't change, but you can add a value there in the set. So we have a add function. So suppose I will write b dot add. I want to add 7, and if I will print b, you can see 7 got added. 7 got added. Now let me create a like this. Now let me add a 8 here, 8 here, or 9 here. You can see 9 got added. So now if you will see, this is the sets I have 1 3 4 5 6 and the a. But what is the output we are getting? We are adding a 9. You can see 1 3 4 5 6 9 and then a. You can see this order is getting changed, right? because whatever the value I'm adding after the A only, but this order got changed. That's why we say it is doesn't contain any specific order. So that's why the indexing is also not possible. That is the thing, that is the property you have to remember. Sets are not changeable, means once the sets is created, this items value you can't change. Now second thing you have to remember, it doesn't contain the order. You can see these orders are getting changed, right? So this order can be changed. Now suppose you have a two sets. This is my first set and I have another set like B and C. Now if you want to add this, so we have a update. So if I'll write b dot update A, and if I'll print B, you can see it got added. This B and C got added here. So if you want to add anything in the set, we have a add function. That is the first thing you have to remember. And the second way of adding, if you have a two sets and if you want to update any one of the set, you can use the update method also. Now let's see how actually we can remove a value from the set. So you can see this is the set we have. Now if you want to remove anything, we have a remove method. If I write b dot remove, I want to remove 4, and if I'll print a b here, you can see 4 got removed from here. Similarly, we also have a discard. You can use a discard also. So if you write b dot discard, and if you write 6, we'll print a b, you can see 6 got a remove. So you can use a remove also and discard also. In a remove, one thing you have to remember, if whatever the value you are mentioning and if the value is not present in the set, then you will get error, but in the discard you will not get error. So that is the difference you have to remember. Now another way is like pop. So pop, what generally it does, it remove the value from a end of the list. It remove the value from end of the list, end of the set. Now here, because this is not in a proper order, right? So you will not know which particular item will be removed. So if I write b dot pop, and if I'll check b, you can see, and this was our set, right? So it removed the one. So whenever you will use pop, because sets are unordered, you will not know which particular value it will remove. So pop is also one of the method which is available through which you can remove any item from a set. So if you have to remove any item from a set, you have a remove method, you have a discard, and you have a pop. That is the thing you have to remember. Now suppose I have this particular set. If I show you A, now if I want to empty this particular set, so I can use a clear. So how actually I can use a dot clear, and if you'll check A, you can see all it got emptied. Now we have a delete. Suppose you want to delete this particular set itself, you can use a delete. You can delete it, and if you will see that particular object is not available. Now another thing is like, suppose you have a two set and if you want to union it, you can use a union. Now if I show you set 3, you can see this all the value got unioned. So union is also one of the method. So I hope you got the idea about the set, and that's it in this. Thanks. Now let's understand about the dictionary. So dictionary is also one of the inbuilt data type which is available in a Python to store a collection of a data. Dictionary are used to store data values in a key value pair. So in a dictionary, how actually we store the data in the form of a key value. So you can see this is the key, this is the values. This is the key, this is the value. So in the form of the key value, actually we store the data in a dictionary. A dictionary is a collection which is order, changeable, and do not allow duplicate. When we are saying it is a order, as a Python version 3.7, dictionary are order. In previous version, it was in a unordered format. So that you have to remember, dictionary is a collection which is ordered, changeable, and do not allow duplicate. Dictionary are written with curly bracket and have a key values. So how actually we represent the dictionary? With this curly bracket and in the form of the key values, that you have to remember. Set also we represent with the this curly braces, right? But that doesn't contain in the form of the key value. But the dictionary, how actually we represent with curly braces, and under this you will be having a key value pair. What are the key feature of the dictionary? It is order. When we say dictionary or order, it means that item have a defined order and that order will not change. So suppose you are defining this particular dictionary, right? So this dictionary will always be in a order format, so that you have to remember. Second thing is like changeable. So whatever the dictionary is there, right, that you can change. So suppose I want to change this particular brand to the Maruti. How actually I can do that? If I'll do this D brand equal to the Maruti. So, and if I'll execute and if I'll show you the D, you can see this Ford got changed into the Maruti. I have written Maruti, right? But that got changed into Maruti. So means you can change the value that is possible in a dictionary. Now next thing is like duplicates not allowed. So in a dictionary, we cannot have a two items with the same key. Means in a dictionary, you cannot have a same key. So suppose this brand we have defined, right? Another brand you cannot define. So suppose let me create this with same thing here. Let me copy this. Now if I'll execute, now you can see we have a two brand, right? But as a output we are getting only the one brand. Means dictionary doesn't allow a duplicate. It cannot contain a same key two times. That is the thing you have to remember. But let me do one thing. Suppose key I am changing and value is same. We can have a same value, but this key cannot be a same. Now if I'll execute, you can see it contain the A and the Ford. The key cannot be a same, but this value can be a same. So that you have to remember. So dictionary are order, it is a changeable and it doesn't allow duplicates. That is the feature you have to remember. Now let's see how actually we can create a dictionary. Creating a dictionary is very simple. If I write how to create a empty dictionary, A equal to the dict, if you write, and if you check type of A, it is a dictionary. So that's how we can create the empty dictionary. But suppose you have to create a dictionary with key value pair. So suppose first you have to write a key and then you have to write a value 1, then key, and then value 3, then key, then value 5.0 something. And if I'll execute and if I show you type of D, this is also a dictionary. So like that actually we can create a dictionary. Now let's see how actually we can access an item. So we have one dictionary D. This is the dictionary. If you want to access an item, we can access with the key value. So suppose this particular key I want to access. So what you have to write D and this K, this one you will write, right? DA. You will get the what is the value. So A value is 1, right? So I am able to access that. So if I write D and B, you can see B value is a 3. So I am able to access the whatever the value of that particular key with this approach. Now let's see another thing. Suppose I have one dictionary. If I show you, this is the dictionary I have. Now I want to access all the key. So how actually I can write? If I write d dot keys, so you can see whatever the key are there, right? We are able to access. You can see A is a key, B is a key, C is a key, right? So I'm able to access all the key together with this d dot keys. Now whatever the values you want to access, right? So if you write d dot values, and if I'll execute, you can see all the values you will be able to access. You can see 1, 3 and 5.0. These are the values, right? So that actually we can access. So d dot key for all the key, d dot values for the all the values. Now let's see the changeable nature. So we have this dictionary. Now if you want to change, suppose this 1 you want to change into 2. So how actually we can do? If I write DA, this I want to change it to 2 or 3. Now if I show you the dictionary, you can see this whatever the 1 was there, right, previously it got changed into the 3. So we can change the values. That is possible in a dictionary. Now how actually we can add the values? So suppose this is there. Now I want to add one more. I want to add a D. This is the key value I want to add and the value will be 7. So in this particular dictionary I want to add one more key, that is a D, and the value will be 7. Now if I show you the D, you can see this D got added. So like that actually we can add the value. Suppose I want to add one more E and that value will be 8 or 9. Now if I'll execute, you can see E got added. So like that we can add a key value pair also in the dictionary. How actually we can update? So suppose this is the dictionary. Now suppose with the help of the update method we can add one more value. Suppose f I want to add. So how actually I will write d dot update, d dot update, and in a curly braces what actually I want to add? I want to have f and the value will be the 10. This is the one I want to add. And if I show you the d, you can see f got added. So how actually we can add? With the help of this approach also you can add the key value, or you can use the update method also like this, and that will be added. So these two actually we can use for the adding. Now let's see in a dictionary how actually we can remove. So this is the dictionary. I want to remove any key. So suppose if I write d dot pop only, and if I'll print a d, you can see it is giving me expected at least one argument, right? But what you have to mention? You have to mention the which particular key you want to remove. So if I'll mention like this, and if I'll execute, you can see this one got removed. So like that pop you can use for the removing. Now if you want to delete this dictionary completely, so we have a delete, and d if you'll do, this dictionary will be deleted. Now if you will see d, right, there is a no d. So delete we can use for deleting the complete dictionary. Now let me create another dictionary. So I created another dictionary. Now let's see about the clear command. So this is the dictionary I have. Now if I write d dot clear, d dot clear if I write, and if I'll execute, now if I'll show you the dictionary, you can see it is empty. But let me create another dictionary like this. Now if I show you the dictionary, we have this dictionary. Now let's see how actually we can loop it. So if you had to loop the dictionary, what actually you can write? If you write for I in D, and if you'll print I, let's see it's working or not. You can see if you will do for I in D, and if you'll print I, only the key are printing A, B and C. But we have a values also, right? So for that what actually you can write? For I V in D, and if you'll print, you will get error. What we have to write? D dot items, items, D dot items, and print IV, then you will be able to access. So whenever you have to loop like this, actually you have to loop. I will represent the key, V will represent the value. So suppose let me write for key value, key val in D dot items. I want to print all the key. You can see I am able to print key, and if I want to print value, I am able to print value. And if you want to print key and value both, you will be able to do like this. Now suppose you want to loop only the values, whatever the value is there, that only you want to loop. How actually you can write that? So instead of d dot item, you can write d dot values. And if you will print only the val, for val in values, and if you will print val, you will be able to print all the values. Similarly, you want to print only the key, then what you have to write? For key in, for I in d dot keys, and if you will print I, only the key will be printed. So d dot items you will use for the both key and value printing, and only for values you want to print, you can use d dot values. Only for the key you can use a d dot keys. So these are the method which you have to remember. So dictionary is order changeable, and it doesn't allow a duplicate. And also we have understand like how actually we can add a key value pair using a add method and update method. And also we have learned like how actually we can change the values, how actually we can delete, how actually we can remove the key value from a given dictionary, and also how actually we can loop it. That also we understand. So please do practice. Now let's understand about the string. What is string? String is nothing but it is a collection of a character. So you can see we have represented hello, right? Hello is nothing but it is a string. So how actually we represent the string? With a double quote, with a single quote and the triple quote. Now let's understand when to use a double quote, single quote and the triple quote. So suppose your requirement is like you had to write hello and s. Hellos you have to write. So if you will use a double quote here, this will work. But if you use a underscore s in the single quote itself, this will throw error. So whenever you have to represent the string like this, whenever you have to declare a string like this, then you can go for the double quote and this will work perfectly. Otherwise, you have a if you have to define a single string, then double quote and single quote both will work. But if you have to write like this, right, then go for the double quote. Now when to use a triple quote? So suppose you have a this kind of the paragraph is there. Now that paragraph actually you have to represent, then you can use a triple quote, that will work. If I'll execute, this is working. So like this actually we can represent the string. We can use a double quote, we can use a single quote, and also we can use a triple quote. Now let's understand about the key feature. Strings are mutable. Immutable means we cannot change any value. So once you will declare the string, you cannot change that. That is the first thing. Second is like it is a powerful built-in method for the text manipulation. So string generally we use for the text manipulation, right? So nowadays this NLP and Gen AI which is becoming more famous, right? So for the text manipulation it is very useful. Now it is widely used in a file handling, data processing and the user interface. Now let's see few method, inbuilt method which is available. So we have seen like how actually we can represent the string. So let me create one variable. Variable name is a, and let me write hello world, hello world something I will write. Now what actually I want to do, I want to convert this hello world into the uppercase. Then how actually I can represent? If I'll use a dot upper, this is the method which is available. If I'll do this, you can see this whatever the string is there, that converted into the uppercase. Similarly, suppose you want to convert into the lowercase. Suppose I have a like this hello world something. This kind of the string is there. Now I want to convert into the lowercase. So we have a lower method. So if I'll use b dot lower, it will work. B dot lower. If I'll do, you can see it converted into the a lowercase. So with the help of the upper and a lower, we can convert into the lowercase or uppercase. Now let's see how actually we can remove the white space. Suppose you have a string like this. So let me represent the string hello, and we have a world, and we have so many spaces. Similarly, before starting we have so many space. So this space actually I want to remove. So in starting and end space I want to remove. So we have a strip method which is available. A dot strip if you write and if you execute, you can see this all the unnecessary spaces are there. It will remove that. Similarly, if you use a dot l strip, you can see it removed only the left side. And if you use a dot r strip, it will remove only the right side spaces. But if you use a dot strip, it will remove from the left spaces as well as the right spaces. You can see this is the final output. So we can use a strip method for removing the white space. Now let's see, we have a replace method. So suppose we have a string like this. This is the variable. So if I want to replace this world with a hello only, so how actually I can do? So first you have to write a dot replace, and this one you want to replace, right? So first you have to mention that with what actually you want to replace. So I want to replace this with hello only, hello. And if I'll execute, you can see this world, right? This got replaced with the hello only. So like this actually we can use a replace for replacing any string. Now let's see about the another method, that is a split method. So suppose you have a string like this, hello world, how are you something I will mention, how are you, this we have. Now what actually I want to do, if I'll use a dot split, split is one of the method. If I'll use a dot split and if I'll execute, you can see whatever the string is there, right, it got converted into the one list. So when you will use a split, right, so what actually it will do, it will convert your string into the list. So you can see wherever the space is there, right, based on that actually it converted the list and it converted into the item. So hello is one item, world is one item, comma is one item, how is one item, r is one item, u is one item. So suppose this space is not there, hello world is there. Now you can see hello world it considered together. So wherever the space is there, based on the space actually it is converting that. Now suppose I will mention a dot split and I will mention based on the comma I want to split the whole thing. So you can see this hello world this considered together, and then based on this how are you, it is considering the second item of the list. So if you are not mentioning anything, by default what actually it will do, it will consider the space, and based on that it will split and it will convert into the list. So split is also one of the method that will be helpful if you have to convert the string to the list and you want to perform some operation there. Now let's see about the string concat. So suppose I have a two string, one is the a equal to the hello I will write, and I have another string b equal to the Manish. This is the two string we have. Now if I want to add both, so if I write a dot b, you can see hello Manish is there. So like this actually we can concat two things. So suppose I want a space also, so what I will write, a plus this space and b. If I write like this, you can see hello Manish. So like that actually we can combine and we can concat the two string using the plus operator. Now let's see about the f string. F string is also very much important. So suppose, now let's understand about the f string. So suppose I have a one variable name is Manish. Variable name is Manish. Now what actually I want to print? I want to print like this, hello and the name. Whatever the name I am passing, right, that actually I want to pass. So what actually I want, this name, right, this name should represent the Manish. That is what actually I want. If I'll execute this, so you can see it is printing the whole thing, hello name only. But what actually I want, this name actually I want to take from this particular variable. So in this case, what actually you can write, you can use a curly braces here. Now here also if you will execute, right, this is considering the hello name only. But what I want, this name actually I want to take it from this variable. So in this that case we can use a f string. So you had to start with the f, then the same thing. Now if you'll execute, you can see hello Manish it is printing. Now let's take a user input. So name I will take a user input. So I will use an input function. What I will put, what is your name, your name. Now user will enter his name, and what actually I want to print hello and the this particular name, hello name. So what actually we'll use a f string because this particular value we want to pass here, right? So like that actually we will represent. Now suppose anyone is, suppose we are executing, so it is asking like to enter your name. So let me write my name Manish. So you can see hello Manish it is printing. Now let me execute once again. I will write Ram, and if I'll execute, you can see it is printing the hello Ram. So like that actually we can use a f string, and it is a important also. Now let's solve few string related coding question. The first question is like, write a Python program to check if a string is palindrome or not. So what is a palindrome? So if we will reverse the string and if the output is same like original, then it is a palindrome. So suppose I have a one string, this is the string Malayalam. Now if I will reverse this particular string and if I am getting the same output what is the original, then I will say it is a palindrome. So how actually we can solve this? So what we have to do, first we have to reverse this string. So what I will do, I will create one variable reverse, and what I will do, how actually we can reverse a string. So if you write x like this, and if you will check the reverse, you can see it will reverse. So suppose this is a hello, let's take first hello. Now if you will see this, when I am using this, right, so it is reversing the string, and this is the output I am getting. So what I will check, if x equal to the rev, then we will say print palindrome. It means it is a palindrome. Otherwise else print not palindrome, not. So if I'll execute this, so you can see hello is not a palindrome, right? So but suppose Malayalam, let's try to check Malayalam. Lama. If I'll execute, it is a palindrome, because if you reverse Malayalam, you will get the same output, means it is a palindrome. So like that actually we can solve. So here we are using an inbuilt method, right? So suppose you had to solve using a for loop. So how actually you can solve this question using a for loop? So what I will write, we will declare one variable. Let's try to reverse this for I in x, and I will write a equal to the I plus a, and after that we will print a. You can see after reversing also we are getting the same output. So this is the code through which actually you can reverse a string. Now I will check the same condition. If x equal to the a, we are it is a palindrome, otherwise no. So you can see it is not a palindrome, right? But let's check about the Malayalam, whether Malayalam is palindrome or not. It is a palindrome. So what you had to do, you had to reverse a string and you had to check. So this is the reversing a string through a for loop, and this is the one line code for the reversing a string, and check if both are same. If both are same, then it is palindrome, otherwise not. And let's solve another question. The next question is like, I have to reverse a word of a given string. So suppose Geeks quiz practice code is given, you have to reverse. So first code, then practice, then quiz, and the geeks will come. So you have to reverse the whole string. So that is the question. So let me write. Suppose I have this hello world. Now what actually output I want? I want to reverse this. Means the world and hello I should get. So let me declare this as str1. So how actually I can solve this? So what I will do? I'll create one variable and I will try to split this. I will try to split this. Now if you see, hello and world got separated, right? Hello world, or let me write Manish also. Hello world Manish. Now what actually I want to do? I want to reverse this. So how actually I can reverse this? If I write like this, you can see it is reverse, right? Now we have to convert into the string. So how actually we can convert? So I will write str2. I will use dot join. Join is one of the method, and this actually you can use join. And now if I'll check the str2, you can see Manish world hello, Manish world hello. So what actually this will do, this will reverse the list. Split will convert this string into the list, and what actually we'll have to do, we have to reverse, right? So this is how actually we can reverse the list, and what actually we are doing, we are just joining with the space. This is the space, right? With the space we are joining, so we are getting the output. So like that actually you can reverse a word. The next question is like, I have a given string, and this is the string which is given, hello is best, hello is best is okay. Now let's see how actually we can count the how many time hello is present, and best is present. Means how many time the particular word is present into the given string. So what you have to do, first I will convert into the list. How actually I can convert into the list? So what I will write, s dot split. I will use a split and I will try to convert into the list. So you can see this got converted into the list, right? Now what I will do, I will try to apply a for loop. I'll declare one dictionary, and I will check for I in D. I'll check D if I in D, then what I will do, di plus equal to the 1, else if the word is not present, then that particular word we will count as a 1. If word is already present, then what we will do, we will increment by 1, otherwise we will mark it as a 1. Now if I show you the D, for I in L we had to loop L, right? So this would be L. Now you can see hello is present one time, is present two time, best is present one time. So like that actually we can solve. Now our next question is like, write a Python program to remove all the duplicate from a given string. So suppose I have a given one string, hello, hello, something, this string is given. Now we have to remove a duplicate from this. So how actually I can remove? So what I will do, I will declare one string, empty string, and I will try to loop for I in S. if I in A, then I will do pass, else A plus equal to the I. Now if I'll check the A, you will see it remove all the duplicate and this is the unique word. So you can see L was 2 times, right, but only one L we got. O is 1 time, only one O we got. H and E, these are the unique word. Whatever the duplicate uh, character was there, right, it removed all the things. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Let's understand what is function in a Python, what are the key benefit, how actually we can create a function, and what are the inbuilt function is available. A function in a Python is a reusable block of code that perform a specific task. Let's understand with one example. So suppose you have got one requirement. What is your requirement? Suppose you have given one list. In this list, what actually you have to do? Whatever the element it contain the list, right? You have to do the sum. So what actually I will do? I'll write a block of code. I'll write a block of code, and this what actually it will do? It will give the sum of all the elements. Means 1 plus 2 plus 3. I will get the output as a 6. So this actually solved my purpose, right? Now next day again I got another list. Now in this again I got a requirement. In this requirement, what actually I had to do? I had to do the sum of all the element which is present into this list. Now for that, what actually I will do? Again I will write the same line of code. What this code will do? It will do a sum of all the element and it will give me the result. Now next day again I got the another list. Now what actually I have to do? I have to write the same line of code again, so that it will do a sum of all the element and I will get the output. So you can see what actually I am doing. I am writing the same code again and again, right? So instead of doing this, what actually we can do with the help of some function, what actually we can do, we can create one function, and whatever the line of code is there, right? So this line of code I will write here. I'll create one function. I'll write a line of code. What this line of code will do? It will do a sum of all the element which is present into the list. Now next time, whenever anyone is giving me the new list. So instead of writing the this line of code again and again, what actually I can do? I can directly call the function. I'll only call the function, and what this function will do, it will do the sum of all the element and it will give me the output. So that is the advantage we get. So in a function, what actually we do, we try to reuse the same code again and again. Instead of writing the same code again and again, what actually we can do, we can create a one function. In that function, we can write that code, and whenever we need it, we will only call the function name and we will get the output. So that is the advantage we get in a function. Now let's see how actually we can create a function. We'll get better idea. So to create a function, suppose you have got one requirement. In that requirement, what actually you have to do? You have to print this hello multiple time. This hello multiple places you have to print hello, and also you have to print task completed. Task completed. This is the requirement you got. Like multiple places you have to print this hello and the task completed. So what actually you have to do, in multiple places you are writing the same print statement and hello and print and task completed, right? So instead of doing that, what actually we can do, we can create one function. So I'll create one function name as a task, and what actually I will do, so how actually we create a function def, and after that you have to give the function name, and after that open and close bracket colon, and whatever the line of code, right? So this is a line of code. This is the line of code I will write here, and that's how actually we can create a function. So we have to start with def function name, open bracket, close a bracket, colon. Now wherever you require, right, wherever you required, what actually you have to do, you only have to call this task. What this task will do, it will print the hello and the task completed. So instead of writing this print hello, print task completed multiple time, what actually we can do, now we will only call the task, and what this task will do, this will print hello and the task completed. Now suppose I have to print here also hello and task completed. So instead of writing print hello and print task completed, what actually I will do, I'll only call the task and it will give me the output. So that is the advantage we get in a function. What actually we do, whatever the block of code we had to reuse multiple places, right? We create a function, and whenever we need it, we only call with the function name and we got the output. That is the advantage we get in a function. So this is how actually we create a function. Now let's see what are the few inbuilt function which is available and which we are using, right? So if you'll see, suppose you are given one list. Now in this list you have to find out the sum of all the elements. So what actually we do, we write sum and we pass the list, and what actually it will do, it will give me the sum of all the element which is present into the list, right? So if you'll see, this sum is nothing but a, is nothing but a, it is a function. What actually it is doing, it is giving me the sum of all the element, means group of code is written, and what this group of code is doing, it is doing me the sum of all the element. So suppose you have to find out the what is the maximum element from the given list. So if I'll call the max, it will give me what is the maximum element. So what is max? Max is nothing but it is also one of the function. In that function, what actually happening, one code is written, and what this code is doing, it is finding out the what is the maximum element from the given list. Similarly, we have a mean, right? What this mean is doing, mean is also a function. What this mean is doing, it is finding out what is the minimum element from the given list. So like that we have a multiple inbuilt function is available. Now let's see how actually you can write your own code. You have to create your own function, and what this function will do, this will find out the sum of all the element which is present into the given list. So that is your requirement. So how actually we can create a function. So I will create one function, um, addition or something, or I will give the name as a summation. I am creating one function summation. You can give any name, open bracket, close a bracket. Now what actually I will write, I have to find out the sum of all the element which is present into the list. So what actually I will write, how actually we can find out the sum. So I will declare one variable a equal to the 0, and I will loop for I in L, and what actually I will do, a plus equal to the I, and I will return the, I'll return the return the A. A. What actually I am doing, I have written one code. I have written one code summation. I will pass one parameter L. What this parameter will do? So whenever anyone will pass the list, any list, if anyone will pass, what actually it will do? It will first loop those list, and what actually it will do? It will do the sum with this particular A, and it will give me the output of the A. Now suppose this is the list, right? Suppose anyone has given one list. I have created one summation function. Now suppose anyone has given this list, and you have to find out the sum of all the elements. So what actually I will do, I'll only call with the summation L. I'll get the output. You can see 95. Suppose anyone has written, anyone has given this particular list. So what actually I will do, you can see 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7, right? It is doing the sum, and it is giving me the output. So I have created one function. What this function is doing, it is looping all the list element, and it is finding out the sum, and I am getting the output. Now this function I can call in multiple places. This is similar to the sum. So you can see, right, this sum function, how actually it has written like this. So whenever anyone is passing any list to this particular sum function, it is giving you the output. So here also, if I'll show you, you can see sum of L you will do, you will get the 24, and here also if you do summation and L, you are getting the 24. So how this sum function is written, this is how actually it has written. And whenever you are calling, right, it is giving me you the output of this all the elements. It is doing the sum, and it is giving you the outputs. That's how actually you can create a function, and you can call multiple places. Now let's see, you have a one function max, right? How this max function has written, let's understand. So whenever I am calling this max, right, what actually I am getting, I am directly getting what is the maximum element. So suppose this is the list, what is the maximum from the given list, 55, right? How actually we can create a function like this max, let's understand. So what actually I will do, I'll create one function, and I will create a function name as a maximum something I will give name. And what actually I will do, it will contain the parameter. It will contain the parameter, means you have to pass the list here. So what actually I will do, and here I will create a equal to the 0. Equal to the 0. What I will do, I will loop it for I in L. If I is greater than A, then A equal to the I, right? This is the code I will write, and what I will do, I'll return a. Now one function I have created. Now whenever you have to call this function, what you have to do, if you write the maximum L, you will get the what is the maximum element which is present into the list, but you have to pass the list also. So suppose list name is 3455. You have to find out what is the maximum from the given list. If I'll pass the maximum L, you can see what is the maximum element, 55. So I'm getting the output. So suppose 444 is given. Now what is the maximum from here? 444, right? So this max function is written like this only. So this is the code which is written into the max, and whenever we are needed, we are directly calling. So like that actually we create a function, and whenever we need, right, we call this function. So you can create your own function, and whenever you require, right, you can call that function. Now let's see how actually we can pass a parameter in a function. So you can see whatever the function we are creating, right, we are passing a parameter also. So parameter also we can pass. So suppose, yeah, suppose how actually we can create a function. I am creating one function addition, and how actually we pass a parameter. Under this we pass a parameter a, b, and c. Like this we pass. Means you can give any name, right? Now what actually I will do? I will just return a plus b plus c. A plus b plus c. So I created one function addition, and what this function will do, it will take a input of three number a, b, and c. Means whenever you will call this addition, right, you have to pass the a plus b and c. Suppose a is 10, b is 30, and c is 40. So this actually I am passing. Now whenever I will call this addition, right, what actually it will do, whatever the number is there, it will do the sum of this all the number, and it will give the output. This is how actually we create a function. This is how actually we pass the parameter, and this is how actually we call the function. So we understand about how to create a function. Now let's understand about the non-keyword argument and the keyword argument. So let's take one example. Let's create one function, and we'll get idea about the argument and the key value argument. So how actually we can create a function. A def we have to write. I'm creating one function name as a adder, and after that we have to pass the parameter. This parameter is nothing but this is a argument. So suppose I am passing three argument a, b, and the c. Now what actually I want to do, I want to do a sum, return a plus b plus c. So this is the function I have created. What this will do, this will do the sum of a plus b plus c. How actually I can call, if I write adder and 3 plus 4 plus 5, if I'll do, I'll get the output. It will do the sum of this 3 plus 4 plus 5, and I'm getting the output. Now suppose I want to do a sum only plus 3 and 4. Now in this case, if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting a error, adder missing one required positional argument c. So you can see here I'm doing a hard coding, like it should contain the three argument a, b, and c. But suppose only I have to add this 3 and 4, then it is giving me error. You have to pass the third element also. So in a real time also, we are not sure like how many argument we should pass to create a function. During the creation of the function, we are not sure. So what we can use a non-keyword arguments to solve this problem. Suppose I will create the same function once again. So what I will give the name as a adder. So previously I was passing a b c, right? So instead of passing that, what actually I can use a non-keyword argument. So what actually I am writing, star and args I am writing, and what I will write a code which will do a sum. So I will create one variable first. What I will do, I will loop for I in this args we have passed, right, and a plus equal I, and we will return a, return a. What actually it will do, it will, so my function is ready. What actually it will do, whatever the argument it will pass, it will do the sum. So my function is ready, right? Now suppose I want to do a sum of two elements 3 4, and if I'll execute, I am getting the output 7. Now suppose I want to do add of 5 6 7 8 7. Now if I'll execute, it will do a sum of this all. Means previously we were doing a hard coding, right? A, B, C, only the three argument. Instead of hard coding, what actually we can do, we can use a non-keyword argument. So here we have given the name args, but you can give any name. Suppose I want to give the name as a num, star num. So in this case, what actually happen, For I in num you have to pass, and if you will execute, this will work in the similar way. So if you don't know how many arguments that will pass into your function, add a star before the parameter name in a function. So if you don't know how many arguments should pass, you can use a star and you can give any the parameter name, and that's how actually you can use. So that is for the non-keyword argument. So what is a keyword argument? That is a second one. Star args we were using whenever you have a value in the form of tuple, but this no, keyword argument, suppose you have a you're passing an argument that is in the form of a dictionary key value pair, then you will use a keyword arguments. Let's create one function. I will create one function naming something, and I will pass the we have to represent with the double star, and we have to write the name. You can write any parameter name. I'm writing this. What I will do, I will loop it, because this is in the key value pair, right? Because in the form of the dictionary we use this keyword arguments. So what I will write, for key value in this, what I will do, I will print key and well. How actually we loop dictionary dot items, so it will show both, right? Keywords dot item. Now my function is now ready. So suppose how actually I can call, if I write naming, suppose I will call the name equal to the Manish, and I will call another name as a surname equal to the Tiwari, and age equal to the 28. Like that, the multiple key value I can pass. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it is printing the key and the value. Whatever actually key and whatever the value I'm passing, it is actually printing, because we have written a code like print key and the value. So star arg non-keyword argument. So when you are not sure like how many argument you should pass, then you will go for the star argument. And when to use a keyword argument, whenever you want your input, like that should be in the form of the dictionary. You can see we are passing a value in the form of the key value pair, right? Then we go for the keyword argument. By the name itself, you can understand keyword argument means it is a key value pair. Whatever the argument it will contain, right, that will be in the form of the key value in the form of a dictionary. So I hope you got the idea. This is important. Now let's understand about the lambda function in a Python. So till now we have seen like how actually we can create a function in a Python, how actually we can pass a argument into the particular function, and how actually we can get the output. So now let's understand about what is a lambda function in a Python, and it is an important interview question also. A lambda function in a Python is a small anonymous function that can have a multiple argument but only a single expression. It is often used for a short and simple operation. So suppose you have a requirement where you have to create a function which is very short and a simple operation. Now let's take one example. Suppose I have to write a function that will take a two variable and it will do a sum. So it is a simple operation, right? I have to take a two variable and I have to do a sum. So in a function, how actually I will write a code. I'll create a def. I will give the name as a summation, and after that I will take a two output a b, and what I will do, I'll create one variable that will do a sum. So suppose final equal to the a plus b, and I will return final. That will be the sum. Now how actually I will call this with one variable, right? So I will call like this summation, and I will pass the variable which I want to do. Suppose 5 and 7 I want to do a sum, so I will pass that, and if I'll execute, I'll get the output. So this is a simple operation, right? So what lambda has, if you have a simple expression, now instead of writing this line of code, what actually you can do, you can use a one anonymous function, that is a lambda function. How actually I can get the same output here with the help of lambda? So first you have to declare one variable. Suppose x is the variable. What I will do, I will write a lambda. I want a two input, right? Like this a and b, right? So what I will write, a comma b. This is the input I want, and what expression I want to do, I want to do a sum, so I will write a plus b. That's it. So instead of writing like this line of code, what actually I can do, I can achieve the same result with the help of this code. So what actually I'm writing, first I'm writing the lambda. After that, what is the input we want? We want a two input, right? So I am taking a b, this is the two input. And what is the expression I want to do? I want to do a sum. So I am writing a plus b. Now how actually we can call, if I write x 5 and 10, and if I'll execute, I'll get the same output. If I write 5 and the 7 like previously, and if I'll execute, I'll get the same output. So if you have a single expression, instead of writing a multiple line of code, what actually you can do with the in a single line itself, you will get the result. Now let's take another example. Suppose I have a three function. Now what I have to do? I have to do a multiplication of all the three variables. So how actually I will do? I'll create one function in a normal function, multiply something. I want to multiply the three variables. I will write a, b, and the c. And what I will do? I'll create a function like mul equal to the a into b into c. Now what I will do? I will return mul, and how actually I will call? For calling, I have to call with the function name, right? I have to call with the function name, so I will write multiply, and I will pass 1, 2 into 3 into 4, and if I'll execute, I'll get the output. So instead of writing, this is the simple expression, right? So instead of writing this line of code, what actually I can get? First, I have to declare a variable lambda. Three input we want, right? So I will write a comma b comma c colon. What expression we want to do? A into b into c. This we want to do. Now that's it. In one line itself, we are getting output. So suppose you have to multiply 3 into 2 into 3 into 4, 2 comma 3 comma 4. Now if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting the same output. So lambda is a one kind of the anonymous function, means you do not have to create a new function. You can use the lambda itself. Lambda is a one of the anonymous function. Whenever you have a simple and the short operation which you want to perform, then instead of creating a new function, what actually you can use? The already lambda is a one of the anonymous function that actually you can use. How actually we can create that? First we have to write a lambda, and after that whatever the input you want, that you have to write, and what is the operation you want to do, that you have to write, then you will get the output. So yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's understand about the map, filter and radius in a Python. So it is an important topic and it will help you in your coding also. So instead of writing a multiple line of code to get the same result, with the help of map, filter and radius, you can get the same result in a single line itself. So let's understand when actually we use a map, filter and radius one by one. So let's start with the map. Whenever you have to apply a function to the all the element, let's take one use case. Suppose when you need to modify all the element in the list, convert to uppercase or square the number. Suppose this list is given. Now suppose your requirement is like whatever the element is present in the given list, you want to do a square, means all the element you want to apply a some function, then we use a map function. So how map function works? First you have to write a map, and after that you have to pass the function name, after that you have to pass the list. So let's create one function first. What this function will do, it will do a squaring. So what I will write, I am creating one function def square. It will take a input n, and what actually it will return, it will return the square like this. Now suppose I will pass one number, how actually I can call? If I write square and the 5, and if I'll execute, what actually it is doing? It is doing a square of the 5, and I'm getting the output as a 25. So we have created one function. What this function is doing, it is doing a square of the given number. Now my requirement is like in all the element I want to apply the this function, means all the element I want to do a square. So if you have a requirement where you want to modify all the element in the given list, then you can use a map function. So how actually map function works? You have to write a map, you have to pass the function name. What is my function name? Square is the function name, and I want to apply this into all the element in the given list, so list you have to pass. Now what actually I will do, if I'll execute this, you can see it is creating one object, but I want output in the form of list, right? So I'll write a list, and if I'll execute, you can see what actually it does. All the element, right? 1 square 1, 3 square 9, 4 square 16, I'm getting the output. So what actually we have done, we have created one function and we have one function. What this function does, it does the square of the given number. But in a list we have a multiple elements, right? So all the elements I want to apply this particular function. So what actually I can use? I can use a map function. This map function will apply all the element in the given list and it will do the squaring because square is the function we are passing. So instead of, if you will not use a map function, how actually you will solve the same question? So what actually you will do, if you will not use the map function, you will create one more list like this, and after that you will for loop the given list like this. And what actually you will do, you will append and like this, a dot append, and you want to square, right, like this, and finally you will get the output like this. Actually you will apply. So instead of applying the for loop and all, what actually you can do, in the single line itself you can get the same result if you already have a function. So that is the advantage we get in a map function. Now suppose this square function is not given, so what actually I can use, I can also use a lambda function which is available, right? That is an anonymous function. So what actually I can do, the same result I can also use this with a lambda. So what actually I will write, first we have to write map accept one function, right? So what we will pass, we will pass a lambda. Lambda will take one argument and what actually it will do, it will do a squaring, right? It will do a squaring. So what I will write, squaring. Now this is my function name. So instead of creating this function also, you can use a lambda. Lambda is also a function, right? What actually it is doing, it is doing a squaring, and after that is accept the list. Now if I'll execute, it is creating a map object, but I want output in a form of list I will pass, and if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the output. So instead of doing for looping and all, in the single line itself you can get the result. So that is the advantage we get in a map. So whenever you had to apply a function to the all the element in the given list or iterable, you can use a map function. So that is all about the map. Now let's understand about the filter. So filter, generally we use select element based on the condition. So suppose I have one use case when you need to remove unwanted values. Suppose I want to filter even number from a given list, means I want to output only the even number. Suppose my list is given, let me create one list, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Now in this given list you can see I have only 6 and the 4 is the even number, right? So I want to filter only the even number and I want to exclude all the other number. So in this case, what actually we can use a filter function. So how filter works? Filter also works in a similar way. What you have to write, filter, and after that you have to pass the function name, whatever the function name we have to pass, and after that you have to pass the iterable items like this. And now let's solve this. So what actually I will do, I will create one function and that will find out the even number. So let me create one function, define even, and what actually it will do, return an percentile to equal to the 0. Now what actually I will do, this is the even, so what actually it will do, it will only return the even number. So let's call this function. So if I'll do even and if I'll pass the 3, if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting the false. This is not a correct. So filter only will apply only for the true condition. Now what I will do, I'll use a filter. I'll pass this even function and I want to apply into the all the list. Created the filter object, right? I want output in a list, so I'll use a list, and if I'll execute, you can see 4 and the 6. So it applied this function to the given list and it is only filtering the even number and I'm getting the output those. Now you should understand the difference between the map and filter. So in a map, what actually happened, in the given list or iterable, it apply the condition to the all the element. whether it is whether condition is true or false. In the both the cases you will get the result. But in the case of filter, if the condition is true, then only you will get the result. So let's take one example. Suppose I have one given list and list contain true and the false value. Now what actually I am writing one function, I am writing one function and it is checking whether n should be equal to the true. So this is the condition I am writing, whether the particular element is equal to the true or not. So when I am applying a map, right, so you can see this true is equal to the true, right, so I am getting a true result. But false is not equal to the true, right, so I am getting the false result. Means it is applying this condition to the all the element is given list, and the output also we are getting for the all the element. But when I am applying the same condition in the with the help of the filter, so whatever the condition, this condition is satisfying only for this true, right? So I'm getting the output only for this true. So in the case of the filter, if the condition is true, then only those result you will get as a output. But when you will apply a map condition, whether the condition is true or false, for both you will get the result. So that you have to remember the difference. Now let's understand about the reduce. Reduce is a sequence to a single value. Suppose when you need to aggregate value like sum, product or find the maximum, then you can use a reduce. So suppose I have given one list 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, something is given. Now what actually I want to do? I want to do the sum of the all the elements. So what actually I can do? I can use a reduce. It will give you the aggregate value. So what I will do? Suppose let me create one function summation. This is the function I am creating a b, and what actually it is doing, it is returning the a plus b. Now how actually I can use a radius? I will use a radius and I will pass the function name and I will pass the list. And to use a radius, first we have to import one library. So I will use from func tool import radius. Now if I'll execute this, what actually it is doing, it is doing the sum 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. So it is applying all the element and it is doing the sum and it is giving you the output. So when you need to aggregate value like sum, multiplication and all, you can use a reduce. Suppose this is the given list and you want to multiply the each element one by one. So what actually I can use? I'll use a reduce, and after that we have to pass the function, right? So what I will use lambda. Uh, it will take two element a b and I want to do multiplication. So what I will do a into b. When I want to apply into the all the elements, I will use that. And if I'll execute, what actually it does, it actually multiply all the element and it is giving me the output. If you will not use a radius, what you have to do, you have to loop that and then you have to apply a multiplication and then only you have to do a append. So instead of doing this, what actually you can do, you can use a radius and you will get the result. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to learn about the object-oriented programming in a Python. So till now, whatever we have learned in a Python, that was a procedural programming. Now we are going to learn about the object-oriented programming, and this will help you a lot in your programming, because whenever you will work in your real-world application, right, there the importance of the object-oriented programming concept is a very much important, and it will help you organizing your code properly. So you should know the concept of the object oriented programming, that only we are going to learn in this particular video. So let's start. So OOP stand for the object oriented programming. It is a way of writing code that focus on object and classes instead of just action. So before to object oriented programming, whatever we have learned, right, that was a procedural programming. In the case of procedural programming, what actually we do, we only focus on steps or procedure to solve a problem. Code is organized as a list of instruction. Suppose you had to, let's take one example. Suppose you had to do the sum of the three variables. So in this case, what you will do, first you will create one variable, then you will create another variable, then you will create another variable, and then finally you will do a sum of this all the variable. Means step by step we are following, right? So that's how actually we write a code in the case of the procedural programming. Now whenever you will work in a real world application and whenever you have to write like this, right, your code will become a messy. To overcome this, we have a OOPS concept. It focus on object that represent a real world thing. Its code is organized around class and object. So in the case of object oriented programming, we create a one class, and based on this class we create a different object. That's how actually it works. Now we are saying a class and object all the time, right? What is this class mean and what is this object means, we should know. So class is nothing but it is like a blueprint or template for creating a object. Now what is the object? Let's take one example. Let's suppose we have a one object car. An object is the actual car built from a blueprint. Let's take one example. Suppose you are working in a one company that is a car factory and that built a different car. Now we are understanding about the class and the objects, and we are taking an example of a car factory. Now this car factory, they build different cars. So this car is nothing but this is a real entity, right? So object is nothing but this is a real entity that we are saying as a car. Now what is this class? Class is nothing but it is a blueprint. It is a blueprint. Now what this blueprint will contain? This blueprint will contain the properties, and it will contain the action. Now class is nothing but it is a blueprint which contain the property and action. Now based on this class only, we create a different object. Now you are saying like object is car like, but we have a class. Under this class is nothing but a blueprint, and it contain the properties as well as the action, and based on this we can create a different objects. So we can create a one object for the, suppose we have a Toyota car. Similarly, based on the property and action, based on this class, we can create another like Tata car. Based on this class only, we can create another car like a Kia car. Like we have a one class that contain the property and action. Means we create one class in a Python, and in this class we define what are the properties of the object, what is the action it can have, and based on that what actually we do, we try to create a different object out of this particular class. So that's how it works in a object oriented programming. So instead of writing a different function, suppose you are creating one function for the Toyota, and you are writing a you are getting the output. Similarly, you are creating another function for the Tata, and you are getting output. Instead of doing this, you can create one class. This class will contain the all the property and action, and based on that we can create a different objects and the entity. So that's how actually it works in a real world application. Now class is a blueprint or template for creating an object. It defines the property and action that object will have. Example, think of class as a car design. Car blueprint define property, what car has, color, model, speed, what action it can take, what car can do, drive, brake, honk. It is just a plan or template, it doesn't exist physically. So whenever we say class, right, it is just a blueprint, it is just a template, it doesn't exist physically. Now what is the object? An object is the actual car built from a blueprint. It has a specific value for the property like red Toyota with a speed of 60 km per hour, and it can perform a action like drive, brake. And now let's see how actually we can create a class. So how actually first we write a class, and whatever the class we are creating, right, that name we have to give. In our case car is the one class we are creating, and after that we define a different property. So this is nothing but we are saying property, right? So we initiate with the def and the underscore init, right? And this will come later, we'll understand in the next video what is constructor, but as of now you understand. First we are defining one, we are creating one class. Under that we are creating a different function. You can say this function is nothing but a method. Now here we are defining a different property like what is the color, what is the model, what is the speed. Now after that we are defining a different method like car can drive and the car can brake, right? So that's how actually we create a class. So we have created only one class car, and we have defined the property here, and we have defined the what are the method and what are the action it can take. Now let me execute. Now based on this car we can create an object. How actually we can create object? I am creating one car one object. I am writing car one, and after that I am calling this car, this class I am calling, and what are the color and model, right? So it is a red color and it is a model is a Toyota I am passing. Similarly, I am creating another car too. I am passing. It is a blue color and it is a Honda. Now if I'll execute, and after that I am calling the directly action car1 dot drive. So you can see car1 got created. It is a red color and it is a Toyota. So I am getting the output. The red Toyota is driving at 60 kilometer per hour. So you can see I have created one function, right? Now this function I am creating the self dot color. This is the color. Color is red. The red model is nothing but Toyota. We have created Toyota model. The red Toyota is driving at what speed? Speed is a 60 kilometer per hour because we have defined the 60 kilometer. Similarly, brake, the blue Honda has stopped. The blue Honda has stopped. So like that actually we can create a different, means we are creating one class, we are defining their property here, we are defining their method here, and based on this class we can create a different objects. Like we can create one object for the Toyota, we can create one object for the Honda. So like that actually we can do. So this is how actually it helps us in organizing a code. So why oops? It is easier to manage and organize code for the large project. You can reuse your code, create multiple cars from the same class. It models real world problem more naturally. So I hope you got the idea. So this was a theory from the object oriented programming perspective, but in next video we will do more practical and we'll try to understand each thing one by one. Hello everyone. So in previous video we understand the basic of the object oriented programming. In this particular video with practically we are going to understand about the constructor method, how actually we create a class and how actually we create a object. So in a Python how actually we can create a class. First you have to write the class, and after that you have to mention the what is the class you want to create. Suppose I want to create one demo class, so I will mention the name, after that colon, after that you write your code. So that's how actually we create a class in a Python. Now if you had to call this, if you had to create an object, how actually you can create an object. Suppose I want to create object one car. So based on this demo, I want to create one object car. So like that actually we create a object. So you can create a multiple object like car1 equal to the demo, like that. So that's how actually we create a class and object in a Python. Now let's understand about the method and then we'll come to the constructor. So what is the method? Method is nothing but it is like a function. So we understand about the function, right? How actually we create a function. So under this class, whatever the function you will define, right? And that is nothing but we call it as a method in object oriented programming. So what you have to write first I will write a declare one class demo. This is the class I am creating. And after that what actually I will do, I'll create one function. This function is nothing but a method only in a Python in a object oriented programming. So I'll create one function name as a val, and after that you have to pass the self is the keyword which you have to pass in object oriented programming whenever you will create a method. And after that what I will do, I'll just print a 10. So I am creating one method val and I'm just printing the 10 as of now. Now let's see how actually we can create a object from this particular class. So how actually you create a object. First you have to write the object name demo1. I want to create one object based on the class. So I will pass the demo is the class, right? Now if I'll execute, you can see nothing is happening, nothing got printed. Now let me, what actually I will do, based on this object I'll call this method. How actually you can call the method demo1 dot val. If I'll write and if I'll execute, you can see the 10 got printed. So that's how actually we create a class in a Python. That's how actually we declare a method in a class, and that's how actually we create an object in a Python, and this is how actually we call the method whenever you have to call. Now one thing you have to remember. Now suppose I am declaring one variable here. I am declaring one variable a equal to the 10. Now this a you want to call here, this a you want to print here. Now if I'll execute, what actually I am doing, I have defined one variable a equal to the 10, and this a equal to the 10, right, whatever the variable that actually I want to call into my method. So I am printing this a. Now if I'll execute, it will give me one error, a is not defined. So what you have to do, what is the use case of this self? Whenever you want to call variable, right, you always have to call with the self dot a. Once you will call self.a, now if you will execute, now it will be printed. So whenever you have to call any variable into the method, always remember we use a self keyword. That is the thing you have to remember. Now suppose I will create another method, uh, and what I will print? I will print a hello, hello, and this is just I want to print. Let me give this name as a. So I created one object demo1. I'm calling the class and I'm calling only one this method. Now suppose I want to call this method also. So how actually I can call? If I write demo1 dot valso1 1, and if I'll execute, you can see this A10 is printed and this hello also got printed. So that's how actually we can create a class, we can create an object, and we can call the method. Now come to the constructor. So till now we have understand about the class, how to create a method. Now let's understand about the constructor. So constructor, it is a special method within a class that gets automatically called whenever object is created. It is a special method only. So constructor is nothing but it is a kind of the one of the method only. But in this case, in the case of the constructor, what happens? You don't need to call the method. It will get automatically called. So that is the thing. In this case, you can see, right, we have defined the class. Whenever we are creating object, nothing is getting printed. Whenever I will call this method, then only this value is getting printed, right? But in the case of the constructor, you do not need to call the method itself. It will automatically get called whenever object is created. So let's see. Let's take one example how constructor works. So first you have to define the class. So let me define the class name as a demo. And after that, what I will do, I'll create one constructor. So how to create a constructor? It is a def, because this is also one of the method, underscore underscore init. So that's how actually we represent the constructor. After that, you have to mention the self. Self is mandatory in a case of the class. Okay. Now after that, suppose I am printing hello something, hello world. This actually I am printing. Okay. So what actually I have done, I have created one class, I have created one constructor. This init, with init, whatever the function you will write, right, that is nothing but it is a constructor. Now let me create this also, one of the method also under this. Let me create another method also. I created one method also. Now let's see, whenever I will create an object, now I will create one object. So I will create one object name as a d1, and I will call the this particular class. Based on this I will create object, right? So this is nothing but I am creating one object. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see hello world got printed. Even though I haven't called this method, it is automatically got called and it is getting printed this hello world. So constructor is a one of the method only, but whenever you will create an object, that will automatically get called. So that is a constructor. But in the case of this value, right, this method, in this case what actually you have to do, you have to call this method, that only then only it will get printed. So let me print 10 something. You can see 10 got printed. So that's how actually it works in the case of the constructor. Now let's take another example. In this case, what we will do, we will pass a parameter also. So what I will do, previously I was only printing the hello world, right? But I will pass few parameter also, a and b. Now how actually you can call this a and b? So for that you have to use self dot a equal to the a. That's how actually you have to declare self dot b equal to the b. Now you can print the self dot a and the self dot b. Now this self dot a I want to call into this method also. So how actually I can call, if I write self dot a, this will be called. So what actually I am doing, I am creating one constructor and I am declaring two parameter also. So for that you have to first declare like this, self dot a equal to the a, self dot b equal to the b, and after that I am just printing that. And in a method also I have created, and in that method I am calling this particular variable whatever we have created. Now let's try to create an object. So whenever I will create object, so suppose I am creating one object demo. Whenever I will create one object, you you can see it is giving error because we are passing also to variable, right? So that also you have to pass. So I will write 10 and the 30. Now whenever I will create object, you can see this automatically get called and it got printed. Even though I am not calling this init, automatically it got called and it got printed. Now if I'll do d1 dot val so, then only this value will be printed. So in the case of the constructor, you don't need to call, it will automatically get called whenever object is created, but in the case of the method, you have to explicitly call. Hello everyone, so in this particular video, we are going to understand about the inheritance. Inheritance is one of the concept of object-oriented programming that allows one class to reuse the property and method of another class. What is inheritance? It allows one class to reuse the property and method of another class. So suppose you have a two class. First class is class A and the second class is class B. In a class A I have defined one method val. Similarly in a class B I have defined one method val1. Now my requirement is like whatever the property and method which is available in a class A, right, that I want to have in a class B also. So instead of again writing this all the method in a class B, what actually we can do, we can use a inheritance object. So in the case of inheritance, what actually we can do in a child, in the child class. So this is a child class. You can inherit the property of a parent class. So suppose this is a parent class. So whatever the property which is available into this class A, right, I can inherit it by using the inheritance method. So how actually we can define a class? First you have to write class name, and you want to inherit this class property, right? So you can use a this particular class name. Now what actually I will do now, in this case you have to create only one object, that is a B. So suppose you have created one object name as a obj, and this particular class you have to call B. Now from this object you can call this method also, object1 dot val1. If I write, I can call this method that is available in a class B, but you can also call the whatever the method is available in a class A also. So in a class A we have a val method, right? I can call that also. You can see val method. So what actually we are doing, we are inheriting the property and method which is available in a class A into class B. So that is the inheritance concept. So instead of writing again this all the code, what actually we can do, we can use the inheritance concept. In that case you have to create only one object, and from that object you can inherit the property from another class also. So that is the inheritance concept. Now let's see about the multi-level inheritance. Multi-level inheritance. In a multi-level inheritance, what actually we can do? We can inherit the property from one class to another class. So in this case, you can see only we had a two class. One is the class A, second is the class B. From a parent class, we were inheriting the property in a child class. Now suppose you have a three class. This is my first class, class A. Similarly, I will define another class. Similarly, I will define another class. So I have defined a three class. The first class name is a class A, then B, then C, and this I will give the val3. Now what actually I want to do? Whatever the property of class A I want to inherit into the B. So what actually I can write? Class B, open a bracket, and you can write A. Similarly, whatever the properties available in a B, right? So I want to inherit into the C. So I can write a B. Now when I am writing this class C and B, right? So this class C is having a property of class B, and this class B is having a property of class A. Means I will create only one object. Suppose I will create only one object, that is a C, and I can inherit the property of a class B, and the class B already having property of class A. So if I write object1 dot val3, I will be able to call this method. You can see val method, and let me give val3 method. Now suppose I will write object dot, this method also I can call. So let me call val4, object dot val4. You can see this method I am also able to call. Now from this object itself I can call this method also. If I write object dot val, you can see I am able to call that also. In this case, what actually happening, this class C is having a class B is inherited the property of class A, and class C inherit the property of a class B. So in a multi-level inheritance is happening. So that is the concept of a multi-level. Similarly, we have a multiple inheritance concept. What actually we have? We also have a multiple inheritance concept. Now in this case, what actually we do, suppose we have a three class. Suppose we have a three class. In a class C, what actually I want to inherit the property of class A and B. So what actually I can write, class C, I can write A and B. So what actually I am saying, in a class C only I want to inherit the property of a class A also and the class B also. So this is a multiple inheritance concept. Now in this case also, what actually we can do, we only have to create one object for the this class, and we can inherit the property of class A also and class B also. If I'll execute, you can see it is working. In the case of the multiple inheritance, what actually was happening, in a multi-level inheritance, one class is having a one class inherit the property of another class. Similarly, another class inherit the property of another class. So in a multi-level inheritance is happening. But in the case of the multiple inheritance, one class inheriting the property of from multiple classes. Like from class A also it is inheriting, from class B also inheriting. So that is a multiple inheritance. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, you will get a better idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the encapsulation. Encapsulation is one of the important concept of object oriented programming, so you should know about the encapsulation. So let's understand. So it is very simple. With the help of the encapsulation we can restrict direct access to method and variable. So in object oriented programming we create a class like this, right? We create a class, we define a variable, we define a method. Now in a Python, by default what happens, whatever the variable and whatever the method you are defining, right, that is a public access, means outside of the class also you can access that. So suppose I will create one object equal to the car, and if I'll do object dot a, and if I'll execute, you can see I am able to access this particular variable. Now but what actually I want, whatever the variable I am defining, suppose this variable name is balance and this is the employee balance. Now this actually I want to restrict this, I want to make it private so that outside of the class no one can override this. So what actually I can do with, I can use the encapsulation concept. So how actually I can make this balance as a private? So what you have to use, underscore underscore and the particular variable name. Now if I want to access this particular variable outside like this, you can say I will get error because this is now private. Previously whatever it was there, right, if I write balance and if I'll access this, I'm able to access, this was a public access, public variable. But if I'll make underscore underscore, now if I will try to access this, it will give me error, like it is a car object has no attribute underscore underscore balance. So like that actually we can make any variable private so that the outside of no one can override it or modify it. So that is the use of the encapsulation. So if you are working in any sensitive data like employee balance, or you are working in a banking system, there the balance and the account, that are very sensitive data, right? So you don't want to modify that particular detail. So what actually we do, with the help of the encapsulation we make it as a private. So like this actually we can make the variable as a private. Now but suppose this particular variable you want to access, so how actually you can access, because you can see object dot underscore underscore balance I'm writing, I'm getting error, but how actually I can access this? So what actually you can do, inside the method you can access this private variable. Suppose if I write print underscore underscore balance, now if I will do object dot, I'll call this particular method only well, and if I'll execute, I'm getting error. How actually we can do self? We have to write self, right? That we have to remember. Self dot underscore underscore balance. If I'll execute, you can see I'm able to access. So whatever the private variable you are defining, right? Inside the method in a same class, actually you can access like this. But outside of the object, you can't access and you can't modify. So that is the use of the encapsulation. So like that, actually we can make any variable as a private. Now let's take another example. I'll take an example how to make this particular method as a private. So I'll create one more class car, and what I will do, I'll create one method. Uh, Let me create one instruct underscore underscore self, and I will just write pass something, and I will create a one method val self, and what I will do, I will write print hello, print hello, like this. Now what I will do, I will create one object equal to the car. We are creating an object. Now this particular method you want to access, right? How actually we can access? If I write object dot val, I will be able to access because this is a as of now public. But this particular method is as of now public, right? But I want to make it as a private. I don't want to access outside. So underscore underscore here also if you write. Now if I will try to access outside, you can say I will get error underscore underscore. So like this, actually we can make this also as a private. But suppose this method you want to access, how actually you can access that? So what actually we'll do? We will call this particular method self dot underscore underscore val. This particular thing we will call here. We will initialize this particular one. And now if I will try to execute, you can see I am able to access that. So inside the method, actually we can initialize this particular method, private method. You can see this we are calling here, right? So whenever we are creating object, this is getting called and it is printing the hello. So inside the method you are able to access, but outside of the object you can't modify it. So that is the use of the encapsulation. So what is encapsulation? With the help of the encapsulation you can make any variable private, also you can make any method also private. Now we have understand, like with the help of the encapsulation we can restrict the access, but there are two level of restricting the access. One is the protected, second is the private. So we were using underscore underscore, right? And if I'm writing underscore underscore, this is nothing but this is a private. But if you write a underscore a only one time underscore a, this is nothing but this is a protected one. This is a protected one. Now what is the difference between the protected versus a private? So whenever we are defining as a private, then what actually happened? It can only be accessed inside the class. So inside the class only we are able to access that. But in the case of the protected, right, it can be accessed inside the class and subclass. So suppose you have a one class, and after that also we have a you have a one more class that you have inherited. So inside the class and subclass also you can access that in a protected one. But in the case of the private, inside the class only you can access that. So these two things you have to remember. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand the difference between the iterable versus iterator, and this is an important interview question also, so you should know the difference. So let's start with the iterable. An iterable is any object that can return its element one at a time. Example of iterable are, we have a list, we have a tuple, we have a string, we have dictionary, right? These are the example of a iterable. And this all the iterable, right? We can loop it, we can iterate it, so that is nothing but a iterable. Let's take an example of list. So I created one list, it contains the multiple elements. So whenever you will create this list, right, this will get stored in the memory itself. Now if I want to access the element, if I do for I in lst, I am able to access the element one by one. So that is a iterable. Now come to the iterator. So iterator are subset of a iterable only. Iterators are a subset of a iterable only, but value cannot be accessed at the same time as they are not stored in memory at once. In the case of iterable, all the as soon as you create a list or any iterable, right, this all the value are stored in the memory itself. But in the case of iterator, the value cannot be accessed at the same time as they are not stored in the memory at once. So that is the main difference between the iterable versus iterator, and that you should know. Now this is a iterable. Now how actually we can convert this iterable into the iterator? So if I'll do lst1 equal to the iter is one method. With the help of that you can convert any iterable into the iterator, and this iterator are the subset of a iterable only. So what I have done, I have used iter method. I am passing lst. Now if I'll execute lst1, if I'll do lst1, you can see this list got converted into the iterator, means we are converted into the iterator. Now how actually we can access the elements, because it is saying like value cannot be accessed at the same time, all the value, because they are not stored in the memory at once. So in the case of iterator, values are not stored in the memory at once. So whenever you will call the next method, right? So when we have a one next method, if I'll do lst1, in this case you can see we are getting 1 because the first element is 1, right? Now if I'll do again, now you can see the next element is 3. Now if I'll execute again, now you can see I'm getting the 4. Whenever you are calling the next method, right, on that time only, whenever you are taking action, whenever you are calling the next method, on that time only the memory is getting initialized and it is getting stored in the memory. So that is the difference in the case of the iterator. But in the case of iterable, all the value are stored in the memory and that can be accessed at any time. But in the case of iterator, until and unless you call the action, the memory will not get initialized and it will not store. So that is the main difference between the iterable versus iterator. And how actually we can call the iterator, and with the help of next, right, 5 and 6. Now you can see all the element it access, but after that if I will do again, right, it will throw me error, that is a stop iteration error. So how to handle this stop iteration? So what actually you can do, you can loop it. So whatever the iterator you have created, right, this actually we can loop it. If I'll do for I in lst1, and if I'll do print, you can see iterator also, you can see I am able to access that. So but you can see, right, when we are using a next, right, at the last actually it is giving a stop iteration, but when you will use a for loop, actually this will automatically handle this stop iteration. So this loop actually you can use in a iterator also. So what is the difference between the iterable versus iterator? Iterator differ from iterable in how they handle the data. Instead of holding all the elements in a memory, an iterator calculate or retrieve each element as needed. Now when to use iterable versus iterator? So whenever you will be having a iterable, right? So suppose you have a millions of the data. So in this case what will happen? Everything will get stored in the memory even though you are not using all the values. But in the case of iterator, until and unless you will call the action, right, then only the memory will get initialized. So from a memory saving perspective, these iterators are very much important. So that is the difference actually you should know. So with the help of the iter method, we can convert any iterable into the iterator, and iterator as a subset of a iterable only, that you should know. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the Python module. It is an important topic from a developer perspective also, because whenever you will work in a production environment, right, there this Python module will help you a lot. So you should know about the module. So let's understand the Python module. So I have one of the scenario. Let's understand that scenario. Then we will come to the practical part where actually we use a Python module. So let's understand with the scenario. Suppose you are a developer and you are working in one of the application, and this application you are building in a Python file. So what actually you will do, generally you will create a.py Python file. In that Python file only you will write a different kind of the function, you will write a different kind of the classes, you will declare different kind of the variable based on the business scenario. So whatever the business problem we are solving, right, based on the scenario, what actually we will do, we'll try to create a different function, we'll try to create a different classes and the variable, and we will try to solve the problem. Now over a time, whenever you will work in a production environment, right, you will observe, you will work on the different kind of the functionality. Now suppose you are working on the different kind of the functionality and you are using the same file. So over a time, what actually it will happen, your code will grow a lot. Now suppose you are keep on working on the same file and you are writing a different kind of the code, and suppose it became a 1000 line of code you have written. Now suppose anywhere it is failing, you are getting an error. Now from debugging perspective also it will be very difficult to, because you have to read 1000 line of code, because all the codes are available into the single a.py file only. So in this case what actually happening, my code is keep on growing, and in this case my whatever the file, whatever the code I have written, right, that become unorganized, because I have created a single file and all the code actually I am writing into the same file itself, and it will become a difficult from a debugging and from managing perspective. So instead of writing into the same file, what actually we can do, we can use a module concept. So what is module concept? You can create another file. I can create another file b.py, and some kind of the functionality I can write into this particular file. What actually I can do, I can create one more file b.py, and here I can write a few lines of the code, and whenever we require this, right, b.py, whatever the code functionality we required, we can use a module. So what actually we can do, we can import that particular file and we can use whatever the functionality I have written into this particular file. So that is the use of the module. So what actually we can do, instead of writing the same code in one single file, what actually we can do, we can break it and we can create a multiple files, and whenever it's required, right, we can import it with the help of the module. We can help of the module. So that is the concept of the module. Let's do a practical, we'll get a better idea. So I hope you understand about the scenario. Now in a Python we have a few inbuilt function also available from a module perspective. I'll give example of one of the module, that is a math. So how actually we import a module, we write a import and whatever the file name like module name. So in this case we have a inbuilt math. This math is nothing but this is a module, one of the module. So this is a inbuilt Python function. So here what actually happening in Python itself, they have written one file. In that file all the kind of the maths related functionality is written on that particular file. Now whenever we have to call, right, what actually we'll do, we'll import math, and suppose you have to do a square. So what actually square root you have to find out. So if I'll do math dot square root 4, so you can see I'm getting 2. Similarly, if I have to find out math dot factorial 5, if I'll do, I'll get the 120. Means all the maths related functionality is written into this maths file, and whenever we require, right, what actually we are doing, we are just importing, and with that importing we are just calling the method and we are getting the output. So that is the use of the module, and this is so very much important also. But in this case, whatever we have taken example, right, this maths is the inbuilt. Now how actually we can create our own file and how actually we can use, let's try to understand. So what actually I will do, I'll create one file. So how actually we can create a file, I'll come to my folder, I'll click on the new, I'll create one file, new file, and I will give the name as a module.py. Any name you can give, let's give a.py. So this is the file actually I'm creating. Make sure you are writing into the .py. .py is a Python extension, and whatever the Jupyter we use, right, that is a ipynb. So don't use ipynb, we use a.py. Now this is the particular file I have created. Now let me open this particular file and I'll write few functionality. So suppose let me write a one function here. So I open this a.py, I'll write one function. I'll give the name as a addition. This addition what actually will do, it will take a 3 input or 4 input, and what actually it will do, it will return a multiply, let's do a multiply, no, a plus b plus c plus d. So I created one function addition and it is doing the sum. Similarly, let me create another function, uh, a multiplication something, multi. I'll give multi name, and what actually it will do, it will multiply a into b into c into d. Now let me create a few variables also. Let me create a variable name as a e equal to the 10. So I have created a function, I have created a one variable also. Let me save it. So now what actually happening, I have this particular file a.py. Here I have written few lines of the code. I have written few lines of the code. Now what actually I have to do, this particular a.py, right, I have to call into my this particular notebook because I want to use it like this maths module. So how actually I can do, I have to import, right. So I will write import. What is the file name? File name is a, right. So I will write import a. Here what actually we were doing, import math, right, but what actually my file name is a, so what I will write, import a. Now after that, what actually we can do, whatever the functionalities available into this particular file, right, like addition is there, so I can call that particular method. So I will write addition, and if I write four 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 thing we have to pass, right, parameter. If I'll do this, it is giving me one error. What is the error? It is saying a return. So you can see in a.py, right, this spelling is mistake, so let's correct this. It's a return, it's a return. Let me save it again. So now if I'll execute this, you can see what actually it is doing. It is doing the sum of this all. Now if I'll do a dot multi, multi is also function which is available right into that particular file. Let me see what is the name multi. So if I'll do a dot multi, and if I'll pass 4 parameter 1 3 4 5, what actually it will do, it will try to multiply all these 4. So what actually I have done, I have created one file there, all the functionality actually I am writing. Now this particular file, whatever the functionality is available into A, right, I can call anytime with the help of the import module. I can import that particular file and I can use the functionality. So that is the use of the module. In a Python itself, we have a different kind of the inbuilt module available, like maths, we have a OS, we have a random. So these are other things are already available, but suppose you have to create your own file and you have to call, so you can call it like this. So now in this A, right, we also declare one variable E. So if I'll do a dot E, you can see I'm able to call the variable also. Means whatever the class, whatever the variable, whatever the function you are written into this particular file, right, you can call here with the help of the import. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, you will get a better idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the OS module. It is a very much important and widely used module, and it is a inbuilt module which is available in a Python. So let's understand. So the OS module in Python allows you to perform tasks such as file directory manipulation. When I am saying file and the directory manipulation, is like, suppose you have a, your requirement is like you had to create 100 of the folder, then what actually you can use a OS module. It will help you to create 100 of the folder at a time with the help of the Python code. Suppose your requirement is like you have to delete that 100 folder which is available, so what actually you can do, you can use a OS module. Suppose your requirement is like in the particular folder you have a multiple files and that file you had to delete, so what actually you can use a OS module. So this OS module help you for the file and the directory manipulation, all the kind of the files and the directory related manipulation, this will help you. So let's understand with the example. So let's start. Suppose you want to know on which particular directory you are in currently, so how actually you can do, you can use OS module. So for that, first you have to import that. What you will write, import OS. You want to know on which particular directory you are, so what actually you, os dot get cwd. If you'll do this and if you'll execute, so it will tell me I am currently in this particular folder, like Python practical, this is a particular folder, and in this particular folder whatever the activity and whatever the notebook I will create, right, this will be created into this particular folder. Now if I'll show you, this is the Python practical, right, here only I am. Now what is my requirement is like, suppose I want to create a new directory, so how actually I can create a new directory, s dot make directory. And if I'll do in this particular directory, where I am, right, I want to create a new directory. So if I'll do copy this and I want to create a directory name as a data, so this is the particular directory I want to create. So if I'll do this and if I'll execute, one directory will be created. Now if I'll go to this location, now if I'll refresh it, you can see one directory got created, this data directory got created. Now currently I am in this particular directory, but suppose I want to go into this particular directory where this data directory is there, right? So how actually I can go into another directory? So if I'll do os dot change directory chdir, and the directory name, if you will mention, you will go into that particular directory. And if I'll execute this, you can see directory got changed. Now if you'll execute this get current directory, you can see now currently you are in this data directory. So you can create a new directory, you can change the directory, you can know on which particular directory currently you are. Now you want to know currently I am in this particular directory, right? So currently on which particular directory I am? Currently I am in this particular directory. Now if you want to know what are the files available into this particular directory, so if I write list directory, if I'll execute, so at now in this particular directory no file is available. Now what I will do, I'll go back. I will go into the this particular directory. I will go into this Python practical directory, and I want to know what are the file which is available into that particular directory. So how actually I can do that? So I'll write a code. So currently I'm in this particular directory. I want to go into this Python practical directory and I want to know what are the files available. So first we have to change the directory, right? So what I will write, ch directory I want to change. I want to go into the which particular directory. I want to go into the this Python practical directory. You can see I am currently in this particular directory. Now if I'll show you on which particular directory I am in. So if I'll do os dot get cwd, get current working directory, so you will get to know I am currently in a Python practical because I have changed the directory. Now if I want to know what are the files available into this particular directory, list directory, if I'll write, if I'll execute, you can see it will show me what are the files available into this particular directory. Now I can loop this particular directory. I can go into the particular file. I can select that file and I can read the particular information from this particular file. Similarly, your requirement is like you want to remove any file, so you can do that. So currently in this particular directory, these are the files is available. So now this also I can loop it because this is nothing but this is giving me information in the form of list, right? So if I write for I in list directory and print I, if I'll do, I will be able to loop all the files. So you can see I am able to loop all the file which is available here. So these are the files is available. So this will help you. So suppose your requirement is like to create a directory, to remove a directory, to list the directory, what are the files available, to remove the file from the particular directory. So this will help you. Now suppose you want to remove any particular file. So suppose in this particular directory, if you will see, if I'll do os.list directory, these are the files available. Now your requirement is like you want to delete any file. Suppose this a.py, this particular file I want to remove. So what I can write, for I in os.remove, if I equal to the, I'll give a condition a.py, if in this directory this particular file is available, I want to delete that. So what I will write, os.remove, if you'll do, that particular file will be deleted. os.remove I, if I'll do, now if I'll execute, you can see it is executed. Now if I'll do os.list directory, a.py should not be available. List directory, if I'll do, that a.py file is not available because that file we have deleted. Now here also a.py file is not available because that file we have deleted. So like that you can write a multiple condition. You can go into the particular directory. You can see what are the files available. You want to delete any file, you can delete that with the help of os.remove. Even you want to remove any directory, that also you can do. So means any kind of the file and the directory manipulation you can do with the os module. So try to explore this module. This is a very helpful in a Python perspective. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to learn about date and date time function in a Python. This is a very useful and important also, because suppose you are working in any data analyst project and there your requirement is like you have to get current date or last 7 days data, what is the last month data. So in that case we have to calculate the last week data, last month of data. So in all the case we use a date time function, or we get a suppose any requirement where we have to convert string to the date formats. So how actually we can convert string date to the date format. In that case also this date function will help you a lot. There are so many use cases around this date and date time function which you should know, that actually we are going to discuss. So let's understand one by one. Suppose how actually we can import it. First we have to import from date time, import date. Now suppose you have to calculate the current date. So what actually you have to write, date dot today. If you write date dot today, it will give you the what is the current date. So first you have to import from date time, import date, and if you write date dot today, it will give you the what is the current date. So you can see 2nd February, 17th February, right? This is the current date. Now suppose you have to make some custom date. So how actually you can make a custom date? So whatever the date we have imported, right? So that date you have to mention. After that the year you can mention. After that month you have to mention, and the date you can mention. If you write like this, you can create your custom date also. If I'll execute, you can see this is the date. So if you want to know the current date, it date dot today if you write, you will get the current date. If you had to create the specific date, custom date, what you have to write? First you have to write date. Under that you have to pass year, month, and the date, and you will get the corresponding date. Now comes to the next one. That was for the date. Now suppose you had to create a date time where you want to include date as well as the hourly, like what is the hour time, what is the minute time, what is the second time, right? So in that case, what we have to write, we have to import the date time. So from date time we have to import a date time, and if I write now equal to date time dot now, if I write date time whatever we have imported, right? If I write date time dot now if I'll execute, this will give you what is the current date as well as the timing. You can see 15th hour, 19 minutes, 3 second. It will give you all the details. So for the date, how actually we were doing, we have imported a date library from the date time, but for the date time what we have imported, we have imported a date time, and if I write date time dot now, it will give you in the current date as well as the hourly, weekly, and everything. Now suppose you have to create a specific date time, so what you will write? First you will mention date time, and after that you have to mention first year, month, date, and after that hourly, monthly, and the second, right? Everything you have to mention, and after that if you will execute, you will get the custom date time whatever you want to create. If you want to know the current date time, dot now will help. If you have to create a specific date time, like that actually we can create. Now suppose we have to format a date and time, like we want to format into the uh, year, month, and the date, hourly, monthly, and second. Now if I'll do, so what actually I am writing, now dot strf time. Now if I'll execute this, I think formatted date. Now you can see I am getting the time. You can see this is in properly year, month, and the date, and after that it is coming like this. Now if I'll make this dash to the slash, right? That slash also I can make. If I'll make this slash, now if I'll execute, you can see it got converted into the slash. So like that the custom date also you can convert, means you can format it. Suppose this instead of slash you want to make a the dash, right? You can make it like this. So this all the formatting also we can do. Now the main important thing is like how to convert string to the date time, and this kind of the scenario generally occurs whenever we work in a real time, right? So suppose you have a one table, in that table you have a date column, and you have to convert it into the you have a date column but string data is coming, you have to convert string into the date. How actually you can do? So in this case I have taken one scenario. This is the one date time we have. This is a nothing but it is a string. If I'll so you, the type of this will be the string. So okay, now what we have to do, we have to convert into the date time. So what we have to write, whatever the date time we have imported right previously, we have one of the function strp time. What we have to write, after date time dot strp time, and after that you have to pass whatever the date you have and which particular format you want. If you will do this, it will convert string into the date. So this was a type string. If I'll print, if I'll print of this date string, if I'll print a type of type of a date string, type of a date string, this will be a string. Now let me again print this type of this past date time. If I'll execute, previously it was a string, right? Now it got converted into the date. So like that actually we can convert. So what we had to use, we have to use date time dot strp time. After that you have to pass whatever the date you want to convert into the specific format, right? That you have to mention. In that case string will convert into the date time. Now next is the some arithmetic operation. Like suppose you have a today, like how actually you will calculate the current date. We have a date dot today, right? If I'll write a date dot today, how actually we'll calculate today. If I'll write date dot today, it will give you me what is the current date. Okay, so what I will do, I will save into this today, like this. Now in this today I have to add a 5 more days. What is the next what will be the next 5 days if I'll add that? So what actually we can do, we can use a time delta method. So we have to import from date time, import date time delta. What we have to import from date time, we have to import time delta. From date time we have to import time delta. Now if I want to add a 5 days, so what I write, today dot time delta 5. If I'll execute, you can see what will be the next 5. So today is 70, right? If we'll plus 5 days, so it will be a 22. Now similarly I want to minus 5 days, minus last week or 7, you can see, right? So you can see 7 days it will minus from this. So today is 17th, right? Now if you will do minus 7 days, you will give you, it will give you the that particular day. Similarly, if you want to know what is the last 31 data, what was the date of the last 31st, so if I'll execute do from the today, if I'll minus a 31 day, so I'll get this result. So if you had to do any kind of the arithmetic, means you had to add a days or you had to subtract the days or hours, you can use a this time delta method. Now you can see here what I am doing from a today, right? I am actually adding a 5 more days, so it became a 22 February. Now if I subtract the 2 hours, so you can see hours equal to the 2, if you'll write, it will subtract the 2 hours from the current time. So like that you can add a days, you can add a hours with the help of the time delta. So do practice, this all are very much important and this will help you a lot. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the try and accept. It is a very much important topic and it will help you a lot in a error handling. In a Python code, it is a very much important to handle all the kind of the error, because if you will not handle error in a code, because of that all the system may crash, your all the application may crash. So it is very much important to handle a error and to write a proper code. So that only we are going to learn in this particular video. So let's start. Let me take one example and let me show you. Suppose I am creating one function. I am creating function divide, and what is it is doing, it is taking a 2 argument, and what actually it will do, it will just divide it, result equal to the x slash y, and what I will do, I will just return a result. This is the thing actually it is doing. Now this is the function I have created and I have done the few testing. Suppose I will do 10 and the 2, this is the 2 thing I will pass, it is giving me 5, so it is working fine. Suppose I will give 18 and 2, it is 9, so it is working fine, right? So I thought like this function is working fine. Now what I will do, I will deploy this into the production because this function is working fine. Now suppose in a production you have deployed and any user came, and what they have done, they have passed this y value as a 0. Now if I'll execute this, you can see I am getting the error. Because of this error, if you will not handle, your whole system may crash. So it's very much important to handle your code. So that's why we have a concept of the try and accept, so that only we are going to understand. So let's see how actually we can write a proper code. So what I will do, I will create a same kind of the code, divide, and I was passing a two value, right, x y. Now what I will do, instead of writing directly, I will use a try and accept. So first I will write try. Under this try you have to mention all the code which you want to do. Suppose I want to do x divided by y, this actually I want to do, and I also want to return a result, right? This I want to do. Now if any error comes, so for that what actually I will do, it should go into the accept. So what actually it will do, I want to do a logging why it is why error is coming. So suppose if I will just write accept print equal to the error occurring, error occurring, something if I'll write, and if I'll execute. Now what actually I am doing, whatever the code I have written, right, I am writing under this try. So under this try, all the code I am writing, and under this accept, right, I am just writing print error occurring something. Now in this case, if I'll write 18 and the 2, you can see it is working fine. Now if I'll do 0, if any user is passing 0, so you can see it is going into the error occurring. Means my code is getting executed and it is not a breaking like this. Previously it was a breaking and we were getting an error. But in this case what actually happening, it is just a printing a error occurring if anyone is passing a 0. So that's why it's very much important to use a try and except and to handle your error properly. So this, with the help of the try and accept, you can handle your code properly. And this actually you can use it for the logging perspective also, like where actually your code is breaking. So whatever this log, right, this actually you can print into your log. So here directly what I am doing, I am just printing error occurring, but you want to know what is the actual error. So how actually you can write that? So we'll write the same code. Instead of accept, what you have to write? Accept exception as E. So what I will write, I have written accept exception as E. Now I am just printing this E, whatever this E, right, this actually I am printing. And now if I'll execute, now suppose anyone is passing 0 here. Now in this case what actually happening, it is exactly telling me what is the actual error. You can see it is saying me integer division or module division by 0. Because of that this error occurs. And this kind of the error actually you can save into your log to handle it in future. In this case what actually happening, my code is executing, and if any kind of the edge case scenario because of the code is breaking, so in that case what actually happening, it is just printing, it is not breaking the whole code, it is just printing it, and this actually you can log it. So that's how it's very much important to use a try and accept to handle any kind of the error. Let me take another example. Suppose I will just tell you the use cases where all the error can come. So one use case is like, suppose what actually you are doing, you are reading a file from a location. For that you have written a code. Now on some day what actually happened, on that particular folder, that file is not available. On that particular folder that file is not available, and because of that your whole code can break, right, because you are reading that particular file, and if that file itself is not available, in that case what will happen, your code will break. So if you will write like try and accept, in this case what will happen, you, even though your code is failing, but it will go into the exception, it will just print the exception, it will just raise the exception, it will not break your all the codes. But if you will not handle this try and accept, in this case what will happen, your whole code will break and your system will may crash. So that's why it's very much important to use a try and accept. There are multiple ways, like here you can see right division. So I have written like accept exception as E. Similarly you can also write the zero division error. Now if I'll execute this, you can see zero division error is coming. So like that there are multiple ways to write, but if you will write like this, that will suffice. Means this will give you exact error, what is the error is coming. If it is coming from because of the file issue, then the file issue that will be printed, and that actually you can log. So I hope you got the idea like how actually we can use a try and exit and how to handle the errors. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So we have already covered SQL related question. Now we are moving towards the Python. In a Python, what kind of the question generally asked in interview, that we are going to solve. So in this particular video, I have a couple of questions that is generally asked in interview that we are going to solve. So I have first question like, write a Python program to check the given number is a prime or not. Second question is like, write a Python program to find out the factorial of a given number. So let's solve one by one. First question is like, write a Python program to check a prime number. So what is a prime number? A prime number is a number that can only be divided by itself and 1. So you can see we have a 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. These are the prime number. So you can see 7. 7 can only be divided by 7 and it can only be divided by 1. So 7 is a prime number. 11 is only divided by 11 and it is only divided by 1, means it is a prime number. So for that we have to write a logic. So how actually we will write a logic? So I will define one function prime. I will pass parameter n. Now what actually I will do? I will give one condition, if n is 0 or n is 1. That is my first condition. If n is 0 or n is 1, it means it is not a prime, right? So not a prime. So this is the condition first I am writing. After that I am writing another condition. Another condition is like if n is greater than 1. In this case what I will write? I will try to loop for I in range 2 to n. 2 to n, and if n percentile I equal to the 0, means flag equal to the 0, and I will break it. Let's try to understand this. So what actually I am doing, suppose anyone given you, you have to find out whether 11 is a prime number or not. So in this case what will happen, n is 11, right? N is greater than 1 means it will directly come into this particular condition. In this case what actually we are doing, we are doing a range from a 2 to n. 2 to n means 2 to 10, like 2 to n means 2, we are looping it, right? 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Like it is starting with a 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, it will perform a operation. Now what actually it will do, it will try to divide n percentile I. N percentile I means first it will try to divide by 2 this given number. N percentage I means 2 means first it will check whether 11 is divisible by 2 or not. If it is a divisible means remainder will be 0 and it will break it. But 11 is not divisible by 2, right? Means it will not satisfy this condition. Now it will check for the 3 whether 3 is divided by 11 or not. It is not divisible means this condition also will not true. Similarly, it will check for the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this condition means what actually we are doing we are starting with the 2, and we have to find out for the 11, right? So it is starting from 2 to 10 and it is trying to divide this number with the 2 to 10. If it is a dividable means it is not a prime number. If it is not dividable means it is a prime number. So that we are writing, and we are making flag 0 means, so let's define one variable flag equal to the 1. When I am saying flag 1 means it is a prime number, so by default I am saying the given number is a prime number, and after that I am writing if the given number is divisible by any number from a given range, it means it is a not a prime number. If it is a not dividable, then it is a prime number. So that is the logic I have written. So what I will do, if flag equal to the 0, if flag equal to the 0, it means not prime, not prime. Else print prime, else print prime. So I hope you got the idea how to write a code for the prime number. Now let's try to check prime. Suppose I will check for the 11 whether 11 is a prime number or not. It is a prime number, so I am getting a prime. Let's check whether 10 is a prime number or not. It is not a prime number, so 10 is not a prime number. So that's how we had to write a code for the prime number. Now let's see another question. Next question is like, write a Python program to find the factorial of a number. What is a factorial? A factorial is a function that multiplies a number by every number below it till 1. For example, suppose I have to find out a factorial for 3. Then what will be the factorial of 3? 3 into 2 into 1. This is the factorial. Means 6. 3 factorial is 6. Suppose you have to find out the factorial of a 5. Then what it will happen? 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. This is the factorial of 5, means 120. Factorial of 5 is 120. So this actually we had to write a code for that to find out the factorial of a number. So what we'll do, we'll try to define a function. I'll give the function name as a fact n, and what we'll do, I'll check if n equal to 0 or n equal to 1, then return 1, else what we'll do, we'll try to else return n into fact n minus 1. So what actually I am doing. So suppose I have to find out for factorial 5. So what actually it will happen? It is not a 0 and 1, right? So 5 is greater than 1. In this case, what will happen? It will come here. So what actually it will do? 5 into fact n minus 1 means it will do 4, then 3, then 2, and then 1. Once it will become 1, it means 0 and it will return 1, right? So that's how actually it is working. Now if I have to find out for the given number, suppose 5. Let's see what is the output I am getting. 5 factorial is a 120. Suppose I have to find out factorial 6. What is the factorial 6? 720. So that is the output we are getting. Now if you want to debug more and if you want to see how actually it is working, so what I will do, let me try to print n and let me try to show you how actually it is working. So you can see the we have to find out for the factorial 6, right? So in this case what actually happening, it is coming here, and for the 6, what will be the return I will get? 6 into fact 5. This is the output I will get here in a return. Now what is this fact 5? So if we'll try to find out fact 5, in this case what will happen? Our this will be the return, right? So in this case what will be happen? Fact 5 output will be the 5 into fact 4. Fact 4. So the fact 5 is equal to the uh, uh, 5 into fact 4. Now what is the output for this fact 4? The output of the fact 4 is 4 into fact 3. Fact 3. So this is output for the fact 4. This is the output for the fact 4. Now what is the output for the fact 3? The output for the fact 3 is 3 into fact 2. 3 into fact 2. This is the output. Now what is the output for the fact 2? It is 2 into fact 1. Now what is the output for this fact 1? When it is a 1, right, then we have to return 1. So in this case what will happen? It will become a 1 and we will get the outputs. So like that actually it is working. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, you'll get better idea. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation parts. So in this particular video we have a couple of Python questions that actually we are going to solve. My first question is around the Fibonacci number, second question is around the natural number, and third question is around the Armstrong number. So let's try to understand one by one. So first question is like, write a Python program for the nth Fibonacci number. What is a Fibonacci number? The series of number where each number is the sum of the two preceding number. For example, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. These are the example of the Fibonacci number. If I show you how actually it looks like, it is the preceding of the other two number. For taking example, it is starting with a 0. It is starting with a 0 and then 1. What is the sum of the 0 and 1? 1. What is the sum of 1 and 1? 2. What is the sum of the 1 and 2? 3. What is the sum of the 2 and 3? 5. What is the sum of the 3 and 5? 8. 5 plus 8? 13. So this is the Fibonacci series. It is the sum of the preceding of the two numbers. Like that actually it works. Now my question is like, I had to find out the what is the fifth Fibonacci number. Then in this case I should get a output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 is the Fibonacci number, right? Fifth Fibonacci number, so I should get output as a 3. If anyone is saying what is the seventh Fibonacci number, so seventh Fibonacci number is a 8th, right? So that is the output we want. So that is a question. So let's try to solve. Let's try to write a code for that. So what I will do, I will define one function. Function name as a fib. You can give any name. I'll pass a parameter n. What I will do, I will write one condition. If n equal to the 1, then return 0. Else if n equal to 2, then return 1. Else return fib n minus 1 plus fib n minus 2 and minus 2. So this is how actually I am calculating. So what actually I am writing, I'm writing if n equal to the 1 then return 0. So if you will see, what is the first Fibonacci number? First Fibonacci number is a 0, right? So what I have written, if n equal to the 1 then return 0. What is the second Fibonacci number? Second Fibonacci number is this, right? 1. Then what I am writing, if n equal to the 2 then return 1. Else fib n minus 1, fib n minus 2. What is this mean, fib n minus 1 and fib n minus 2? Let's understand. So I have written fib n minus 1 plus fib n minus 2. Now suppose anyone has given to find out the third Fibonacci number. So n equal to the third. Let's put here. So here if I'll put n equal to the third, 3 minus 1, I will get fib 2 and fib 3 minus 2, 1. So this is the output I will get when n equal to the 3, right? Now what is the second Fibonacci number? So we have written if n equal to the 2 then return 1. So this will become 1, and if n equal to the 1 then return 0. Fib 1 means 0. So what is the third Fibonacci number? I will get output as a 1. So that is the code we have written. Now let's try to check this. If I write what is the fifth Fibonacci number? Fifth Fibonacci number is a 3. So if I'll show you 0, this is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth Fibonacci number is a 3. Similarly, if I'll write 6, what is the 6? 6 is the fifth, right? 6 is the fifth, so fifth I am getting output. So like that we have to write a code. I hope you got the idea. Now our next question is like, write a Python program for sum of square of the first and natural number. So what is natural number? So natural number is a positive number, we can say, right? So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the natural number we have. Now our question is like, write a Python program for sum of square of the first and natural number. So suppose anyone is giving you n as a 4. Then what you have to write? What is the 4 natural number? 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? So we have to find out the square of this number. 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 4 square. What will be the output? 1 plus 4 plus 9 plus 16. I'll get the output as a 30. So this is the question it is asking. So to solve this, so what I will write? I'll create one function, natural something. I will give the name. Parameter I'll pass n. Now what we'll do? We'll define as a sum as a 0. And what we'll write? For I in range 1 to n plus 1, and what we'll do, sum plus equal to the I into I into I. Then we'll return a sum. Now if I'll do, if anyone is asking what is the sum of the first 4 and natural number, if I'll execute this, you can see 30. So 1 plus 4 plus 9 plus 16 is 30, right? What is the first 3 natural numbers square? 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square. 9 plus 4 plus 1, how many? 14, right? So 14 I am getting. So like that actually we have to write. I hope you got the idea. Now the third question is like, write a Python program for the Armstrong number to check whether the given number is a Armstrong or not. What is a Armstrong number? It is a number that is equal to the sum of its digit. For taking example, suppose we will take example of the 153. 153. So suppose I had to check whether this 153 is a Armstrong number or not. So what actually first we have to check? How many digits are there? We have a 3 digit, right? So that is the first thing we have to check. Now after that what we have to do? We have to do each digit. You can see 1 because 3 digit we have 1 cube plus 5 cube plus 3 cube. If I'll do, this should be equal to the 153. If it is equal to the 153, then it is a Armstrong number. So that is the thing we have to check. Suppose anyone, you have to find out for the 15. Now how many digits are there? 2 digits. So 1 square plus 5 square is equal to the 15. Then it is a Armstrong number. If it is not, then it is not a Armstrong number. So that is the thing we have to write a code for that. So let me define one function name as a arm. I'll give as a n, Armstrong n. Let me define few variables, sum 0, and the what actually I'm doing, I'm defining one variable temp, and I'm storing this natural number here. And what actually I'm doing, I'm trying to find out the length also, like how many length of the input we have. So what actually I'm doing, length strn, this we are doing. Now after that, what I will do, I'll write one condition while loop, while temp is greater than 0, 0. Now let's see what is the thing we are going to do. Suppose 153 we have. Suppose 153 we have. Now first we have to find out how many digits we have here, right? So what actually we have written, with the help of the length we'll get how many digits we have. So we have a total 3 digits right here. We have a total 3 digits. Now one by one this digit we want. Like we have a 3 digits we got to know, right? Now what we have to do, because 3 digit we have, each digit we have to cube it like this, 1 cube, 5 cube, 3 cube, because 3 digits we have. So this is the thing we have to find out. So let's one by one how actually we can find out. And so for that I'll write a code, digit temp modulus 10 I will do, I'll get the last digit. After that I will try to sum this in a sum. I am doing a plus digit into length, and after that what is the next one, I will write temp equal to the, this is 1. Now if I'll check, if n equal to the sum, if it is equal, then print arm, it is Armstrong number, else print not Armstrong. So this is the code we are writing. So let me try to check 153, whether 153 is Armstrong or not. It is the Armstrong number. So let's see what is the output we are getting. It's a temp, I am spelling mistake. You can see 153 is a Armstrong number. If I'll check for the 15, it is not the Armstrong number, right? So I'm getting outputs and not. So I hope you got the idea. Please do try to practice so that you'll get better idea. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our data engineer interview preparation parts. So in this particular video we have a couple of the Python related question which is generally asked in interview, that actually we are going to solve. My first question is like, write a Python program to find a sum of array. So here we do not have to use inbuilt function. Without inbuilt function, how actually you can write a code to find a sum of array. Second question is like, write a Python program to find largest element in an array. Third question is like, write a Python program to array rotation, means we had to rotate the array. And the fourth question is like, write a Python program to interchange the first and the last element in the list. You can see the first element is 1, like last element is 5, so we had to interchange that. Next question is like, write a Python program to swap 2 element in a list. So these are the question we are going to solve. So let's start with the write a Python program to find a sum of array. So how actually we can write a code for that. So I'll create one function. Function name is like summation. I can write any name, and here what I will do, I'll pass the list. So I'll give the name as a L. L means list. Now after that I'll declare one variable sum equal to the 0. After that what I will do, for I in L, I'll write sum plus equal to the I, and I will return the sum. Now my code is ready. So what actually I'm doing, first I'm declaring one variable as a sum and declaring a variable as a sum as a 0. Now after that I will iterate the list. So if I see, we have a list like this. Suppose any list is given 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This list is given. I am iterating the list one by one. For I in L means first 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. Like that actually I am iterating. So what I am doing, for I in L, and with sum actually I am doing the plus. Sum plus equal to the I means sum is 0, right? 0 plus 2. So whatever the value is there, I am storing into the sum. This sum plus equal to I means sum equal to the sum plus I. and after that I am returning the sum. Now let's try to check this. So I will call summation L. What will be the summation? So you can see 27 we are getting. So you can see 2 plus 3 5 plus 4 9 plus 5 14 plus 6 20 plus 7 27, means it's working fine. Let me change the list and let's see. Let me give 2 3 and the 4. 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 9, right? So we should get output as a 9. If I'll execute, I'm getting a 9. Yeah, so the first question is all right. Now let's move to the next question. The second question is like, write a Python program to find largest element in an array. So suppose I have given one array 2, 33, 4, 55, 6. This is the array is given. I had to write a Python program to find the largest element in an array. How actually I can write? So I will declare one variable. Let me declare the variable as a 0. As we can directly use the inbuilt function also, but sometime interviewer says like don't use the inbuilt function. That's why we are writing a code. So what actually I'm doing, I'm declaring one variable maximum equal to the 0. Now what actually I will do, for I in array, and if I'll do a print I, in this case what will happen, it will try to print one by one, right? 2, 33, 4, 55 and the 6. So what is the condition I will write? If I is greater than max, if I is greater than max, then what I will do, I will make max equal to the I. So this is the condition I am writing. Suppose the first one is 2, right? So 2 is greater than max, 2 is greater than max, right? Max is 0, right? 2 is greater than max, then what will happen? Max will become a 2. Now next case, now max is 2, now scale 33. So 33 is greater than 2, right? Now the max will become a 33. So like that actually it is working. Now if I'll try to print max, what is the max for this? Max is the 55. This is the output. So you can see in this array we have a maximum value, that is a 55. Now let me change it to 333. Now let me execute. Now you can see output is a 333. So like that actually we can find the maximum of array. Next question is like, write a Python program to array rotation. So suppose you have an array 1 2 3 4 5. 5 is given and you have to rotate a array. Inbuilt function if you will use, you can directly use like this, and if I'll do, it will rotate the array. But suppose inbuilt function we do not have to use, then in this case how actually you can solve this? There are multiple way. I am showing you one way. You can also do in a different way. So how actually we are going to calculate? I'll write for I in range length of array minus 1 minus 1 minus 1. If I'll do this, and I will store into the array of I. If I'll do this, now if I'll execute this, here the closing bracket is missing. Now you can see it is working, it is rotating the array. So there are different ways to rotate the array. You can also do in a different way. So this is also a common question. Now let's move to the next question. Write a Python program to interchange the first and the last element. Suppose we have given a list 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is the list is given. Now we have to interchange the first and the last element. So what we will do, how actually we can write? What is the first element? First element is A0, right? And what we have to do, we have to, what is the last element? Last element, how actually we can find out? A minus 1. Like this actually we do, right? Now what actually code we will write? A0 comma A minus 1 1 equal to the A minus 1 comma A0 A0. So this is how actually we are swapping. Now if I'll print A, now what will be the output we'll get? You can see 1 got replaced with the 6. So we are replacing the first and the last element, right? So what I have written, A0 A minus 1 A minus 1 A0. So like first element and the last element. So last element will become the last element and the first element. So like that it will work. So that's how we can swap it. I hope you got the idea. Now next question is like, write a Python program to swap two elements in a list. Suppose we have given one list 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. This is the list is given. Now I had to write a Python program to swap two element in a list. Suppose 3 we had to swap with the 5. Then how actually we can do that? So in this case what I will write? Similar way we can do that. But suppose we have given an index. We had to change the 0, 1, 2 like second index. We had to change the second index with the fifth index. So this is the requirement I have. Means I had to change the second index with the fifth index. So how actually I can write a code for this? So in this case what I will do? AI comma A I1 I1 equal to the A I1 and AI. If I write this and if I'll show you the A, you can see it was 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, right? So we had to shift the second element, second index. So you can see 6 is the 6, actually it got replaced with the 3. So try to do a practice, you will learn new things, and try to solve in a different way. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So in this particular video we are going to cover few Python string related question which is generally asked in interview, that actually we are going to cover. So I have a couple of question. The first question is like, write a Python program to check if a string is palindrome or not. So that is the first question. What is a palindrome? If you will reverse this string, the output should be same as input. Then only it will be a palindrome. So that is the first question. The second question is like, write a Python program to reverse word in a given string. So you can see my string is like this, gigs quiz practice code. I had to reverse this and output should be like this. That is the second question. The third question is like, write a Python program to remove a letter from a string. So this is a given string. I had to remove a letter from the given string. That is the third question. The fourth question is like, write a Python program to find out the frequency of a given string. So suppose you can see this is the string, right? Hello is the best. So you have to find out like how many time hello is there, how many time is this there, how many time best is there. So that is the thing. Now next question is like, write a Python program to remove all the duplicate from a given string. So this is the fix for fix, right? So here from we have to remove all the duplicate character which is available. So these are the question which we are going to solve. So let's start with the first question. This is a palindrome. You have to check whether the given string is palindrome or not. What is a palindrome? If you will reverse any string, the output should be the same. So that is the palindrome. So let's try to do that. So what I will do, this is my input. Malayalam is my input. So this is a string which I have. What I have to do, I have to first reverse and check whether the given string is same or not. The one way you can check is like, you can directly use inbuilt function like this, and if you will execute this, so what does it mean? It will reverse a string, and if it is reversing a string and it is equal to the s, means it is a true. Whenever it is a true, then it is a palindrome. This is a one way of doing, but without the inbuilt function, how actually we can solve that? Let's see. So what actually I will do, I will declare one more string a, and what I will do, I will try to iterate this for I in s, and what I will do, I will do a equal to the I plus a, and if I'll print a, it is the same. So what actually I am doing, this code, what actually it will do, it will reverse a string. So suppose I will write hello. If I'll write hello, so what actually I am getting output? All a, because with this code we are actually reversing the string. Now if I have to check if a equal to the s, if a equal to the s, then print palindrome, else print not palindrome. So if I'll execute this, it is not, but let's see whether Malayalam is a palindrome or not. Malayalam, it is not. Spelling mistake. Malayalam. You can see it is a palindrome, because if you will reverse this string, you will get the same output. So this is a palindrome. So that's how actually we can write a code for the palindrome. Now my next question is like, write a Python program to reverse a word in a given string. So I have a string. Suppose this is the string I have. Let me give hello is best, something like I am giving. Now what I have to do, I have to reverse this particular string. So what actually I will use, I'll use one parameter L. I will convert s dot split. What this L dot split will do, it will convert this uh, string into a list. So whatever the word we have, right, after the space, by default it is a space. So based on the space, actually it is converting into a list. Now what I will do, I will try to reverse this. How actually we can reverse this string? So if I will write -1 and if I'll execute this, you can see this is reversing this list, right? Now what I will do, I'll create one string a equal to the string dot join L -1. If I'll do this and if I'll print a, you can see it is reverse this string. So what actually we are doing with the help of this L, if you will do whatever the list we have converted this, right, this will reverse it. Now after that we are appending with the string, so we are converting into the string. So whatever the input we have reversed it and we are getting the output. So like that actually we can solve it. So do practice this. Now third question is like how to remove a letter from a string. So suppose this is a string hello, something is given. So what I will do, I will use a replace inbuilt function and I will replace e with a space. If I'll do this, you can see e got replaced. So like that actually you can replace a word. Now fourth question, it is a important, very important question. You have to find the frequency of a given word. Suppose I have this string hello is best hello. Now I have to find the frequency of given word, like each word how many time it is repeating. So how actually we can find that? So what actually I will do, first I will convert this into a one list. So what I will do, s dot split I will do. If I will do this and if I will show you L, you can see based on the space actually it converted into a list. Based on the space it actually split and I am getting the this particular list. Now what I will do, I will try to find out the frequency. So for that I will declare one dictionary list for I in L. I'll write condition if I in D, then if I already is available, then di plus equal to the 1, else di equal to the 1. Now if I'll show you the D, you can see I am getting the output hello is 2 time, is 1 time, best is 1 time. You can see hello is 2 time, right? So like that actually we can calculate. So what I have done, first I have converted this string into a list. Now after that I have declared one dictionary and I am checking one by one. For I in L means I am iterating the whole list. So first it is a hello, right? So first it will check whether hello is already present or not. It is not present, so hello will become 1. Now next time when hello is coming, so it is coming here, hello is present, right? Then what actually it is doing, it is incrementing by 1, then the hello became 2. So like that actually it is working. Now my next question is like I had to remove a duplicate values. So this is the input we have and we have to remove the duplicate value. Fix for fix something, and what we have to do, we have to remove a duplicate value from given string. Now here what I will do, I will declare one string like this and I will iterate for I in S, if I in A, if I already I in A, then pass, else A plus equal to the I. Now if I'll print this A, you can see whatever the duplicate value is character is present, right, that got removed. So what actually I am doing, I declare one string as a blank screen. I am iterating this string one by one and I am checking if I is already present into the A, then we will pass, otherwise we will add this into the particular string. So like that actually we can do. So try to do practice. There are multiple way of doing the same thing. You try to do practice, you will get a better idea. Yeah, that's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So in this particular video, we are going to solve few dictionary related questions which is generally asked in interview. So I have a two question which we are going to solve today. The first question is like write a Python program to find out all the sum of items in a dictionary. So you can see this is the dictionary I have. You can see I have a 100, B 200, C 300. So all the 100 plus 200 the 300, that output we want to get it. That is my first question. The second question is little bit tricky, and this was the one of the question which was asked in interview. Write a Python program dictionary to duplicate values append. For taking example, here what we have to do, whatever the duplicate values is there, that we have to append. So you can see Sunday 5, Monday 3, Tuesday 5, Wednesday 3. So you can see 5, Sunday also in 5 coming, Tuesday also 5 is coming. So what actually we have to do, we have to make 5 as a key, and we have to append this Sunday and Tuesday into the value. So like that actually the output we want. So whatever the common values we have, that actually we have to make it one, and whatever the key we have, right, that actually we have to append into the list. So that is the output we want. So let's see how actually we can solve this. So we'll start with the first question. So let me create one dictionary. So this is the dictionary which is given. Now what we have to do, we have to find out the sum of this. So how actually we can do? So what I will do, first I will declare one variable sum as a 0. Now what I will do, how actually I can iterate this dictionary? So if I write for I in d dot keys, and if I'll print I. So let's see what actually we are getting. So if I'll write for I in d dot keys, so whatever the key is there, that actually I'm able to print. Now if I'll write for I in d dot values, in this case what I am able to print, this all the 100, 200, 300 I am able to print, right? Now I got this 100, 200 and the 300, this we have to sum, right? So I will write sum equal to the sum plus I, sum plus I. That's it. Now finally if we'll print a sum, we'll get a output. We'll print a sum, we'll get output. You can see 600 is the output. So what actually we have done, we have read this whatever the value which is present into the dictionary. We have declared one variable sum, and we are trying to sum one by one, sum equal to the sum plus I. Then we got the output. That is the simple question. Now next question is little bit tricky. Let's try to understand. So this is the dictionary which we have. I'll show you. This is the dictionary we have. Now we have to append whatever the common values are there. So you can see 5 is a common, right? So for Sunday also 5 is coming, for Tuesday also 5 is coming. So what actually we want? We want to convert this into a one key. The 5 will be one key, and whatever the key is there, right, that we have to convert into the value. Like 5 and the values are Sunday and the Tuesday. Similarly 3 and the values are Monday and the Wednesday. So whatever the common values are there, that we have to convert into a key, and whatever the keys are there, that we have to convert into the value. So let's see how actually we can solve this. So what I will write, so what actually we'll do, first I will define one dictionary. So I am defining one dictionary as a. Now what I will do, first I will try to read this dictionary. How actually I can read this dictionary? So I will write for key value in d dot items. If I write this, I will be able to read the key and the values. So if I'll do a print key and the value, I should be able to read the key and the value from the dictionary. You can see what is the key. Sunday is the key, Monday is the key, Tuesday is the key, Wednesday is the key, and these are the values we have. Now after that we'll write one condition. So what actually we'll check? We'll check whether this value is already present into this A or not. So what I will write, if value not in A, then what actually will do, A value equal to the key, else. Let's try to write first, and then we'll understand this. A value dot append key. If I'll write this, now let me execute this. What is the output we are getting in the A? If I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the output. So what actually I'm doing, let me print first value. Print first value. If I show you, these are the value we have. So what is the condition I have written? If value not in A. if value not in it, so what actually I will do, first let me remove the duplicates. Now let's see how actually it is working. So what actually I am doing, print value. Now let me execute. Print value if value not in a. What is the value? 5. 5 is already present with the a or not? It is not. Then what actually happening? A value, whatever the value is there, that become a key, and whatever the key, right, in a list we are writing this Sunday. What is the key? Sunday is the key, right? So that actually we are writing into here. Similarly for the 3, whether 3 is present into a or not, no, right? So 3 became a key, and whatever the value is there, right, whatever the key is there, that actually we are appending as a value. Now next time suppose you have a duplicate. Now suppose we have a duplicate. Now what actually it will do, it will come into the else condition, because 5 is already present into the a, right? This next 5 is already present into the a. In this case what actually happening, it will try to append into this list. So if I'll execute this, you can say Tuesday got appended. So like that actually it is working. Try to do practice, you will get a better idea. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. So thanks.